is another big part of what hunters do. And so preservation of habitat, um, it's a big thing, especially in our state where habitat can be limited. If it gets damaged or destroyed, habitat doesn't just go back out of nowhere real quickly. It takes years and years, sometimes decades, for habitat in Nevada to return. So that's a lot of what we as hunters. I grew up hunting in the state, as I mentioned, and I know a lot of you guys out there did too. And I don't want to call it a dying pastime. I think that it's certainly become more difficult. It's certainly become more expensive. It used to be that you went hunting and you put food in your freezer for the family for the winter, and not only was it about the experience, but you might have saved a little bit of money back in the day. That is no longer the case. Hunting is expensive, man. Everything from your equipment to the food that you take when you go out there, right? Unless you're going to you know, go out and hunt for the food that you're going to eat while you're out there. Uh, Plus the fuel just to drive out there. You're not going to just drive 5 minutes and be somewhere that you're going to go hunting. You got to get out there. And then when you talk about all of the prep work that goes into it, maybe you're going to go out and scout your area. Maybe you've got a tag in an area that's way out in the east part of the state. It's quite an investment to go out there. So think about those things. But again, hunter safety is important for the next generation of hunters that are coming along that want to learn about hunting and fishing in northern Nevada and beyond. Um, you can't really beat an education like that for $5, right? Um, and if your kids are at all interested, it's a great way to get them started. Get them started early. Get them learning about what it means to go hunting and fishing. I know I grew up doing it, and I think that one of the other things that there's a lot of pressure on hunters to stop, right? And not only is it a way of life for a lot of people, but it's also a way that we connect with the land. Uh, when my family is hunting, it's about being out there. It's about smelling the sagebrush. It's about finding a spot, especially if you're going to go antelope hunting, finding a spot that has any amount of shade, and that can be a challenge in northern Nevada, right? We're not a wooded state, and so when you put the effort in to learn about the land, to find your spot, maybe it's a place that your family has been going for generations, like mine. There's something special when you're heading out there and you get to that one spot, right, where when we make this turn off the county gravel road and we go onto this Jeep trail, basically, that's when we've made it. We're here. We're at the spot. There's no one around. It's quiet. You can smell the sagebrush. You can smell the dust. They say that smell is the sense that's most tied to memory, and I believe that. I There's studies about it. It's certainly true for me. There's certain tastes as well, which is tied to smell. When I was a kid, there was always this road that we turned off of the main county gravel road, and we always stopped there. And all the old guard, my grandfather, my dad, my uncles, all their friends, that was the place they stopped and had a sip of Platte Valley, and that's a corn whiskey. Comes in this cool little ceramic jug, if you will. And to this day, I remember the first time I was old enough and I got to have a sip also. And and to this day, I don't drink Platte Valley unless I'm at that spot. It's north of Gerlach. It's changed a lot because a lot of the Burning Man corporation that owns a lot of that area out there now, but you can still get to that spot and then you can still drive up into the Granite Range. But that spot has holds a special place in my memory and in my heart. And you've got to plan to drive out there. You're not going to just happen to drive by it. So when I'm going that direction, I always bring some Platte Valley and I take a sip for the old guys. And it's those kinds of things. And you'll notice the things that I'm talking about that I'm reminiscing on have nothing to do with the actual hunting of animals, the actual harvesting of game. It's not about that. That's part of it, and it's a big part of it. It's an emotional part of it. Um, I think a lot of you out there listening could probably relate to this. Taking an animal, harvesting an animal is an emotional thing. We're used to seeing movies where it just happens and the screen flashes and the next thing happens and then the next thing and the next thing, the story progresses. That's not really the way it works in real life. Hunting is an emotional thing. Harvesting a big game animal in particular is especially emotional for a lot of people. And it connects you to what you're doing. It connects you to the land. It connects you to the animal. Um, it's a really cool thing. And if you're able to watch live, we're live on YouTube, Northern Nevada's Voice. I see a couple of you watching right now. If you've got comments, please drop a comment in there. Let me know what you think about the next generation of hunters, where we're going, what's coming up. But I'm wearing a QU shirt. I think that's how you say it. Um, but they're an outdoor hunting and fishing supply company. They're based in Dixon, California, just over the hill. So I wore this on Friday, if you can see me on camera, because this is the outdoor report. This is the trailhead report. Fridays are for getting outside, doing cool stuff outside, and that's one of them. So again, this Saturday, tomorrow. I know it's last minute, but if you don't have anything going on, you want to get your kids in tomorrow. You can get them their hunter's safety and hunter education card. Speaking of that, speaking of being outside, doing cool stuff, there's reports that the Truckee River is fishing really well right now. And as you know, if you live in the Truckee Meadows, the Truckee River runs right through downtown. Um, like the reports are that it's fishing really, really well, literally right now. Um, and you don't really have to go anywhere. You don't have to drive west, to the California border and go find some stretch of river that you can't get to unless you walk down a steep incline or something like that. Although there's something to be said for doing that, getting out of the city, getting away. But if it's just not possible, if you just can't do that, shoot, you can go out just east of town, and I mean just like down 4th Street towards Mayberry, drop into the water right there. They're saying the river's running back back to the west at Farad at 543 cubic feet per second. Water temperature is about 65 degrees, so it's nice and cool. Way out there, that's California, but as you push into Nevada, the water stays cool, and you don't have to go far. So if you're curious about outdoor sport fishing that you can do without having to drive very far, the Truckee River, I think, is forgotten by a lot of people as a resource that we have here in Northern Nevada and in Reno in particular. Um, and if you didn't know, NDOW, the Nevada Department of Wildlife, they actually stock fish in many of the waters around northern Nevada and southern Nevada too, but they actually stock fish, and they've actually apparently they've stocked 50,000 Lahontan cutthroat trout into the Truckee River this year alone. 50,000 Lahontan cutthroat, which at one time was an endangered, and maybe it is still on the endangered list. Um, but I think that Lahontan cutthroat is no longer on the endangered list, thus they stock it and you can fish for it. Um, but that's pretty awesome. I mean that they're making sure that the habitat is there. They're making sure that there are fish there. And when I was growing up, it was always catch and release. That's just what you do. You if you've ever fished before, or if you've seen the hooks, there's a little barb on there so that it hooks and stays in the fish's mouth. What we do is we just bend that barb down, so makes it easier for the fish to not be caught. Actually, uh, makes it a little more challenging and more sporting. They have a better chance, if you will. But it also, when you do land a fish, it makes it easier to release them with as little damage as possible, right? But yeah, the Truckee River, shoot, I mean, technically you could fish all the way into downtown. I've seen over the years people fishing off the banks right downtown, fishing off bridges, things like that. I don't necessarily recommend fishing off the bridges, especially not right downtown near Wingfield and that. There's a lot of people in the water. The kayaking park is there. I don't know if it's posted that you can't fish there, but I would recommend not fishing there. But you can go a little bit east towards Sparks. You can go a little bit west towards Verdi. There's amazing, amazing fishing going on down there. And it's a beautiful area. The Truckee River is a true gem of northern Nevada. It's one of the few rivers that runs completely inland and does not drain to the ocean, right? If you've seen it, comes out of Tahoe and runs north inland and empties into Pyramid Lake. Nice, cold, clear, beautiful water. Even if you don't want to go fishing, just coming out and hanging out, find a cool spot in the shade, have a picnic. The Truckee River offers a unique experience, especially that we live in a desert in such an arid climate. The Truckee Rivers, it's a true treasure, and you can get to it just walking out your front door in a lot of cases. So if you don't have anything going on, our town is still going on. So downtown, right on the Truckee River, you can take in the river, you can take in Art Town. You can just wander around down there and see all the cool stuff that's going on. So the other thing you can do is keep heading northeast and take the Truckee River's path all the way to Pyramid Lake, which is quite a ways. Don't walk it, drive it. But Pyramid Lake has its own stark beauty, right? It's a lake that, unlike Tahoe, that has the forest surrounding it and is this deep, dark blues and brilliant turquoise. Pyramid Lake is a semi brackish water lake, and brackish by I mean is semi salty. Pyramid Lake has its own stark beauty, and especially if you get out to the north end where the pyramids rise out of the water and into the land, it's an incredible place to be, and really full of a lot of areas, beaches that you can go to, jet ski, boating. We live in a truly unique environment here. Whether or not there's other places like it in the world, I don't know, but I've not seen them where you have this crystal clear, beautiful alpine lake and its river runs inland to another lake. And you could be at both in the same day. That's pretty awesome. You could have brunch in Incline Village in Tahoe, drive down the hill, head out north to Pyramid Lake, and catch the sunset. have a bonfire on the beach. So getting outdoors is really that is a big part of the silver state of mind is being a part of the community, but being a part of what we have to offer here rather than just, sitting at our desk 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. There's so much more to offer. We've talked about the culinary experiences here. Today's about outdoors and within a 20-minute drive, you've got some of the most pristine, beautiful outdoor areas that you can imagine in the world. We have world-class kayaking here. I don't know if people really understand that. World class means world class. I know people personally that have moved here just for the kayaking in the Sierra Nevadas. A gentleman, yeah, it's crazy, crazy. A gentleman I know from Arkansas, actually, big kayaker, and you can imagine all the water out towards the Mississippi. And he moved here just for that, just for the world class kayaking here. And so, if you're just getting started with kayaking, the water park downtown is a great place to learn. But you spread out a little more, get out into the Sierra Nevada, and there are rapids that people come from all over the country and the world to experience. Um, this is Northern Nevada's voice, KPGF 93.7. We got to pay the bills. We'll be back in a minute.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
KPGF 93.7, AM 1400, Reno, Sparks, Sun Valley, and beyond. Thanks for being here. We are Northern Nevada's voice. You know, we're talking about being outside today. And this next area that I want to talk about is very near and dear to my heart. You might remember a couple of years ago the Davis Creek fire south of town burned up a lot of acreage. That campground, in fact, is still closed. They haven't reopened it. I honestly don't know if it's ever going to reopen in terms of being a campground again. But I live out in that area, and we were evacuated from that fire. And it truly is a loss that we lost that area. So much damage. But there are still trailheads out there that are open. There's about a 3/4 of a mile loop um, out there that you can walk. You can't bring your horses back, um, but you can walk it, and you can day hike it. And it is still a beautiful area. That, if you recall, that fire burned from Davis Creek and headed north towards the Callahan Ranch area, Montreux area, and then up towards the ski resort in the hill. But hiking from the campground to the south, it's still beautiful. The Ophir Creek Trail is over there, and you can hike up towards Price Lake. Um, and I think that most people don't really realize is that you can take that trail from the Ophir Creek Trail. It connects all the way up to the Tahoe Meadows near Mount Rose. So if you've ever driven up the Mount Rose Highway and gone over the summit there, and then you see that beautiful meadow just before you drop down into Lake Tahoe, you can hike from that Davis Creek campground area all the way up to there. So if you want a full day and a real good hike, you can do that. But it's a beautiful area up there. And even coming, if you don't want to go quite that far, but you want some hiking in that Galena Creek area, there's Jones Creek Trailhead, there's Thomas Creek Trailhead. There's a pond up where those two cross up above there. If you hike all the way up, called Dry Pond. And it's called Dry Pond because it's mostly dry. Sometimes in the early spring, you'll see some water in it. But the hiking up there is just beautiful. And people are so nice. I mean, it's gotten so busy in the last, 20 years. There's a lot of people taking advantage of being outside. But you're in the forest. So generally speaking, it's much cooler than it would be if you're on the valley floor. It's going to be over 90 today. And so getting out there, it's a short, if you live downtown or if you live in town here, it's about a 10 to 15 minute drive to get up to the Mount Rose Highway, and maybe about 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get to the Davis Creek area. But it's a short drive. You take 580 south, and then either you keep going south until it drops into Washoe Valley and then turn right there at the north end of Washoe Valley and get to Davis Creek, or you go up the Mount Rose Highway, and where I'm talking about Jones Creek and Thomas Creek, there's plenty of parking. And people are awesome. People are so nice up there, whether they're mountain biking, whether they're walking their dogs, or they're just hiking by themselves. People respect the trail, right? They're not out there destroying stuff. They're not out there hiking off trail and destroying the habitat. And so it's really been maintained quite well. But it's a few of the closest trailheads to Reno and Carson both, right? Because it's kind of in the middle of the two. So if you're listening from Carson, head north and come up to the Davis Creek area, do some hiking. If you're coming from Reno, I've spent a lot of time in that Thomas Creek, Jones Creek area, Whites Creek. There's a cool little camp site, not for like overnight camping, but for like day camping. On the Mount Rose Highway. It's on the right-hand side of the road, just past the tree line. The Galena Creek campsite, I guess it's called. They have picnic tables there. It's easy to get in and out of. There's handicap access and parking. And they've made it really easy for folks to come and just have a nice picnic. We go up there and have lunch on the weekend all the time. We take my mom up there and my aunts and uncles. At least a few times a summer, we'll go up there and take the whole family and just have a day of it. And it's just gorgeous. It's cooler, right? You can get into the trees, you can get into the shade. You don't need, you know, a big thing. You don't have to reserve anything. We've gone up on weekends and found a spot easily, right? It's not one of those, it's kind of like a hidden gem, if you will. You don't need to make a reservation. I don't even think they take reservations, just first come, first serve. But there's plenty of space. And it's beautiful up there. And it's calm and it's quiet and it's away from the road, right? So you can just hear birds chirping. You can hear a small creek flowing. And it's a way to connect with nature and get outside that, you know, so many people in other cities just don't have. They don't have that ability. And so we're super lucky to be here in the Truckee Meadows where you can drive 10 to 20 minutes and really feel like you're connected with nature. You know, you're alone basically. And if you're not sure where else to go, hit me up. Jump on our YouTube page, drop a comment in the chat, reach out to me directly. I'm on Facebook. You can get to us at Northern Nevada's Voice on Facebook. My name's Thad Barnes. You can find me there too. You can find me on Facebook. Send me a DM. I don't mind. I'd love to chat with you about what's going on outside, other trailheads to go on. You know, when I was younger, we all bought mountain bikes. We all meaning, you know, the crew that I was running with at the time. And every Tuesday, we would go ride our mountain bikes and we would pick a different trail every week. And so sometimes we'd ride that Thomas Creek Trail. Sometimes it was White's Creek. Sometimes we'd go out north of town. Uh, if you have never been up towards the top of Keystone, Keystone Canyon is gorgeous. It's a fun ride. It kind of, you ride into the base of Peavine there. There's a wealth of resources out there to find trails you can ride on and hike and walk. Shoot, even if you don't want to drive anywhere, the city has done a pretty, I have to say, as much as I may or may not like the city or government or anything like that, they've done a pretty good job of making the Truckee River Trail downtown accessible, beautiful. It's a fun place to be. It's cooler again because you're right next to the water. You know, this time of year, it's always about finding a place that's cooler. But if you've got a spot that you don't mind sharing, and again, I know people like to keep their hidden spot, their gems, but we could do, you know, days and days about all the cool spots in Northern Nevada that you can go and get outside, and it doesn't cost you anything but time. And that's the point of it, right? Is the time to get out there and do something besides sitting on the couch, besides sitting at work. If you're like me, you probably do some work from home. It's so easy now, right? With Zoom calls and Google Meet and everything is online. You can run your business from your phone, right? And I know a lot of people that do. You can do so much on your phone now, but it's important to get out, get away from that, get outside and experience this incredible place. And that's part of the Silver State of Mind is what do we do? How do we live here? Right? What are the things that we can do outside of our work? Because we live in a true gem of a place. I've said before, there's very few places where you can ski and golf at the same time on the same day, and this is one of them. You know, I know that we had a historically low winter last year. I think the reports I saw said something about we haven't had a snowfall that little since the 80s. So it's been a long, long time since we've had that little of snow. We'll talk more about that here in a little while. But that is a great thing about Nevada is that we still have plenty of water. We still have plenty of places to go where you can enjoy, where you can get out there and do a little bit of walking, do a little bit of hiking, whether it's downtown, whether it's up the Mount Rose Highway in the Galena area, Galena Forest, whether you go down into Washoe Valley, go to Davis Creek. We're truly lucky where we live and the things we can do outside so easily and so close. Hey, we're 93.7 FM, KPGF, 1400 AM, Reno Sparks, Carson City and beyond. Thanks for being here. It's it's 9:46. We'll be right back.
Traded the salt air for the scent of the sage and pine. Packing the truck with every dream we ever owned. Heading southeast to a place we finally call home. 4 years ago we crossed that state line together, changing the tide and changing the heavy weather. Now the shop light flickers on a brand new street where the mountain air and the valley gravel meet. It's a sign and design under the Reno sky where the high desert sun keeps the spirit dry. No more rainy days soaking through the bone, just me and my Cheryl on a desert throne. Yeah, the neon glows and the bass hits deep in a city of silver that never goes to sleep. Scooby's in the corner and Shaggy's by the door. Tail wags Remick on the workshop floor. They don't miss the puddles or the mud on their paws. They're desert dogs now living by the sun's laws. I'm been in the middle and I'm meshing the glass, watching the seasons and the tumbleweeds pass. Cheryl's got the vision and I've got the hand, building our legacy in this dusty land. It's a sign and design under the Reno sky where the high desert sun keeps the spirit dry. No more rainy days soaking through the bone, just me and my Cheryl on a desert throne. Yeah, the neon glows and the bass hits deep in the city of silver that never goes to sleep. Oh, goodbye to the mist of the Oregon coast, to the damp and the dark, we were leaving the most. Now the morning is golden and the shadows are long, and the heartbeat of Reno is steady and strong. We're 4 years in and we're just getting started. From the land of the rain, we have finally departed. It's a sign and design under the Reno sky where the high desert sun keeps the spirit dry. No more rainy days soaking through the bone, just me and my Cheryl on a desert throne. Yeah, the neon glows and the bass hits deep in the city of silver that never goes to sleep. There's a sun keep on shining down on the best little shop in this neon town. Just me and Cheryl and the dogs in the heat, making our mark on a Reno street. Yeah, we're home now. Just let that bass bleed.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
KPGF 93.7 AM 1400. This is Silver State of Mind. I'm Thad Barnes. Thanks for being here. You know, we're talking about being outside today. We're talking about getting outdoors, and today's a beautiful day to do it. especially this with the weekend coming up. If you don't have any plans, we've been talking about what you can do. One of the things that you can do without really driving anywhere is paddleboarding. And oftentimes when people think about paddleboarding, think, okay, I got to go to Tahoe, right? That's where you go to paddleboard, right? You got to pack up the car, you got to drive up the Mount Rose Highway, find parking. And in Tahoe, that can be a challenge, we all know. But you don't have to deal with that. You don't have to go there. The Sparks Marina has paddleboarding. I don't know if you know that, but stand-up paddleboards, canoes, pedal boats, it's right around $25 an hour. You definitely want to make reservations, though. They get a lot of traffic. They get a lot of folks, especially on the weekends, of course. But a lot of times you can just show up. And the Sparks Marina is kind of a unique thing. When I was a kid, that was called the Helms Pit. And it would fill up with water when the river flooded, or when we got a lot of rain or a lot of snow in the winter. And it would fill up with water, and it would kind of just sit there, because when it's full of water, Helms Construction back in the day, they couldn't do much with it. And so when that became a recreation area, I think a lot of people at the time thought that was weird. Like that's not a great idea. That's never going to take off. Nothing's ever going to come of that. Who wants to go out there and sit in a lake surrounded by concrete? Well, it's actually become quite a nice area. And if you've ever spent any time out there, there's a loop all the way around it. Now you can walk all the way around. It's about 77-acre lake, which is quite large. And it's a 2-mile walking and biking path trail all the way around it. They planted trees years and years ago, so now it's mature. And they've made a water part, or a water feature there that people can take advantage of without having to drive 30 minutes up to Tahoe, an hour out to Pyramid. You can stay right in town. There's plenty of parking around there. There's tons of stuff to do around there, because they had the vision that we need more recreational stuff outside, but it's still in town. And you wouldn't think that you could feel kind of alone. You wouldn't think that you could kind of be alone with your thoughts in a quiet area so close to town. I mean, it's right next to the freeway, for heaven's sakes. But if you've ever been out on that water on a paddle boat out in the middle, or if you've ever talked to somebody that did, they will tell you it's surprisingly quiet out in the middle of the water. There's a solitude that you can get out there, and when all you hear is some seagulls. It's an interesting thing how water absorbs sound like that. It's not something you would expect, being that close to the rest of the world around it. But it's worth checking out. If you haven't yet, get down there, go check it out. So you're not going to bring your own boat down there. You're not going to do anything like that. You're going to rent what they've got, or you just take advantage of walking and being around out there. But that's part of the beauty of it, is you don't have to deal with that. You don't have to load up the boat, back it down the boat ramp, and smash your shins on the dock, stub your toe and get splinters and all that good stuff. You can just go down there. You don't have to go far. It's right off the freeway. It's kind of one of those things that it's been right there the whole time, and we don't always take advantage of it. Like I said, when I was a kid, it was an afterthought. It was almost an eyesore, the Helms Pit. I love things like that, like finding out the easy getaway, the easy solitude is right there. It's easy to get to. I don't have to go far. It doesn't take a full tank of gas, which these days, can hurt us, right? Hurts the wallet. So if you've ever been out there to the Sparks Marina and done the paddleboarding and done some stuff out there, let me know. Drop a comment on our YouTube channel, Northern Nevada's Voice. I'm watching. Um, when you think about going outside, there's a cool spot that we used to go to as kids. That's a bit of a drive, but it's quite an incredible place. And I'm talking about Lahontan. They have a state recreational area. It's about 20 miles southwest of Fallon. So if you've ever spent time in Fallon, you know where I'm talking about. But Lahontan's another one of those areas that's kind of like a diamond in the rough. It has a stark beauty about it. It's not surrounded by tons and tons of trees, although there are trees around it. But that's a cool place to go. They have paved boat launches, so you can take your large boats out there, and it's a big waterway. Uh, I've got a friend that would take like one of those kind of souped up speedboats out there and have some fun. Go camping for the weekend. That's a relatively easy drive as well. And so Lahontan's an interesting place too, and I don't know if he still lives out there. I need to get in touch. There's an extreme skier back in the day named Glenn Plake, and he had this big monster mohawk, and he always like painted it neon green or neon orange and stuff like that. And we would see him out there with his speedboats, just having a ball. And Lahontan's kind of one of those lost places that people don't talk about very much. It can be dusty, so be prepared for that. Be prepared for the sand, but you can camp right on the beach. You can hang out. Most of the places to go out there, you don't even need 4-wheel drive. Most of those beaches, there are spots where you do need it. So be aware. Do some homework. Do your research. You don't need reservations. It's $15 a night for a Nevada plated vehicle. So super cheap, super affordable. So get outside this weekend. Do something cool with your weekend. If you've got some ideas, if you've got some thoughts, hit us up. Hit us up on our live feed on YouTube. Let us know where your favorite place to go is. I'd love to hear about it. Hey, we got Rudy and the Rude Dog Show coming up. Rudy just jumped in the station. Rudy, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. How you doing this morning?
Good, my man.
Good. You were talking about places to go see, and of course, I had to make the obligatory drive to South Lake Tahoe for the first time. That was quite interesting. The roads are extremely windy, and needless to say, people don't know how to drive. They're in a complete different world.
Right.
When you're in your car, that's your space. I get it, but be aware of people around you, for crying out loud. Don't just. And I ride a motorcycle, so.
Oh, geez.
So
yeah.
I have to be double sure and provide more distance between me and a semi.
You got to be
heaven
hyper
forbid.
aware.
Yeah, you got to be super aware. And if you have to turn your helmet, now you're doing it at 65 miles an hour, and it's like you're going to get whiplash, if you turn too fast to the left or to the right. So be safe out there. Watch out for motorcyclists. I'm not like a huge motorcycle advocate, but because I ride one, most people are like, you kind of turn, they wear these blinders on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a horse on a track. If they're older, you don't want them to see the other horses around them because they get distracted and spooked very easily, as horses do. Just be aware. Pull those blinders off. Just peel them back just a little bit, just enough so that way you can be aware of what's going on around you and not run into someone riding a motorcycle like me.
Especially these days, and we'll talk about this later, but we've got street vibrations coming up. There's tons of motorcycles on the road. Where do you come down on lane splitting? I know that it's illegal here, but people still do it.
I see people do it all the time.
Yeah.
I don't.
Good.
I will
right.
sit back behind a line of vehicles going westbound on the 80 just to be sure that someone doesn't cut me off and all of a sudden I'm toast.
Yeah.
Now
you got a one-way ticket to the hospital.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to be smashed and crushed and all that. I'm good. I'm going to stay behind the cars, just like I'm in an SUV or any other vehicle or truck, and I'm going to pace myself and I'm going to be steady. It's a little bit more interesting on a motorcycle though, because because it's so heavy, you have to find the center balance.
Yeah.
So you have to know when to stop, and so the bike doesn't do this number with the steering wheel. So you just have to be patient. I sit back. I don't lane split, and I feel sorry for those that do, that try.
Yeah.
to get through traffic. I'm not that guy.
Are you more of a performance motorcycle, more of a Harley guy? Where do you come on that?
Well, you know, I have owned a couple of not even well, I had one rice rocket, as they call them.
Right. I was trying to
It-
be
it
politically
was-
correct.
Well, I mean, because I like rice anyway. So rice is nice. So I had a GS 1000. It was a 79. So before electronic ignition, there were points ignitions. Most people don't know that. So I had the hardest time trying to get that thing in timing, but that's another story. And I got that thing to probably close to 100 before the front end just started to like shimmy just a little bit.
Just
And I
enough.
kind of backed off, said, yeah, no, I'm good. So that's the only rice rocket that I've owned. Outside of that, they were all kind of cruisers,
Yeah,
laid back
cruisers,
kind of
okay.
thing. Because you can have fun. You can have fun on either one. It depends on your style. What I call cab forward, where you have to lean down and over in front of the bike. I'm not a fan of that. I want to be able to just sit and just cruise. You know,
Just-
yeah, and feel good about it at the same time. But again, keeping your head on a swivel.
Especially here in where we live. I mean, the roads are beautiful. Whether you're driving up Tahoe or east out in the state, that stark beauty. Get off 80, you know, get on some of the smaller highways.
Yes.
And it's just gorgeous. This state it's unique.
There definitely is a lot to see. And if you're not out there enjoying this wonderful weekend, especially in the Tahoe area, or if you're going to like maybe Carson City or wherever, you're missing out. So get out there, get on the road, have fun, enjoy
Yeah.
yourself.
Absolutely. Well, Rudy's coming up next with the Rude Dog Show. Thanks for being here.
Hey, my pleasure.
Appreciate
Thanks
you,
for having
brother.
me. Yeah, last couple minutes to close out your wonderful show. Everybody should tune in to everybody's show here at 937 KBGF. Just saying.
And if you're on YouTube, keep watching. Rudy's up next.
All about the likes. I think I've been gone too long. It's been a whole 24 hours since I've been here at the station. Welcome to the Rude Dog Show. This is Rudy Reyes, 93.7 FM, KPGF. Lots of acronyms. Speaking of acronyms, the 76ers are a perfect acronym. When I say a perfect acronym, I mean they have signed one of the oldest players, if not the oldest player in the National Basketball Association. We talked about this yesterday, about LeBron's decision. And I think it boiled down to where he wants to play. And it's not about money. It was never about money. And I mentioned that yesterday. He's signing with the Philadelphia 76ers just earlier this morning. Now, you may think, not very shocking, and probably not. 4 teams later, okay, not bad. Won a championship with the Miami Heat. Helped the Miami Heat lead to the promised land. Helped the LA Lakers win a championship. Cavaliers, he won a championship. He stated that Cleveland will always be home because that's where he's from. LeBron James added that he planned to pursue other options on June 30th when he told the Lakers, look, it's been great. It's been real. It's been okay. Now, let's go back in time for just a little bit. Last year, Russell Westbrook was acquired in free agency. Well, I didn't think much of that. And to be honest with you, it's Russell Westbrook. So I don't think anybody thought a lot about that. Not to suggest that he doesn't deserve his flowers, because he certainly does. He does everything you need for him to do on the court, but it was not LeBron James' first choice. How do you do that? How do you recognize that? That I don't know. If you can't figure it out, then you haven't been watching. You haven't been watching LeBron. Well, you should be watching me now. I'm live, 937. I have a live stream at Rude Dog Reyes on X. Talk about LeBron James, talking about the NBA. We'll talk about some other things as well. But right now, this is the hottest thing going in sports. When I say the hottest, I mean LeBron James, okay, fine. He is not the guy he used to be, not the player he used to be. But more importantly, this is a player that could be something for Philadelphia. Even the governor got into it. All about LeBron James, all about him coming to Philadelphia. Now, this is where it gets interesting. And I said this yesterday, and it's still true even today, meaning that there are going to be those that want to win a championship now. It's now, all in now. But just because you sign LeBron James doesn't mean you're going to win now. Or does it? More often than not, we have a lot of players on rosters that, look good on paper. Field goal percentage. There's certain aspects to their game that just make them watchable, that make them likable, that make them and their fans want to go in to see them. Nothing wrong with that. I'm completely on the understanding that you have fans that may not want LeBron James in Philadelphia 76ers uniform, but they haven't won a championship in, since 93. That's a long time. I guarantee you Allen Iverson may have something to say about that. Good old AI was part of that. But you know who else was a part of this LeBron James sweepstakes? I think it's more like a lottery than a sweepstakes. Sweepstakes is more national, right? Sweepstakes means that you're going to win regardless of what state you're in. What you're betting on, whatever that is. Of course, this city, Reno, Nevada, Northern Nevada's voice, 93.7 KPGF, knows all about it. Lots of casinos, lots of gambling opportunities for those that do. And for those that don't, yeah, like me, I'm not a fan. I just don't partake in it. It's not for me. But apparently LeBron James was right for the 76ers in Philadelphia. Other teams wanted to be a part of that. His legacy. Where does he belong on the list? I mentioned yesterday that I believe LeBron James is the second best player in NBA history now. But he's getting older. And when you get older, you wake up, you feel the aches and the pains and you got the bends and your neck hurts or you slept wrong. I mean, there's a plethora of things we can all complain about. And these teams are going to complain too. Golden State Warriors were in the mix. Minnesota Timberwolves. And of course, the Denver Nuggets. Minus the dipping sauce. Sorry, I couldn't resist. They were all in the hunt for LeBron James. They all wanted in on this LeBron James lottery. Not to be confused with the NBA lottery where you pull numbers. Woohoo! It's like bingo at a town hall at a Knights of Columbus building somewhere in northeastern Ohio. LeBron James said on social media that he contemplated retirement. Well, of course he does. He has nothing left to prove to anybody. And maybe not even himself. Would he make a great coach? I don't know. Lots of players have tried that hand and have failed miserably. I'm not saying it's not the right decision to go into coaching if you're a former player, a former great, someone that you want to look at and emulate, look up to, model your game after, if you will. I know it sounds cliche, but it's true. In the end, LeBron James is still wanting to chase another championship. I can't say I blame him. Mind you, he's 41 years old. I'm 52 years old. Do you really think I want to get up and do all those rudimentary activities that they do day in and day out? No. I'm good, thanks. I'd rather go to a movie and eat some popcorn. However, LeBron James is a guy who's driven internally to be the best, to do the best, to play his best. And I mentioned this yesterday that his impeccable nature to put his hands out saying that was a foul and to cry to referees or whine saying, why didn't you see that? Why didn't you catch that? It'd be great if there was instant replay, and there kind of is after the fact, but only if the coaches want that and if the players are a proponent of saying, you know what? Yeah, I think it's a safe call to make. Now, when you think about money, do you really think LeBron James needs the money? I mean, is he going to be standing at a food house waiting for his loaf of bread? His box of milk? No, he's not doing it for money. Don't be ridiculous. He's doing this because he still wants to compete. That's an internal engine. That's motivation. I am motivated by doing the best that I can do, that I know how to do. I work within a framework of my own being. I'm asked, how do you do sports for 2 hours? That's easy. I've been doing this for 14 years. It's easy. I can wake up and have this conversation, even if I'm half asleep. Give me some coffee, maybe that's a different story. But LeBron James plays the sacrificial lamb, and that's himself. He's putting the team above who he is. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the championships. He certainly ranks up there with some of the all-time greats. But he doesn't need it. Does he want another ring? Well, of course. I'll give you another person who may want another ring, and that's Aaron Donald. Maybe coming out of retirement and playing for the team that he said he was leaving the game from, and that's the LA Rams. So it's not about age. It's about the willingness to compete at the highest possible level. And coming from high school that LeBron James had come from in Ohio, he knew the uphill battle, but he was ready. Just like Kobe Bryant was ready, exited high school. Phenom, McDonald's All-American, go team. And what happens? He ends up playing for the LA Lakers, wins multiple championships for the LA Lakers. I was listening to a track yesterday. Biggs was playing it. And it was from a 1992 Shaquille O'Neal song. No, he's not going to get any type of award for it. I don't think that would rank right up with any of the Larry O'Brien trophies that he has modeled after in his luxurious living room. But he kept winning and playing because he had that internal engine. Kobe Bryant kept playing because of that internal engine. And here we are. LeBron James playing for the 76ers with that same internal engine that got him to where he is right now. Good for him. I'm happy for LeBron James and maybe even the 76ers. However, I will say this for the record. Philadelphia is not a place for fans if you're not a Philadelphia fan. Does that make sense? Good. I thought it did. Not interested in other media outlets. I can guarantee you the same amount of coverage that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to get this year will be split up and divided with the 76ers. Why? Because LeBron James is there. Was there coverage before? Well, of course. How could you not? They're an NBA franchise. They're not the lovable losers. They're not the guys and the organization that has never won a title, never won a Larry O'Brien, never handed out an MVP award. Yeah, they have. They have. He states, quote, I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team. And I'm so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love. And Northeast Ohio will always home. I think he missed to be in there. But, to be or not to be, that's the question. This is his fourth team he's playing on, ladies and gentlemen. Fourth team. For those sports entrepreneurs, the ones out there who know what that means it's your fourth team could be your final team. Now, it's a different story for older players. We mentioned Aaron Rodgers yesterday and how old he is. And the fact that he's playing for his third team. First was Green Bay. Second was New York. Third was Pittsburgh. And he's there for his last year. Just like LeBron James says, and I quote, one last time. One last rodeo. One last go around. Of course, here in Reno, the rodeo is kind of a big deal, as you know. Big deal. Personally, I have my shindigs, and I could attend if I wanted to. But the rodeo and me, from a distance, thanks. But if I walked in with my straw hat and my boots on, that may be a little bit of a different story. I don't step into any horse manure, as my grandpa used to call it. And I hope that LeBron James himself doesn't step into manure. Because if he doesn't have the supporting cast, that's exactly what's going to happen. Egg on his face. And not because of money. That's probably a cheap egg while you're at it. Maybe a single A instead of a double A. And he could end up playing this 76ers organization into a double A affiliate unless he has that supporting cast around him to help him do what he wanted to do going to Philadelphia to begin with. LeBron James enters his 24th season. 24. That's the same amount of years as my son is today. Interesting. He left the Cavaliers to join the Heat and then returned to Cleveland in 2014 after leading the Cavaliers to their first title in 2016. So a lot to be said, literally, for LeBron James. We're live, KPGF 93.7 FM. Soon we'll be on two other bands. Well, at least one other I know of, 103.3, taking up the entire dial. I'm Rudy Reyes. We will be right back here on the Rude Dog Show. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Root Dog Show. We're live here, KPGF 93.7 FM here in Reno, Nevada, Northern Nevada's voice. I'm not the voice of Nevada's voice, but I am one of many between Valerie Ferrari, the Silver State of Mind, my show from 10 to noon, Natalia on Air, Late Lunch with the Lunch Lady. Now, that's an interesting oxymoron. Being Blunt with Biggs. Live Comedy Night with John Banks. Wide Open Talk as well from 8 to 9. So lots of great content, lots of great shows, and I appreciate you guys tuning in. You can find us on Northern Nevada's Voice on YouTube. Subscribe, like, share, all that good stuff. I want to start off on the other side of this break because they missed out on Leo Carlsson. Now, you don't know who Leo Carlsson. He's a 21-year-old Swedish center drafted overall by the Anaheim Ducks in the 2023 NHL draft. Now, that's interesting. And he's currently under contract. That's funny. Because that's the only Leo Carlsson that I know of. And we're not talking hockey quite yet, but at least not yet. Because the season is on its way. The cup will be in hand. The writing is on the cup. We will crown a new king of Lord Stanley's Cup. Don't you like that, mate? Okay. So I like how he pivoted. 76ers decided to sign LeBron James instead. Oops. I guess I'll take it. 76ers were not very good last year. I mean, they were over 500, and you can have that argument all day long. Lots of teams were over 500. That doesn't mean that you're going to get to the promised land. Doesn't mean you're going to receive and uphold that Larry O'Brien trophy. 76ers were 45-37 last year, just barely above 500. They're winners of 2 in a row, which didn't mean a whole lot, but it did round off part of the top 10. Interesting. So LeBron James didn't do it for money. But there were odds for LeBron James signing with different teams, which is funny. And maybe even like a slight parlay if that's your flavor. Like I said, I don't gamble, but I know what parlays are. And I've had enough sports gambling gurus on my show, on the RudDogShow.com, over my tenure. And the asking shared price, and this is hilarious, the Cavaliers, the Miami Heat, the Golden State Warriors, and Philadelphia 76ers. 76ers were only at 10 cents per share. The implied probability was 10%. And the winner, obviously, were the 76ers. That's funny. The final sharing price was lower than everyone else's, yet they're the ones who get LeBron James. So interesting. So at $8 million for LeBron James is like change in your ashtray. For him, he doesn't need it. He can put his kids through college 5 times. Each one 5 times with $8 million. I'll take a piece of that pie any day of the week and twice on Sunday. There's a player option as well as a part of the deal. I don't know if this is the sexiest move, but it's a very bold one. Very bold. It's like you like your coffee. No sugar, no cream, bold, black. The Heat and the Warriors dominated the early ongoing LeBron fest, as it were, hoping and praying they would get an opportunity. But when you look at what is on this roster currently, I think you may have something. except for maybe one player on this list. So it was a blockbuster with Jaylen Brown signing with another Eastern team, leaving the Boston Celtics, which I thought was a great move for Jaylen Brown. There were early mumblings and grumblings about his disgruntled nature of what role he played in that Celtics offense. But that is all for naught. He's paired with Tyrese Maxey, who's very good for Philadelphia. VJ Edgecombe, new guy, new player, but a good one. And then the jury is still out on Joel Embiid. And I say that not because he's not a nice guy or he's not a team player. I'm more concerned about his injury-prone nature, his inability to stay on the court as a part of the big man trio. It doesn't surprise me whatsoever. It would not surprise me to see him actually play throughout any given season, and all of a sudden, oops, my knee hurts. Ouch, I'm out. 2 to 3 weeks. Comes back to play. Oh, I'm injured again. And then that whole song by Britney Spears, oops, I did it again. And well, he gets injured a lot. A lot. He gets more injured than, heck, I do, even at 52 years old. But they're going to have rotating players. It's not about all Joel Embiid all the time. They're going to put him in there when they need to. LeBron James was taunted by the 76ers years ago, but for whatever reason, circumstances maybe, decided not to sign. And that's all right. Because now they have him, and now they're an actual contender. Not to suggest they weren't ready then, but they're more ready now. Again, complementary players do complementary things. This is a unit. This is not individual play. LeBron James didn't walk in the office with his hands and arms shuffling in, thinking, I'm the baddest man on the planet. Maybe at one time he was in his career. Yes, absolutely. He didn't need to force any type of deal. No sign and trade. He's there to help build a contender. Now, one thing about LeBron James playing in a Lakers uniform is that he wanted Anthony Davis, who at the time was with the New Orleans Pelicans. That's great. But he was still under contract. And that was tampering. Now, you can make the argument to say it wasn't tampering. But I say it was. I say it was. I had my buddy Mark Medina, who covers the Lakers, the Western Conference, but predominantly Lakers, Clippers. They're only separated by, I don't know, a few miles in LA, which is like equivalent to 4 hours in traffic. He just wanted to win another title. That's why LeBron James is there. There was no consolation tour. Oh, I'm done. Where are my flowers? Where's my ticker tape parade? LeBron James knows how to acquire talent. Whether or not he'd be a great GM is another story. I don't know that to be the case. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. But the kind of people that he's helped acquire for the Lakers, between Anthony Davis and a few other players, that kind of turned out well. Well, for the Lakers. coaching general managers were kind of contemplating, should I pull that trigger? Should I not? At 41 years old, LeBron James was never going to join a roster that was gutted, that had no talent whatsoever, had no up-and-coming guys at all, ever. There was no chance. I wouldn't consider it an opportunity either. Who wants to go with a bunch of losers? Or, for lack of a better term, who wants to play on a roster filled with newbies that have no NBA experience, that have no older guys on the roster? He's the oldest guy, and he's the most decorated on that roster. Speaking of decorated, we got to pay our flowers. KPGF 93.7 FM, Northern Nevada's voice. I'm Rudy Reyes on the RudeDogShow.com. We'll be right back.
This hour and every hour brought to you by Sign and Design Shop Reno at the corner of 4th and Eureka. Go down and say hello to Cheryl and Roland and get all your sign and design needs. This hour and every hour brought to you by Sign and Design Shop Reno.
Man, if that doesn't make you want to bang your head against the wall, I don't know what will. But you know what will help soften the blow? By listening to the show. And that's the RudeDogShow.com, live on KPGF 93.7 FM, Northern Nevada's voice. Talking about LeBron James today, not that I'm going to talk the entire time about LeBron James, but for the most part, we are. Why? Because this is a big deal. It's a big deal for him, for his family, his children, and the city of brotherly love, or as the Eagles would say it, the city of brotherly shove, with that indefensible, which should be, in my opinion, the way I see it, an illegal formation. Because basically it's an offset line. That's another time for another show. However, when I look at where Jaylen Brown kind of mixes in with the rest of this roster, he gives him a pretty good backcourt with Maxey and Edgecombe in correlation. And of course, if he can stay healthy, and that's Joel Embiid. LeBron James touched down in Philadelphia earlier. And of course, having dinner with current head coach and general manager of the Philadelphia 76ers, Nick Nurse. I think that when you look at the latter part of LeBron James's career, you look at some unforced errors. You could look at the balls turning over, maybe wrong position, wrong time, wrong person. He's not the player that he once was. And I'm not saying that because I'm a Lakers fan and all of a sudden I'm up in arms because LeBron James doesn't want to play in Los Angeles anymore. No. I've seen him play. I went to Summer League last year. I watched all the newbies. LeBron James was not there, was not in attendance. Didn't need to, didn't have to, and probably didn't want to. And I say that on the precipice of stating that he had the ability to spend his offseason how he wants to. I guarantee you, just like any other veteran in any other given sporting association or league, gives these older guys a little bit more time off. You could ask any given older sports player, and they'll tell you the very same thing. Yeah, I wanted a day off. I needed some extra rest. Does it help? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, it does. Extra help means extra time to recover mentally and physically. I think that LeBron James's reality could be a reality that he had never seen before. Yeah, sure. He traveled with other teams to take on the 76ers years ago, but not this time around. He will be in that arena. He'll be in Philadelphia playing with the 76ers. The Lakers fans are grumbling and mumbling right about now. How dare he leave Los Angeles? Wah, wah, wah. Because he wants to win. Is he going to be the guy in Philadelphia? Probably. At least for a very long time within the confines of his contract. And then we could hear the infamous, well, I'm going to do this one more time. The obligatory one more time. If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I'd be a millionaire. Just one more year. Just one more year. Just a little more for Santa Claus. Same concept. But if you believe in miracles, you can also believe that the Golden State rhetoric was actually a narrative at one time. Unfortunately, it wasn't. It was a mirage. It was being on a camel in the middle of the desert, hoping you'd find an oasis. Yet all you found was more dirt. And what's funny about this is that when you look at Golden State and trading for Anthony Davis, pushing the share price into being a possible contender with Stephen Curry still playing. You have some core guys that are still there under Steve Kerr. They wanted to build a super team. The problem is that the Golden State Warriors were basically going to head towards a financial nightmare if they try to throw any more bread at other players, namely LeBron James. So financially, was it feasible? No. But was it reality to say, well, we'll put our name in the hat. We don't know what we're going to get. What is that going to look like? Well, penalties, financial penalties, which ownership wants to stay away from at all costs. Why? Because it's a penalty. They have to pay double-digit thousands and thousands of dollars as a penalty because they didn't manage what they had available to them. And then if anybody had ever seen Indiana Jones, you think of the traps that he had to bear and go through. Well, it was a trap thinking that Miami was going to be the landing place. Their roster is not built to be a contender, at least not yet. Had they have kept Tyler Hero and a couple of other pieces, maybe, just maybe. But I don't know. I'd like to think that when you look at the teams like Miami, was it inevitable that LeBron James was going to be there because Miami's such an attractive place? Maybe, but he'd been there, done that before. Won a championship there before. Had the ability to do things that most players could only dream of while he was there in Miami. There was a lot of noise, but it was pumped and plugged in. Was not realistic at all. And what's funny, this is actually the funniest part about it all, is that LeBron James had a key to their lock. If he wanted to force more money, 100 million, let's say, 115 with a player option, he could have done that easily. Hands down, easily. But he chose the latter. Time to give LeBron James his flowers. I think he made the right move. He's just one of those guys who's already proved, been there, done that for his own benefit. But this team's different. Very, very different. This year is going to be very different for LeBron James. A situation that he is familiar with in one way and one way only. He knows how to go to different teams. Not only go to these teams, but win. That's the biggest part of all, is that he wins and he knows how to win. And he makes it known. Albeit for me to believe that he's this master guru of basketball. I think we've learned a valuable lesson here. And I'll wrap this portion up real quickly and easily. And for those that don't know, tune in. 93.7 KPGF, Northern Nevada's voice, right here in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. We learned from this is that where there's smoke, there's fire. Hopefully no fire in the kitchen. And if you have a fire, make sure you have a fire extinguisher. But despite the age that LeBron James is, and this is food for thought for everybody, corporations, businesses, program directors, executive producers, owners. Don't chase the smoke. Go to the source. If you find the source, you're going to get to where the heart of the fire actually is. There are a few things that the 76ers had that other people did not. Other players in the game did not. 76ers had the pieces, the aforementioned Tyrese Maxey, Joe Embiid, Edgecombe, and lots of other up-and-coming talent on this roster. So the pieces were there. As far as cap space is concerned, they had it. They had it. They knew they had it. They didn't know they had LeBron James, but they knew they had the cap space. And they valued LeBron James in such a way that perhaps LeBron wasn't even aware of. Because LeBron James himself already knew what he needed to do, what he had to do. What was something that was a part and innate of who LeBron James is, paired up well with the ideologies of what the 76ers wanted to do. So that's value. The fact that he has, he's a billionaire, that doesn't hurt. Having multiple championship rings doesn't hurt. Making him not even remotely or even close to monies that other people and other players are getting on their respective rosters. And that's okay. Because again, he's not doing this for the money. Not about the money. It's about him doing it for another championship run and to collectively win with the guys that are currently on this roster who have the same exact mindset. No one is going to go to a field, a golf course, clay tennis, football field, NBA court, and want to lose. They are all there to win. They are going to compete at the absolute highest level possible. Why? Because that's what they get paid to do. And if it was done for free, if an NBA team called me right now and said, Rudy, do you want to be a part of this organization? We're going to pay you nothing, but I want you to be on this roster. I would say yes. Maybe the laughing stock of the NBA, but at least I could say I played for an NBA team in maybe what? A quarter, maybe a clutch three. I don't know. I mean, I do have a pretty good shot, I must say. When you look at the large media landscape, it looks pretty appealing for some that are in it and some that are not. I've been a part of mainstream media myself, have been for a very long time. But when you get to the root of what an ecosystem actually is, that's exactly where we're at right now. For teams looking at trading right now, got to have your cards. And you got to show them when you're ready to show them, not when the other team wants you to show them, because it's not going to work that way. Got to hold them till you know them. Make sure that you understand that when it comes to contracts and inside tweeting and, Anthony Davis's trade conversation, the guy, again, injured. He was less injured with the Los Angeles Lakers than he was with any other team, including the New Orleans Pelicans. Why? Conditioning, flexibility, mentality, approach to the game. If you're not mentally tough to tackle any given season in any national sporting league of any kind, you may as well go on vacation. Maybe Hawaii. I like Hawaii myself, personally. I don't know what Mr. Biggs likes, but I like Hawaii. Give me the Big Island. Maui's good. Maui's fun. Even Biggs. He's throwing in the laughter this morning, ladies and gentlemen, live on 93.7 FM KPGF. I'm Rudy Reyes on the Rude Dog Show, part of Northern Nevada's voice here at the Reno Town Mall. We got windows all around us. If you haven't stopped in, you should. Or stop by and say hello. When you look at contracts and players, does the shoe foot the bill? Does the money equalize the amount of playmanship that you're going to get from any given NBA player, NFL player, NCAA, NIL money? Are they worth, or a better euphemism for those that don't know, is the juice worth the squeeze? Are they worth being paid that kind of money when their contract is riddled with commas? When you look at trading pools and the participants within those pools, and you don't need to lighten your coverage because Clutch Sports decides to declare something. I don't think that this is a misprice by any means by the 76ers acquiring LeBron James. This is more about where LeBron James wanted to be based on everything I just mentioned. Now, the 76ers last year were not a very good team. They had lost against the Suns by 6, Rockets by 6, by 3 against the Knicks, who eventually ended up being the Larry O'Brien winners, winning a championship in New York. Or that was Oklahoma, to travel back home with a ticker tape parade. Lost against the Hornets, 130-93. So there were some games they were close in, and some of the games that they won. But the teams they were supposed to beat, they just didn't do it. Last year against the Lakers, they lost by 4. Lost against the Trailblazers, who, by the way, Trailblazers were not very good. Also 7th in the West versus being 7 in the East, like the 76ers. But there's so much to like about this new 76ers team. I'm thinking maybe the Lakers figured this out. Let's get rid of an older player who, by the way, has done a lot for Los Angeles. Does a lot for his community still in Cleveland, Ohio. You never forget your hometown. That's where it all started. How do you not pay homage to your city, your state? My question is whether or not he's a Browns fan or if he's a Bengals fan. For his sake, maybe neither one. Who knows? So when you look at the general manager moves and things that have gone on throughout this trade conversation, Rich Paul quoted as stating to ESPN, LeBron wants to compete for a championship. He knows the Lakers are building for the future, and he understands that. But he values a realistic chance of winning it all. But we got to win it all here. We got to pay some folks. Rudy Reyes on the RudeDogShow.com, 93.7 FM, KPGF, Northern Nevada's voice.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround. Real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Oh, I like the music. Not gonna lie. Little calm, little beat going on there, and the beat goes on, just like it does here on KPGF 93.7 FM, on Northern Nevada's voice. I'm not the voice. I'm just one of many here at this wonderful station. Got a lot of great shows. Valerie Ferrari. You may test drive one. I've never test drove a Ferrari, but if I did, I would have to go to a dealership and they'd have to have me sign over my first of kin just to hold the keys, not to get in the vehicle, just to hold the keys. Speaking of the keys of the kingdom now belong to LeBron James. And what's funny is that LeBron James isn't doing it for the money, honey. He's doing it because he wants to. He's doing it because he sees the potential in the current roster that enables him to do exactly what he needs to do. Now, by contrast, the Lakers departed from having LeBron James in the financial bosom that is the Lakers. So when you look at the regular season, there were injuries to Luka Doncic. Austin Reeves had to come in and play significant time, who signed a lucrative 4-year, $185 million max extension, which basically robbed LeBron James and the Lakers of a chance to compete with serious potential last spring. LeBron James led the Lakers past the Houston Rockets in the first round before their season was upended by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Questions surrounding the Lakers and the $50 million cap space would be renouncing their bird rights to LeBron. Now, they could have done a variety of things with the money that they had and maybe re-sign James, maybe a max contract. Sure. I probably would have considered that, and maybe they did. But LeBron James expressed interest to go play somewhere else. And that's fine. He can play someone else. He can play somewhere else with someone else. But more importantly, there are a lot of moves. They kicked off free agency by making moves at $130 million in a trade agreement to land Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz. And they followed up with signing Quentin Grimes, Sandro Mamukelashvili, and Colin Sexton, effectively resetting their team around two staple pieces between Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. I think the Lakers needed a health movement, a younger demographic set of younger players in order to keep the youth movement going. Don't forget, San Antonio Spurs, young roster. Oklahoma City Thunder, young roster. And then there are the 76ers, who, throughout their infinite wisdom, went the other direction. But what they did is they exercised two different things. They intertwined the youth and the older generation to come in and take over for this roster, which is a good idea. But will it work out? Biggest question. Will this team in Philadelphia become that team of destiny? I think it really all depends on the chemistry that all these guys have, that they can all put together between them all. Now, if LeBron James decides to retire after the season is done, he can do so. He has a player option. So that gives him the power to veto any further action and say, you know what, I'm good. I think I'm going to retire. Or I'm going to stay, but I want an incentive. That could work too. Works both ways. Either way, Philadelphia has set themselves up to win now and maybe even later. I think it's regardless as to whether or not he wants to keep playing or not. Kind of funny when you think about players that are on the edge of, oh, no, I'm good. And those that say, yeah, I'm in it for the long haul. I'm in it forever. 65 years old and still on an NBA roster. I don't see that. I just don't see that. It's a nice thought, like if you want a 65-year-old on your roster. But in all seriousness, I think LeBron James potentially could have made the right move with the money that he was given. Could he stay? Could he go after this season is over with? It's hard to say. The Lakers chose the latter, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. So if you break down the financial components of this, if you really want to break it down into simple terminology to understand, they signed Zaire Williams, who's a forward, to a contract, no numerical value, at least not based on the information I have. Nick Smith Jr. is a guard, re-signed for the rest of the season. Austin Reeves re-signed to a contract. I think we know what that looks like. Jaden Hardy was traded to the Lakers from the Washington Wizards in exchange for draft considerations, including DeAndre Ayton. So Ayton didn't play as much of a large role within this Lakers system And I didn't think that he would. I thought this move was more about filling the voids. It's like seeing drywall and just patching this little spot in the wall when the hole's the size of a car. DeAndre Ayton did not play the way that I expected him to play. And I'm sure, guaranteed, Lakers ownership was scratching their head thinking, okay, well, he's got to go. So youth movement, number one in Jaden Hardy. Then there's Colin Sexton, shooting guard. Signed a 2-year deal, $19 million. Perimeter defender, playmaker. He adds depth. That's a lot of money for a depth charted guy. But again, you're as good as your bench. And that goes throughout sports in general. Quentin Grimes, shooting guard, 4-year, $60 million deal. Known for playmaking and perimeter defense. I like his D. He's a kind of a pickpocket, if you will. It brings a lot of scoring diversity and versatility as to what the Lakers need. I'll call him SM because his last name is very hard to pronounce. Sandro Mamu Kalashvili. Try to say that 10 times fast. Signed as a free agent to a 4-year, $52 million deal. His whole name's going to take up like the majority of his spot on the back of his jersey. Not going to have room for any sponsorships. May have to go onto his sleeve or down the side. I don't know. But he's a solid 6-man. He averaged almost 11.4 points and 5 rebounds and almost 40% from 3 in Toronto. Wow, with the Raptors. Now, this is where it gets even more interesting. Walker Kessler. Now, I remember watching Kessler playing with the Jazz. Lakers gave up a draft pick, including a first-round unprotected pick in 2031 and 33. Also, as if that didn't butter your bread, first 4-round swaps in 28 and 2030. Kessler, 7'2", outstanding shot blocker, rebounder, 4-year deal, $130 million with a player option and a trade kicker. Thought we were playing basketball, not soccer, with a trade kicker, but who am I? Right now, the Kessler deal is the centerpiece of a front court rebuild by Los Angeles in hopes of replacing a very good shooting guard in LeBron James. And could be a key piece to build around as time progresses. And then don't forget free agency during that entire process. Could he be the key piece to help the Lakers get back to winning ways for Lake Show? Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it quite yet. I'm not all in on the Lakers. Not yet, anyway. I think when you look at Los Angeles, as well as the Clippers, you could put them in the conversation too. They're trying to go big. And in this case, go big or go home. And they can stay home. They're both in LA. They can stay in their respective areas. The changes made to this roster wasn't all because LeBron James decided to leave and go to Philadelphia. But the Lakers decided to go with discarded players and players that weren't wanted or warranted or slated to be that key piece of any given NBA team's organization within their roster. But sometimes another man's trash is another man's treasure. Could these be the guys? We're going to find out. The Lakers brought in Smith Jr., who originally was drafted by the Charlotte Hornets in 23, but waived. He averaged 8 points, 1.8 rebounds, 1.8 assists in 111 games. That sounds like a death move. Doesn't sound like a move for the future that the Lakers will build around by any means. Smith will join Christian Koloko and Chris Manning on two-way contracts. So now there are 3 with two-way contracts. The Lakers also picked up Watson and Williams. Watson played in 9 career NBA games, all of which were with the New York Knicks last season. He was waived after playing a total of 22 minutes. 22 minutes. My show's longer than 22 minutes, and I'm not waived yet. What does that say for him? I don't know. Williams has a little bit more experience in 47 games and 4 starts over 3 seasons. And he's going to hold his limited role in the preseason lineup. But at the same token, the Lakers decided to make some cuts, which doesn't surprise me, like at all. Doesn't surprise me. Because you have to cut the fat. Arthur Kaluma and Jaron Cumberland. They were cutting them for Jones and Eric Dixon. And then they were cut to bring in Watson and Williams. I mean, a 24-hour turnaround for getting players and then getting rid of them? Sound like you had your toilet stopped up for a minute. And it took you a little bit of time to get it unplugged. That's how fast this happened. I think there are a couple guys in that roster that want to compete with Luka Doncic. Now, don't forget, Luka came in from a Dallas Mavericks team where he was the superstar. He was the key piece. Dallas probably shot themselves in the foot multiple times when that deal came to fruition, especially when they decided to visit Dallas during last season. Pelinka is willing to keep his promise to Doncic and to build a roster around him. Then you have to build it around Austin Reeves as well. You want to compete for a title every single year, regardless of the pieces you have. But if you have to move those pieces, trade those pieces, assign two-way contracts, whatever it takes for these guys to be a part of your system, you either do one of two things. You either get building blocks around them to help them thrive to be the best that they can be at the respective level that they are in. And that is, yes, you must. If you don't do it, you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt. There's going to be more issues that are unforeseen unless you get the right pieces surrounding the guy you want to build around. Period. End of story. The front office, like any other NBA front office, is trying to do everything humanly possible to put the right people in the right positions to do the right thing, and that is to win. The right thing is to win. But before you do that, the right way to win is by getting the right pieces so you can win. Sounds easy, right? Well, of course it does. Other teams have tried very similar things. The Lakers did it last year with Russell Westbrook. Keeping LeBron James, keeping a few older players because they're seasoned vets. It was more about skill set than it was age for the Lakers. Unfortunately, when you look at where the Lakers are right now, are they better off without LeBron James? That's the question. I pose that question to you, the listeners of KPGF 93.7 FM, Northern Nevada's voice, right here in the biggest little city in the world, and that is Reno, Nevada. What would the story have been if LeBron James stayed in Los Angeles? What would be the narrative? Does he want to compete for one more ring, one more chance, one more opportunity? Yeah, maybe. Maybe so. What would this team look like with LeBron James in? Would they have acquired all the aforementioned talent that they needed before? Especially when LeBron James decided to just, I don't want to say get up and leave. That sounds so brash. Like it took him 5 exit interviews just to leave the building, just to have an opportunity to board the plane that would take him to Philadelphia. Pelinka said, quote, "The first thing we want to do in terms of LeBron and his future is to give him absolutely all the respect to choose his history with his family in terms of how many years he's going to continue to play. We would love a LeBron story would be retired, where he would be retired as a Laker. That would be a positive story, but not to be the case, not to be it at all. LeBron James decided to choose going to a different team, different city, different organization, but with one key piece of that framework, all inclusive, and that is to win. How do we win? What do we do to win? What is a winning mentality? What does that look like? Are we going down the right rabbit hole? Are we going head first into a traffic collision? That remains to be seen. I think the Lakers are better off with the retooling component than they would have been to try to re-sign LeBron James. Why? Because other teams are getting younger. But is youth the real answer to all of this? No, it is not. It is not. Nope. Youth is only, I'd say, 70% of what it takes to win an NBA title. 70%. Chime in on Northern Nevada's voice, 93.7 KPGF FM. I believe that the other 30% means that you have the tools around you, which means the pieces, the people, the players with the right mindset, with the right work throughput. And numbers don't lie. Numbers indicate exactly who you are as a sports athlete. Your production is there. Your numbers will reflect that. That in turn should be reflected on the money that you get, the money you receive, the contract you've earned. Make no mistake that the Lakers themselves are probably breathing a sigh of relief in some capacity. Maybe not in every way, but in some capacity. And what I mean by that is that when you want to win, sometimes you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And in this case, that's exactly what they did. They broke the ability for LeBron James to come back with max contracts for other players, if that's the direction they're going to go. Conversely, when you look at the 76ers, do they have the right pieces? Well, it look good on paper. Even money looks good on paper. Doesn't mean it is. It's up to you and what you do with it. That's a big difference. Big, big difference. I think of the 76ers as an up-and-coming team, not because simply they have LeBron James, no. But they're an up-and-coming team because they are going about this the right way. No, I'm not a Philly fan. But I am a fan of teams making the right decisions to do the right things. For those they feel, for those they believe, have the capability of adding value to their team, adding value to a mentality that needs to be shared across the board. LeBron James is that guy to help facilitate what that looks like, what that sounds like. In no way, shape, or form do I believe that LeBron himself has any ill feelings towards the Lakers, but the relationship was certainly frayed just a little bit. Just a little bit. Enough to shake Rob Pelinka's tree, general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers, and say, well, we might need to rethink this strategy and the strategy. And it's reflectant of his comments in regards to LeBron James. They weren't jabby. They weren't innuendo based. They were true. They were honest and straightforward. As much as Rob Pelinka would have wanted LeBron James to retire as a Laker, that would have been great for the Lakers. But would that have worked out for LeBron James? Now, is there a legacy that LeBron James is trying to chase? Yeah, probably. I think he's trying to replace, I don't know, maybe some of the noise that he's heard over this time. He's trying to win more championships than Michael Jordan, maybe. But would you have somebody who wants to play, who wants to compete, who shows how competitive they actually are? Not based on just because I'm saying so, but because I've been there, done that. That holds a lot of weight in an NBA locker room. It holds a lot of weight on the floor. And it holds a ton of weight with the organization overall. I don't think that LeBron James has any ill feelings towards the Lakers. This is just a business move. Maybe part of that is a personal move. At Lakers Media Day, Luka Doncic was asked if he feels way more comfortable now that he has a full preseason and a full season ahead. Luka has learned a lot since coming over from Dallas. He's learned that he has to play defense. Not to suggest that he didn't play defense while he was in Dallas, but he was the shooter. He was the guy from three. He was the dagger. The dagger shooter. How can you go wrong with that? Mentally, personally, what does that look like for him moving forward in a Lakers uni with all the other complementary pieces surrounding him? Nobody knows. But it will be written. We will see it visually, what Luka brings without LeBron James and how this front court's going to look without LeBron. Think about that. This new team is going to have a lot of different looks to them. Maybe more dimensional views. Maybe the ones we didn't see coming. Fast break opportunities, not turning the ball over unnecessarily when they're trying to score. All that works against you in the biggest way. And then you go back to the 76ers. Do they have the star power? Do they have what they need to be a contender? I think they do. They're more of a contender now than they probably have been in the last, I don't know, since he won their last championship. A lot to be said for that. Don't forget the new president of basketball operations is Mike Ainsey, who was a runner-up to LeBron James and Ohio's Mr. Basketball in 2001, brought Dean Wade with him from the Cavaliers. And the 76ers got a steal in Anfernee Simmons. They also added LeBron Filon. If you believe that, Dominic Barlow and Adem Bona coming up as well. So they have the depth, they have the pieces, but can they make them work? You know, that old Rubik's Cube? Some people used to cheat and take the stickers off of them so that way they could say they mastered the Rubik's Cube. Imagine if those colors were not able to be taken off of that cube, if they were embedded in every single piece on it. You think people would try to cheat? They wouldn't even think about it. Oh, look, I lined up all the green. Or I lined up all the red. I don't play that game. Do it right or don't do it at all. When LeBron James left Los Angeles, he thought to himself, I'm sure probably on a plane, headed to Philadelphia, man, could the Lakers have given me more money? Could they do exactly what I want them to do? Can I somehow manipulate those numbers to make them work for what I need them for? I'm sure that and more was running through his mind, but ultimately decided, nah, they can't. I mean, he doesn't know their books. He doesn't know how much they can afford. That's silly. Yeah, the relationship was frayed between him and the Lakers. Yeah, okay, fine. But when you make horrible business moves like Russell Westbrook, who basically did nothing, the DeAndre Ayton move, which did nothing, and a few other horrible trades, I'll be honest with you. If there was a choice to keep, or excuse me, let me back up. If you had the opportunity or the ability to either trade off Anthony Davis and bring in another player, or was the Anthony Davis move viable? That brought Luka Doncic basically to LA. If I was Luka Doncic, I would have asked for a Supermax contract. So he gets his bag. Austin Reeves got his bag. So all these players with all this different money, and I don't think that Austin Reeves robbed LeBron James, at least not blindfolded. It wasn't robbery. It wasn't a highway robbery. It wasn't even a bank robbery. It wasn't even taking candy from a baby. No. The Lakers had a feeling, and it wasn't indigestion. They had a feeling with some antacids that perhaps LeBron James was going to exit anyway. Question is, did the Lakers do the right thing by letting him go? The answer, yes. I think they did. They did the right thing by the organization to let him go. They did the right thing by LeBron James allowing for him to depart and move to another team because that's what he wanted. Lakers fans will always be thankful. Just like Browns fans. They'll be glad that LeBron James is there too. Maybe that'll give him a little bit more spotlight. I don't know. But LeBron James did a lot for the Lakers organization. He has a value and a realistic chance to help the 76ers team win, just like he did for the Lakers, just like he did for the Heat, and he did the same thing for his hometown team, the Cleveland Cavaliers. The 8-year partnership probably didn't do a whole lot to affect Jeannie Buss or maybe even Rob Pelinka. But the Lakers will always be a part of his legacy. LeBron James creates legacies wherever he goes because that's just who he is. He's a legacy builder, helping people around him also have great legacies. All the players on those respective teams that he won championships on will also be remembered for what piece LeBron James did to help them win a championship. And they get their wonderful ring, which I think, by the way, if you're talking NBA rings, some of them are a little bit audacious and a little gaudy, but that's just me. I don't like gaudy. I like flashy to an extent, but I don't like gaudy. Gaudy and me don't mix. But LeBron, certainly a guy who wants to be a part of this organization and made the decision to be a part of this 76ers organization that made it so delectable for 76er fans that they are really welcoming LeBron James with open arms. I'm surprised they don't have a championship, well, not a championship run, but to welcome him with open arms. Open arms, taking breaks. We got to do that here too. And hopefully not an NBA injury. This is Rudy Reyes, KPGF 93.7 FM, Northern Nevada's voice. We'll be right back.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Smooth music. That was put me to sleep. Biggs over there controlling the audio for me on the RudeDogShow.com. KPGF 93.7 FM, Northern Nevada's voice. Don't forget 1400 AM and 103.3 FM on your dial. Yes, your dial, a literal dial, digital or analog. Take your pick. I kind of like the analog, but digital's cool too. I'm a little bit of old school, a little bit of rock and roll. That's just how it works here on the Rude Dog Show. I want to wrap up this show with a few more tidbits of information. Now, LeBron James is a guy that we all know. Not everybody loves him. Opposing teams don't, because they know what he brings. They know what is available to him, what arsenal. He's fast. He's balanced. He knows how to take care of himself. He spends over $1 million annually taking care of his body alone. That's a lot of money. And that's a lot of time. His ability to rival through injuries, aches, pains, tears, bumps, and bruises just shows that he is inevitable. So the key word for today is inevitable, because that's who LeBron James is. His fervor, what he plays with, what tools he brings, how he feels about himself mentally, emotionally, it's all tied together in a nice little bow. A bow that the Philadelphia 76ers are going to have to figure out how to untie and make it work to their advantage, especially this season. Now, this is a win-all situation, more so for LeBron James than it is for the franchise. I'm not saying that because LeBron James is the best version of who he is. Maybe he is in the older demo, but maybe not so much in the wear and tear factor. How much will he play? How much time will he play? When will they put him in? When will they take him out? How many minutes will LeBron James actually and realistically play? All that, it's not my decision. And I don't get paid to make that decision. That's why Nick Nurse gets paid to make those decisions. Clearly, he listens to his players. All coaches need to be a player's coach. How else are they going to connect with their players? If you're not a player coach, forget about it. Why bother being a coach if you're not there to help your players become a better version of themselves, for the betterment of themselves first, and then the betterment of their team and their franchise? I look at Philadelphia as the up and rising team with a mix and hodgepodge of older and newer players. Kind of how the Lakers looked last year. Imagine. But this is a different type of chemistry within the 76ers franchise. It's different for LeBron James as well. He'll be facing off against an Eastern foe, more Eastern foes than Western foes. LeBron James will find himself in states of conundrum. Maybe he'll be one of those guys that ends up winning it all at the end to be the guy they needed after all. The one they needed to help propel them to lead the rest of these younger players to the promised land, to win a title. I guarantee you, AI is going to be in there somewhere. He'll be attending games. He'll be speaking to LeBron James. He'll probably give LeBron James some insight about the 76ers as a franchise, as a team. Does he know all these newer players? Probably not, or not as well. But he does understand the system because he played in it. AI is one of the best to never win a championship. One of the best. Patrick Ewing reminds me of another guy. But this is Rudy Reyes on the Rude Dog Show, KPGF 93.7 FM, 1400 AM, and 103.3 FM, Northern Nevada's voice. You can find me at Rude Dog Reyes on X, Instagram, Rudy R. Reyes, Facebook. And don't forget, we have a plethora of fabulous shows, not only during the week, but during the weekend. Sundays, we have Urban Gospel, Tornado Alley to Cali. Actually rhymes. That's pretty good. Then don't forget, Monday, DJ Hike Mix. Valerie Ferrari with All Gas and No Brakes. Silver State of Mind. My show, 10 to noon. Ken's Bulls and Bears. That's interesting. State Your Case. DJ Teddy P. Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Stamped with Luck Pita. In the Chair with Envy the Truth. And Faces of Success Radio with Pearl. So that is a pretty darn good laundry list of shows that are here and only here on KPGF 93.7 FM, Northern Nevada's voice. I am Rudy Reyes. Go to therudedogshow.com. Check out a lot of great stuff I have collected over the years. Players I've interviewed, things I've done, places I've been to, red carpets I've had the pleasure of stepping on. Reminds me of a moment, and I'll share this with you real quick before I exit. When Micah Parsons was part of the Dallas Cowboys franchise in Oxnard, playing in Ventura, California. Now, I understand players want to wear jewelry. That's great. He broke his necklace while he was practicing. And I asked him, I said, hey, you need help putting it on? He says, no, it's broke. I said, oh, well, that's a bummer. He says, yeah, I'm not going to wear jewelry anymore to training camp because every time I wear it, it breaks or I lose it. Well, he didn't lose anything. Of course, he was upended by injury being sent to the Green Bay Packers, another NFC opponent to the Dallas Cowboys, and now facing off against Dak Prescott. I want to see where he ends up on the list of comeback players because he was injured, but did so well in a Green Bay Packers uni as a pass rusher and a one-man wrecking crew. And more so on display in Dallas because they didn't have that. He was the man. So hopefully he'll be a part of that roster and healthy and ready to go. But with that, I'm Rudy Reyes. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. Without you, I would not be here. That goes to all my listeners from my times as a traffic and weather reporter on iHeartRadio to those that just support me and root me on. Make sure you subscribe to Northern Nevada's Voice on YouTube. Like, subscribe, share it. We appreciate it, and we thank you for it. And with that, I'm signing off. I'll see you guys on Monday. Same time, same channel, and that's 93.
Okay. This is Natalia, and I'll be your alien reporter. Um, Thank you for being here, friends, amigos. We're going to do a very fun show, and let's start dividing it into sections. Let's do a fun English introduction, and then we'll do a Spanish version of the what's happening around the world. Okay. Today, I'm bringing two galactic investigations about the top of the week. One is about freedom, and the other one is about work. Okay, so let's start with that. According to our latest investigation, several women at political conference in the United States said they would gladly let their husbands cast their family's vote because they believe their husbands represent the family well. Also, some expressed support for the idea of a single household vote. The Galactic Council immediately opened an investigation, not because of what they said, but because we couldn't figure out who was stopping them before. So let's start there. We couldn't find why or where this problem began. We searched every continent, not evidence. We searched Congress, nothing. We searched husbands, mostly confusion. We searched wives. Some reply, we have always voted the same way. Others replied, absolutely no. And we still haven't figured out what really happened with this vote. Who is stopping women for talking about vote with their husbands, and why this is a national, even an international conversation right now? The, the investigation became much more interesting because this wasn't only about the family choosing to vote together. Some people start an argument about not the individual, but how the family should become a political unit at the very same time. And outside of the building, other people were screaming freedom. So we figured out what was happening here. Apparently, both sides are arguing about freedom. One defend that freedom is the idea of the whole family choosing one path. And for other people, freedom means every individual gets to choose their own path, even inside the same family. It's crazy because the world is identical and the definitions are not. So we were very confused about what's going on since we are official aliens. And we start to open a more deep investigation. And the legal analysis confirmed that there is currently no law in United States preventing women to talk to their husbands about which people they should select for a politician. It looks like humans have an extraordinary ability to invent conflicts about freedoms they already possess. And this conversation is happening in multiple places around the US. And outside the US, in Latin America, everybody's wondering if this is just a personal choice that some women are deciding to take, or if this is a national or an international motion in which one group will take the freedom of the other groups. Let's see. What do you guys feel about the two ideas of freedom? Should a family always work and think together, or should each individual inside each family have the freedom to take their own path? This is what everybody is discussing right now in USA. And it's very interesting because women are also talking about not going to work anymore and staying home. And that is also a freedom that women have if that's what they choose. The question is, why are we keep being a conversation about freedoms that people already possess? Let's see. Because we still don't know which definition will shape the future of the United States. Let's talk about this part in Spanish. Según nuestras recientes investigaciones en el planeta Tierra, varias mujeres en una conferencia política en Estados Unidos estaban proponiendo que con gusto ellas dejarían que sus esposos emitieran el voto por ellas, porque consideraban que ellos podrían representar bien o mucho mejor los intereses del hogar. Algunas incluso expresaron su apoyo a la idea de un voto único familiar. El Consejo Galáctico abrió inmediatamente una investigación, no por lo que dijeron, sino porque no lográbamos descubrir quién se los estaba impidiendo. Si lo piensan bien, no hay ninguna ley o no hay ningún impedimento en que alguien decida a quién se debe votar y se le pregunte a sus esposos, a sus abuelos, a sus tíos, a sus profesores. Pero al parecer, un grupo ha decidido volver este comentario algo nacional. Y estamos buscando qué es lo que pasa. Buscamos en todos los continentes sin evidencia, buscamos en el Congreso nada, buscamos entre los esposos y principalmente encontramos confusión. Algunas mujeres respondieron que estaban de acuerdo con que se cambiara el voto y otros simplemente dijeron que siempre han votado igual. Algunas dijeron que querían tener sus votos sí privados y que creían que se podía hacer de esta manera. La investigación se volvió más interesante porque la palabra libertad en Estados Unidos es una palabra muy fuerte y los dos grupos traen dos conceptos diferentes sobre la misma palabra. En un grupo, libertad significa la posibilidad de que todos los miembros de la familia vayan por un mismo camino. El otro grupo está defendiendo una idea totalmente diferente. Y la idea que está defendiendo es que cada individuo tenga la posibilidad de tener su camino individual. ¿Cuál de los conceptos de libertad será el que va a ganar? Eso es lo que estamos pensando. Es muy curioso porque los humanos parecen estar creando problemas sobre problemas que no tienen o sobre problemas que no existen. Porque por más que investigamos, ninguna persona tiene la prohibición de consultarle a otro por quién podría votar. Okay, so let's see if we can go back. The other case I have today is the case of disappearing jobs. So humans spent the last 200 years building an entire civilization around jobs and are now investing billions of dollars trying to invent machines so nobody has to do them anymore. 200 years where we built an entire system with the idea that everybody has to work under a specific requirement. And right now, the president and the most illustrated people of the government have decided that AI and robots should be the future of the country. So millions of Americans are asking the same question. If AI takes my job, who am I? Men, Latin America, and salary workers report a very different reaction. They simply ask, so does that mean I can finally get some sleep? We have identified a fascinating cultural anomaly. In some groups, work became identity, and in others, work is simply something you survive. Our historians became curious about how humans organize this system, And apparently, they gather hundreds and sometimes thousands of complete strangers inside one building for approximately 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. They will collaborate and compete, attend meetings, and pretend to enjoy birthday cakes. Request permissions to use the bathroom. We have observed this creation and classified this as a low security prison invented by humans to live by humans. It was, and it is called the office and work. And naturally, this is the most fascinating investigation. Keeping large groups of stressed humans together for years created conflicts. And they solved this issue, inventing an entire department dedicated to making the workplace healthier, called human resources. According to thousands of anonymous Earth employees, our investigation became especially triggered by one profession: human resources. We try to talk to most people that work at these places, and they said repeatedly, HR isn't here to protect you, and HR is here to protect the company. We attempt to invite somebody to the show from HR, but unfortunately, no one from HR returned any of my calls, so here we are. That's one of the most fascinating inventions after work was created, the Human Resources Department. Our economists then noticed something extraordinary. Artificial intelligence is now replacing the job whose job was managing the human resources. The people working at HR report not happy or good emotions after this AI has been implemented in their companies. The irony has been classified as Category 7. Meanwhile, air governments continue announcing ambitious plans to bring manufacturing jobs back home, while also proudly investing in machines that will eventually perform many of the same jobs. The Galactic Council has stopped trying to understand this strategy. We are simply taking notes. Our historians have one final observation. For centuries, humans introduced themselves by answering one question: what do you do? Artificial intelligence may soon force humanity to answer a much older question: who you are. Okay? And this is the part of the AI job case in English, and we are going to report for the Spanish speakers. Entonces, hasta el momento tenemos la siguiente historia. Los humanos hemos desarrollado una civilización por 200 años enfocada en el trabajo. Y ahora hay billones de dólares invertidos para que las máquinas trabajen y los humanos no tengan que hacerlo más. Eso incluye la inteligencia artificial reemplazando el trabajo. A través de Estados Unidos, muchos humanos parecen estarse haciendo la misma pregunta. Si AI toma mi trabajo, ¿quién soy yo? Mientras tanto, las comunidades latinas se hacen una pregunta muy diferente. Si AI toma mi trabajo, eso significa que por fin voy a poder descansar. Lo que se identifica con estas respuestas es que los grupos crearon identidades muy diferentes. Para un grupo, trabajar es su identidad, mientras que para el otro grupo, trabajar es algo que se tiene que hacer para sobrevivir. Muchos años invertidos en este proyecto. ¿En cuál grupo crees que te encuentras tú? Lo más curioso de la invención del trabajo y del trabajo como lo vemos hasta ahora es que organizaron grupos, millones de personas, incluso cientos de personas en un edificio. Las meten allí y todos son extraños. Lo que se dio a partir de la idea del trabajo es que extraños en un edificio por 8 horas en el que se les invita a competir, a colaborar o a atender reuniones, es que se enojan y hay muchos problemas y conflictos. Esta idea, como digo, fue desarrollada por humanos para humanos. Y la pregunta inicial era, ¿qué se hace para resolver este problema? Así que se inventaron una de las cosas modernas sobre el trabajo más fascinantes que encontré en mi investigación, y eso se llama recursos humanos. Recursos humanos, le preguntamos a diferentes trabajadores cuál era su opinión de ellos. La mayoría nos advirtieron, por favor, no tocar el tema, pero su consejo para nosotros era que recursos humanos no estaba allí para protegerlos, sino para proteger los intereses de la empresa. ¿Qué piensan ustedes? ¿Están recursos humanos ahí a favor o en contra de las personas que trabajan? Eso se inventaron un departamento entero dedicado a tratar de hacer el ambiente en el trabajo más fácil. Y ahora que hay otro grupo dedicado a que la gente no vaya a trabajar, estos dos grupos se están peleando. AI ha empezado a ubicar exactamente las posiciones que tenían las personas de recursos humanos con algunos nuevos programas. Y obviamente los que parecen estar más tristes sobre lo que está pasando son justamente las personas de recursos humanos que ahora no se les necesita en el trabajo. Es bellísimo ver cómo la vida tiene estas ironías que parece que no tienen ningún sentido. A continuación, vamos a hablar de las noticias locales que están sucediendo en Reno y en Nevada. Okay, let's go back to do what's going on in Reno right now. There is summer and a lot of activities are happening with the festival going on right now. Hot Havana Nights. I wonder what gets people dancing. What will make you want to go and dance? That's the question that I wonder, because it looks like dancing has been become a strong topic in the street of Nevada. A week ago, we have dancing in the streets, and it looks like there are a lot of dancing groups, swing, bachata, country, salsa, different dancing groups in Reno, Nevada. You wouldn't think that this is a country or a city where people will dance so much, but it is, and it's fun, and it's in. So I invite you to go to Havana Nights and dancing in the streets. There is also a fashion show, which I plan to attend because the fashion here in Reno is particularly just Reno fashion. So please come on and go and do that. And another, okay, and let's take a break coming soon, and then I'll tell you more about what's happening in Reno. Thank you, guys.
APGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style. This hour and every hour of programming brought to you by Sign and Design Shop Reno at the corner of 4th and Eureka. Make sure you go down and say hello to Roland and Cheryl. Now back to Nathalia on air.
And I'm here. Okay. Hi, Friday, amigos. Let's go with the story about goats. Goats are back. You know what I love about humans? We keep talking about artificial intelligence taking jobs, and then every summer here in the city of Spark, we hire goats, not landscapers, not robots, goats. This week, the city is once again using hundreds of goats to clear dry vegetation and help prevent wildfires. Think about that. The future is AI, and suddenly it's 1826. Honestly, I respect that idea. Goats don't need Wi Fi, they don't complain, and they don't ask for overtime. They're literally eat the problem. And now let's talk about that story in Spanish, sobre las cabras. Hay algo fascinante sobre los humanos y es que pasamos todo el día hablando de la inteligencia artificial que nos va a quitar el trabajo, pero cuando llega el verano seguimos contratando cabras. Sí, cabras. No robots, no máquinas, cabras. La ciudad de Spark está utilizando cabras para limpiar la vegetación seca y reducir los incendios. Es hermoso. El futuro es inteligencia artificial, hasta que aparece una montaña y entonces volvemos al siglo XIX. Además, funcionan y no cobran horas extras. Ya por aquí está llegando mi invitado especial que traje, Sebastián, para que venga y me acompañe y le empezamos a contar esta historia de las cabras. Este está buenísimo, así que ven, vamos entrando mientras él llega y se acomoda. Y le preguntamos cuál es su opinión sobre la historia de estas cabras. Ok. ah, ¿Qué es lo que vamos a ver mientras van entrando y lo vamos acomodando por un lado? ¿Qué es lo más importante? Ok, vamos. Hola, Sebas, mientras se va poniendo los audífonos. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola.
Hola, hola, sí. ¿Alcanzas a escuchar allí?
A ver si me escuchas tú a mí.
Sí, sí, ya te escuché. ¿Tú
Sí.
escuchas?
Ok, ahí estamos, ahí estamos.
Ahí estás, perfecto. Y gracias por unirte. Entonces, les estaba contando a todos, te
Ujú.
voy a contar la historia de las cabras.
Historia de las cabras.
Sí, la historia de las cabras.
No, pues está cabrita eso. A ver.
A ver, no,
Rápido.
no sé si sabías, pero hay algo encantador que está haciendo la ciudad de Sparks. Aunque el futuro parece estar con la inteligencia artificial,
Sí.
ellos han decidido usar cabras para que se
Ujú.
coman las partes que se pueden volver peligrosas y crear incendio, toda la
Uy,
vegetación
sí.
seca. Es hermoso cómo pareciera que lo que necesitamos son robots, pero en el momento en el que hay una montaña, la mejor opción es una cabra. Entonces,
¿Se comen la basura las cabras
es- es-
o se comen la hierbita que
se,
está
se
seca?
come la hierbita seca. y
Fíjate que
ya.
sí, porque ahorita ha habido muchísimos incendios forestales. De repente, en la semana pasada y hace como 2 semanas hubo muchos incendios en lo que fue para allá, para el sur no, el norte, perdón,
Sí.
para el norte de Nevada. Entonces me parece una excelente idea.
Eh,
¿Qué hacen ellas?
Ella la que, entonces ya ellas pueden subir y esa es la iniciativa de la ciudad de Sparks. Pero hay algunas preguntas. ¿Qué animal toma trabajos y los hace mejor que las personas?
¿Qué animal toma trabajos y lo hace mejor que las personas? Aparte de las cabras.
Sí.
Ay, hijo, no sabría qué decirte cuál es, oye.
Aunque no, yo creo que obviamente sí, los caballos
¿Los caballos?
hacen buen trabajo llevándonos a diferentes partes,
Ah, ok.
mejor que las personas. Vamos a ver, ahí te voy a contar qué está pasando esta noche
Ujú.
con Havana Nights. So we're going to do this part in English, okay?
All right.
Okay, so Summer in Reno has officially entered its main character season. This weekend,
Mhm.
Midtown is transforming into Havana Nights. Are you planning to go?
I've heard about it, but I'm not 100% sure exactly what it is. It sounds like some dancing, something's happening on the streets. Havana, I think of Cuba. I think of, wearing a little tiny shirt with my shorts. I don't know. What is it? Tell me.
Yeah, that's the idea. So we will have classic cards,
Oh.
Latin music, salsa dancing,
Ooh.
food, and the only thing missing is probably you that you're listening at the other side.
All right. Where's this happening again?
This is happening in Midtown.
Does it have to do with the art town that's happening in Reno? Okay.
Yes, this is part of the Our Town events for the month of July, which I
Mm.
loved.
So this is like a little prep for Hot August Nights type of thing?
It's kind of their own little
It's their own
version.
thing. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. We don't want to mix them up.
We don't want to
All right.
mix it up. Maybe they'll get angry. Hopefully not. Pero esta semana se pone latino. Si quieren salir en la noche a Midtown, ya que tienen las noches de Havana Nights con el grupo de latinos,
Ooh. What
the-
are you going to be wearing for that, Natalia? You're the
the dancer,
fashionista type.
the
yeah.
fashionista. Let's
Yeah,
wear
Natalia,
something.
para los que no conocen, Natalia, she always dresses really good, and she will always surprise you on what kind of outfit she's going to wear for the night.
Yeah,
¿Qué
because
te
this
vas a
is,
poner?
let's go with a fun summer dress.
Summer dress.
Yeah, like something with a happy
Flowy.
color, flowy, that has volume, and when you dance, it can move and fly around.
So that,
That
the,
would be
the
the
clothes move for you, even if you don't have that much movement, right?
Yes.
You know what? That's funny that you mentioned that, because a lot of the dancers,
Yeah.
I'm a dancer myself, we use loose clothing.
Yes.
And the reason why we use loose clothing is to make the body looks like it's actually moving,
Es-
like gives it more flow, le da más flow, pero
Más
en
flow.
realidad ni se está moviendo uno casi.
Ahí está, ahí va como se va moviendo.
Sí.
Y esa es la idea. Yeah, because my friend here, he's a professional.
Ah,
Es un bailador profesional. So if you're thinking about dancing, this is the team.
All right, we'll see you guys at Havana Nights tonight, and we'll be throwing the pasos prohibidos.
Pasos
The
prohibidos.
prohibited steps. That's
Okay.
what Mexicans would like to call it.
What is your favorite song for salsa?
My favorite song for salsa, I would say there's a Nochecita. It's a salsa song. It says, Ay noche, ay nochecita. Please excuse me. I don't know how to sing. I know how to dance. I just don't know how to sing.
Not to
okay?
sing, yeah.
So if you guys can look it up, Nochecita is like a very fun salsa song. And it's slow, but it has a lot of rhythm to it.
It has a lot of move and is slow and
Yeah.
it moves.
What is your favorite salsa song?
I like Cali, any from Cali Pachanguero, because it's from the city I'm from.
Oh,
so
you're from Cali.
Yeah, so I really recommend any of the songs from Grupo Nietzsche. They're amazing musicians.
Oh, Grupo Nietzsche, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you know, it's something that really, I guess it kind of scares me that salsa, I feel like there's not that many artists singing salsa lately. Como que ya casi no hay muchos artistas cantando salsa. We lost Grupo Nietzsche, Gilberto Santa Rosa. Ya son muy grandes, están grandes ellos, and they're retiring.
Sí, se ha perdido mucho el tema de la salsa porque, pero esta es una buena noticia. Hay, por ejemplo, Bad Bunny ha compuesto unas canciones en salsa.
And I feel like he's the one that actually brought like todo el feeling de la salsa de regreso.
Sí, él y otros artistas latinos que yo he escuchado, Ro Alejandro, en Yatra y otro tipo de artistas están volviendo a hacer salsa e incluso hay uno que se llama como Mike Bahía, que sé que está cantando salsa porque el reggaetón es muy divertido, pero necesitamos variedad. No podemos solamente escuchar y bailar reggaetón, por favor.
No puede estar uno haciendo puro twerk, o sea, también necesitas mover acá la cintura y todo demás. Algo bien chistoso que sucedió cuando salió la canción de Bad Bunny de Y Baile Inolvidable. That's like, when did it come out? Like last year, no?
Last year,
you know, de No te puedo olvidar. So that song, when it came out, a lot of people were actually interested in taking salsa classes. And we saw an urge, like a surge on salsa music and salsa, people taking salsa. Muchos querían aprender a bailar por esa canción. So yes, so I would say Bad Bunny brought salsa back.
And I for sure will invite you guys to go and dance salsa. I don't know if you know this, but people take yoga to feel better and happier. But it's proven that dancing helps a lot the mind and the body, and you get friends, and it's just dance salsa.
There is a big community here in Reno. Actually, here in Reno, there's the biggest, one of the biggest Latin festivals in the U.S., which is the Reno Latin Dance Fest in January. And it's actually been proven by neuroscientists and all kinds of stuff that it definitely helps you, you know, with if you have some type of depression. And ayer precisamente, fíjate que andaba bien estresado yo. I was a little, you know, I don't really get stressed casi, no, pero pues ahí sucedieron cosillas y eran como las 5 de la tarde and I was really feeling really down. I was just in my living room. I'm like, you know, I don't want to do anything right now.
What's going on? ¿Qué es lo que pasa?
And then I had to go and I actually am an instructor, so I had to go and teach a class. So I got to the studio at 6 and it's like a switch just happened. Así de un cambio repentino de que it was 5:59. Class started at 6 y todo cambió completamente. I forgot about what I was worried about and I danced for 3 hours. In those 3 hours, I forgot completely de todo lo que me estaba manteniendo
de la rutina y de la semana.
Yeah.
Esa sí es la recomendación para todos.
Yeah, and then for the rest of the night, me la pasé bien a gusto. I slept very good. So yeah, I would say I would highly encourage you guys to
go and
de salsa.
Take dancing classes, they swing or did you see the swinging team at the Dancing in the Streets?
The swing team? No, I didn't get a chance to see it.
You know, ¿saben qué me encantaría ver? The salsa and the swing team competing together to see who spins better.
I mean, swing
Que-
is, yeah, definitely. Es mucho spinning.
Ellos,
ahí.
ellos hacen muchos giros de baile
Sí.
divertidos y yo dije, ¿quién podrá hacerlo mejor? Esa sería una buena pregunta.
Ok, muy bien.
Tenemos que ver si podemos lograr esa invitación. Ay, a mí sí, esa me encanta. ¿Sabes qué estaba pensando ahorita
Ujú.
que dijiste el tema de bailar? Es muy curioso, pero hoy en día no podemos hablar sin usar una afirmación de está aprobado por la universidad de no sé qué,
Oh,
que bailar es
Los estudios,
divertido.
¿verdad?
Los estudios, no es
La Universidad de Sebastián Olvera, dice que...
que lo-
No,
like
pero sí.
you can be feeling very happy about it,
Yeah,
but these days you have to prove it by some
Exactly.
scientific paper. It's like
yeah.
it's not just that I enjoy dancing, it's that the president of the University of Harvard says
Yeah,
dancing
exactly.
is good for you.
This
So
and that.
that was making me think that is so
Okay,
funny.
I need to find my source next time, okay? I'll
Ah.
bring my sources. Porque si no, imagínate qué tal si se la están inventando uno, ¿verdad?
¿Qué tal si,
Sí,
si,
sí.
no, si no son? Esa es una buena pregunta. I was telling them earlier about the Art Town and the fashion show.
Ooh, there's a fashion show.
There is a
happening.
fashion show happening, which is funny because I was thinking about Reno fashion,
Okay.
and I think everybody dress here very casual.
Here,
Like
you
you
know,
can
yeah.
go anywhere in Reno using jeans or shirts, and nobody will ask you like, "Oh."
And it's
I-
funny, as you're saying that, there's like this lady walking right behind us. She's just wearing like some shorts.
and
She looks
some
cute, though. She
t-shirts.
looks really good.
She
But yeah,
looks-
it's
she
funny that you
looks-
mentioned that.
Yeah, that was actually a big shock when I moved here because
Yes.
people were like, "Are you going to an event or something? Why are you dressed like that? Like, do you came after a wedding?" And I was like, "Okay, I'm just going to buy a bunch of jeans and shorts so people stop asking me the
Sandals.
questions and sandals."
Pero
Yeah.
yeah, you're absolutely right. Tienes toda la razón. I guess in the Latin community and la comunidad latina, even when you're in school, like primaria, like from first grade all the way to sixth grade, you have to wear uniforms.
Yeah.
And it's crazy porque cuando llegas a la escuela, if you get to school and let's say that your shoes are not shined correctly,
Yes.
they'll say, no puedes entrar, you can't come in. You got to go back and shine your shoes or
Shine-
shine them out. So you're
yes.
like, they're outside the school
Cool.
shining your shoes.
Shining the shoes.
Or
Yeah.
if your hair is a little too long, they'll be like, you need to go back, get
Yeah.
a haircut, and then come back. They will not let you come into the school.
Unless you are that's another thing about the Latin schools over there
Yeah.
is that we pay a lot of attention and a lot of respect
Yeah.
to the teachers.
Sí.
And here it looks like it's the opposite. Like the students bully the teacher a lot. So teachers here are like, we don't like our jobs that much.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like if
Okay.
you bully a teacher in Colombia, they will.
Así está la cosa. Mira, when you come into the classroom, let's say that everyone's just having a good time. You know how it is.
Yes.
People are talking, etc. But as soon as the teacher comes in, en cuanto entra el maestro, all the kids, they stay quiet. They get up and they're like, "Buenos días,
Buenos-
maestro. Good morning, teacher."
Yes.
And then the teacher says, "Good morning.
Good
Buenos
morning.
días."
Buenos-
And then they all and then they all sit down. It's like
Yeah.
it's a sign of respect. You don't see that here.
No, you don't
The
see that.
teacher's like, "All right, come on, people."
And we just
your
pay
stuff
it and
together.
we're like, okay, this is teacher,
Yeah.
and we're going to do
Yeah.
this.
And again, I'm pretty sure that there are schools here in the U.S. that they are like that, right? But like public schools, and I'm talking about public schools in Mexico. That's how they
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Now, can you imagine like the private schools? Los
Schools.
privadas están más estrictas.
Más estrictas.
And I think just to run back to lo que estabas diciendo,
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is. Since we're very young in Latin America, they teach us to be very respectful to our teachers, to our elders. They tell us to dress accordingly.
Accordingly.
So when you come to the U.S., yes, people are more relaxed,
Yeah.
and then you're all dressed up like in your little nice shiny
Nice.
shoes, and yeah, people are like, "A dónde vas? Where are you going?"
Like what's going on? Yeah, like
what's happening?
here, like one of my biggest surprises is that you can go to a store on pajamas. Like you can wear whatever. And I was like, if I go to a store in pajamas, that means I'm sick and nobody will approach me. I'm like, no, thank you.
Hey, that works if you're feeling not sociable that day. You're like,
That
I'm just gonna
day.
wear some pajamas. Just put a mask on. Might as well.
And nobody. But the funny thing is that when I go back home people are like, are you okay? Or are you just wearing shorts and jeans? Like, what happened to you? And I'm like, so I want to go and see the Reno fashion show because the fashion here in Reno is like very unique. I'll wear my sunglasses to the fashion show. I can tell you that.
You come home allá en Colombia and your mom's ready with the tea. Ay, pobrecito de mi hija.
Pobrecita.
She must feel
Feel
sick right now.
Yeah.
No, that's just how I dress from now on.
Yeah, that is another. Well, tengo una noticia feliz. This is something
Okay.
people are waiting for. So lawmakers continue talking about housing affordability. Las casas están muy caras.
Ay, sí.
Rent is very pricey right now,
Mhm.
and buying a house is crazy. I want to
Yeah,
ask you a question. Si
Uy,
pudieras
pregúntame.
bajarle el precio, the price of one thing,
One
what
thing.
price would you drop?
Like one thing out of just anything in
Anything.
general, like gas, housing.
Yeah, food.
Oh, dance
Okay.
classes for sure. No, I'm kidding.
Uh-huh.
No, definitely houses. I think that's the biggest when it comes to everything that's we're living in a
Yeah.
world where everything is so expensive. Housing, I think it's needs to be more affordable.
Affordable.
Yeah, I mean, gas is. I can always ride a bike, and if it really gets to that point where it's super expensive, I can just walk and I'll
Walk.
exercise. But like living at a house, it's either you live at a house or you live under the bridge.
Under a bridge. That's something you really need.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very complex. I was thinking about that, like housing and relationships. And
Yeah.
it's like everybody wants a house and a relationship, but it looks like nobody knows how to get one these days.
A house
That-
in a relationship.
yeah. Because these days, if you find somebody that can buy a house by themselves,
Mhm.
like those people are very or lucky or
They must have a lot of money.
they have a lot of money.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, nowadays, like I honestly, I don't have the study in front of me, but I guess they said that you need like $400,000 to be able to like afford as a couple.
as a couple,
I mean,
like
it's just crazy.
like a single family house. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing. It's not like you're buying a huge house.
Yeah, so if I see someone, that is single and they're like, "Oh, I just bought a house," I'm like, "Oh, this guy's got money or this girl's got money."
Las viviendas. So there we have to think about ideas to save money so we can
Yeah.
buy
I get a
Uh,
bunch of roommates.
get a bunch of roommates. I think the show Friends, they launched that show Friends to start telling people this is how you will live in the future. Just go and get 3 crazy or 4 crazy friends and live with them.
My son actually is a little. Ya estoy hablando un poquito más personal aquí, but my son, he's 20. He's about
Okay.
321,
Yeah.
and then he just moved out of the house like last week.
Yes.
So I'm like, so where are you living right now? He's like, oh, I'm just living here in Sand Valley, and I'm like, who are you living with?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, just with a few people. I'm like, well, how many is a few? ¿Cuántos son unos
¿Cuántos
poquitos?
eran?
He's like, oh, it's 10 of us. I'm like, what?
Wow, 10?
I was like, dude, you had your own room at my house. Like, why are you living with 10
with
people?
10 people, but he wants to
So
be
we-
independent.
Yeah,
you,
he's like,
you raise him
so
to
we can afford it.
responsible.
Well, I don't know. He's really not that responsible, which I'm very shocked. But I'm like, okay, go ahead.
Es como responsable. Yo creo que sí, pero 10 personas no.
Mi hijo no, lamentablemente, y no me siento mal al decirlo, pero mi hijo es como que muy, muy relajado. He's very like,
Ah,
So I was very shocked cuando dijo que se iba a mover, pero se está viviendo con 10 personas.
10 personas. Yeah, 1 week after cleaning dishes in that kitchen, and él
you
va a hacer, me
imagine?
voy para la casa de mi papá.
Yeah,
like, because sleeping in different places, that's not the problem. The problem is the bathroom and the kitchen. La cocina y el baño es el problema.
Yeah, and that's why I'm telling like, ¿qué van a hacer con el baño? Like, how many bathrooms do you guys have?
Sí.
I guess that it's a big house, so
Okay.
they have like 4 bathrooms, but I'm still
Still,
like, I don't know about sharing bathrooms. Like over here, you had your own bathroom. Y
ay,
sí me dijo, dice, oye, if I try it and it doesn't work out, can I just like come back
Come
to
back
the house?
and
I'm
do
like,
it.
you have to at least try it at least 6 months. Like you
6
gotta be out on your own for 6 months.
Es que está mucho como el tema de las casas tipo españolas que hay en Latinoamérica.
Españoles?
Yeah, because
Mhm.
those houses were built with like 6 or 8 bedrooms. Because the
Mm.
idea back then was the fathers will stay there and then the children will stay there, so the
Okay.
grandparents will take care of the babies.
Ah,
That's how those houses were built, and they
strategic.
were yeah. But right now they hire a hot nanny to go home and take care of the children, and then they wonder why they get divorced.
Yeah, well, en México es muy conocido las vecindades, ¿no?
Sí.
La verdad, I don't even know if there's a term in English for vecindad, just a neighborhood.
Neighborhood.
But it's
yeah.
like a big building where just a bunch of people live and
Well,
they are very, very together. And they
yeah.
help each other out. You know everyone. You know, you fight with them.
Yeah, but you have to be friends with your neighbors.
Yeah.
And that's something that doesn't happen anymore. Like people are scared to go and knocks at the neighbor's door. Like, hey,
I mean, I've been living at my house for about 6 years here in
Yes.
Sparks, and I still don't know my next door neighbor. And we live in like townhomes,
okay,
so it's like we share a wall.
a wall.
And in 6 years, I have not seen who my neighbor is.
Really?
Yeah, I know the other guy next to me, and I think I've met him twice in the 6
Twice.
years,
Yeah.
but I do not, and that's crazy.
That is yes. Do you guys know why are we scared of our neighbors? Do you have
What?
any idea?
Why? Porque estamos espantados de nuestros neighbors.
No sé por qué nos asustan, pero si alguien sabe, if any of you knows why are we scared of talking to
Right?
our neighbors, please let us know
I mean,
in the comments.
What happened to like when you wanted some sugar, you go out to your neighbor. Hey neighbor, do you have some sugar?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's a thing from back in the day. Now it's like you're really afraid of talking. To them.
Talking to it. No,
Yeah.
you are like that's part of why I'm like, okay, necesitamos hablar con los vecinos. I live in a complex before,
Oh, sí,
en
sí,
un condo,
¿Conoce a
and-
tus vecinos?
and they were super friendly. Yeah, very nice. There was a crazy lady that have a couple of birds. Yeah, she had like 10 birds
10 birds in un
Yeah,
apartamento.
in an apartamento.
No.
So they scream or something, or it was just one that was very loud.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure, but yeah, there was a lady with birds.
Wow.
And then the other two neighbors very nice. One was a police guy, so he was very helpful as a neighbor.
I knew of a neighbor like back in the day who she had chickens in her apartment.
Okay.
Sí,
Tenía pollos.
yeah, because I had una cage así de mi perrito.
Sí.
Que en paz descanse. So my dog died, and I was like, oh, I wonder. So I put it outside, like I'm like, whoever wants this cage, come and get it. So then one night, one day, I was outside, and she's like, oh, can I have your cage? I'm like, yeah, sure. You have a dog? She's like, no, I have chickens. I'm
Oh.
like, yeah, chickens in here in your
In-
apartment? She's like, yeah. I'm like,
Yes.
cool, go for it, take it.
I was, that's so true. So many people here in Reno, I don't know if that's a Reno thing,
It's a
have
Reno thing.
chickens.
Yes.
Like I talked to a lady at a job and I was like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? And she's like, I'm just going to stay home and take care of my chickens. And I was like, okay, that sounds like
It's
a
a new
Reno,
hobby here in Reno.
Reno thing to do.
It is. I know so many people, and you would think, right? Oh, maybe they have chickens to feed them, and eventually, they'll cook them for 4th of July or
For the
something.
4th of July.
Para cocinarlas y comer algo rico. No, pero they even name their chickens,
Oh,
and they're like pets.
they're
for
like
people.
pens. Ooh,
Son así como mascotas para la
mascotas,
gente.
but do they keep it or they eat
No,
it?
they keep them. It's
Oh,
like having
sí.
a cat.
Okay, it's like a rabbit or something
Sí,
like that.
sí,
Okay.
y no entiendo, like, and I've lived in Kansas City, viví en Kansas City por mucho tiempo. I've obviously lived in Mexico,
Yeah.
in Sacramento, and I've never experienced that. And now that I'm here, veo que todos tienen chickens. Everyone has
I
chickens.
want to chime in. You said Kansas City?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm from Kansas City, bro.
Shut
Like I grew
up.
up there, bro.
Oh.
Me too.
Are you from Argentine
Argentine? No.
or are you from Northeast?
Northeast? So I'm like from Independence, Blue Springs.
Okay, so
that
all right.
area.
I went to school in Independence, bro. What high school did you go
William Chrisman High School.
to? William Chrisman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bro, I went to Truman.
Oh,
And-
I went to summer school.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
I'm 21. I'm 21.
I was about to say 20. I'm 39.
Okay, bro, because I'm 43, so I'm old.
Okay,
I'm
so
OG,
we
I guess.
probably.
But
hung
I
out on
went
the-
to Palmer Junior High,
Okay.
which was the Independence Square. We used to go to Santa Calagon days. That was, bro, you already know. But here's the thing I wanted to bring up. How funny that we're meeting here because, I always told people the big difference between Reno and Kansas City was the culture was so different.
It is very.
It was mostly you're black or you're white, right?
Ooh, really?
If you were anything else, it's because you owned a restaurant like El Maguey's on Nolan Road, by the way, with the best nachos in the world.
Yes.
they still won't give that recipe for the cheese up.
Ah.
But out here, when I first moved out here, bro, it was such a culture shock because I was used to black and white, and it was mostly Latino and white,
yeah.
and there was
Yeah.
almost no black culture. And since like Tesla's come, now we actually have like a lot of
couple
culture
of
here. in
Bit
town.
more
It's crazy how
diversity.
that's worked out. But I'll shut up now. I just love that we just
So you're
connected like that, bro.
from
That's
Kansas.
so awesome. I bet you anything we've had a lot of the same restaurants and food and all that good
Yeah.
stuff.
I'm pretty sure we hung out at the same places.
Did you cruise
when we
Nolan
were-
Road,
all the time? Yeah.
bro? I would. All right, we'll talk after.
That's a good one.
Estaba aquí platicándome que el camino es de Kansas
Like-
City. Y sabes que something funny. Yesterday, I actually met someone from Kansas City here at an event. So I guess us people from Kansas City are just moving into Reno now.
Into Reno?
Sí.
Well, Reno is calling a lot of people.
Yes, it's getting
oh,
big.
I was yesterday in San Francisco. I just felt like back home because it was just full of international people. Like you had no idea where anyone was from, and I was like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!"
Yeah. No,
That's fun.
in Kansas City, when I was in high school, there was like I don't know, very, very few Mexican people. So they would look at you and they would like, I mean, some people were
Really?
interested, like, why do you look different? You know, like, where you from? And
Yeah.
here it's just normal. It's
It-
like,
It's just like, okay, you're a part of the Latin
yeah.
community.
But I mean, that's a beautiful thing, you know, about Reno. There's so much diversity and I think it takes a little time for you to fall in love with Reno. Te toma tiempo para enamorarte de Reno. How long did it take you para decir, me gusta estar aquí?
It took me like after the pandemic. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I moved to Reno and then pandemic happened, and I was like, oh. But then you slowly start to get in love with hiking, climbing.
Yeah.
Climbing was the thing that really made me stay in Reno,
Oh, man.
and the beautiful outdoors.
¿Sabes qué? I think we kind of moved around the same time porque yo también me moví cuando, un poquito antes, 2019.
Okay.
So a year before the pandemic hit, that's when I moved to Reno. And then el del 2020, 21, that's when it hit. No, 2020, that's when it hit.
Yeah.
And I was actually working at Renown at that time.
Okay. I
So
see.
then it was like a whole year, you know, without doing anything, just seeing patients and all this. And so, yeah, I did not like Reno.
Re-
And it started growing on me like probably 3 years into it. Now I love it.
Hay una idea sobre Reno que si nadas en el río or you float through a river, you will never leave Reno.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't tell me that because I did flow through the river like 3 years ago, probably.
Me too. I have done that twice already. And I
Sí.
mean, it's very fun. I love the
Es
river.
el unofficial baptized
But types the Reno.
Reno.
el río. Así que hay que ser cuidadosos si no quieren quedarse para siempre aquí.
There's something in the water ahí en el agua de Reno.
De Reno, ¿no? Que viene desde Tajo. Ay, ok, veamos qué tenemos para unos comerciales.
Ok, muy bien. Ahorita regresamos, ¿eh?
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Y estamos de vuelta, amigos, en viernes. We're back on Friday. Let's see, I think Sebastian has story to tell me.
Well, it's a very cool advice that I want to share with you guys today. Un consejo, okay? So apparently, if you need money, instead of going to a bank or getting a loan,
Yeah,
en lugar de andar pidiendo el prestado a un banco,
sí.
you have to ask a Gen Z person, la chaviza,
A la
alguien de
chaviza.
la generación Z, and you're like, well, they don't even have any money.
Yeah.
But there's a very interesting study done by Zelle.
Yes.
El Zelle es donde mandas tu
La-
dinero, ¿verdad?
Electrónicamente, sí.
Yeah, which side note, by the
But
way,
side note,
I
yeah.
feel like Zelle, it's cool and everything because you can transfer money
Yeah.
between you, puedes transferir el dinero, pero it's kind of a little difficult because you have to like add them to your contacts.
Yes, and
and
then
then
they
look
have
for
the
them.
phone number. Make sure you're sending it to the right person.
Exactly,
Oh my God.
yeah. And then it's funny because they're like, oh, let me send you $1, you know, and they say, te mandan un
Oh,
dólar. Did you
$1.
get it? Yes, I got it. All right, let
Okay.
me send you the rest of the money.
Uh-huh.
So it's a little annoying. I think Zelle has to work on their, I don't know, whatever it is, their app or their
Or the
bank
system. Yeah.
the system is
Yeah.
definitely not working, but it's a good system. I think, we're just starting to see that, right?
Sí.
Incluso a mí cuando me mandan dinero, if you guys want to send me some money, me pueden
Yeah.
encontrar bajo.
You can send Sebastian money for
Yeah.
free.
Yeah, definitely. So mine, I'm Sebastian Olvera,
Sí.
but on Zelle, my account shows as Joan Rebolledo.
Oh,
So
no.
Joan is my first name. Sebastian is my middle name. Olvera is my last name. And Rebolledo is my second last name.
Ah, sí.
So I don't understand why it's not just saying, you know, like,
Joan Rebolledo,
yeah, it's
sí.
saying Joan Rebolledo. So people always get confused and they're like, well, who's this Joan
Jo-
that I'm sending money to? That's actually me.
Uh,
Anyhow.
okay, that's funny.
¿A ti cómo aparece tu nombre en Zelle?
En Cell, la verdad, nadie me ha dicho, pero yo me imagino que
¿No?
Natalia. Yo es la ventaja de tener solo un nombre.
¿Nomás un nombre?
I just have one name and one personality.
Okay,
That's a
pero-
joke that I always make to people with two names. It's like, okay, I had no idea you were John and
Joan,
Sebastian at
yeah.
the same
Joan
time.
Sebastián, like
Yes.
el famoso
Como el
cantante.
cantante. I
Sí,
see.
como Joan Sebastián. Yeah.
Okay.
But in English, it's Joan. That's how you would pronounce it.
Yes,
Not in Spanish. In Spanish, it's just Joan.
Joan.
But people, and then I got tired of getting a mail with Victoria's Secret y todo eso and makeup stuff. So I was like, you know, I'm just gonna change my name to Sebastián.
To
It's
Sebastian.
more manly, you know, it's easy to pronounce, and I like it more.
And it's beautiful. I like that name a lot.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
Zelle needs
Yeah.
to work on their system, you know, to make it work a little bit better.
Yeah.
Pero Zelle did this a study that said that Gen Z people, when they let you borrow money, cuando los Gen Zs te prestan dinero,
Sí.
they actually don't collect the money. Que
Ooh.
no te piden el dinero para atrás.
Ooh, okay, they don't get the money back.
Yeah, they don't ask for the money back. So if you pay them back, which is cool, like they'll just take your money.
Yes.
But if you don't ask for that, they won't ask you for it.
Okay.
Porque they believe that it's awkward. Porque dicen que es awkward. ¿Cómo se dice la palabra awkward en español?
Sí, como que les da pena.
Es raro.
Es
Les da
raro,
pena,
les da
vergüenza.
pena. Es que les da mucha pena muchas cosas. Porque el Gen Z, they grew up with a weird world. I mean, they were home with their parents for an entire year and they are scared of everything. Like, try to call a Gen Z, they're never going to pick up the phone. That is for true.
They don't like confrontation. I think that's what it is.
They don't like confrontation,
Yeah.
which is terrible because when they get to work,
They're just like,
they're going to.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. They just don't like communication at all. You know, they rather do everything through text message and anything. But when it comes to talking to someone,
Yeah.
it's uncomfortable for them. So can you imagine them asking for that money? Like,
For
hey,
that
Natalia,
money
I let
back.
you borrow, $20 last
So,
week. Can I get those $20
Can I get those
back?
20 So that is going to be my business for next week. I'm just going to start to reach out to my
Gen Z.
agency and ask them for money. Like, hey, can you borrow me $10 for this drink? And if I do that with 1,000 people, then
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of
That-
money. You're gonna have $10,000.
$10,000
No
and-
more. If $10, you're gonna have $100,000.
100,000.
If my math's right, my geography is
good.
horrible.
And this town has around 200,000 people, so there's enough people
There you
to
go.
ask
You're
for
gonna
money.
become rich.
Okay.
But I just think it's so funny, you know. And pero fíjate que así somos. Yo soy así muy también. De que,
Sí.
I've let people borrow money.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say how much, pero sí le he prestado bastante dinero
Okay.
y me da una pena pedir ese dinero de regreso. Like I don't know, it's so uncomfortable asking for that people money, which I shouldn't, I shouldn't have to ask if I let someone borrow money, si le doy a alguien dinero prestado,
Sí.
no debería yo de estarles pidiendo.
Pidiendo, no, uno
there has to
mismo
be
debería de
yeah.
devolverlo.
There has to be some type of agreement. Okay, I'll let you borrow, $100, but I expect that money back. When are you going to pay me? Oh, I'll pay you in 1 week or in a month.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So in a month, I'll expect that money. I shouldn't have to come up to you and remind you, hey, you owe me $100 that you said you're going to pay me, because it is very uncomfortable. And it ends up.
And if you need the money, just ask for the money back.
Exacto. Bueno.
In my case, this is my theory, if I borrow anybody less than $50, I am not expecting that money back.
You don't expect it back?
No.
Okay, so entonces we are both Gen Zs then.
Oh, we're younger than we think we are. Oh, that's
We're
fun.
younger. There you go.
Estamos más jóvenes. Eso me gusta.
Entonces tu límite son $50. That's your limit. $50, I will not ask for that.
Yeah.
Okay, Natalia, can I borrow $50?
No.
Okay, I would say my limit that I will not ask back is like, and I've done this, $100, $100.
$100.
$100 no los pido de regreso. Pero the thing is, I don't forget. And it's so uncomfortable because when I see the people, the first thing that I think of is, you owe me $100. Well, I mean, I just think it. I don't say it.
You're thinking about that.
Like, there's a friend of mine que I let him borrow $100.
Okay.
Actually, this is back in like 2011.
Okay.
So we're talking about like what, like 15 years ago.
13 years? Oh,
it's been a very 15 years ago.
Oh.
And I see him all the time,
Yes.
So he said, yeah, I'll pay you back. And he never did.
¿Nunca lo hizo?
No, nunca. And I see him all the time. Like,
and when you actually need the money, that's hurtful. Like,
yeah, exactly. Pero gracias a Dios no lo he necesitado, de que he estado bien, pero siempre lo veía cada rato. And he would like, I was a nightclub promoter at that time.
Ooh,
so he would love to come out and to the club, and he would spend money.
He was spending
and all I could think of it was, instead of buying that drink, you could just pay me.
Yeah.
But he would never pay me. And even now, hasta ahorita todavía, like, a veces me lo topo en lugares.
Sí.
And the first thing que pienso es,
el dinero.
Me debes $100. And I try not to think about it, which it sucks.
Tú eres como yo con los libros. Like, I do respect the books back, and people usually never return the books.
But there's a big thing about, like, never let someone borrow a book that you don't expect back. Nunca le prestes a un libro a alguien que no quieres, o que ese libro no te interesa.
Sí, ya lo voy a tomar, because I have the same issue with the books.
Esa regla está escrita hasta en los 10 con the Ten Commandments.
The Ten Commandments, y a mí no me llegó. Nadie me la envió en mail ni nada. No pude tener acceso a la lista.
Wow. Pero, I mean, el prestarle dinero a la gente, sí, I think it breaks relationships. And I think that's what the Gen Z study said. They said, no, they don't expect that money, but because, and they will not confront you about it, the Gen Z, because they don't want to break that relationship. They don't want to make it awkward. So they'll let you borrow money, but they will not ask for that money back. Unless, I'm pretty sure, unless it's a lot of money.
Okay,
entonces, ya saben, el consejo de hoy es, pídanle prestado dinero a la chaviza, and you're probably not going to have to pay back because they will not ask for it.
Son muy lindos. Ay. ¿Quién los ha criado? Hay que tener cuidado con esos.
Y hay un dicho que dice, if you want to get rid of someone in your life, si quieres como que esa persona ya no te busque,
préstale dinero. If you want to get rid of somebody, borrow them money.
Let them borrow money from you.
Yeah.
And you will never see them again, probably.
That's never going to happen again. I like that one.
Hey, hay que prestarle dinero a nuestros exnovios o a las exnovias.
O a las exnovias.
So you don't have to see them again.
Yo creo que lo hice. I think I did it.
Sí.
Yeah.
No.
That's a good way for somebody to never call you back.
Yeah. Mira. Okay. I mean, how much? Because I don't want to spend that much money if I'm trying to get rid of someone. Sí, que sea un poquito.
No, maybe it was me who got the money. Who knows?
Sí, wow.
No, mentiras. Pero te tengo otro tema, una pregunta interesante.
A ver.
Sobre las novias IAs. Ahora que las personas tienen novias digitales.
AI girlfriends.
AI girlfriends.
So that's a thing.
Porque sí, y
I thought I was the only one. No,
and there is a movement pushing a lot this concept of like, you don't need anybody that will be there for you. So talk to an AI.
Yeah.
And
they'll always say that you're right. No?
See, you're always right. You're always like, be careful with those AIs. But But yeah, I met this guy at the restaurant the other day, and he was an older guy.
Okay.
And he's like, my best friend is ChatGPT, and the guy is
Oh.
around 60 or 70 years old,
Mm.
and he he just talked with that machine todos los días. Y yo me pregunto, I was like having relationships with machines. I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about
Yeah.
yourself with a machine, but
Yeah.
thinking that you're having
A relationship is a whole different
with
story.
somebody else.
Yeah.
¿Qué crees tú?
I mean, I don't know how to feel about those people, because I know that there's people that that they really truly believe that they have a relationship with their AI, whether it's ChatGPT or whatever it is that they use, and I do feel in a way kind of bad, but I also understand.
Yeah.
Like, I've used ChatGPT. I think we've all used it for
Yeah.
if we have some type of problem, whether it's at work, whether it's with your significant other, and I mean, they've really made it to where you feel understood by this machine. Te sientes bien entendido por ella, and I can see how people can fall into that.
Into
Se
that.
puede caer en eso, yeah.
See, I love to use the AIs for work, and
Mhm.
sometimes like it could be like your own diary, like it keeps your notes there.
Oh, see, it remembers like,
It-
hey,
it-
you said this back in the like, I
Back
said
in
that?
it's like, oh, it was me. Yeah.
No me
Sí, fui yo.
acuerdo.
Sí,
I was
sí, sí.
drunk.
Yo no fui, yo lo escribí, fue de recocha. Era un chiste. Oh, God. No.
Pero I mean, I think we're all free to
Yeah.
to experience whatever it is that we want. Podemos experimentar lo que queramos. Si queremos tener una relación con AI, why not? O
Why
sea,
not?
if you're not hurting anyone, yo siempre he sido de esa manera. Si no estás molestando a nadie, if you're not, your actions are not affecting anyone directly, pues do you. Haz lo que se te dé la gana. Mientras que no afecte absolutamente a nadie, tú dale.
Esa me gusta, después de que no haga daño, pero que no se haga daño a sí mismo. Like,
Exacto,
sometimes you can hurt yourself.
You can hurt yourself.
Like, maybe you're not hurting somebody else, but maybe you actually need a friend. I was thinking about that with the Latins, because our community is like so like, how are you feeling? What do you need? I don't know if the Mexicans do this too, but Colombians, they will ask you like, did you sleep well? Like, was the pillow comfortable? Like, we do ask all of those questions. So then we talk with Americans, and it's like, these people are very cold because we're so warm that we do ask those questions. So yeah, we have. Do Mexicans do that too, or not that much?
I think what I feel like we do a lot, and I personally do it a lot, is we are very grateful. We're like,
Grateful,
oh, thank you so much. And if they say,
Yes.
oh, do you want coffee? No, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And it's like, chill out. We don't have to say thank you. I say thank you so many times a day, and people have told me like, you don't need to thank me for everything, But I'm like, that's just how I did what I do.
It's how you feel.
We're very warm.
Yeah, very warm too. Yeah,
And it's because of our abuelitas. Nuestras abuelitas
la abuelita.
nos trataban muy bien, and I feel like there's very mucha cercanía.
Mucha
very closeness
cercanía.
con ella.
Yeah, and also when the weather is like so warm, so we're used to like, we're very much contact friendly. I remember taking a class called like contact improv.
Contact improv.
Improv. So it's a class where everybody dance like freestyle,
Okay.
but you have to be touching the other person's body all the time. Siempre lo estás tocando.
Okay.
And at the end of the class, there was this like older guy, and he's like, thank you so much, nobody has touched me like in 5 months. And that guy just went there for having physical contact. I was trying to dance, and I was like, es muy raro.
Pues
Because-
hubiera tomado clases de baile.
Yeah, because no, we give one kiss in the cheek.
You gave him a
Yeah.
kiss in the cheek.
In Colombia, we do that a lot.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Yeah, that's the way to saying hi and goodbye.
To strangers even.
To strangers, which I don't like that much, to be honest. I prefer to live in America and not having to kiss strangers.
Well,
That's a little awkward.
It's happened to me. That I just meet someone and you're like, oh, this is Sebastian, this is Maria,
Yeah.
and you go for the hand,
Yeah.
and they'll go for the kiss, and
For
I'm like,
the
okay,
kiss.
I'm like, I don't care, I dance, I dance with strangers, very close, very far away, so I'm used to a physical contact. But
yeah.
in my head, I'm like, what if I wasn't? How would
Yeah.
I feel about this? Alguien que apenas si conoces y ya te
apenas-
dan un beso en la
En
mejilla.
la mejilla. Yeah, and that's weird because then you live here and then you go back home, and that's strange because if you don't do that to people back there, they're going to feel offended.
Sí, van a decir,
And
"Ya
then when you
está".
come back here, you're like, oh God. Here people don't do that, so remember not to kiss people. They are not going to
Oh.
like it.
El que
Or
le-
maybe they will. I have no idea.
Al que le diste el beso era un viejito bueno, un señor ya grande.
I was like, no, yeah, it was an old guy, and I was like, no, thank you.
Wait, he
yeah.
tried to darte el beso a ti?
Yeah,
Or...
de saludo, sí, yeah.
Oh, wait, you said no?
Yeah, I was,
Oh,
and,
Natalia,
and
come
he
on.
was so sad.
Oh,
Oh,
you
I
no, que
know.
pues. Seguramente that made him go to the ChatGPT and have a
But-
relationship with the ChatGPT.
No, he started singing a song for me because he felt so, yeah.
He sang a
was-
song for you
Yes.
in the
uh,
improv.
And it was a party, so
Oh.
I guess he got drunk and he was like, I'm just going to sing a song for her to see if she feels closer or friendly to me.
No way. What was
Yeah.
the song about?
One of those ranchera songs.
Oh, it's a
cannot-
ranchera.
Yeah. Do you? Yeah. And
You
I was
made an
like,
impact on him.
I met.
Eh.
He's like, why not me? Ah, no.
Why not me?
Poor
¿Por qué no me
guy.
besas? Yeah, I'm telling you, seguramente fue el que se buscó una relación con la inteligencia
La
artificial.
inteligencia
Yeah, yeah.
artificial.
Oye,
pobrecito.
Pero de regreso hablando de la inteligencia artificial, fíjate que en China, and I read it somewhere, it was an article that I read,
Yeah.
que in China they're actually thinking about prohibiting having a relationship with
AI.
AI, que quieren prohibir tener una relación con la inteligencia artificial because they're like, hey, people are no longer, which I don't really see the problem. I mean, China has so many people
People.
already and they have tienen un problema de,
De población. Yeah.
So, entonces no entiendo por qué deberían de ponerle un no, pero según están prohibiendo eso, quieren prohibirlo.
They want to oh yeah. Well,
Porque la gente, they're like, well, I don't need to find a significant other because I have AI now. ¿Y para qué andar con una tóxica?
con una tóxica. Pero es que esa es I think that's very important about relationships and love is that we are humans and humans are not perfect. And that's part of the connection. And then if you want something amazing, then you're not looking for a real relationship.
Yeah, I wonder if chat or like any of these places, they have like settings where, okay, I don't want you to tell me that I'm right all the time, I want a little conflict. Quiero un poquito de...
Quiero un poquito de realidad.
I want you to get a little jealous. Why are you using Siri instead of me?
Instead of me. I'm going to find that city.
Who's Alexa?
Who's Alexa?
Like, yeah, I quiero un poquito de toxicidad, to make the relationship a little bit more
A
interesting.
little bit more spicy and fun. Yeah, I can see that.
Entonces, sí, es
No,
porque sea...
and you can actually program your AI.
Okay. So this is true. Sí se puede.
Yes, you can.
No.
Like I just do it with my chat GPT. What I
Okay.
do is like, hey, I want you to be extremely honest and show me my mistakes on what I'm trying to say.
Sí,
Because
¿y sí lo
otherwise,
hace?
yes, it does.
Porque había... Is it the paid one?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Es que Natalia tiene dinero. She's
No,
got
no,
money. Like
no,
us,
I-
los mortals,
Pero
we
vale la
use the
pena.
free one.
Vale la pena.
How
You
much do you pay
use
for
the
that?
free one? Yeah, like $10 a month.
$10? Okay,
12.
okay. It's not bad. It's not
It's
bad.
not bad. It's not that
Okay,
expensive.
I'm still, no caben mis finanzas.
En las finanzas,
Yeah.
yeah, that is.
Pero entonces dices, don't, so be very honest with
Be
me.
very honest. Please show me where I don't know if I'm missing a point or if I'm being like out of place or something. Yeah,
And it is,
and it does
Natalia,
correct you.
cálmate, estás de tóxica.
Yeah, you're like too much.
Your boyfriend is right.
Have you ever had a fight with somebody through ChatGPT? Like you put your ChatGPT and their ChatGPT to fight against each other?
Oh my
That would be
God.
so fun. We have to try that.
Ahorita lo ponemos aquí.
Ahorita lo ponemos,
Wow,
lo
no, no.
instalamos y lo hacemos.
I haven't done that, pero bueno, pero sí, I mean, there is a lot of controversia de que decían, oh, ChatGPT nada más te va a dar la razón. They're always going to tell you kind of like, you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And people are like, no, my chat doesn't do that, but it does. Like
It
I've
does.
tested it out and it doesn't necessarily say, oh yeah, you're right, Sebastian, but it'll kind of in a way side with you.
Side, yeah. You have to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is not a tool for minors or even
It's not a
teenagers.
therapist.
Not even for people in college. I think
Sí.
for older people, maybe that's okay
Yeah.
because they're going to die soon. I don't know.
¿Qué pasa, Natalia?
Uh,
No, pero
I don't-
creo que el ChatGPT is just like any other vice. Es como otro vicio,
Yes.
Es como el alcohol, es como la comida chatarra, like todo con medida, nada con exceso. So,
Nah, sí.
use it but don't abuse it.
Don't abuse it, please.
Exactly. That's what I think with any type of artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence. I like that one. Let's see. Another. I was talking earlier about how Latins versus Americans are reacting about AI replacing the jobs.
Oh,
So in Latin America, people are a lot more hopeful, like they're more happy about it because they're like, oh, that means I can finally take more breaks. That means I can, yeah, they're seeing it with eyes of like, okay, if this things takes some tax out of my jobs, I will be able to take breaks.
okay.
So están felices por eso. But over here is like, oh, what if it takes all of our jobs? Entonces, ¿qué sería un trabajo? Like, if AI takes most of the jobs.
Well, I mean, I can
That's
tell
a
you that it's
question.
already taken, like for me,
Yes.
like it's already taking part of the job that I usually used to do. I used to be, well, I'm not like a professional graphic designer.
Yes.
But I did do like flyers for nightclubs.
Yeah.
So I was always very involved with nightclubs. So they'll be like, hey, I want a flyer for this weekend. You know, can you put that this DJ so and so is going to be here and that is free before 10, blah blah blah. So then I would, design the flyer. So put something attractive,
Yeah.
little picture. Put the text, and then I would send it. And I would charge, not that much, like $30-$40.
Yeah.
Because it would take me like
10
an hour
yeah.
probably to do it. So I'm like, all right, there it is. And I knew a lot of people who did this, and they will like actually do like a monthly fee for these places.
Yes.
So now that it's easy to create a flyer on
Yeah.
ChatGPT, it's like, well, I no longer need you.
Need you.
Yeah, I'm cool. Y pues ya no te necesitan para
Ya
hacer
no
estos
te ne-
flyers.
No, los están haciendo ellos mismos, but I don't know, like.
A mí no me gustan. I don't like them.
No, they do a basic job, and at the point, I don't
Se
know.
ven todos iguales. They all look the same.
Todos se ven los mismos.
And that's what I've been trying to tell these people. Like, hey, no se ve igual. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I see a flyer. I'm like, oh, that was done by with intelligence.
But that's kind of funny that AI started replacing like creative jobs because it took graphic design. Those are the ones.
También, ¿verdad?
Yeah, like what else? Like video editors,
Oh, yeah.
photographers. So
Photographers, yeah.
so people are seeing. I was making fun earlier about HR because right now there is an AI that will replace HR departments. So human
Okay.
resources people are not happy about it. And it's funny. It's hilarious how like they're the
getting
ones
fired.
that they're getting fired. Like it's just like it does.
Están corriendo los de human
Están,
resources.
están corriendo los de human
A taste
resources.
of their own medicine.
Yeah, a bigger monster than they are. So
Oh.
yeah, that's the thing. So
Híjole,
it's coming.
I think it's all about learning how to adapt.
Yeah.
Hay que adaptarnos. Yes, we're gonna
Yeah.
have a lot of things that we're gonna lose. Like vamos a perder muchos trabajos.
But you know which jobs AI is not replacing?
Which ones? Plumbers.
Plumbers,
Jardineros.
cleaning ladies, construction workers. Those are very pricey. So
So todos los trabajos que hacemos los latinos aquí en Estados Unidos. So Latinos don't have to worry about AI. We're
no,
like,
no todavía
we're
no.
good.
If you have an office job, probably be careful.
I mean, look at what's happened with like Twitter or X, whatever it's called now.
Yeah.
They fired so many people. Meta,
Meta,
Facebook,
Disney,
Instagram, they fired so many people.
so many people.
Like there's big companies, big tech companies that are firing everybody.
fire everybody. Let's see what will happen
So
with just
but-
AI jobs. And
Let me
let's
just-
go for some breaks and
Okay.
ya volvemos.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business. The Sign and Design Shop, Reno, Nevada. Look sharp or don't bother looking at all. If you want, I can. Adjust the lyrics. Format this as a proper voiceover for a studio.
This hour and every hour of Natalia on Air is brought to you by Reno Sign and Design Shop. Make sure you go and visit them at the corner of 4th and Eureka. Now back to Natalia on Air.
Bienvenidos. Y ahora queremos hablar de el Mundial de FIFA
Uy,
2026, que Sebas nos va a contar
Bueno.
what's going on with the World Cup, specifically the hate.
Well, I think the
Like, okay, that's fine. So because some Americans were asking me like, what's going on? Why do we have to hate Argentina? And I was like, I don't know much about football. I think I am the wrong person to ask. I know
But other people that they see you and they're like, "Tú eres Latina, you
Tú eres
probably like
Latina,
soccer, so
like-
you definitely have to know."
the only soccer that I watch is every 4 years when Colombia goes to the
Hey,
World Cup.
By the way, Colombia did a great job in the World Cup this year. Llegaron
Yes.
hasta el quinto partido,
Quinto
right? The
partido.
fifth
Yeah,
game.
they play well.
Who did they lost to?
Switzerland, I think.
Was it
Was
Switzerland?
it Switzerland? I think so.
Uno de esos dice.
Yeah, and they
Right.
play pretty well,
Well,
but okay.
I think the World Cup is over, but the drama continues. O sea, el drama continúa, especialmente Argentina has been el enfoque de todo este mundial. And by the way, congratulations to Spain who won
Who
the
won.
World Cup. Muy buen
El
equipo,
partido.
muy bien merecido. Más
Okay,
que nada,
nice.
muy bien merecido el juego. Spain le ganó a Argentina en la final 1-0.
Yeah.
Un partido que estuvo buenísimo and it was full of controversy. And I guess that's what it all comes down to. Argentina, they're an amazing team. I think they're really good. And there was a lot of talk about them having a lot of preference by the FIFA. As we know, Infantino, the president of the FIFA, he really likes Argentina. Es el pelonchas, yo le digo, le
Yeah.
encanta Argentina and you can just tell that he really want them to win, right? No estoy tratando de hablar mal de Argentina, so let's make sure
Let's
that
make-
we do.
Okay.
Tengo muchos amigos argentinos,
Sí.
me caen bien, pero el equipo argentino no se portó muy bien. They were en el equipo, como que hubo mucha violencia de repente por parte de los argentinos.
¿De los
hubo-
jugadores o de los
de los
hinchas?
jugadores. De los jugadores, también de los hinchas.
Okay, the players were being a little bit aggressive
Yeah.
during the
And
the game.
The people who assisted the game, you know,
Okay,
the fans, you know,
The Argentina fans,
sí.
which
Pero-
is crazy because Argentina has been suffering so much lately with their economy and with
been bad.
everything. And yes, we don't like that because what I felt was like the FIFA has invested so much money in Messi, and
Mhm.
if they want a player, they want to put their player up.
Exactly.
But then the rest of the world is seeing that and it's like, hey, you know, that seems like I don't know. They were saying like it seems
Corruption.
like corruption, and it's like
Había mucha, yeah, es lo que se vio. Now, this is not me saying that, you know, I'm
who
trying to
knows? We don't know
Exactly.
anything.
Yo estoy tratando de mantenerme neutral aquí, pero sí, o sea, se vio que hubo mucha preferencia argentina. Hubo, like, there was the big controversy with Egypt.
Okay.
Egypt scored a second goal, iban 2-0.
Okay.
En una falta, they were like, oh, no, you know, hicieron una falta like 20 seconds ago,
Mhm.
so vamos a anular el gol.
El
We're
gol.
gonna not
No,
allow that goal,
yeah.
even though after it was already done.
Ah,
And so that was very, like, you don't see that happening in World Cups. And I know that there's new technology con lo del VAR,
como
the
el
VAR,
bar,
that's
yeah.
what they call it. Anyway, so that was that. Messi in his first game, he was supposed to get a red card,
Yeah.
and they didn't give him a red card. si hubiera agarrado la red card, he wouldn't have been able to play the second game.
It's
No
like-
hubiera podido seguir jugando el segundo juego.
Yeah.
And Messi, I mean, se la pasas, he's the one que hace todos los goles.
Goalless. No, I mean he's an amazing player. Nobody's
He
going.
is.
Nobody. But the part where many people were feeling like, okay, this is not fair game, in that massive scale. Which I get that,
Mhm.
but we also have to be careful with the hating countries
Yeah.
and that amount of hate,
It's been a lot.
because it's not good and is not
No,
going
no,
to
no,
help
no.
anybody. Tomorrow it can be Mexico or Colombia. If it's not for football, they get angry because God knows what, and
Yeah.
then yeah.
And I think that something que pasa con nosotros los latinos, somos muy nos apasionamos mucho por el fútbol. So if you want to see someone's true side, talk to them about soccer.
Soccer,
And
yeah.
you'll see, they get angry, they get happy, they
Yeah.
were very, very passionate. It's like Americans, to football.
To-
They get
to-
very passionate about football, and we just get passionate about
about
soccer.
the soccer. Yeah.
Entonces, and I think that's what happened con Argentina. Los fans de Argentina, they got
Fans.
very passionate,
Yeah.
and su pasión los blinded them, los cegó un
Los-
poco.
okay.
And then they started, like you can see a lot of images where they were being,
Yeah, very
let's just
aggressive.
call it very aggressive, y
Yeah.
estaban diciendo groserías y estaban, la verdad,
Okay.
discriminando a
Again,
otras personas, discriminating other people.
or people, yeah, I don't know. And against Spain, which is funny because Spain is our mother
That-
language, and then it's like, okay,
Sí.
uh,
No, y bueno, there's a big background to Argentina. Incluso, como lo digo, no son cosas que yo pienso, simple cosas que he leído
Okay.
artículos. Argentina viene siendo pues un país que
it-
no quiero decirlo porque se escucha muy feo,
no,
pero
but
que
it-
son muy discriminadores, discriminan mucho a otras razas,
Otras.
porque en Argentina most of the people, like a 90-something% son
from European,
white people, from European descendants. Incluso muchos argentinos pues dicen, nosotros no somos latinos, we're not Latinos,
Latins.
we're Europeans.
Europeans.
It's like,
Well, I mean, Argentina has a strange history
yeah.
to repeat themselves because they thought they were Europeans. They went and fought with the British.
Oh, sí?
The British kick Argentina's
Booty.
ass very fast. And then they were looking around like, who's our friend now? And they had to figure out their friends are like your neighbors, the people live next to you.
Yeah, pero cuando
But-
eres...
and some people from their country are amazing.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but some others are like just having.
And that's the thing, not because there's a few Argentinian people who didn't behave the right way in the World Cup. It means that every Argentinian is the same.
Yeah.
You're gonna have good Argentinians, you're gonna have bad Argentinians, just like there's good Mexicans, there's bad Mexicans, good Colombians, bad Colombians. No por uno paguen todos.
No por
Ya,
uno.
pero sí, o sea, la mayoría de muchos
De-
argentinos piensan que tienen este complejo de superioridad.
Yeah.
And no sé, I don't really know why they actúan de esta manera. Y pues ellos muchas veces han dicho, oh, nosotros no somos latinos, somos europeos.
So, yeah.
And that's why other Latinos, they're like, well, I mean, we're also mixed with Europeans,
Yeah.
like somos mestizos, nosotros los mexicanos, like you guys, no nada más vinieron con ustedes.
It's a very strange emotional conflict, the one that Latins we have with, and I have to say, like, I think the complex of the problem happens in Buenos Aires. I think
Buenos Aires.
the rest of because they also have a lot of indigenous
Sí.
outside of Buenos Aires, so probably I don't know, they have a different view, but yeah, like the
Sí.
feeling and not accepting being part of Latin America, which is hilarious because who started the rumor that Latin America was less than the rest of the world? That's a good question. Oh, look at this.
Se
Yeah,
está cayendo acá.
something is dying in here, but yeah, because that was part of. I don't know if you have ever heard about the Black Legend.
The Black Legend.
Yes.
¿De
So
qué?
when the British were fighting the Spanish
Ajá.
to kick them out of Latin America,
Ajá.
they started this legend in which they said that the Spanish were more terrible conquering our towns
Okay.
than the British. There is no proof of that. They probably were
they were the
both
same.
horrible.
Yeah.
So that leave us, the Latin people, with that strange complex
Uh-huh.
created by the British
Okay.
because the
That the
British,
Spaniards are worse.
the Spanish are worse. So we end up in that strange dance over there.
Mm.
Where are we really worse than the British?
I mean,
Uh,
I don't know. I think it's just they're both the same, you
they're
know.
both the
O
same.
sea, tanto como los españoles como los
Yeah,
ingleses,
ingleses.
pues conquistaron muchos países
Yeah.
a la fuerza, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like they came and say, "Hey, do you want to be part of Spain?"
Yeah.
You know, they use violence to get that.
And there are beauties about being part of the Spanish. For example, the holidays. We have more holidays than other places. Well, that's something
Sí, sí, sí.
we can recall. And maybe here in the US, at some companies, if you said like, I'm part of this religion, they will give you like that religious holiday.
Sí.
And I don't know if,
¿De
and
cuáles oye a ver para?
many,
yo soy
the Catholic Church has more
Catholic
holidays.
Church. Ah,
Has more holidays than most of the religions out there because
mira.
it has too many saints.
Sí,
Oh,
San
I think it
Natalia,
has
San
a
Sebastián.
saint each day,
I think there's even a San Sebastián, eh?
and
Sí.
for any pay holiday that
Yeah,
they
it's
can give us.
Saint Peter's Day is a very important day to me. I need to take it off.
Yeah, because St. Peter's Day, St. Patrick's
Yeah.
Day,
Well,
that's another one.
Pero yo creo que este parte, this dislike for Argentina, I think it started with that, you know,
With
that they
that.
were discriminating against other races. And
Yeah.
then it ended with the World Cup. At the end of the day, they did a lot of things that were not okay, you know, starting with like the fouls that they committed.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, you know, Spain, they took out 2 goals that they scored, que dijeron, no, vamos a anular.
Oh,
Y finalmente Spain, you know, they scored the last goal and they're like, finally. And they won, very fair for them. You know, they
For
did
them.
great. So then Argentina, at the end of the game, one of the players goes up and like grabs somebody by the neck and just throws him on the ground. And then
really?
he just starts pushing people around. So then more Argentinian players, they come and they started like pushing each other, throwing each other on the ground.
Like
It was bad.
fighting?
Yeah, pretty
inside-
much.
Oh wow!
In the after
After
the game was
the
over.
game was over. Yes, but
And then you can see like some Spaniards, you know, celebrating. They're like, yeah. And then on the background, you see like this Argentinian players just like
fighting each
fighting
other.
each other. I mean, there wasn't like fist fights or kicks, but there was
Yeah.
like a lot of pushing, shoving, throwing on
Shoving.
the ground, cussing out.
I can be, I believe that they have been under so much stress with
Yeah, but
lately.
that's not sportsmanship. Y es lo que no estuvo
That's-
bien, de que se
that's
pusieron
true.
a tirar, a golpear, a insultar. And then when Spain finally, you know, goes up on the stage, ya lo suben para darle su trofeo, which it was a
trofeo.
very, you know, funny situation when
Yeah,
President Trump came and tried to take a picture with them. También like,
Yes.
Mr. President, you are not Spaniard. Get out of the
get out of the,
stage.
really?
Well,
They
that's
have,
why I Infantino, you can see the
Yeah.
president of the FIFA telling Trump, like,
Trump
hey,
like, hey, move please.
please move out of the
You-
picture. And he's like just standing there. And then he tells him something. He probably says, Mr.
He
President,
likes-
you're not Spaniard. Get out. Anyway,
Or
so
maybe he's a little bit.
tal
and
vez,
he's
he
trying
he
tell
claims to
us.
be all
Uh,
kinds of stuff. So maybe. But so todos los jugadores están en el escenario. They're,
Yeah.
you know, holding the trophy. And then all the Argentinian players, they
Yes.
turn their backs on them.
Oh,
And they're like facing away, except for one of them. And everyone, you know, is just facing away, like giving them their backs.
really?
That's not sportsmanship.
Even Messi did that?
I think Messi did that too. Yeah, there was only one player from Argentina who actually faced
Face
them.
the.
So that's just not sportsmanship. That's not knowing how to lose. Y es por eso que mucha gente they're disliking
They're just
Argentina right
like,
now.
oh wow, well, I'm happy I never watched that game.
¿No lo viste?
No.
Yeah, muchas de esas cosas no aparecieron en el juego. They showed.
They showed later?
Later. Yeah,
Oh.
but yeah, they did that, and people are like, "That's not cool."
That's-
And then there's like some Argentinian people, fans,
Yes.
signing petitions that the game should be redone. Deberían de hacer otra vez el juego. Of course, that's not going to happen. But I'm
I'm-
like, oh, what are your grounds? You know, the
And I mean
referee
the-
didn't side with you.
And I mean, you lose, you just
Exactly.
take it.
Yeah.
Yes, you're not going to die. You have
Ya
the
tienen
next 4
dos.
years to.
Yeah, and then they
to
already
try
have
it again.
two cups. You know, dos
Dos
trofeos que han ganado
trofeos.
Argentina.
Yeah.
It's like, chill out. No es como si nunca has ganado.
But I think they really needed it, like, as an emotional support for that poor country that happens.
Well, yes.
So I think maybe it was that.
may-
So they will be like, at least we did this for the. And then
Yeah.
it's like, no, we
Like-
also
La economía está de la patada, pero al menos
Perdimos.
ganamos un trofeo.
También perdimos aquí el trofeo y perdimos la economía.
Tal vez no estaban planeando empeñar el
There-
trofeo, ¿no?
there is no money to it, but there is a trophy
There's a
for you
trophy.
guys.
No, you're right, and I think that could be it too. You know, like all that stress from
From-
a country that's happening, going through a lot of financial
Economics.
situation, which is Argentina right now.
Yeah.
Maybe it shows also on the field, se enseña también ahí, y
Yeah.
pues de alguna manera como que te afecta. También maybe that's why the fans were
Maybe
reacting this way.
maybe it was just a combination of
Sí,
multiple teams plus very bad losers. I mean,
Sí.
they're professional soccer
they
players.
should know
There
how to
is
lose.
no hay excusa para que like they behave.
A mí el
that
que yo
way.
quería que realmente ganara, o sea, aparte de México, pues fue Norway. Noruega.
Norway,
I think
oh,
Noruega, they just did an amazing job. You know how they would have their la porra,
la
where they
porra,
were like
yeah.
boom, 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 the
Yes,
rowing.
the
I thought
rowing.
that was so cool. And then I really like that player, the Holland.
The Holland.
He's one of the most popular players.
popular, yeah.
And I don't know, they've never won a World Cup, so I was like, if they win, I think they really deserve it.
They
Deberían de
they
ganárselo.
can do something very
Sí.
fun.
Funny thing, so Haaland became one of the biggest stars of the World Cup, ¿no?
Okay.
Y pues mucha gente, especialmente en el Perú, I guess they registraron a sus hijos, they registered their kids
As
with the
Holland.
name of Haaland.
Holland.
Yeah, I forgot his first name, I
That
can't think
is-
of it right now, pero le pusieron Haaland a sus hijos. Over 500 kids were named Haaland because of him.
Oh wow. Well, we have to be careful in Latin America with the names they pick.
Sí,
Because
oye.
Holland, to be honest, might be a cool name in
I
Norway,
mean,
but
yeah,
it's not a
but in
terrible
Spanish,
name.
imagínate que me llame yo, yo soy
Haaland.
Haaland, mucho
Oh,
gusto.
soy Haaland. Como jalas. Como
Haaland like pulling.
jala la pulling, like jalas tú al trabajo. Aquí está el que
Si jalan
jalan.
o no jalan.
Jalan o no jalan.
Pues no sé, pero es el fanatismo otra vez, you know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of Messi kids out there, like Messi, and
Messi,
Cristiano
y Cristiano
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. Tú eres John Sebastian.
Joan Sebastián, you know, like the singer.
Yo, es que todos, hay Marlon, Brandon.
Marlon.
He conocido Marlon Brandons. Todos en Latinoamérica los tomamos los nombres y los copiamos.
Yeah, but I mean, I think que no hay no hay una regla de cómo te debes de nombrar, you know, there's no like a rule to what your name should be,
No.
but I don't
But
know.
there should be, because
There should
have
be,
you,
yeah.
have you seen the list of terrible names
Oh,
that
yeah.
people give to their
It-
children?
In Mexico, they came up with a list of names that you're not allowed.
Allowed?
Like,
Okay.
for example, one of them is Hitler. You're
Hitler?
not allowed to name your kid Hitler.
That is not okay in Latin America. Yeah, there are a couple of names.
There's a
that-
couple that you can.
yeah.
So, pero pues, hey, Haaland, I mean, no está feo, pero sí es triste ver que alguien especialmente digamos que like my name was going to be Michael.
Michael.
Can you
okay.
imagine me, yo, Michael acá?
Michael? No,
No va
it
conmigo,
doesn't
it doesn't
sound
go
like
with
you.
And
Yes,
the reason why my mom wanted to name me Michael es porque en ese entonces estaba Kid, el auto increíble. It was,
Sí.
I don't know how, what the movie's called in English, but it was or a show,
Sure.
Kid, where it was a car that talked.
Okay, yeah.
And it was very famous
El
back in
auto
the 80s.
increíble.
El auto increíble,
Es
yes,
que tú
something like that.
eres mucho más viejo que yo. You're a lot
No,
more-
¿qué pasó? I mean, I was born on 87, so that's when the...
Ahí está la cosa de, del
No, ¿tú qué
carro.
años eres? 90s baby?
90s
You're
baby.
like 2000s.
90s baby.
Ah, está cerquita.
Está cerquita ya.
sí.
Ah,
Anyways,
eso
entonces...
sonamos muy viejos, 1900.
A mi
It
mamá le
sounds very
gustaba mucho
old.
este show y decía, oh, we should name our kid Michael. Y yo así
Michael.
como que, I didn't, and can you imagine no, I don't look like a Michael.
Or when that's another funny thing. We don't change our names when we get married. Like Latinos, we don't do that. Because imagine one day I call like Natalia Wilson or something like that. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't sound
Natalia
good.
Wilson
And with this accent, it just doesn't look right.
with this accent.
And the worst thing is when they get married and they get divorced and then they have to change the name again. And oh my God, it's
A lot
so
of people
many.
just keep it. They're like, I don't want to like go through all that again. And then se quedan con Natalia Wilson.
No, I don't want to keep like a strange name that is not mine.
Yeah, that's definitely something a cultural here que you have to choose the
That you have to
husband's name.
choose.
It's weird. I don't really like it either. And I
I
just-
mean, it's nice that you have the freedom to choose.
yeah, but no, if I could choose, I would just say just keep your name. Like
Yeah,
my-
because it reminds you of your mom and dad's family
yeah,
side.
like my wife, she chose my my last name.
Oh yes.
Yes, and but So here's the thing. She got her PhD, right? So she's Dr. Olvera.
Oh, nice.
instead of,
on what?
Neuroscience.
Ooh, that's
yeah.
beautiful.
So, but now I'm like, she's a doctor, and then my last name Olvera. Like, I didn't do nothing for her to be named that. She should keep her last name. And I
Yes.
told her, like, I think you should keep your last name, especially if you're gonna have your title,
Title,
doctor.
Yeah.
You know, her last name is Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
But then she's like, there's already too many Gonzalez, and there's really not that many Olveras.
Olveras.
So I'm like, all right, I'll give you that.
Okay, sometimes it's worth it, but sometimes I have heard some last name that we should also delete from the poor people. Like, oh God, in Latin America, we have the worst type of last name.
You know, la gente de El Salvador es los que tienen los nombres más curiosos. They have the most interesting names, people from Salvador, because there's Walters, there's Michaels.
Michaels.
There's all kinds of stuff. Britneys.
Britneys.
Yeah, Bryans. Well, that's actually México. En México hay muchos Bryans y Britneys.
Bryans. Ah, sí, Bryans. Sí. ¿Sabes cuál es muy latino también? Jason.
Jason, sí cierto, sí cierto.
Es un tipo de latino que sí, if you know a Jason, he probably is the crazy guy in the block. In Latin America, Jason is the guy that nobody wants to be with.
You don't want to date a Jason.
Because he's the one jumping from roof to roof, like breaking
breaking windows, breaking into houses.
Sus huesos, se rompe el brazo, la mano.
Oh, and it's not Jason like the way you was like Jason, like Jason. No,
sí.
Jason is Jei or Y. S-O-N. Jason.
Yeah, that's Jason. But whoever that names
es que like, también tienes que hacer la pronunciación bien.
Pronunciación. No. Es con
Jason.
J, yeah. that is a good one. And that is how it really works. I like that one. That is funny. No, we don't.
Jason.
Yeah, so when I met a real Jason here, I'm like, ooh. Do you also jump from roof to roof? I have always wanted to ask them, but they're kind of crazy people. Un gran abrazo a las personas que se llaman Jason.
I know, ahorita nos estás echando un Jason, like, I'm not like that.
Yo no soy
así.
I'm very serious and I have a PhD in neuroscience.
Nos estamos echando aquí enemigos, oye. Ya hablamos mal, no, van a decir los argentinos, ya no vamos a querer escucharlos a los salvadoreños.
Nos va a tocar cuidarnos cuando salgamos de aquí porque ya van a salir los argentinos allá afuera. Aquí hay unos cuantos, yo tengo unos cuantos amigos argentinos.
Sí, Raúl conoció un argentino apenas precisamente antes de la final del mundial.
Sí.
Y muy buena, anda muy chévere.
Ok, se ve bien bueno. Vamos a ver. Ok. Este ha sido un día en el que hemos hablado. We have talked about everything. AIs, voting stuff, soccer, what else? Y todos and remember everything that is happening this weekend in the city of Reno.
Yeah, definitely. So vamos a estructurar más el programa. Esto es como damos una probadita.
Una probadita.
We're testing the waters.
We're testing cómo se siente mejor.
Cómo se siente mejor, ¿verdad? Ya, así es que si tienen sugerencias, pues escríbanla aquí a Natalia.
Sí, déjenos comentarios aquí en la página de Northern Nevada's Voice. And please, let us know which one is your favorite section.
¿En tus redes sociales?
En las redes sociales de Natalia On Air, that will publishing soon. And I'll see you guys next Friday.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley. KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style. It's now time for Late Lunch with Veronica Cortez, your lunch lady. Now, your host, Veronica Cortez.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Veronica, the lunch lady, and here we are having our first late lunch in studio today with Tammy and Drew, my friends. We're going to be having great conversations here about the community, Lemon Valley, just what's going on, I guess, after the campaign, right? So, like I said, this is my first show. I thank everybody for listening in. A little bit about myself. I am a lunch lady, been a proud employee of the Washoe County School District since 1999, fed many children in the district. And, you know, I hear a lot of conversations. I hear a lot of things in the community, in the cafeteria. And I'm so excited that we finally get an opportunity to talk about this stuff. So I'd like to introduce Tammy Holstill. She was running for County Commissioner District 5, which is my district out in Sun Valley, would be like the, I guess, western side of Sun Valley. What was District 5? Let us know.
Part of Sun Valley, Golden Valley, Lemon Valley, up Somerset, Verdi, Mogul area, and all the way out to Gerlach.
Wow, that's a big area. It's weird the way Sun Valley is cut, because even though I am from Sun Valley, most of it is District 3, but District 5 does cover the area that I am at, and we do have a lot of agriculture out there, a lot of people that do like to have their animals, their spaces, their business. And right now I am the lunch lady out at Lemon Valley, which is also District 5. So I live in District 5, I work out in District 5, I travel the roads all the time, and I met you during this campaigning season, and you opened my eyes to so much more that was going on in Lemon Valley. And I just feel like they haven't had the opportunity to get out and have the exposure that they really need. They're having a lot of Zoom meetings. They're having a lot of meetings in the evening where residents can't even get to because of the problems that have already been created. So what's going on in Lemon Valley right now?
Well, first of all, we've overdeveloped the area, and by doing so, the traffic is horrendous. That's one of the reasons a lot of people can't make it to NAB meetings or CAB meetings, because of the fact that it's at 6 o'clock and traffic is backed up forever and a day. It's even backed up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon now when you're trying to get from Reno up 395. And then you have, besides the overdevelopment, you also have 2 sewer plants that are putting effluent into the public playa, which is right behind your wonderful Lemon Valley Elementary School, for the children to play in that effluent that is 100% contaminated with medical waste.
Yeah. Like you said, I do work right next to that lake, and, they're teaching the kids. I always go back to this, but they teach the kids about how the water cycle works, how, the water has to evaporate up into the clouds and then it rains back down. And sometimes, the children will find this collected water, and the water that's coming down, it's not very good. We're getting the wildlife from the pond or lake. What is the name of that lake? Does it have a name?
It's Swan Lake, but it's an actual playa. We're a closed basin. It's a playa like Black Rock Desert is, where they do the Burning Man. It's a playa that everything comes down to it.
It's natural, or they made that?
It's natural.
Okay, so it's a natural runoff.
It's a natural runoff area. However, because of the flooding, because of the overdevelopment, because of the sewer plants, we have a major problem. They're pumping in 12 million gallons a day from Tumwa into Lemon Valley area. So with all of this water coming in, and then if we have a storm, we're going to be flooded, but we're going to be flooded by Swan Lake again, because the discharge of the Reno Stead sewer plant is over 2 million gallons a day going into that playa that is for stormwater runoff. The effluent has consumed our floodplain, and that is why we flooded back in 2017.
That's what I was going to ask you about. It has already flooded out there, and there was a big deal made of it. What happened with that? I know you've been advocating for this since then.
Right. I had started advocating when the residents actually flooded, because the Washoe County commissioners, except for Commissioner Herman, weren't paying attention, weren't listening to the residents, and they weren't getting the help that they needed. We had residents that were using 5-gallon buckets and putting kitty litter in it to go to the bathroom because their septic tanks were flooded over and they weren't working properly. So I was advocating for them then that they needed to be part of the state of emergency, like Hidden Valley and some other areas. and 2017, and they didn't do it. They refused to do it. So being a retired state employee, my next thing was, how do I get the attention? So I found out who the director was for federal emergency management, and that was Caleb Cage. I called him besides having every resident call the governor's office, and that's how we got Sandoval out there to begin with. And he called us his little Katrina. And that's when Washoe County finally had to step up and do something.
Good. I'm glad. And so when you say you're out advocating, you're going to meetings, talking with what type of agencies have you actually talked to about this?
Oh, let's see. We start with the Washoe County commissioners. We've talked to NDEP. We've talked to, I've had the lieutenant governor out, Stavros. I've been to DC with Amadei, and I've also been with him here. He actually took a tour with me. The same with Stavros. He could not believe when he saw how the lake looked. And during this campaign season, I actually went to a dinner where I actually got to ask him what happened publicly. And he blamed the county commissioners because he says he went back to the county commissioners. And now when I brought it up to Claire Andriola, she says, no, he didn't come to us. So who's telling the truth? I'm tired of the finger pointing back and forth. It's like the city of Reno and Washoe County. They point the fingers back at each other. And the state of Nevada is permitting these sewer plants to do this. So it does become the responsibility of the state of Nevada to be paying attention and taking care of it. And they say, no, we're not supposed to. But yes, they should. They permitted them to do this. They're allowing the city of Reno and Washoe County to contaminate that playa. Now the water can't even go to the river, like pump it out. They can't pump it out because it's contaminated.
Wow, that's a lot. So what do you think is what is their next plan for this?
Well,
problem?
supposedly One Water Nevada has decided that they're going to make drinking water out of the Stead sewer plant. But ground was supposed to be broken on that back in 2024. And then in 2025, they said, oh, we're going to start breaking ground at the end of 2025. And it never happened. We're in 2026 right now. And they have gone way over budget because they have a problem with, they kept saying that PFAS was the responsibility, the reason there's so many PFAS in Swan Lake, which is your ever-loving plastic. That was because of the fire department training that caused all that PFAS to be in that public playa. So anyway, come to find out, they're having problems filtering or finding the right kind of lasting filter to filter the PFAS before they can put it into the ground below the aquifer and let it naturally filter itself back up to our drinking water. So they still haven't broke ground yet. And last Tumwa, and this shows you the conflict. City of Reno says we're not pumping out to American Flats anymore because residents got sick and because of the PFAS. And yet Tumwa did they were flushing out one of their systems right there on Swan Lake. And what happened was they turned around and stated right in their press release that it's okay to pump it into Swan Lake because Reno's still pumping out. So who's telling the truth? There is no accountability anywhere within our government agencies. They point the fingers at each other. And that was why I ran for county commissioner, because I was tired of the finger pointing and nothing being done.
Good for you. Good for you. That's exactly what we need. And it almost sounds like Sun Valley with our roads out there, depending on what block you're in or what area you're driving in, the roads are going to be Washoe County. They're going to be GID. They're going to be NDOT. They're going to be, what is the other one? The RTC. Like there's so many agencies involved. And when we try to go and get these answers to these questions that we have to deal with every day, I drive the roads. You have to drive by it every day. And I know they have lots of construction going on. I heard they're going to widen the Lemon Valley Road. Is that going to have any effect on the lake? Like what's going on there?
Here's a good one for you. 2 weeks ago on a Monday, early morning, because Military Road is being widened right now. Everybody's taking the back way to Bravo to Lemon Drive. We had a head-on accident at the same time because they had to go to divert people off of Lemon Drive. They had to go into a subdivision and come back out. Well, this car ends up in a culvert because he was driving too fast. Then later on that afternoon, up on Lemon Drive, up by the Mexican restaurant, there's a vehicle rolled over on its top. The city of Reno and RTC decided to increase the speed limit to 45 miles an hour with cross traffic.
Yeah, I thought that was funny because I work at the school right there. And one day I went to work and it was 35. And us as the staff at the school, we know not to speed on that street because there's always somebody there. So I guess their solution to issuing so many tickets is just to raise the speed limit, which is also super not safe because we got kids that are crossing that crosswalk. It's not always in the morning when they start, exactly at 3:30 when they get off. Sometimes we have early release. Sometimes we have late start. So there's always children. Sometimes they come to school late. There's always things crossing that road. And I just thought it was pretty funny that instead of, just enforcing the laws and making it safer, we're just going to make it faster.
Yeah. And then RTC wants to turn around and widen Lemon Drive and elevate it out of the floodplain onto a silt berm that is the contaminated boundary of Swan Lake. Really smart. And only be a 2-lane road to boot.
I saw that the other day where there was like a head-on collision on a 2-lane road. Like, I don't even know where to go with that. Like, you each have your own lane. I don't know how they met in the middle.
They were passing.
Oh, I thought there was no passing on that road.
That's a double yellow line, but
okay.
they pass anyway.
And that's what's happening. We have in Sun Valley, the traffic is crazy. We just got $80 million to fix our roads and make them bigger so we can go faster. And it's going to have landscaping and storm drains and all this unnecessary stuff instead of just maybe providing us with the services that we need in Sun Valley. And then people don't have to go out and go somewhere, but it's something that we're working on. And another gentleman I'd like to introduce right now that's in studio is Drew. Is it Rybar or Rebar? Rebar, like the metal, right? Exactly. And I've been a big fan of your videos because we're talking about the agencies that are not responding to us, that are not, helping us with what we need. And your videos are all about accountability. I see your videos and it's like people trying to micromanage other people. Like, who gave you this right? We have this constitutional right. And first of all, the right from God to be here. And then they try to come in and tell you these things to do. So, Drew, what's going on with you? What have you been up to? And tell us about these agencies that that are just not listening to us.
Well, our government's pretty much out of control. We've got this word in our Constitution and liberty. And really think about it. Do any of us really have any liberty left anymore? What does liberty really mean to anybody? Do we have the liberty to go drive around in our car, go drive around and, go shopping, go drive around and go see national parks, go drive around and see your family, or just do the things that you want to do that make you happy? Liberty, do we have that anymore? Do we have the liberty to make money the way we want to make money? Or does everything require a license from the government? I'm sure everybody here has a license to do something to make money. It seems that what we've created in our society is this government that controls everybody and everything that we do and takes a fee out of everything and out of all of us for everything that we do. Whether, you go down and you go down and buy a new pair of shorts, or go have dinner in a restaurant, or get your car towed, or anything that you need in life. Go buy a used car. Car salesmen have to have licenses to sell you a car. Mortgage brokers have to have a license to get you a mortgage. Maybe these are all things that when I was 20 years ago, car salesmen never had licenses. If you needed a mortgage, you didn't have to go to somebody that needed a license to give you a mortgage. If you wanted to go do a job, helping your neighbor fix their house. You call your neighbor up and fix a house. Now you've got to have a contractor come in, pay a contractor, go get permission from the government to fix a door, or change something in your house, or any simple things like that. Maybe don't know if I'm being real clear.
Even
here.
to change a hot water heater anymore, you have to get a licensed professional to put it in. You have to have a certificate and this and that. Yeah. And in Sun Valley, we all live in mobile homes, and it's like you call the neighbor over because you need a new hot water heater or you need a bathtub. And you're right. In fact, I'm working with a bunch of businesses right now that the fire inspector this morning that I'm working with actually admitted that they had issued Washoe County licenses where they shouldn't have. And these people have been renewing their licenses for over 5 years. And now they're coming and they're closing them down because they're not in compliant. And they're even admitting it's their mistake. So how fair is it to even the people that are following through with everything? The government's not following through, with their rules until it conveniences them.
Well, like what the government does. So my business, I used to own a towing company, and what made me what I am, which is I became a YouTuber and started publishing YouTube videos and social media, and it was the DMV. And the DMV, what I found out in my business is they start making laws through emails. And what they do is they send one law enforcement officer, a cop, sends an email out, click, 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 push the button, send, and all of a sudden the rules have changed for everybody. But nobody ever knew about it. And this email cost people thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I got a buddy of mine, he runs Lake Tahoe Celebrity Transportation. And the Nevada Transportation Authority, I don't know if anybody really knows about them. I just talked to him yesterday. But what they've done to him is he picks people up at the airport and transports them generally into California or wherever. So he does interstate transportation. But the state of Nevada has decided, even though there's a court decision called Brent Crewcar where the state of Nevada lost, that says the state of Nevada can't regulate these things, they still regulate these things. And what they've done to him is they've impounded his vehicles, kept them in impound for, I think, at least a year now on one of them. And he's gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses, all because there was this one investigator that sent an email out back in 2019 that said, we're going to change how we enforce these rules today. So one day you're legal operating your business, like my friend is, and then the next day he's not, even though there's court decisions that says he is. That's just one example. Or you take the DMV. The DMV decided one day in my business that cars should no longer have clean titles. And so if you buy a car from an auction through a towing company, where you used to get clean titles all the time, they decided one day, well, gee, you can't have a clean title anymore. And then what they did is after that, it took them a couple of years. Well, maybe we should change the law to actually say this now. And they go in and you're running for the assembly there. And the people sitting in those chairs, they don't know anything about it. And here's the DMV. Well, we need this to make the public safer. How's it making the public safer to devalue their cars? Seems to me you're just taking the people's money away. So, whether you're making a regulation to devalue your car by giving you a salvage title, or by making you have a contractor get a permit to put in a water heater, we're taking away people's rights to fix their own houses, to keep their own cars. We're taking away people's property rights is really what it comes down to. And we all go through life, and you're young and you have nothing when you start out, for most of us anyways. At least that's how my life was. And then you get a little bit older and you acquire some property, and you thought you owned it, but you don't really own it. If you don't pay your registration fees in your cars, and how many cars do you see around town running around without registrations? I mean, they put us all through this pandemic thing, right? And they changed all the rules, and they stopped letting you go into the DMV and pay your taxes in a timely manner to making you have an appointment to pay your taxes. So whether it's contractors for your house, the DMV for your cars, or all of the other licensing agencies that are out there that make you do things a certain way and suck up more of your money and take more of your property rights away. And that's really what I'm fighting. Is how do we get our rights back? How do we get the government to serve the people instead of what's happened, in my opinion, is now the people are serving the government.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was just talking to my dad about this the other day. As I get older, I will be inheriting some things, and we're going over paperwork through the county. And he's like, "Well, you just got to be real nice when you go into them." And why do I have to be nice? I'm paying their salaries. Like, they literally have a job because I pay taxes. If we stop paying taxes, who's going to pay their paycheck? And that's something that we have learned, because I did go to the school district, since kindergarten all the way up through high school. I was taught that I do certain things a certain way and I don't ask questions. And now that I've broken away from that, and as an adult, I am asking these questions, and I'm getting labeled, I'm getting alienated out, I'm getting pushed back, because is it the truth that's coming out? Is that what they're afraid of, you think? Or
They hate the truth. They just.
what do you think, Tammy?
Oh, God.
Is it the truth, Pigs? Is it the truth that's getting them?
It is. It's the truth. And also, I just wanted to allude what he was talking about earlier. How crazy is it? You can't even collect rainwater anymore.
Yeah.
In most places, and that's something that just naturally falls from the sky. Is it going to be illegal to suntan and get sun rays soon?
Yeah, you saw that. They're trying to make these big discs. I saw it on The Simpsons, where they're going to block out the sun, and then you have to pay to get sunlight, right? So the plants can grow.
If it happened on The Simpsons, that means it's coming.
Absolutely.
The Simpsons has been right.
Yes, too many times.
Too many times.
Oh.
Everything is taxed.
Yes.
There's a fee for everything. I mean, think about how much money.
Well, I have a question for you. You talk about tax. Didn't we have a revolution that said we were tired of the taxation from the monarchy
Exactly.
back in 1776?
It's what created America.
Mhm.
Okay. And wasn't it supposed to be no taxation without proper representation?
100%.
Amen to that.
RTC has a board that does not represent the North Valleys.
Yeah. Our RTC, I've been doing some research on the RTC. And, well, I've been doing a lot of research on a lot of different agencies, whether it's the RTC or the, what is it? Who are the people that control the room taxes and all that stuff. And if you look at what they're doing with their money, is the money really going to things that benefit the public, or is the money going to, well, I don't want to get too far into the weeds in this one. So like I said, I ran a towing company for a couple decades, and it's a very regulated industry. And one day, all of a sudden, there's this new fee that shows up on the tariff. Now, tariffs with towing companies, you're required to charge these tariffs. The law says if you don't charge them, you get huge fines. And all of a sudden, there's this administrative fee of $25. Now I think it's up to 30 something odd dollars. And every time the cops call for a tow truck, the towing company is required to collect this administrative fee from the owner of the vehicle. And if they can't collect it from the owner of the vehicle, then they're required to take it out of their profits. And they're required to send this money to this multi-billion-dollar company that one of our government employees signed a contract with. And basically this government employee created a fake tax to enrich their billionaire buddies. None of us voted on this $30 fee roughly. And half the time insurance companies are paying this $30 fee. So you've paid the $30 fee, whether you think you've paid it or not, because guess what? If your insurance company paid it, you think you're paying it, or you think they're just eating it. So, I mean, here's this one fee I can demonstrate. I got the contract. I know how it all happened. And like I said, all of a sudden, one day it just appeared. And there's all these different kinds of fees. And they take this money and then they hire these private businesses that are owned by huge multi-billion-dollar billionaires. And then they send the money to them.
Of course, because they're friends getting paid by friends. We're going to talk more about that in just a minute. We got to go to a little break, but we'll be right back with Drew and Tammy having a conversation on the late lunch here with the lunch lady.
Sun Valley, KNNR 1400 AM Sparks, K277DL 103.3 Washoe Valley.
All right, and we are back having a late lunch here with the lunch lady. We were just getting into the good tea. We were talking with Drew right here. He's out there advocating just for everybody and all the, agencies that are overcharging us and a lot of things. He's been around, so he's seen this stuff, the laws being changed, how it worked before without it. So why are they charging this extra money now? Where's the money going? And we're going to get into talking a little bit about he had a tow company, and in Sun Valley and probably in any place now, we have this really, really bad issue about abandoning cars. I sold a car in the 90s and they didn't end up registering it and they abandoned it on the freeway. And the tow company found me and I had to pay like $400 for a car that I had sold. So I don't know. When did that change, Drew? Like, when do people not have to be responsible for these cars that they buy anymore?
That's a complicated question because the law says that if you abandon a car, the last registered owner is supposed to be responsible for it. But there's no process in the state of Nevada to prove you sold it, got rid of it, or did anything.
Yep.
Plus, Nevada is a very transient state, so we've got a lot of people from California and other states coming here. And we could get really deep into the weeds in here, but basically the government doesn't really care if you abandon a car. They don't enforce the law or try to search out the people that abandon the car and hold them responsible, because technically if you abandon a car and don't cover the bills and take care of your responsibility, the sheriff could come out and arrest you is what the law says. So it's
So what happens if you have the bill of sale? Because that's one of the things, like in California, I just helped my mom sell my dad's Corvette. We made sure we filled out a complete bill of sale. We did it with the boats and everything else because one person was going to decide to part out a boat and we didn't want mom to be responsible. So we made sure we made a bill of sale. We kept a copy of it. We sent the original with the new owner. Wouldn't that work here too?
Yeah, that works here too. But in California, I believe there's a law that holds people accountable. In Nevada, there's a law, and if you've got a bill of sale, that gives the government or the towing company or whoever a path to go track that other person down. Say, you sold the car, here's the bill of sale, it's your responsibility. What did you do with the car? And did you have another bill of sale? Well, then you can go track the next person down. So they've got a way to track people down. Other states have you've got to notify the DMV or the Department of Licensing, or whatever the other states call them, that you sold the car to this person, and that way there's a way to track the people. And so when you go out to Sun Valley or Washoe Valley, which is where I live, or wherever, because people are abandoning these piles of garbage.
Are they abandoning them out there in Washoe Valley also?
Oh yeah,
because it used to be just Sun Valley, and now it seems it's everywhere now.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Any place that's dark and out in the open.
Or motorhomes are the worst, though.
Yeah, so bad. Yes.
Well, because and the real problem is what the government's done is they've created all these fees and all of these hoops to jump through for the towing companies, and the prices that the towing companies get for the scrap metal don't cover the costs to process the cars. So the towing companies don't want the vehicles and they don't want to process them, because why do you want to process something that you lose money on? And why do you want to process something that, like, say NHP calls you and you've got to pay this administrative fee to these billionaire people for processing a car? So you just lost another, $25, $30 or whatever the fee is now that they've made it. And so there's no reason for the towing companies to want to take them. And when the cops call, then they threaten the towing companies if you don't do this, yada, yada, yada. So basically you've got government employees threatening small businesses, and the government employees making it really difficult for the small businesses to even break even on it. I mean, because if you go in and impound this pile of garbage car with no motor, no transmission, that's been caught on fire, and the wrecking yard's going to give you $25 for it, but it cost you $300 to process the paperwork, plus the taxes on top of that, or the administrative fee, excuse me. Would you want to do that if you own that business?
Yeah.
So that's the problem that you've got with all these abandoned cars, is the government's made it so difficult to process them that there's no reason to do it.
Yeah, and I heard I was talking to Forbush the other day, and he was talking about with the motorhomes, there's a lot of wood in there, so there's really not even any metal. They have to destruct them and then throw the wood away, and that's going to accrue, a cost too. And it's an issue that I wish our leaders would look more into because it's not something new.
Well, there's also hazmat in there because there's microwave ovens in those things. That's hazardous. Or you've got refrigerators in those. That's hazardous waste. And so you've got to dispose of all of this hazardous waste on the
Well, you also have
motorhomes.
the septic tanks too.
The septic tanks. I mean, you can take those and drain those, but I mean, if you send an employee on a tow truck out there to go drain that, and it takes you an hour to go do it, that's an hour's worth of time. And how much you got to pay these people? Then your insurance fees running these towing companies is huge. I mean, the insurance companies are charging $3,000-4,000 a month just to insure a single tow truck. So all of this money that the people are being charged by all of these small businesses, whether it's towing companies, restaurants, whatever the business is, there's all of these behind the scene fees that the public doesn't see that are going to a bunch of other people that you're not really getting concrete services for.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's something new. Also that happened last year. I do own the pizza place in Sun Valley and I rent my spot there. But last year we had to start assessing the value of the business and then pay Washoe County taxes for the business. So since I own my home, I own my property, I own my business, I'm getting hit 3 times taxes by Washoe County. And I'm going to these county commissioner meetings and I'm seeing how the commissioners will approve a raise for RTC, but then I go look at the RTC board and that's the same person who just approved the raise. So that's part of where the corruption is too. We're so busy in our lives just trying to survive. They know we're not going to have this accountability squad. And I think that's what the lunchtime is about. We're just going to focus on, we need to expose these agencies that are supposed to be working for us and they're not. I have, like I said, my business is a nonprofit, the pizza, the notary. Each one of those has an independent license that I can't LLC together. I can't put them together. So when I go renew my licenses, it's like $1,000 drop. And if I'm late, then it's a double. And, it's not very friendly with these businesses anymore. And I don't know where they expect to get this money if they keep closing all these businesses down. So I appreciate you going out and holding all these businesses accountable for what they're doing. I appreciate you. You guys are out there. I feel like we're part of this team that we want better. And there's just so much pushback and so much, I don't even know what it's called. At first, they embrace you to bring you in because they see that you're advocating. But as soon as you don't want to advocate for what they want, all of a sudden you're the enemy, and it's tough. It's sad. I've had people come to my house and vandalize my house. I've had them do things to my signs. I've had them do things to houses where, my other signs are put. And it's like, I didn't expect any of this. I don't know if you experience any of that. I see it all the time on your videos where they're like, you can't do this and you can't do that. And he's like, yeah, I can. Accountability squad.
Yeah. Well, it's let's go over to the data centers for a second and Tahoe Regional Industrial Center and tax breaks. So what our elected representatives have done is they give all of these out of state back to the billionaire class. They give all these people huge tax breaks to come to Nevada and build businesses.
And they were already getting a tax break by leaving California to begin with.
Yeah. And the local businesses, they pile on more taxes and pile on more fees. And then they give these data centers these tax breaks, and they give Tahoe Regional Industrial Center these tax breaks. And we talked about the traffic in Lemon Valley and Sun Valley, and thank God for Washoe Valley is starting to get built up south down there. So the traffic's going to start piling up there. And they tell us all of these tax breaks are great for all of us because they're going to bring more businesses in, that bring more people in, that make all of the people's lives harder that have already been here. So they take the people that have been here and you make them pay a lot more to have a worse life because you're going to bring more people here and try to give them a better life.
And they're not doing their infrastructure before bringing these people in.
No.
Not one of the sewer plants in Washoe County are up to speed for the quantity of effluent they're receiving.
Yeah,
So-
Sun
so
Valley
basically
just
what
built a
you're
pump
saying
house.
is they are, we can't say that word on the air.
Yes, that word we can't say. We can't say. Yes, that's what we're
That's
talking
right.
about. Yeah, Sun Valley just built a new pump house, and the residents are asking why. Like, the water is fine, we don't need it. I said, hold on. What you're not understanding is when I joined the Citizens Advisory Board a year ago in Sun Valley, they already had 13 projects that were coming in. We have thousands and thousands of apartments coming in, and they're all apartments because they're changing the master plan from it's like for 1 acre you could get 3 houses, but if you change the master plan, now you can get 21 dwellings on 1 acre, and that's where the apartments come from. And they said that they're following through with traffic surveys, and the traffic surveys are actually put on roads that nobody's driving, or they're doing them during COVID. And that's the situation we're in now. They think by adding more roads, they're going to help us. It doesn't help. We need the services so we don't have to drive. Why do I have to drive all the way out there? Why can't you just provide work for me here? Why can't you open the grocery stores? Specifically in Sun Valley, we have so many closed businesses. And I'm not saying that they have to do that or not open it, but I see millions of dollars coming into the area, and it's still not providing us with services. If anything, it's providing more work for the community. They did this whole project where they put in these ornamental things, because with this new construction, you have to put, like, I don't even know what it is. Art? Is it art that they're putting on the
It's
road
art.
now? It's like rocks and metal things. But in Sun Valley, they put them in and there's nobody to take care of them. Like, we can already not take care of what we have. So I can't grasp the concept. And when I do ask about it, I'm getting emails about how I'm targeting, and I don't feel like I'm targeting. I always feel like, I represent the people, and it's real important that we get out there and we talk about these things. I have gone to a couple meetings with the Sierra Reflections. That's down in your areas. What is going on with that? Is that still happening?
Yeah.
Isn't
Was
it going to regional here real quick?
I think it's going to go back to regional. I haven't been watching it too close in the last month, but so for everybody that's listening that doesn't know what Sierra Reflections is, down in South Washoe County, near Washoe Valley, Pleasant Valley area. If you're driving between Carson and Reno and you look towards Washoe Valley, there's this huge open area there. And what they want to do is put a whole, 1,000 houses out there or something.
Last I heard, it was 1,500.
The number keeps changing. And basically what this area used to be back in the 1800s when they were doing the Comstock is they'd bring all the ore down into this area, and there's a little stream back in there, and they'd use Washoe Lake, and they'd use that water, and they'd take a bunch of mercury. And this is why you don't want to go swimming in Washoe Lake or eat the fish, is they take this mercury and they'd mix it with the water and mix it with their ore, and they would get the gold and the minerals out of it that were worth a bunch of money to them. And so this whole area is contaminated with mercury, and they want to build all these houses out there, and then they want to drill a bunch of wells and go a lot deeper than like my well on my property. Everybody out there is on a well and on septic because it's rural, and we all live out there because it's rural. And they want to build all of these houses because, well, they want to develop it. And the people that live out there, vast majority, don't want it. The county commissioners didn't listen, and they voted for it. I wouldn't say that anybody's getting a kickback because I don't know, but it's just
You just have to
I
go
do.
look at their.
You just got to look at their campaigns.
There you go.
Yep.
Contributions
But,
right there.
But how is this benefiting the people that live out there? Now, I'm all for property rights and the billionaires that own this huge swath of land.
They knew what they were buying when they purchased it. Just like
Exactly.
up north, Prado, they knew that was floodplain, but they want to try and take it out of the floodplain so they can flood the existing residents who weren't in a floodplain that they now want to put into the floodplain.
And make a bunch of money for themselves.
Besides them having to get flood insurance that doesn't cover diddly, you know what?
Yeah. And so this all goes back to the people that we're putting into office, and really beyond that, it's really the bureaucrats that are in all of these agencies that have a lot of these interactions with all of these other very wealthy people, are pushing these ideas. And instead of representing the people that are already here, they're representing people that aren't here, that want to make money from this area and take it out of this area and make it harder and worse for the people that are here.
That's like Stonegate too, because Stonegate is the owner, from my understanding, has changed hands several times, and it's now a German gentleman who owns it. And all he's worried about is what his existing wealth is going to be for his grandkids. He's not worried about anybody else but his, having that generational wealth.
Well, it's like Sierra Reflections, from my understanding, is owned by some people in Saudi Arabia. We got to help. We got to help the Saudis out. They need some more money from Washoe County.
Well, that's because that's where California is getting their gas. So if we don't get gas from there, where are we going to get it from?
There's other ways to get it. Ask George. He knows.
Yes, that's my point exactly. There's other ways to get it. Like, that's that the quiet part out loud.
That's the quiet part.
Yeah.
But we need people to represent us and help us, the local people, because that's what it is. That's what our government is supposed to be. It's small local government is supposed to represent the local people. And they've stopped doing that because financially they get enriched themselves, or get something at the end of the deal where, they go get these government jobs. And then after the government job, then they go get the private job where they get enriched by these people that they've been helping.
Yeah.
That's how the kickback scheme really works.
And one of the things that I think is very frustrating, especially after being in this last primary, is the voters aren't looking at, I saw that name, so I was just going to vote for them. They're not researching who they're actually voting for. They're just going, and if they're voting, they're just picking the name they saw the most common. A good example, my opponent the last week sent out 4 different mailer cards, where that's $7,000 a piece. That's a lot of money to be putting out mailers.
Yeah. Well, and like my race, the governor endorsed a candidate that had been a Democrat, that was the DMV director, that closed the DMV to the public, that created all these fines. And he endorsed her, and she is against the Second Amendment. She's against constitutional carry, and she's for higher fees. So we've got a Republican supposedly endorsing another Republican that's totally against Republican values. And then we've got other people that are right to life that are endorsing people that have said that they think that we should vote yes on question 6, which is the abortion question. And the Nevada Right to Life people have endorsed people that have said, I voted yes on question 6, pro-abortion.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got these people in our local community that are putting forth one scenario, but then they're endorsing the exact opposite of what they're saying to the public. So it's a big farce and a big lie to the people that they're putting out there, so that they can get their friends in these positions of power, so that they can keep this situation going on and on and on, of funneling the money away from the public and to their rich billionaire friends.
I know the 3 of us here are Republican, but I've gotten to the point that after working with the Republican Party and seeing everything that I saw in this primary, that the name Republican doesn't really stand for anything.
Nope.
There's too many little factions. They're not working together as a true group, and they're supporting people that my opponent was supported by one of the factions that they're not happy with Claire Andriola to begin with, but yet they supported him. The whole thing, I could not believe how messed up it is.
It's insane.
It is. And that's what we're working with right now. So I don't even know where to go with this. All I know is I can stand up, speak the truth like you are. How can people get involved in their community? How can they stand up for the things that they want to advocate for? Because there's, like I said, there's such pushback. There's such hate towards us. It's like, go along to get along anymore.
The best thing you do is reach out to other people. If you want to help speak out, God bless you. We need more people like us out there talking. The more that we are all talking, the more we make them accountable. And the only way we can make them accountable is to bring it forward. And people need to bring it forward instead of sitting in their lounge chairs watching TV going, I can't believe this is happening. Something's got to be different about it. This isn't right. Well, get out of the lounge chair. Start making calls. Start talking to people. Try and make a change. A good example is the residents I get very frustrated with. Here I am fighting for them. I've been fighting since 2017. I was able to help find the attorney that ended up winning their case for them so they'd get some help. And, I did get support. I got quite a bit of support out there, but it wasn't enough. And it was because there's not enough. Well, she's got it, no big deal. And yet they ended up, there 4,000 people voted for somebody who is part of the establishment, who is the go along to get along and doesn't know the law.
Yeah. And that's what I realized too when I started attending these meetings. So this isn't my forte, we'll say, because I'm a musician. That's not my strong area. I worked in school nutrition all my life. I advocated for school nutrition when I felt the need to bring more money to our students' meals was necessary. And now that I didn't plan to run for legislation, I actually went to my opponent's campaign fundraiser and had a talk with her about the abandoned cars, about the safety in Sun Valley. And she couldn't grasp any of the concepts that I was telling her that we were living with in Sun Valley. And that's really what motivated me to get into this legislative race. In fact, I was running against Tammy. I was in the County 5 race for 2 weeks when I realized, you know what, we got some really good people already advocating in this area. And, it does feel like possibly we won't get represented adequately with possibly the People's Choice this year. That's why it's important. What I realize when I go to these different board meetings, this vice chairman is a chairman for this board, and this chairman is going to be a vice chair for this board. So it's all connected and they know what they're doing. But I also have noticed since I've been out there advocating, people have been retiring and people have been accountable for their actions now. At least I'm getting emails about, yes, this is exactly how it went through. Going back through meetings, asking the questions like, well, you said this here, but it's not here. So I encourage everybody to get out there. The way I started going to my citizen advisory board meetings because there was stuff going around in my neighborhood. And I was like, we had a homeless camp. It was huge. There was 30 trailers in there. And I actually worked with Garcia, and she's the one who appointed me to the cabin Sun Valley. And we got this homeless camp all cleaned up and we were working forward. And I realized a year later, nothing's happened. They were all actions that had nothing to follow through. We're in the same spot. And when I started asking, okay, well, we did this 1 year ago. Why are we not taking care of it? It's again, go along to get along. We were told we can follow with her in her plans or we don't have to, even though we've been advocating for simple things like bus turnouts, or I don't even know what we're advocating for anymore. But there's such a divide in Sun Valley between the truth and not the truth. And there's such favoritism out there for some political candidates and some not. So it saddens me to see that I haven't been involved from before, but once you see the truth, you can't stop. When are you going to stop doing this? You can't. It's like you've opened this everlasting thing. You say you want to retire and you want to take a break, but
so when I first started this, it started with the Nevada Transportation Authority and one of their supervisory investigators. His name is David Gravel. He walks into my office and demands my business's papers, and he takes my papers and seizes them because there's an email from the DMV. And I questioned that. And what he said is, you've opened Pandora's box.
Yeah.
And he was absolutely right. I opened Pandora's box for myself because he showed me the corruption where you don't really need a warrant for the government to come into your life and take your
Yeah.
papers. You know, even though
Yep.
the Fourth Amendment's supposed to protect you, the Fourth Amendment's really a myth. The government can come in, seize your papers. You can go complain to the governor, and the governor doesn't really care. Nobody cares. And then the government just does what they want. And that's Pandora's box, and that opens your eyes. So once you've been abused by the government,
Yes.
your eyes are opened. I've got another friend of mine. He's been in the news here in Washoe. He's a 30-year law enforcement. He was chief of police for the Indian tribes. He was a sheriff. He's a man named Stuart Hanty. And I talk to him on a regular basis. And he used to be part of that Thin Blue Line gang until one day the government abused him. And now he's opened Pandora's box, and he's looking at this going, Stuart and I just talked the other day, and we did a little podcast. It's on my YouTube channel, Auditing Reno 911. And he's talking and looking at federal district judge Larry Hicks, who is Chris Hicks' father. And he's looking at how Judge Hicks was killed crossing in a crosswalk by this lifted up Ford Expedition. And the guy that killed federal Judge Hicks got a month in jail for a murder. And he's looking at this going, this doesn't make any sense to me. And I was trained, the government trained me to investigate these accidents. And I did this for 30 years. And he goes, there's just something not right here. But something's wrong.
Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because the family that we're going to have on next, they had a loss, unfortunately, here. And we're just going to talk about, how they got into this situation and how exactly the law enforcement is not protecting us like they should. So make sure to stick around for part 2 of the Late Lunch with the Lunch Lady. We're here with Veronica. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in just a
Thank
minute.
you.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
This show and every show is brought to you by Sign and Design Shop Reno at the corner of Eureka and 4th. Go and visit Cheryl and Roland. Now back to the late lunch with the lunch lady.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on our second hour right here with Veronica. I am the lunch lady. We are having a late lunch today. We just had Drew and Tammy in here, and we were all talking about things that are just going on in the community and how we feel victimized by our government agencies and how we can do things to make the community better by being more involved, whether it's with meetings or speaking out or like I do, simply giving people the opportunity to come and talk and explain their situation. And that's what we need. We just need to keep the communication going, because as soon as the communication stops, then we just stop being human. So my next guest here, it's actually a family, the Rangel family. And I was going through Facebook the other day and I saw a story about this young man. How old was he? 22 years old. So I have a daughter who's 28. I have another daughter who's 10. I couldn't imagine what it would feel like to lose a child. I mean, it's not, I always thought it's not natural. It's like first the grandparents go, then the parents, and then the children. But when tragedy hits and evil hits and we lose family members out of order, we lose our whole structure in life. And so I wanted to give this family the opportunity to come out, you know, and tell us their family, where they came from, how they've grown, and just tell their stories. So I have mom here, I have his wife, and what's your son's name? Christopher Rangel. And his wife is here. Her name is Gabby, right? And you guys have 3 kids together, 2 kids together. I saw the kids in the picture. And we have somebody else. What's your name? And his sister's here, and we're just going to talk about him and what his life was about and where they're at right now in their situation, how possibly we can have community members reach out to them and some resources that we can help them out with their struggles. So who wants to start? Mom? Okay. When was Chris born?
June 30th. Yeah.
Oh, so he just had a birthday.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's super hard. I'm so sorry. And I'm going to break down crying. Yes, that's super hard. So yeah, and you guys are from here. Where are you from?
I'm originally from Mexico City. That's from Aguascalientes, Mexico. And they were all born here. He's the 4th of 7 siblings.
Wow, you have 7 kids?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So he's a fourth of 7 siblings. And come to find out, they have ties to Aguascalientes. That's where I was raised. So my story is my mom's Italian, my dad's Hispanic, and my dad's parents migrated from Aguascalientes. My grandpa said it was Zacatecas, but I always grew up on Aguascalientes. If you know about your Mexican states, they're close to each other. So Aguascalientes, Zacatecas is really close. So that was the area I grew up in. And I recognized your last name because my last name is Cortez. And in Sun Valley, we always had like that. My dad would be like, those are my primos, the Rangel. So we always grew up. So I do recognize that last name. So I'm glad I could be out here to help you out. So it's difficult sometimes coming into a new area from somewhere else. And being an immigrant, I personally am not an immigrant. I know my father was an immigrant, and sometimes when we would go back and forth to Mexico, he would want me and my mom to sit in the front because we were the whitest looking ones out of the family, and the aduana would never stop us, right? The what do you call the border patrol or whatever? They would never stop us on the frontera because they're like, oh, they're white girls, let them go, you know. And my dad would be in the back, but you know, I've always experienced stuff like that, but I've never really felt the division between, you know, being my American side and the Hispanics like I do now. And I almost feel like we are targeted as Latinos more by the Latino community sometimes, you know? And so we just want to bring awareness that we are coming together. We're here to support you. And we hope we can get justice for your son, you know? Okay. So go ahead, start talking about him.
Well, he was a really fun kid. He was always joking. He was always making people laugh. He loved to he was a bully with his brothers, and that was definitely one of his but that was yeah, but that was just the way he was. That was the way of showing the way he loved. And I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
fine. You're fine.
It's
That's
just
okay, Mom.
like-
I know it's super hard. Go ahead and take a break. Let's talk to Gabby. So that's your husband, right? He was your husband, baby's
we were
dad.
engaged.
You were
Yes, yeah.
engaged. Of course, that's close enough. And you met him where?
I met him through friends.
There you go. That's the old school way to do it
Yeah,
in
I
Reno.
met
I
him
mean,
through
we
friends.
didn't have any type of social media. It's just like, hey, I'm gonna meet you, I'm gonna introduce you to my friend. You want to hook up with my cousin? Like that's the way Reno is, you know. That's just the way
how it
Reno is.
was,
That's
yeah.
cool. You hooked up in Reno, and then
So I went into that relationship with my daughter. He took her in right away. So he's raised her since she was 1. She's 5 now. And I don't know. I can go on and on about the person he was and the character he had.
And so was like he involved in gangs? Was he doing like things like that, or he was all straightened out? He was working. He was focused on his family. Like, what was his mindset when this happened to him? You
He
think?
was obviously young and dumb. Everybody had a past and a history. But once he had his son, I want to say he changed his life when we got together. He did change his life a lot. So I feel like we can't judge anybody from what he did in the past or who he hung out with, because that's not him. That's not who we know. He was a bigger person than that, or whatever the situation was. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We all know, you know, our people different, but I do know that. So you guys are from South Reno, or where did this happen at? Or it wasn't even where you live?
No, it wasn't by where we lived.
Okay, so you guys are just out doing something normally, and you got caught up in tragedy. Tell us what happened that day.
He was out going to go see his best friend, because his best friend was going to be a dad. His wife was supposed to be induced the day before Christopher got murdered, so he wanted to hang out with him right before he entered fatherhood, because he just had his own kid, so that was going to stop them hanging out for a while. And then I wasn't there to know what happened initially. I just got a call in the morning, and that was my morning.
And who were you contacted by? Was it local law enforcement or family, or?
We found out their family.
Oh my gosh, that's so hard. And then being Latinos, I mean, that was like everybody knew. I mean, Chisme runs, right?
Yeah.
Like, and sometimes it hits so hard. I know when personally whenever we have a death in the family, I always get the phone call like, okay, look, I'm going to tell you something, but calm down. because apparently I freak out when they tell me somebody, has passed or something. But you're not ready for it, especially at such a young age. And I can't imagine what you're going through right now, having these small children and not having him. He was a good son. You said like he, messed around with his brothers and he was there for you. He was like the oldest or somewhere in the middle.
He was a middle child, the fourth.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah, he
fourth.
was the fourth out. Yeah.
And as a son, he was really loving. He was really loving. The way he would talk to me, he would get home and be like, "Mother, can you cook this? Mother," can you-" But it was just the way that he showed how he loved you. It was just pushy, but I always say that he was my big teddy bear because he would hug you and you would like just melt in his arms. And I'm not gonna say that he was perfect because I think nobody is, right? But he was really good. Like as a dad, he was amazing. His kids were his life, and he loved Gabby. He loved his siblings. He loved his dad and me, and I just it's just really hard losing one of your kids.
And you were the first one to find out about this, or
No.
somebody else found out? Like,
yeah, well, they Dad, I believe it was Dad, the first one who heard something on his phone, and they went to look. They initially we were told that he had run, that he was okay, that he just ran, and we were like trying to find him and see where he was at, and then from the voice to voice, we heard that somebody actually died inside the car. So it was 5:30 in the morning. I was getting ready to go to work, and one of my oldest sons called me, and he's like, "So your son was shot at?" And I broke down, and he's like, "Hey, calm down. He's fine, So next, Gabby calls me, and she's like, "So I heard that Christopher was at a shooting. Like, we don't know anything. We don't know where he's at. We don't know." So at that point, I was like, "No, I'm gonna go look for my son." So I head over there, and I get there, and I got close to one of the police officers, and he just said, "Well, you're gonna have to wait. Someone's gonna come and talk to you." They had me waiting there for about, I don't know, 10 minutes, and then they told me that I had to go to the police station. I head over there.
This was like Reno Police Department?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because everything happened on Linden, right?
Okay.
And I head over to the police station, and we're waiting, and I'm thinking, he got arrested. He got arrested, and he's in there. He's gonna come out right now, and we're gonna take him home, and that's gonna be it. And the detective came out, and he was just looking straight at me, and he asked, "Are you Christopher's mom?" And I told him yes, and he was like, "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be telling you this, but he died on scene. He was shot once on his head, and it was just." Up to this day, it feels like it's just a nightmare, something that you wanna wake up from. It's hard.
Yeah, it's got to be difficult, especially so early in the morning. Like, this is something you never want to wake up with. Like, I don't know. Are they having an investigation? Have they finished the investigation? Do they know who caused this? Is there like where are we at right now with this whole murder?
We have no clue.
You have
We
no
were
clue.
told initially that it was going to take 6 months because, to our understanding, they got all the guns, and they interview some people that day. Nobody was arrested, and they told us that they were gonna obviously do their investigations. They couldn't just take someone in jail and say, "Hey, you did it. That's it." So initially, it was said that it was gonna be 6 months, and at the 6 months, Dad called one of the detectives, and they were like, "Oh, it's gonna take another 3, so 9 months." We're going to the 10th month, and we haven't even heard from the detectives. They haven't called. I tried reaching out to one of the detectives, and he won't answer my calls. He won't answer my text messages, and it's just sad. It's not. It doesn't just affect the mom and the dad. And one of the things that breaks me completely, it's listening to Celia, his daughter. Like it's hard to see a little 5-year-old tell you, I want my daddy to hug me. And you go and tell her that you're sorry, and she's like, no, I don't want you to tell me that you're sorry. I want the person that took my daddy away from me to say that he's sorry. And what do you say to a 5-year-old? What do you tell her? Like, even her, like her little heart hurts so much, and that's what you hear every day.
Yeah, that's so difficult. You know, as a lunch lady, I sit all day with these kids. I work at an elementary school, so I feed kids from 4 all the way to 11 years old. And I'll just see the kids are sitting at the table with their head down, not really eating lunch. And those are the ones that I go to. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And you know, grief is really rampant. You know, I see it. I feel so sorry for her. You know, she's gonna be that kid at lunch one day, just be super sad because she misses her dad. So, you know, there are people out there that they are compassionate to that. And you know, the lunch ladies are those ladies. You know, we are out there taking care of our kids that are broken. And I'm glad that we got you here and we had the opportunity. So what are some ways that we can help you possibly go through this? What are some struggles that your family's having right now?
Honestly, I feel like me and my kids have a really big support. There's not really much. I mean, we can talk about it, we can cry about it. The only support that I said we would need, and that's why I went and made that post, is we want answers, we want help, because living 9 months and not knowing anything is, I think that's what's killing us at this point.
And who do you think you can get these answers from? Is it Reno Police Department? Is it the court system? Is it detectives? Like, who could we help you with? Maybe reach out and get some of these answers.
I don't even know where to start. I don't know who do I go to. I thought we can go to our police, to the detectives. We can't go to them. I made a post hoping somebody would reach out, anonymous. I don't need. I'm not there to try to, like, how do I explain it?
Well, it's just not fair. It doesn't matter what happened. Someone's life should never be the cost for bad behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and people want to turn it around and say, oh, it's because the guns are not killing people. It's people killing people with guns. And the less education we have about gun safety, the more tragic things are going to happen.
Yeah.
I just took my CCW like 2 weeks ago, and it honestly made me turn like away from guns altogether. Like, I don't even want to work with that right now. But you know, we're getting really good into this conversation, so we're going to take a little break right now, get some water, we'll get some tissue up, and we'll come back and just, you know, kind of regroup. And if you want somebody else to come and talk, we'll continue the story about Christopher. Thank you for your time here with the lunch lady on a late lunch.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss. It's a direct reflection of your business.
That's right. This hour and every hour is brought to you by Sign and Design Shop Reno. Now back to Late Lunch with the Lunch Lady, Veronica Cortez.
Back, everybody, and we are finishing up the show today. Here we got a great family with us, the Rangel Rodriguez family. I'm going to hyphenate it because we're all coming together here. We're talking about Christopher. Christopher was unfortunately involved in a tragic murder here in Reno over on Linden Street, you said.
Yeah.
And the police are doing an investigation, but the family just feels like they are not being very transparent with them when they call. They're not answering their phone calls anymore. And I know with any investigation, it's going to take time. And we're talking about having patience and stuff, but it is her son. It is, father to these children, and it's difficult. And we just want to talk and get it out in the air. And let's talk a little bit more around the circumstances. So Chris went out. He was going to go to his best friends because they were going to induce the baby's mama, and they were going to go check on that. And what happened?
We just know that there was a bunch of kids shooting a music video, and to our understanding, they approached Christopher and they were like talking like that, telling him to leave, that they were going to kill him, and they basically telling him that he had to go.
Mhm.
So he got in the car and they were going to leave, but his friend obviously was expecting him. He comes out and he waves them down. They stop and he's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't even know who they are, but we're going to go, and they're talking, and the rest of the group started approaching them with their guns out. And from there, all we know is that it was horrible. I've heard, we have family that live around there,
Mhm.
and they've told us it sounded like fireworks on the 4th of July. It was horrible. It was just crazy. And like I told you when we were on break, it's not just the fact that you want justice. It's the fact that we need to come as a community, as humans, and stop this. It's kids killing kids. Because he was 22, but he was still a kid. He
Yeah.
had a life,
Mhm.
he had 2 kids. And I always tell my kids, and I always tell everyone I get the chance to talk to about Christopher, when they're killing each other, they're I don't know what they're thinking, but they're not hurting each other. They're hurting their families. It's not Christopher suffering. He's not here. He's not here anymore. It's me. It's Dad. It's his siblings. It's his girl, his kids. It's us. We're the victims. And I don't wish that on any other parent. I don't wish that on any other family. And I hope and I wish that this would stop.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We all wish it would stop. It's heartbreaking to see, like you said, kids killing kids. And the reason they had these guns, to your knowledge, is because they were shooting a music video. Were they, do you think, old enough to even have the gun?
No. I think to what we heard, and it's not from the detectives or anything. If it was 2 or 3 kids under over 18, that's a lot. We know that most of them were underage.
Yeah.
So what's a 17-year-old doing with a gun?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what we were talking about, gun safety and the whole Second Amendment and having your CCW, and how they're saying how guns are killing people. No, it's people that don't know how to use guns that are killing people. I just went for my CCW, and it really opened my eyes to not shooting somebody, not wanting to use it. And it's the lack of education. And especially here in the state of Nevada, legislation, you cannot even hold a gun as a child. If you're under 18, you're not even supposed to have a gun. We're looking into stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that are going to protect you. And this all comes down. I did see another story where the Reno police just arrested like some cholos, some gangsters, and they looked like they were 12. Did you see that? Did you see that post? Like, honestly. And what I commented was, let's make parental accountability popular again.
Yeah.
I mean, where are these kids getting these ideas from? If your dad's a gangster, if your dad's out there shooting up, like if that's what you think is cool, well, that's the type of society we're going to be in.
Yeah.
And like you said, we need to come together. We need to be better and
Yes.
do better. How are we supposed to hold our government accountable for taking care of us when we don't even take care of ourselves? So let's talk with the cousin. We got his sister. Oh, your sister. Yeah. Okay. So you were Christopher's sister, and he's older than you or younger than you?
He's older than me. I'm the youngest out of all 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did you find out, and how did this affect you? Like, I have a brother. He's in prison, and he calls me Collect. He calls me in his little time, and he tells me about stories like, he almost got stabbed the other day, and it's crazy how life doesn't have this worth anymore, and it's super sad. And I couldn't imagine not having my brother, even though he's not here physically with me because, he's locked up or whatever because of his choices. How has it affected you, as his sister? Because you guys grew up together and,
Yeah. Well, growing up, I think he was obviously as the youngest, and I'm the only girl out of all 7 as
Oh my
well.
gosh.
So-
Get it,
Yeah.
girl. She's the only girl. Do you hear that, Biggs? Out of 7 kids, she's the only girl.
Yeah, so obviously my
Should be scary to
brothers.
date.
Watch out, boys. 6 brothers. Sorry, go ahead.
No, obviously, they do have that protective
Absolutely,
over
yeah.
me.
They
My
should,
mom,
and they should, yes.
Yeah, but I think him and my other brother Ramses they've always had it very strong on me, and Christopher was just always the type of like, if he heard something, he was just always the first to get into it. I've had a lot of problems, and he's always the first one to just come up and shut it down, and always like, you're not gonna touch my sister, and you're not gonna disrespect my sister, and he's always the first one to stand up. And Gabby's seen a lot of it, but yeah, I think it's affected me a lot. Not having him around. It's like obviously seeing my brothers hurt, seeing everybody else in the family hurt, and not even just us, but his friends as well. I think not having him around has made us like realize that we do have to be closer and kind of like be there for each other and help each other and stuff like that. It was like at first it was really hard finding out. It was actually the first day coming back to school. So I had just woken up and my girlfriend had picked me up from school, and we were leaving the house heading out to get ready to leave, and they waved us down, and they had us stop, and my mom, like I think I just saw Gabby and my mom get out the cars, and I told my girlfriend to stop, and I ran out the car, and I just told her, I was like, it's Christopher. Like my mind just went straight to Christopher. And yeah, and I went to my mom, and she told me, they shot Christopher, and I don't know, I think I was just in shock and just in disbelief. I was just asking, where he was, and yeah, from there we went and we woke up my brother, and we ended up telling him, and like my mom said, we didn't know for sure at that time that it was 100% him. They were telling us a lot of false information and telling us that there was nobody that was found deceased or anything like that. And until eventually, that obviously still kept us a little bit hopeful, but eventually we did get the news, and it did hurt. And just like I've seen a lot of people lose moms and siblings and friends and stuff like that, and me personally, I've never really lost somebody that close to me, but this one did affect me a lot, and just in multiple ways, like just seeing that he's not there on holidays or birthdays, or even just little like Celia just graduated, he wasn't there for that. And so like I also just graduated, he also wasn't there for that.
Oh,
So it's
congratulations.
just-
Where'd you graduate from?
From Sparks High.
Oh my gosh, go Railroaders, right? I was a Reed Raider, but it's cool. Congratulations. That's a big deal.
Thank you so
Staying in
much.
school is hard. So I'm very proud of you. Good job.
Thank
Good job,
you.
especially going through this. It's got to be super hard. And so are you guys getting like help? Are you going to therapy? Have you been going to grief groups, or just kind of like sticking together?
I started therapy because
Okay.
it was I suffered depression
Yeah.
for a really long time. I
Yeah.
tried to commit suicide a few
Oh
couple
my
of
gosh.
times. So my family was really worried about me.
Yeah.
And I had to show them that
Yeah.
like I always tell everyone my son's life was bigger than what happened to him. He
Yeah.
was bigger
Yeah.
to what happened to him. And the best way to show him that I will always be proud of the person that he was, it's keep on going.
Yeah.
Keep on going.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what he would have wanted. I mean,
Yeah.
just from looking at his picture, you could just see the love with the family and you're all dressed up, y de salida. And I love that. That shows how much, the family is together and self-care,
Yeah.
self-care. And I'm glad that you ended up not taking your life because that would have been so much more harder on them. But you have to be strong, and I'm hoping that we could help you, like I said, with resources. We'll get you going to
Thank
grief
you so
groups and
much.
whatever you need. But I want to thank you for coming out. Is there any last thing you'd like to say before we close down for the show?
I'm not too sure if people had seen our post on Facebook, but we did reach out hoping the community or somebody can reach out to us if anybody was there around there that lives on Linden and Yori, if they can anything will help.
And what date was this?
This was October 14th.
All right, October 14th. If you were around Linden, you got some information on, Christopher's homicide, hit me up here. We're the Late Lunch with the Lunch Lady. Thank you guys for coming in today.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next Friday from 2 to 4 at a Late Lunch with the Lunch Lady.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo
All right, and we are back, and we are having a late lunch here with the lunch lady. I am Veronica Cortez with an S, and we're going to be here every Friday from 2 to 4, and we're doing conversations from the cafeteria and the community while I'm on break right now from the school. Since I am a lunch lady, we had some people in here talking about different things in the community that do affect us. Depending what area you are in. We had somebody from Washoe Valley, we had another family from Reno, we had somebody from Lemon Valley, and that's what this show is going to be about. We're just going to be talking about things that affect us, whether it's not being acknowledged by our representatives, by, like Tammy said, taxation without proper representation, about holding our leaders to their oaths that they have taken. And I am actually running for legislation. My story is that I was born at St. Mary's, taken out to Sun Valley in the 70s. My grandparents migrated up from Mexico, and we've always just done agriculture. I'm third generation on a brand that is registered with the Nevada Department of Agriculture called Cortez and Sons. Unfortunately, grandpa has passed, uncles have passed, and now the brand has been handed down to the girls. So my cousin Jada, who's out ranching, doing the real cowgirl thing with livestock and everything, she does that out in Fallon. And I've brought the agriculture life back into the city. So being out in Sun Valley, it is unincorporated Washoe County. So we are allowed to have livestock out there depending on the size of the property. And now with the equine code that we'll be talking about probably next week, there's going to be more availability for people to have livestock and have animals and be able to do agriculture like things here in the area. There's another thing called agro-tourism that's coming really big. They're going to be talking about that. And this all interests me because we got a nonprofit. I founded a nonprofit out in Sun Valley called the Valley Amigos. Now, Valley Amigos, we teach ranching, farming, and horseback riding. We've been doing free educational shows throughout Washoe County and Nevada, probably since about 2007. And we load up the animals in the trailer. We take them out to Rancho San Rafael. We'll actually be Monday out at Urban Roots, which is on 2nd Street. They got their teaching garden there, their learning garden. And we do a farm camp with them. This year we'll be taking out a pig and a rabbit and probably some ducks. And we teach husbandry classes about what do the animals provide for us and how do we take care of them in a sustainability way. The way that the future is going, homesteading, farming, ranching, that's the way to go. We don't know where our food is coming from anymore. They're talking about lab created meat, all this GMO. We have all these health issues. The best way to get away from that is grow your own food. Whether it's livestock for meat, whether it's gardening, learn how to use your soil, calcium, nitrate. Oh my gosh, I forgot what I was just going to say. All the stuff that the soil needs so that, you can have your plants. And this is all free education. I learned all this from my grandparents, and I pass on best practices to the community now. And with that, we've been able to stay open for these past years, and we actually have our license now, and we work with Washoe County court systems. We work a lot with the juvenile courts. If they get caught up in a court case and they have to do community ordered community service, court ordered community service, we can sign them off on that. It's really cute to see these little gangbangers come in with their 200 hours, and we got them putting up fences and watering the animals and hauling bags of feed around. And, by the end of their 200 hours or whatever, they're ready to go out and be productive members of society. And it's all part of the therapy with the animals and being in touch with the ground, with the earth. And part of that is making sure that our leaders are giving us the ability to do that. It seems like once we get more independent, the more we make, the more they take. So I am running for legislation, like I said, and I did sign a taxpayer protection pledge that says if I do get into legislation, I won't sign anything that will raise taxes. Because guess what? Right now, I'm a citizen and I'm paying so many taxes. Like, yes, taxes, but it seems to never be enough. So when I started following where the taxes went, all of a sudden I've been labeled hostile. But it's going to come with the territory. I'm just real excited that we get to be here, every Friday from 2 to 4 with the late lunch. If you would like to check out my website, like I said, it's going to be Lunch Lady for AD, like Assembly District 27.com. And that will have all the information about me and my campaign, what I stand for, where I'm from, what I'm about. It'll also have some contact information on there. If you're interested in talking to me, if you're interested in coming to the show, definitely call me up. You can email me and we can definitely get your story out here. Like I said, I do have a show coming up on Monday at Urban Roots where we'll be teaching farm camp. When I'm not doing that, there's a pizza place in Sun Valley called Buy Right Pizza. You can find us on the corner of 7th Street and Sun Valley Boulevard inside the Buy Right Market. We're called Buy Right Pizza, and we're Sun Valley's original pizza. We say that because that's where we started out. After I was brought from St. Mary's to Sun Valley, Grandpa and I used to get pizza out at Guido's, and then it was Pizza Express in the Buy Right Market. Well, we ended up purchasing the little pizza place in there, and we started a little family business called Buy Right Pizza. So we're open in the evening from 4 to 8. If you'd like some really fresh, really good homemade pizzas, please check us out. Our prices are very affordable. We're open every day from 4 to 8. You can give us a call, 775-232-1758. Takes about a half an hour. We can get your pizzas out to you. I'm also a local mobile notary. So in case you need a notary, you can always hit me up. I'll be here at the station from 2 to 4 every Friday. We can get your papers notarized up pro bono. But if you do ever need a notary somewhere else, also that same phone number, 775-232-1758. I'm Veronica Cortez. I'm the lunch lady, the notary, the pizza lady, nonprofit. We got it all going because that's what it's about. It's about being a productive member of society. Before I was a productive member of society, I was not a productive member of society. I got caught up in the meth trade, we'll say. Being from Sun Valley, there wasn't many opportunities for us except for, what we got caught up in. So after a 12-year addiction to meth, I was introduced back to God. And now I have this great life where I'm a lunch lady. I get up and I go feed the kids and I do my notaries. And like I said, we got the Buy Right Pizza out there. Now we got this great show called The Late Lunch with the Lunch Lady. So, if there's anything that concerns you, there's something you want to talk about, definitely hit me up. You can find me at Lunch Lady for AD27.com. That's my website put together by Grayson Lee. Awesome job he did. He's doing a little work for the radio. I was hoping he'd be here today. But we'll check him out tomorrow. We got that event going on at the J Resort. It's the Rev Fest, I think, or it's called something like that. It's going to be loud. It's going to be cars. I saw some of these cars at the parade the other day. They were super loud. That was some of the cars, right? Yeah, really good event going on tomorrow. So if you get a chance, go out to the J Resort. They're going to have this great car event thing doing. Like I said, I'm from the ranch, so I'll be out fixing fences and making sure there's not a fire. What is up with these fires? I looked out my back door. They have the fire in the back. Literally, a house was on fire for 1 hour the other day. Did you hear about that story, Biggs? Out in Sun Valley where the guy locked himself in the house, had a standoff, and then took his life and burnt the house down. It was
I
awful.
did hear about that. Yeah.
That was 1 block away from my house. I called the fire in and they said there was nothing they can do because it was an active standoff. They couldn't put the fire out. It was crazy. The neighbors, my friend.
Me.
No. And, people want to normalize this in Sun Valley. And I want to advocate for Sun Valley saying, yes, it happens, but Sun Valley has a lot better things coming to it. So I'm really excited about that. And we can hopefully talk to that family and, get some more exposure on why these things are happening out there. But Sun Valley is going to get big. It's getting big. We got some really good people running for leadership positions out there, commissioners, legislative. We got a new life for Sun Valley coming, and I'm excited about that. So if you want to contact me, like I said, my phone number is 775-232-1758. I am Veronica Cortez, the lunch lady. You can find me on Facebook, Veronica Cortez with an S, Tamantini, which is my Italian last name. You can also find me on TikTok. I got a little TikTok, and it is hashtag Vero La Vaquera, one word. Vaquera has a K in it. And that's going to show you all the animals at the ranch. I keep my TikTok a little bit different because, Yeah, you'll see the pigs and the chickens and all the stuff that's going on the ranch. And I'd like to thank everybody again for listening to our show, our very first late lunch with the lunch lady, Veronica Cortez. God bless you. God bless everybody out there. Have a great week, and I'll see you next week, 2 to 4, the lunch lady.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
You're on Northern Nevada's Voice. Stay tuned for Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Blunt with Jay Biggs each and every Monday through Friday between 4 and 6 p.m. And it is Friday, and that's why I had to play, of course, some Mac 10 for your start to your Friday here, at least on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Maybe your start to your drive home. Maybe you're already on your drive home. Who knows what it is you're doing? I do know for a fact that I'm hanging out with my friends right here live in the studio, and you can be a part of the show if you would like to come on down to 4001 South Virginia, right across the street from the Atlantis Casino. We are in the Reno Town Mall. What are we doing in there? Well, we have got a live radio station all the way from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m., unlike any other stations here in town where everything else is pre-recorded and completely sucks. We are live doing our thing, and if you want to be a part of it, well, please, as I mentioned, come on down. If you can bring something to the show, well, we've got a microphone for you. If you're a hater, we'll move you to the front of the line. Maybe you've got a personal accomplishment. Maybe you are a person that wants to bitch, gripe, or complain about something. That's okay. Whatever it is, please. I've got a spot for you right here at the Reno Town Mall. And proving that with me is none other than Rob the Rabbit Dog, who's always by my side here. What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Dude, speaking of an accomplishment and a bitch, gripe, or complaint, I got one of each, may I say?
Please.
My accomplishment, I got out of bed today.
Hey.
My bitch, gripe, or complaint, I got out of bed today.
Oh, that could go either way, right?
Right. Yeah, it's been kind of a rough day for me, so I'm done complaining, though.
But you're here. You made it. That shows your love and your dedication.
Hell yeah.
Unlike Grayson Negra Neho Lee, who I'm going to give some crap to because he's not here. He was supposed to be here today. Today was supposed to. So we've been talking about this all week. I'm sure because I know he's listening, right? He's got to be listening all the time, right? Showing support and love.
Hell.
And so I don't know, haven't heard from him. But I'm joking. He's probably in Fernley, and actually, Grayson is a mystery ninja. I'm just gonna say that I don't know what in the world that guy's doing at any given time. Although I know he's been working on the website. Thank God. He's been doing a killer job. All the graphics here at the station, which even though we had the power outage last night and they're not up.
Oh, you had that here too, huh?
Yeah, we did. My house, all that kind of good stuff, right?
Yeah, me too.
So yeah. But anyways, I'm just here hanging out with everybody, and hopefully more people show up down at the show here because we've got a spot for you, as I mentioned. And until then, we've got in the house right now with us none other than Wide Open Rallies. Greg is in the house with his guest, David. And Greg, you were my guest on Tuesday to talk about Wide Open Rallies because, man, you've got me hosting your event tomorrow, which is the Revan Roast.
Yep.
I'm super excited for this, man. Just the last couple days that you haven't been on, I've been giving people the description that the media release, essentially. Go ahead and break that down for everybody that wants to know what the Revan Roast is, because I know a lot of people are super excited, including my buddy Angel Alvarez, who's coming for sure tomorrow.
Oh my God, it's crazy. My phone's been blowing up for the last 48 hours.
Still blowing up right there. People asking me about it.
It's funny because, with all that's been pushed out for the last few months, I've got one of my close friends asking me today, so what time is this thing tomorrow? Really? But no, the Revan Roast, what that is and what it is it's going to take place tomorrow night at the J Resort, and actually in the Glow Plaza, if you can believe that. We're going to fill that place with exotic cars and interesting cars and food trucks and a DJ and dancing and water, and it's going to be super cool. And then when it starts to get dark, you're going to hear these cars start up. And we've got a Lamborghini Murcielago.
Oh, those poor people in those apartments behind there.
Oh no, they get a free. When we were looking at the venue, I was asking, hey, what about, right there? And she's like, no, they get a free show. And I'm like, that's how you spin it, man. So anyway, it's when the show starts, we've got this guy, Jerry, who was buddies with Evel Knievel way back in the day. And he's like, I don't know, he's 85 years old, and he's doing his last stunt show on a motorcycle. And so it'll be super fun to give him his send off. And hopefully it's not, to the jump in the sky, but he'll be out there. He's bringing 2 bikes. He's on the road right now.
So
Jerry,
he can do actual stunts. He's not just a friend.
A friend of mine?
No, I'm saying like he's not just a friend of Evel Knievel. He can actually do
stunts.
stunts.
No, it's Evel Knievel. Do stunts.
Well, I know. I'm just joking. Like, it's not like it's just like Rob in like 2065 decided to do it.
60s, early 70s. Chicks,
wives,
Evel
Knievel.
whiskey, Harleys. It's Evel Knievel, man.
It's the best thing ever.
Oh yeah,
Back in the day.
And big respect, because even his stuff holds up against these guys that are just skyrocketing, going 14 times the distance, and but it's like everything. I used to be a skateboarder. I watch skateboarding now. It's like, holy cow, I'm glad I'm not a skateboarder now.
Right.
But anyway, so he's going to do his thing, and that's going to be the show open. And of course, as you mentioned, Jay, that you're going to be the MC, controlling the whole thing and revving the crowd up. So we'll have a Murcielago, which is a Lamborghini. Nobody's seen that car do donuts. It's crazy that he even drives it like he does, because he brings it on the rallies we put on, and he's a, can you say baller? Yeah, he is a baller. And then we've got Dan, who's got a Lamborghini STO, and he'll be out there. So Dan has a second set of wheels. There's $1,000 prize for the show, and Dan is like, so let's do the math. This is these people that own $300,000, $400,000 cars. Each tire on Dan's car cost about $850. So you got $1,700 in tires. He's got 2 sets of tires he's bringing, because he's going to go home with that $1,000.
Wow. So that's his idea of making money, I guess. I don't know. But sounds like he's got rubber and money to burn.
He will. So it's going to be cool. I know Jerry's going to take that bike until the rear tire explodes. And I think Dan's going to kind of do the same thing. So it should be super fun. We'll have a GT3 RS will be out there competing against the bigger cars. But, I'll never get this chance. But to be a mile away within the caverns of Reno and the big buildings and listening to a V12 Lamborghini screaming down there, it's going to be, well, I think it's going to provide all the material the Karens of downtown will need. So it'll be interesting to see if the Karens are louder than the V12 or vice versa, but it's going to be fun. There's going to be a guy roasting a pig. There's a Global, who's a sponsor of all of our rallies, which are 4-day car.
I'm
driving.
an advocate of Global. I love Global.
Yeah. So Global, they make pretty much everybody's PPF material, and it goes out under different names, but they've been a sponsor since we started the company, and they now have a product called a Windshield Pro Plus, and it's a layer that goes on your windshield that protects it from pitting and rocks. And if somebody throws a rock at your car, of course it's going to break.
Essentially, it's like PPF for a windshield.
It's like that, but it's a different material. It's a completely different material, and it's kind of softer, and it fills in. Like, for instance, we put it on a car, or had it put on a car, because it's not a do-it-yourself. But we put it on a car that had a completely pitted windshield, and you rode in that car, and that looks like a new window because it just fills all those little pits.
Right.
It's a crazy thing. So anyway, they're going to be doing a demonstration. Louis from Battleborn is going to be there with Chris, and they're going to put it on 2 of the cars. And there will be Adobe Road Winery, which is a sponsor of ours. And Kevin that owns it, he was a member of the Le Mans team that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the Daytona team, or the Porsche team that won the Daytona 24 Hours. And so they've got a brand new facility down in Petaluma, which is where we're going to start our last rally of the year. August 24 or 26th will be the kickoff party. And that'll be at the new winery on the Petaluma River, right by the elevated bridge that goes up and down for the freighters that go through there. But we can pull the cars right through the restaurant and out onto the back deck over the river, and they've got the world's largest pizza oven that's ever been built. And then they have the race cars that won those 2 races up on the walls, and simulators down so you can race your friends. But their line of wines is probably average price is $80 a bottle or so, but their racing series, one of them is called Shift, and it's got an actual replica of a Ferrari, I think a 430, gated, like a manual, the metal gate.
Uh-huh.
That's the label with a shift knob, a replica shift knob for the top. Another bottle is called Apex, which is, of course, anybody who drives knows you miss the apex. That's why you hit the rocks on the side of the road. Red Line is another one that has a tachometer on it. When you pour the wine, the tach moves. So it's clever and it's super cool. And if you're into cars, you should check out Adobe Road Winery. But they'll be pouring tomorrow. Veronica, who was just on, she's going to be bringing pizzas out for everyone. So it's going to be a good community event and a good car event, melding everybody who has any interest in this type of stuff.
Man, see, I'm really excited myself because I've never actually, I guess you could say, announced any sort of car event. In retrospect, I guess you could say that my monster truck announcing was similar, because that's high energy and, just all the time you got to kind of keep the crowd pumped up. Otherwise, people are like, what's going on next? You got the person on the mic kind of controls that flow.
Come on, Jay, entertain me.
Right.
Make me laugh.
Yeah, I guess. So, but yeah, we're gonna see how that all works. I think tomorrow's gonna be really good because everybody's, in a sense, worked together already. You've worked with Lisa. I've worked with Lisa. It's just a bunch of people. Every time I do these events, it seems like, whether it's the America 250 parade, or your event here, or maybe the Beyblades tournament that we're doing, it's all of a sudden it's just people I've known for 20 years out of nowhere.
No, it's a interesting thing because, like I said, this has been going on for a couple months in preparation. I would never do it again. This will be a one and done thing for sure. I can't tell you the stuff that's gone on, but through it all, we've made connections with the Reno PD.
Have you actually ended up talking with them yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so now are they going to show up other than to give you some grief?
I don't think they're even going to show up to give us any grief. It's going to be loud, but it's going to be loud in spurts, and it's only going to be for that last hour, and we'll be done by 10.
Right.
So, respectfully, so we don't want to have an event that just pisses a bunch of people off. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do. We could have a juggling event and it would piss off the clowns that weren't invited,
Right.
So,
oh yeah.
So that's how it goes. But as far as any worry of them stormtrooping because the car was too loud or something, there's nothing like that. But, the local politicians, and I've met a lot of people through the course of this, and it's been super good, but it couldn't happen. I mean, I'm a bit of a one-man band, but I've got some really good support like Dave here, Lieutenant Dave. You want to say hi?
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Hey. You know what? That's actually, it's a perfect timing for that, because it is time right now, believe it or not, for roll call. Our 420 roll call every day, which we do right here on KNNR KPGF on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Big shout out to Cash and Zach. I know you're listening over at Next Level 775 Car Audio. Make sure you go say hello to them. Astro, what's up to you? Grayson Lee giving some love out to him. Dell's Bathhouse. All the other places out there that are listening right now. Remember, if you want to get on that 420 roll call, all you have to do is get in touch with me, and I'll go ahead and say your name. But okay, we'll get back to action. It's just one of those things we had to do at 420. Sorry.
I was cruising for a little bit last night, and I passed Cash on the side of the road. I had my system bumping. It wasn't no comparison.
No, you can't even compare. See, dude, I have 2 of what he has 4 of in my car. So it's funny because I pull up to guys like these 2 here at a stoplight, and I love it because my car is it looks a little slick, and it could be electric. Who knows? I think a lot of people think I'm electric, which is like never, because number one, if the power grid goes down, then I got $100,000 block in my driveway. Right. With a gas car, at least I could go knock over the Habib liquor store and get down the road if I had to with a bottle of Everclear, right? So no, I'm just saying. But no, like a lot of people think that I'm into the racing and stuff, and I want to get a sticker. I saw this was so great the other day. It says race or base, not race. So like whenever someone pulls up, it's like, yeah, I'll shake your car to death, but goodbye. Right. you're gonna beat me, dude. I'm just not there. I had the car with the twin. I was telling Greg this, because he took me on the most thrilling ride that I've been on in a long time. What is that?
I think it's the Ice Cream Man.
Yeah, some background music for you. Is the stuff in my head actually getting out? I'm trying to keep it in.
That's really weird.
So I wanted to ask you if we could rewind for a second about this Dan guy bringing his Lamborghini. I forget the gentleman's name, but there was a contest called Hyperdrive where a gentleman named Dan brought a Lamborghini to a drift competition. Do you know if this is the same fella?
I don't think it is, and I'm not sure who that would be. It's kind of a funny community. It's like you end up knowing everybody or somebody. It's not you see a car that you don't know in town, you can ask a couple people and you'll find out who owns that car. But this business is a standalone business that the mine hires to do extracurricular stuff that is too small for them or whatever. And that mine is giant. And you go to his shop and you open the door and there's a Viper that's a Hennessy Viper, so it's a special Viper. And then he's got the Lamborghini Gallardo with an extra engine sitting next to it. Then he's got the Lamborghini Murcielago, and he's got a bunch of bikes, and then he's got that McLaren sitting there, and then surrounded by skid steers and welders, and just he's a one-man band out there. But where I've kind of got my fingers crossed, because I know he's driving right now, is without trying, I really put a lot of eggs in one basket on that guy, because he's going to do the bike show, and then he's going to spin the Lamborghini, and then he's going to spin the McLaren. So if he doesn't make it, it's like, well, I guess I'm going to be spinning the Porsche a bunch. Dave's probably bringing his Jaguar out there, and he'll be spinning that, So, but it's all good. I know he's on the road. I've talked to him and stuff, and everything's cool. But he's got his girlfriend following behind him in the new McLaren, and she's all petrol. It's like 4 hours, and she's never driven a car that expensive, and so she's gonna need to have a cocktail as soon as she gets parked.
She's white knuckled.
Right.
65.
Jody.
Well, speaking of ladies, where's your lady? I thought she was going to do a conference call or something.
She did.
Is she here?
And then she disappeared.
Oh, okay. Well,
she's industrious that way.
That's all right. They give us our space.
Yeah. I think she's afraid that she'd end up on the mic.
Oh, that's okay. We got the rabid dog in her place here. That's it. Don't worry. Speaking of the rabid dog, man, big things coming up for you. As you've got the King of the Cage coming up in November. You're off of this August card.
Yeah, I talked to Carlino, just a little health issues going on. Missed this one, and I'll catch the next one.
That's okay, man. You're going to be back in action. At least the main thing is having the plan in place, right? Yeah. And then you have something to look forward to, right? So you're going to be there probably on the 22nd of August, and that's going to be fun because we're going to be live from the Grand Sierra. That was a whole nother thing. We're going to be live from the Silver Legacy at the Grand Exposition Hall. There we go. All these grants. If only I could have 100 grand. Right? I could buy one of these cars these guys have. Maybe go on one of the dates. I can't afford these.
Hey,
things.
You know what? That's a challenging proposition. So.
Right.
Careful what you ask for.
Well, yeah, more money, more problems.
Your picker's a little off.
Oh, I know. Believe me. You know what's funny is when it comes to that whole thing. I hate to say it, but like I've started going down in my looks-o-meter. Like looking for just more of like, oh, who's a reasonable human now? So
who can I live with?
Because dude, straight up, I believe it. Whoever's listening out there, I don't care what you think. I was once with what I still believe to be probably the world's hottest woman.
So a Reno 10?
Oh no, dude! She was like an LA 13 to me.
Really?
Dude, you could take every celebrity possible, every girl I've ever known, combine their hotness, and this girl is still hotter. But her beauty was as skin deep as a millimeter, dude.
Starfish?
No, not until you turn around. There's a starfish. That's another.
You know what a starfish is.
No, is that like a unicorn?
They
Or
just lay there with their arms in their
oh yeah. No. I was thinking the smaller starfish. That's funny. No. Yeah. No. It wasn't like that. No, this was very successful. I was in my place. Let's just say that. But yeah, I did put in work. I died on the savior. I'm the savior of Simpson because I died on the cross. Simply.
What clinic did the two of you meet?
All right, we're going to move on to the next.
Look who's speechless for the first time.
Well, I don't know which way to go out of that. And with that being said, I'm going to go into some more music. It is Friday, so let's just continue on. My God, I can't believe this is insane. Anyways, yeah. All that we were talking about, that's the song that I turn on the internet and is playing, and I'm just letting it roll right there with you. What's up, everyone? It's Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, 93.7 on your FM dial, and we are Northern Nevada's voice. Also simulcast on 1400 AM and soon to be 103.3 FM as we are chilling here live in the studio, just like we do each and every Monday through Friday between 4 and 6 p.m. We have already had our 420 roll call. Don't forget, if you'd like to get involved, we are calling out and shouting out names and businesses that are listening at 420 each and every day. So thank you so much for being a part of the community so far. I also want to give a shout out to all the businesses that are showing us love, including Design and Design Shop Reno, Roland and Cheryl there. Much love to them. Also getting a lot of love as well from Neo City Creative. Man, just get over there and talk to Jay and James and get connected with anything, embroidery, any sort of logos, any sort of cool designs. They'll hook you up right there. And when it comes over to the, all the other stuff that we're doing, man, we've got a lot of love from other people here in the community, including Roller Kingdom, Brad. Big shout out to him. We've got, of course, Wide Open Rallies, which are supporting us in getting our logo out to the community for the Reb and Roast tomorrow night. Jay Resort Glow Plaza is the scene right there between the newly reopened Gold and Silver restaurant and the newly opened front J. Paul's Steakhouse area of the Jay Resort. It's right smack dab between those two. So get over there, check that out, and enjoy the time that we're going to be having there at the old, I believe that was where the Heart of Reno Wedding Chapel was at one time, right?
You're asking the wrong person.
Oh, I guess you did. Did you, David?
No.
Oh, okay. How long have you been here?
I've been in Reno since about 2006.
Okay.
10 years.
Yeah, about just like me, man. I was about 2003 is when I came permanently.
Yeah.
I was back and forth between 97 or so. So I actually got to see Reno before there was the retrack project downtown when the train used to come through downtown. We had to sit there at the light.
And the floods.
Yes, and the floods. Now we just flood out the homeless in the retrack project. That's whatever. Man, speaking of,
and it's super rare to see these cars doing that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you see the Hondas and
That's why I connected the dots with the Dan and the Lamborghini, like doing the donuts here and then the drift competition. That's not typically something you see a Lamborghini doing.
No. But you know, as time goes on, I had a Lamborghini, I don't know, 6 years ago for about 3 or 4 years. And for me personally, I didn't like the unwarranted attention it got pumping your gas or just whatever. But
Yeah.
it was really cool for the kids because the kids would come up and they'd want to take a picture, and they would ask you. And, you know, my thing was like, give me your camera, get in the car, and we'll take a picture of you in the car.
Greg,
You know,
Greg, you're like the circus clown, you know, that's like behind the tent that the kid runs into. Like, oh, it's Bozo. And like, get out of here, kid. Like,
no,
you know?
no, I'm completely the opposite.
Yeah, but they're like, ooh, I like your car. No,
Yeah, you know, I think I told this brief story the other day. Is we're in Weaverville, and I mean, it's a common thing. Some people won't let the kids sit in the car, but I don't care, you know.
Right.
And what are they going to do to it? You know, it's stupid. But anyway, this family was there, and they wanted to take a picture with the two kids and the mom. And there was this guy from town that was there, and he knew the family. And, you know, he was telling me, oh, they're a great family and stuff. And, you know, we put the kids in the car, and then I'm like, okay, you want to start it? And we started it up, and I have a Porsche GT3 RS, and it has straight pipes on it. So it's loud. And so we started it up, and then he had to I think he was like 6 years old, and his 7-year-old sister was in the passenger seat. And it's like, all right, see that pedal there, bounce on the pedal. And so he's revving the car and everything. And I look over at the guy that knew the family, and that guy is in full tears. It affected him more than it did the kids, you know, but the kids were all like, oh my God, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, it can change. It can change a kid's life. You know, I mean, I know that sounds, you know, grandiose, but you know, it's touchable. You can do it. And you know, you see the explosion. When I had my Lamborghini, there was maybe 2 of us in town that you ever saw with these things. And then there was another one. Dan got one. And then before long, you know, I got rid of that car. And then all of a sudden this explosion of supercars has happened. But it's tough to get some of the people to drive them, you know, to drive them.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is my car right now in the garage, cleaned up for the show, and I didn't have it detailed or anything. I just washed it a spray wash and sprayed some goo on the tires, and it's good to go, you know.
Yeah.
But that car has been through at least 12 rallies at 1,000+ miles a piece.
Oh, yeah.
And when we get out there to these distant areas, you go as hard as you can drive the car. And sometimes in super heat with the air conditioner on and stuff, that car looks exactly like the day I got it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's been driven on dirt roads. It's been driven on just pothole, quilted asphalt roads, bouncing around at speed and stuff and scraping. It's like the day I got it. Drives like the day I got it. Doesn't look, you know, there's no abuse. So it takes usually, and we had one guy who had a bunch of money and a bunch of cars, and he was driving the hell out of them. And that kind of opened the door for us, you know, the group that we travel with, and then some other guys that are in town that have been in and out of the rally stuff. And but you know, everybody buys them for different reasons. You know, some people buy them to say, you know, hey, it's for the kids, and that's great, you know. But they're all capable now. It's not the days of old where if you're going to take the Ferrari out, it's because you're taking the wife to a golf tournament or something, and you know, with your fingers crossed that it doesn't break and she's pissed.
Yeah.
Now these things, you can abuse the hell out of them, and they just keep, especially the Porsches. And the Lamborghinis are good that way too.
So that's one thing I've always heard about Lambos is that they're really lemony. They break down a lot, I've heard.
You know, there was this time, and I think with like Lamborghini was purchased by Volkswagen Group, and so that gave them the ability to use, you know, wiring harnesses that are in a lot of the different cars, or just different things that are off the shelf that are already proven on more of a mass production end of things. So that stuff ends up getting in the cars, and you're not having, you know, Lamborghini's window operation system that they've built 2,000 of them, and that's going to give us enough for 3 years of cars or whatever it is. They're using the Volkswagen or the Audi parts in there, and that goes out to 1 million cars between the two brands. So it's been a bonus. There's some people will complain that the old stuff is the old stuff and it's the purest. It's always like that. From cookware to anything, but it benefits all of us and gives us the ability to do what we're doing. And the fact that there's all this inventory in America of roads that have now been circumvented by a major highway to get from point A to point B. Everybody's taking that, but they still maintain these roads. Sometimes they're a car and a half wide, but there's nobody out there. Nobody. And we've got a pretty hardcore protocol on how we move around the cars and how we interact with the towns that we're in, because we'll go into these little towns and easily drop $7,000-9,000 with we got 40 people we're feeding, we got probably 30 hotel rooms at each stop, and gas for 20 cars. We never go more than 20 cars, so we have a cutoff to keep it small. But it's kind of hard to hate on that deal. And then, of course, there are those folks, but there's also more people that are embracing, the novelty of it. The cars are all graphic with all the sponsors, and we had dinner at an Elks Club in Eureka on the first rally of the year, and it was super cool. They were more excited than we were.
They were so welcoming.
Oh my God, it was fantastic.
They loved it.
Hell yeah.
And they provided an awesome meal on top of it.
You got to point that thing. at your
Yeah, you
mouth,
got to
dude.
point it right at you, brother.
Yeah. All right, now you're on.
Now, yeah, go ahead and repeat what you were saying.
I was just saying about the Elks Lodge. One, they just absolutely loved having us, and then aside from that, the meal that they provided was amazing as well.
Yeah, it was super good.
I've always, what's funny is I just had some folks on here the other day from Nevada Firearms Academy, Scott, and he was talking about how wonderful the meals are at the Elks Lodge that they do each week. And I was like, what? And so because there's a huge Elks Lodge like 500 feet from here.
Yeah.
And I see the place packed constantly. I do see people using their pool and stuff, but I was like, what are the Elks? What do they do? And then,
that's what I asked when I was there.
Yeah.
And
did you ever get really an answer?
I
never really felt like I got an answer.
I did. And, forgive me if there's a herd listening.
A herd of elk.
Yes. but there was this younger cowboy kid who was, conservative and all about, family and basically the elk thing. And so
as conservative as Weekend at Bernie's that we ran into there in Genoa.
In Genoa.
I know the guy that's willing for people to die because they didn't believe like him.
Oh, no. This kid was yes, sir, no, sir. And I'm
Okay.
like, dude, you're making me feel super old. Probably his dad's
He's
age.
former military, probably.
He was.
Okay.
He was. But anyhow, so he talked about it, and his version was the fact that they're there for the community. So it's kind of like they get involved with everything that's going on, if there's a family in need or just whatever the community needs are. And so that was super cool. And the meals were like fairly priced. It wasn't like super cheap, and it wasn't like over the top or anything like that. And they had a bar there, but everybody was super cool and welcoming, which is always nice. And then you go down the road and you have a problem or something, you got the Elks behind you. And those guys have pointy racks.
Right. Well, they have those at the Peppermint Hippo too.
Well,
True.
I never thought to take everybody to the Peppermint Hippo.
Well, I could make that happen.
Well, I don't know if that should.
Today, right?
But Dave, what's you've been a participant for the last 3 years driving, and a great help,
Yep.
But what's your takeaway on these things?
I mean, I'd love doing it. This is the one coming up is going to be my 5th one in a row. I first bought a sports car and I went to the Cars and Coffee thing looking for other people to want to go drive, and nobody did. And happened to run into Greg one day down in Genoa and saw the wide open stuff and messaged him and kind of went from there. So now, like I said, this is going to be my 5th rally. And not only is, the driving's fun, the routes are great, the food is great. And I know it's been mentioned before, but at the end of the day, when we get to our destination, we park the car or park all the cars and leave them. And that's where the cars end. And it's this great camaraderie. We go out to dinner, we have drinks together. We talk about, there's so many various types of people from different walks of life and, different jobs and all that sort of thing. So the camaraderie is one of the best things I like about it. Met some really great people. I mentioned the other day, my daughter has become a really integral part of the rallies.
That's your daughter that was on the show before, right?
Yeah, she was on last summer, I believe.
Yeah, last summer. That's okay.
Scooter.
Yeah,
as Greg called her.
That's funny because now as soon as you said that, I pictured you with blonde hair. I'm like, oh my God, that's her dad.
Exactly. Yeah, so
that's great.
She's been on 3 rallies with us now. And,
right.
Has it only been 3?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because I've been on 4.
She became the mascot really quick.
On the first one.
Yeah.
And she was talking on the radio. She was helping me navigate. And then everybody just kind of fell in love with her and adopted her as their own. And, it's been great. I love the family that's been created.
Well, if anybody wants to see what Greg and Dave are talking about this afternoon here on the show, all you have to do is go over to the World Wide Web on any of the social media platforms, search up Wide Open Rallies, and you will be able to find the Sierra to the Sea video that was produced by none other than Greg himself here.
Well, actually, so my other company shoots live television off motorcycles, and we do that worldwide. So
go ahead and shamelessly unplug it.
Well, it doesn't matter. There's no buyers that are listening, but we work mainly for a lot for NBC, some for CBS, but NBC's got a lock on the cycling world and Iron Man and stuff.
Tell them you know somebody that does voiceovers, Greg.
Oh, I tell them, and NBC they don't listen. They just want. Like when you tell them craft services is out of coffee, it doesn't matter.
Well, NBC's not going to listen to you. You got to listen to them, right? It's the media.
It's kind of weird because we've done it for 30 years, and it's not just NBC. When we're in Europe, it's Eurosport, and I mean you're in Poland. So the way that company works, and it's TV Motos International, but the way that company works is we're hired either by one of the RF companies because we're on the motorcycle and we've got RF gear, and our signal goes up to an airplane that's flying around above the bikes, and that signal gets bounced. It gets transcoded, but it gets bounced to the Eurosport truck or the NBC truck, and then next to that truck, and that's where they're cutting the show live. So next to that truck is World Feed. So World Feed so let's say NBC holds the rights to the Olympics or something. Well, they're not going to put, every country that's competing a motorcycle team of 4 motorcycles and 8 guys on the playing field. It's going to be one team, and then it goes to World Feed. And so since NBC owns the rights to the Olympic broadcast, they're selling all those, there could be 2 guys in Croatia watching a screen, and they're calling the show to picture that's going out to Croatia. So that's how that whole thing works, and that's where the big money comes in because there's 200 or whatever countries, and they're all buying their feed from NBC. So I've always enjoyed the whole production thing. I've been in it my whole life, but so I've got guys from that world that come with us on the rallies, and then they shoot everything. And then I get all the footage. It goes to the sponsors. It goes to all the rally participants, get access to the stills and the raw video and everything. And then I edit, an 8-minute clip or something that just kind of shows the whole event. And so if you want to see any of that stuff, I highly recommend if you go to YouTube, you set your player in settings to 8K because it's all high end and it's beautiful. But if you just let it play, it's going to dumb it down to 720 or 4 whatever. It's crap. But there is a Wide Open Rallies YouTube channel. And if you want to stay up on anything that we're doing, like right now, it's heavy rotations of Rev and Roast stuff. Or if you want to see what the Rev and Roast is, perceivably going to look like, you can go to the Wide Open Rallies Instagram. And if you do like it, it always helps. Like and subscribe.
Right.
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. And, as years go by and more of these events go off, it just keeps building. But yeah, so right now as we speak, there's Jerry driving across Nevada. Heidi's driving in from Utah. Blaney flew in from San Francisco. We've got all kinds of people coming from out of town that are coming for the Rev and Roast. So that's going to be super fun, man. Are you staying at the hotel tomorrow night?
No.
No?
I'm going to sleep in my own bed. I can't afford a hotel.
Well, we had a block of hotel rooms.
For free?
Well, for you. I mean, talent. I got to find out where you want your trailer.
Nobody told me that.
I sent you a text the other day asking, where do you want your trailer parked? And do you want a private bathroom? And I got nothing back from you.
My trailer? Damn. Why didn't I know that I was... okay.
You're the only talent on the show.
Okay, well, I'm going to need not only my own trailer, but I'm going to need only blue M&Ms.
Blue M&Ms, peeled grapes.
Right, peeled grapes.
Some Egyptian girls that won't look you in the eye.
No Persians.
Well, whatever. It's probably easier actually here in Reno. But I mean, we can still try to scramble it, but that's how we roll, brother.
Hey, I'm with that. All right, well, let's do this. Let's make sure that we give a shout out to everybody out there and make sure that they know tomorrow night is the Rev and Roast. I am hosting it. Greg is hosting it. Also, Dave is hosting it. So that's going to be awesome. Here we are, all three of us together for the first time meeting actually in person to discuss the whole dang thing, and it's on the air. I love it because this is how I do a lot of stuff off the hip, man. I believe me.
That's my fear.
Well,
yeah,
I know. Don't worry. As long as there's nobody, that's like too soft of a John Holmes sideways, you'll be okay. No, I'm joking. I keep it clean. It's and the thing too is that it's a family friendly event, right? So
like this show?
No,
starfish.
This is not. There's no the brown starfish or none of it. Anyways, so that being said.
Yeah, hey. That's a good point though, Jay, is that this show tomorrow night, this Rev and Roast tomorrow night, is all ages. Bring the kids. They're going to have a great time.
You know what I was thinking might be funny? If we need material, let's put Greg up on the stage and all of us buddies of his can just roast him. And that could be the Rev and the Roast.
That's a good idea.
I'm not touching that.
Is that a cover charge to get in?
Yeah, it's $20.
$20,
yeah. So we kept it as look.
Hey, $20 gets you a free autograph from me.
Oh, there you go.
If you come to the event, I'll autograph anything for free for you.
I got hit 3 days ago with a $28,000 insurance bill to put this on.
Damn.
Unforeseen. So there's no way we'll ever recover from that. But $20, I mean, come on. I had a breakfast sandwich this morning and it was $20.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's more than fair.
Yeah.
And hopefully it will help offset some of it. But that's not what it's about. And I have a habit of creating these nonprofit organizations, even though I still pay taxes. But this is just another one in a series.
Right. Well, this is what we need to do. I'm going to go ahead real quick and give you a traffic update because as I do each and every day on the show, I tell you about your drive-in on the westbound I-80 from USA Parkway. Somewhere where you probably paid too much for a house up on Pyramid Highway going north, past McCarran, and then also in the North Valleys, where you're headed back towards to right now. Traffic is, I can't say that word. Traffic is effed up. There's your traffic report. This traffic report brought to you by nobody because nobody sponsored it yet. But if you would like to sponsor it, well, please get in touch with us here at Northern Nevada's Voice at gmail.com or simply call the station at 775-360-0692 because We do what's called real traffic here. And if you didn't know, after many years of me doing traffic and saying, yeah, the traffic's all messed up on 395 and there's an accident at Plum, and by the time you hear it, the traffic's cleared and everybody's going, well, that guy's full of crap. I'm just going to tell you what's real. If you're driving back towards the North Valleys on 395 North, I-80 east or west and towards the Bowl, especially westbound from USA Parkway, or Pyramid Highway North back to Spanish Springs, your day sucks right now. But the good news is you've got us to entertain you right here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs each and every Monday through Friday on your drive home. So don't forget, I have an open studio concept. Maybe you're driving home from work and you want to bitch about how bad your day was or something. That's fine. Stop in. We'll hear it. As long as it's good. If you suck, I'll kick you off the air because I only got a couple hours to hang out with my buddies. And that's pretty much what I do. And this show, it's all about that, man. I've got only a limited amount of time now because I'm literally here producing shows from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, except Sunday because even Jesus took a day off, right? So I got to do that. But yeah, that's my only times really right now to hang out with anyone.
Have you ever had someone go, I'm taking him up on that and coming in here, putting the cans on and talking to you?
I have had a couple, but it's always like some homeless person or something, that like is randomly scavenging through the mall and they're just like,
got
"What's
a
this?"
dollar?
Yeah, no one's ever asked me for money on the air. I don't think. No one's ever asked me for money on the air, but I did meet a guy one time who was his name was Enoch, and he said that he was related to Jesus himself, and that the book of Enoch, which was deleted from the Bible, was actually wrote, for him. But this gentleman was homeless. The odd part about him, though, I will say, the guy, I mean, he could sit right next to you guys, and I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. But once you started talking to him, you were like, oh, he's not there, right? It's like he's not there at all. But the dude looked so clean cut.
I've worked for people like that.
Isn't that weird?
It was horrible.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah, it is. It's weird and horrible because you don't know whatever's going to happen. But I know something that's going to happen here because we're close to the top of the hour. So I'm going to take a little break. We're going to play a little music. We're hanging out with the Rev and Roast Wide Open Rallies. I'm hosting that event tomorrow at 6 o'clock at the Globe Plaza J Resort. Come on down and have a revving good time, as we're going to have even a roasted pig. That's going to be great. And that's not including me. So don't worry. I might be, though, after the end of the night. It's a hot day and the sun beating down on me. I could be a roasted pig. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, hey, tonight we've got, speaking of roast, we might have some roasting going on the show because we do have 3 hours of live comedy. That's right. Live comedy night as John Banks makes his way in here for live comedy from KPGF and KNNR on 93.7 and 103.3 FM, as well as 1400 AM on your radio. So stick around. When we get back, we're going to have more Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Here's some Dr. Dre for your Friday. Okay. We're going to keep their heads ringing. All right.
When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business. The Sign and Design Shop, Reno, Nevada. Look sharp or don't bother looking at all.
That's right. This hour and every hour of Being Blunt with Jay Biggs and all programming on this station, Northern Nevada's Voice, is brought to you by the Sign and Design Shop, Reno. Please make sure you go say hello to Roland and Cheryl down at 4th and Eureka in downtown Reno, across from the beautiful historic Flanagan Square, where the third Wednesday of every month, you can go grab a wiener. It's as weird as that sounds. It
depends on who you are, I guess.
Right. I'm sure. Hopefully, Roland's laughing in his truck on the way home. He just had his birthday. Roland, I think he just turned 40, maybe 18 if you talk to Cheryl. I'm not sure, but us boys, anyways. Love you, Roland, and also a big shout out as well to all of our friends over at Neo City Creative. They're listening right now. I was just texting with James. We got some new T-shirts on the way, so that's cool. So I only had extra larges last time. And I don't know what it is. I guess apparently everybody involved in radios and 2X. I didn't. So requirements to be in radio are you got to be a little overweight.
When I order the clothing for the deal, when you get into like 3 and 4X, it just says radio host.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's the special that they have at Little Caesars. You know what? Like, what's the difference between a large pizza and a radio host? Well, large pizza can feed a family of 4. So, but that being said, let's talk about some families real quick, because you alluded me to the fact that David, our friend here, is actually a fireman. And so this is awesome. And I've always been told that being a fireman is not a job, it's a lifestyle. Is this true?
Yeah, it can be.
It
For
can.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be. It depends on how much of a lifestyle you want to make out of it.
Well, are you like a city firefighter or a BLM? What's your game?
So I do what's called all risk. So paramedic, structure fires, wildland fires, car accidents, hazmat, the whole gamut.
Oh, wow.
Changing smoke detector batteries. That's a big one up where I work.
And a lot of people don't know that smoke detectors, and tell me if I'm wrong, aren't they free from the fire department?
Some fire departments offer them for free. Yes.
You have an installation fee.
No, we don't.
Oh, okay.
No, we live in an area, but up at the lake where there's a lot of really big vaulted ceilings.
Oh, okay.
And not everybody has a 20+ foot ladder to get to that smoke detector that's in that vaulted ceiling.
Do they call you guys? They call you guys to come paint?
No, they don't think
so. It's really not about the vaulted ceiling.
No.
So essentially the guy that owns the little techie company that's worth $7 billion in Silicon Valley that lives up in North Lake Tahoe's bored to death Tahoe housewife is calling you firefighters to come over and change out the fire detector.
Exactly.
Love it. Hey, I know what's going on. I used to be a manager at Yankee Candle of all places.
Okay.
And it was at the Summit Mall. And that's what they used to tell us. They're like, oh, yeah, all the North Tahoe wives will come down here and spend lots of money with you. I was like, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like this guy in the candle store. I'm like, hey, I was like #1 salesman. Anyway.
This cranberry mist is exquisite.
Dude, you don't even know. When I would take like the caramel and the chocolate mocha and put it up to their nose together and say, you can burn 2 candles at the same time, and it's just like a caramel mocha from Starbucks. And they're like, oh my God, this man's right. Just bag it for me.
Throw it in the bag.
Yeah, just throw it in the bag with the male version, right?
I want to test it at our lakefront cabin.
Yeah.
Just to see how it interacts with the smell of the pine.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, see? Something like that.
Yep.
Well, it's another thing they taught me about that whole job too, which was odd, was don't feel bad about asking people to like buy the little extra stuff, because if you come into a store like Yankee Candle, right, there's no essential products whatsoever in that store. So if you've come into that store to spend money, it's because you have money to spend.
Yeah.
Right. So I was like, I never thought of it like that. I guess you're right. If you're broke, you just avoid the places that have things that you can't afford. Right. Which is why I always stay away from restaurants and Walmarts and
strip clubs.
Yeah, strip clubs and anywhere that you spend money. I don't have money for it. It's like, as it says on my Facebook headline, Literally, it says if only if hold on, if only my looks matched my confidence and my wallets matched my heart. You know, I can take over the world.
So I have a question for Dave.
Oh boy.
And I've been wanting to ask this of a firefighter for so
Ooh.
long. If I were to have a cat that got out and got stuck in a tree, is that a real call? Could I call the fire department to get a cat out of the tree?
Well, let's start with how many cat skeletons have you seen in a tree?
I don't go up in trees.
We have had one call that I can remember of a cat stuck in a tree, and the cat wasn't very happy when we got up to get rescued out of the tree, but not sure about other fire departments in the area. It has happened once to me though.
Like in Firefighter Weekly, you don't see like the cat rescue and the big article and
Not
stuff.
typically.
Is that something they charge extra for? Like, we'll come do this, but we're going to charge you a pretty penny for it.
No, because
cats have no money.
So.
Well, yeah, I know they.
Who do you bill?
I did just see something pretty cool though. So I post some firefighter somewhere, a pigeon or something or some kind of wildlife was near a fire and was having obvious difficulty breathing. So they're administering it oxygen. I don't remember what kind of wildlife it was.
Do you guys have like little bitty oxygen thimble?
No, you just put
an oxygen
just put a
thimble.
little non-rebreather mask over their beak, or
Like
whatever
over the whole
heck it
bird, you
was.
just put it in the
Yeah.
mask.
Yeah,
You like incubate
Just
it
sur- just
basically.
surround
Dude,
it
you
with
killed the
oxygen.
bird.
You over oxygenized it.
Yeah.
Like it turns to stone.
So hey, give us some of your, because you were Remza
Yes.
in Reno before you
Remza.
you got on the fire. So
Oh, yeah.
you saw some stuff.
I've seen some stuff.
So some of it's got to be comical, right?
Some comical, but dude, like, hold on. Before you get into this,
go
I'm going
ahead.
to speak for you just a tad bit,
Yeah.
having friends in this business.
Yep.
That I will say, Remza listeners out there, I know you guys don't get paid enough for what you actually have to deal with when it comes to the beginning. Because I know, and you're a firefighter now.
Yep.
Maybe you'll understand the complaint I get from every Remza person. They're always like, oh yeah, we show up, we do all the work, and then the firemen show up and take the credit for the job. And I'm like, really? How much truth is there to that?
We've never seen a Remza calendar.
Well,
That's
this
true.
is true. I
That's
have
very
seen
Some
true.
of the ladies that work on those Remzas, though, wouldn't be bad for a calendar.
Maybe
this.
one or
Hey,
something.
this is true.
Some.
So, yeah.
December's rough, man.
December is rough. Oh my god. Well, that's the no shave. That's right after No Shave November.
Yep.
So give it.
But yeah, let's hear
hit
it.
us. What do you got
About what?
about your experience with Remza? I mean,
Oh man, there's so many. It's, one of you were talking about the homeless problem earlier, and one of the things that was common was I'd start a shift and pick up someone who was homeless, and typically be for severe intoxication. And at the time, you'd take them to the hospital, then they'd take them up to 911 PAR to sober up, and then by the end of my shift, I would run on them again for the same problem. That was pretty common.
What does the name Adkin mean to you?
Adkin?
Yeah,
Nothing.
nothing. Okay.
Is it supposed to?
Well, as I mentioned, my good buddy Steve.
Yep.
I remember years ago there was a bum downtown.
Okay.
That well, no, they used to be to where they knew all the bums by
Yeah.
name at one point.
I'm laughing at
like
bum.
pre-COVID.
Yeah.
It's like hobo.
Yeah.
Well, you're a bum if you can't get an apartment or something, right?
Yeah.
Weekly. Anyway, so but yeah, so this guy was such an issue with like getting calls almost every day just to be taken to the hospital, and then he's taken to the hospital and they kick him out and all this kind of stuff because he really just needed like his opioids or whatever.
Yep.
Well, anyway, they got so sick of him that they decided everybody at Remza got together and pitched in like $10, and they all bought him a Greyhound ticket to go back to Florida to where his parents.
No
were.
way.
Oh, I do recall that happening.
Yes,
I do
they sent it,
remember
and
that.
he was like, "The cat came back the very next day. The cat
Yeah.
came back. He wouldn't want to stay away." Dude, this guy came right back. It was like a month later, and they were like, he's back. Yeah. They deal with a lot of stuff.
Yes.
I mean,
Because
because
the worst of the worst.
well, they're the first responders.
Yeah.
Like literally, you show up on the scene, whether it's someone that just blew their brains out from suicide, or
Yep.
a car accident, or a bum that has a bunch of needles in his pocket. You're the first person that makes contact
Yep.
with them.
So your wife, who is also worked for Remza, correct?
She did, yes.
And she told me a crazy story about a guy in a hotel room. Can you tell us that story?
So, yeah, I can. we got called, if it's the same one I'm thinking of.
It's got to be.
We got called for what's called an obvious death, but we still need to go and confirm it. And she and I happened to be working on the ambulance together at the time, and we walked in, and RPD was in the place, made sure the scene was secure, and he was naked on the bed, and he was an African American fellow. And my wife walked in behind me and just looked at him and said, "It's true." And everybody knew exactly what she meant and started laughing.
Is it because he turned black or what? I mean,
that was the story, but she was a little more graphic. I
don't know how graphic we can be on here. So
there was something
that had to do with the size of his male appendage.
Oh.
And
what? Okay, it's because the blood flowed down, probably because he was.
And it was hanging off the side of the bed.
Oh my God, like an anaconda, just like, oh my God.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that.
Exactly.
Like, oh my God, the poor guys had to carry that stiff out. His final erection.
Yeah.
And she still married you.
She's still, well, I think we were married at the time.
So she had no way out.
Yeah. Yeah, she and I worked together quite a bit, and we saw a lot of pretty gnarly stuff. So
what was that like experience? Because I know a lot of people in your business that come home and don't say anything about anything.
Yeah.
And the fact that the two of you experience the same shocking stuff or what have you.
The same reason that, firefighters and nurses mesh well, or firefighter police mesh well as couples, because you can talk about what you've seen out there. If I was to go marry somebody who had no idea about the business, I'd to go and tell them, "Oh, I walked into a lady that was hogtied and murdered on the floor, and it was just a wellness check, and it turned into this whole murder scene," which is something that happened to me
in Reno.
And to tell somebody who doesn't understand the business, and it's kind of harsh for them to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
So being that she and I are both paramedics, we're both in the business, we could talk about our day and kind of bounce that off of each other to, de-stress, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's distress a little bit here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. It is 5:18 in the evening as folks are leaving their jobs and headed home. Hopefully you've landed upon your new favorite radio show. You might think the show sucks. I don't know. I don't personally care what you think. What I do know is that we are having conversations right here on the show that nobody else is having. Nobody else is allowed to have these conversations because, believe me, somebody would cancel them.
You think this show sucks? Tune in at 8:00 on Tuesdays for Wide Open Talk.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my God. Those guys, they drink whiskey and talk like real men.
Oh my God.
How dare them? Anyways.
Wait till this week.
Oh my gosh.
I can't wait.
All right.
I
We'll
can't
be
wait
right
to
back. Jay Biggs. 20-inch blades on the Impala. Impala. Late tonight. What's up? It's Being Blown with Jay Biggs, and we are live right here doing things no other stations are doing in the 775 Northern Nevada. We are your voice, and if you would like to be on the show, man, I have the open studio concept policy. If you would like to be a part of it, 4001 South Virginia, it's the Reno Town Mall, where I would love for you to come on down and please show your face. Just much like the Rabid Bitch has done today, right here on the show. That's right. Hey, I've got Julia, aka the Rabid Bitch, which is Rob the Rabid Dog's old lady.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you're older. I don't think you're old. I think you're young.
No, I'm younger than him for sure.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, have you been able to teach an old dog new tricks?
Absolutely.
You have.
Well, I mean, did you see him before? Come on now.
Well, yeah, he does. Well, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. There's a few new things. Well, we won't go into that really. But I will say this, man, it was a cool last hour and a half or so talking with Greg and David from Wide Open Rallies and the Reverend Roast tomorrow night. I'm super excited to host that. I'm sure everybody's going to be out there at the Globe Plaza J Resort. $20 gets you in. I know you guys will. Yeah. Angel Alvarez is going to be out there for sure. Got a lot of people asking about that. So, man, hopefully we see you out there. And if we see you out there, I'm going to have a plethora of, what do we got here? Okay. I'm going to have a plethora of little stickers for you. Sorry, I got distracted. It happens. This is what happens when there's single J Biggs.
Right?
Right? I can do things like stand up with my mic and be like, what is that?
It's you that needs adoption papers now, right?
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting to that point.
Yep.
Oh,
We'll have to find you a good home.
Yeah, I need one. I need one. Yeah, my tastes are weird sometimes. I don't know. It's all over the place. But hey, I mean, I'm still continuing on with the world tour, right?
Hey,
I've landed in quite a few places. I was in Israel for a few years. I went to Iran for a while, and then I moved over to Asia.
Just trying out all them spices.
I guess so. I'm every spice but curry.
Oh,
and I'm not in a hurry to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
the smell alone prevents me from even trying it. Like it does.
It just makes me think of having sex in the front of a Motel 6.
Right or something.
I just like that.
Every Econo Lodge. I used to be a truck
Every
driver.
Econo Lodge?
Econo Lodge across the country. I'm sorry, y'all. It's a fact. Like everyone.
Well, I am Reno's Persian aversion and Asian persuasion. And I am here to save the day, as I am not allowing any of the saviors of, hold on, actually the simps to simp themselves out, because I am the savior of simps. After so many years of simping myself out, I'm not going to allow guys to do things like that. And I will tell you, I will say it for this. Julia, the fact that you're here means that I believe that you're a good lady. Because I would advocate for my homie, my dog.
Absolutely.
If you weren't.
Absolutely.
And so I know you actually bring out the better part of him. So that's good.
I just love the way she represents, man. She represents hard. I love that.
Yeah, she does. And she's been dude, all points on deck if you need help with anything.
Yeah, see, she even representing the show again too.
Right. Hey, right there.
Hey, the shirts fit me good. I'm good with this size. Like
you know what you could do with those shirts now that I look at it, the way it sets on her. You could make a K&R bikini.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there
Gotta
we
get
go.
a wet t-shirt contest going on with these
We
shirts.
could, and that is most of it's covered.
They would be perfect. It would be perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe Jocko needs a bunch of those for the girls at the Peppermint Hippo during the bikini car wash. Now, I do want to talk about my upcoming guests, because I do already have a stacked lineup of guests for next week, and even the week past that. I'm trying to get everybody set in stone and in place for action, because man, let's talk about this. We have got coming up, confirmed already next week, my good friend Alfin, Veronica, Christina is the hottest real estate team in Reno. They're going to be here with me. It's going to be a great time. I'm super excited because I had them on my show back when it was just on Saturdays, and good folks. They were also out at the Clion Days for the Filipino Independence Day. So that was cool. And they were handing out the shirts that said exercise with a question mark, and then on the back it said, I thought you said extra rice.
I need that.
I know, right? Those are cool shirts.
Absolutely.
And so Alfin's going to be here. I'm going to wear that shirt on Monday, just because I told her when I finally got her in here that I'm going to, I'm definitely going to wear that shirt, because I wanted to represent, because she always represents us. She always comes on the show, always talks good, always hooks us up with really good people as well. And when I say hook up, that's a whole nother thing too. We will see about that. She might be rolling with a future ex. You never know. Hey, Kathy, who is the lady who sang the national anthem at,
right.
Yeah, you remember her, right? Yeah, at America's 250, 4th on 4th. She is going to be in here on Tuesday to discuss music and talk with us about everything that's going on in her life. So it's going to be a really cool episode. Nice. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty excited about that. Wednesday, we do have the Peppermint Hippo. Speaking of them, they're coming back in, but this is because literally the very next day is their bikini car wash. So
I thought that was today.
No. That was yesterday was their day where you could go in and get free food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm glad that Rob didn't show up there going, oh, I thought this was bikini car wash. You guys said it.
I need my car wash. I would have showed up too.
I know you. I can imagine you showing up and being like, and it's one of those like, no, I heard it. And then you leave and you're like, oh man, I just look like a fool in front of all those people.
Yeah, I'm used to that.
Hey, they have a lot of events coming up that I'm interested in. So
yeah, she down. We're gonna
with
go
the
to
midgets,
midget
man.
wrestling.
I have to.
The Jello wrestling,
The Jello wrestling and the midgets. I am down.
What's good? Jello wrestling with midgets.
I mean,
I wonder how deep the pool's gonna be.
I don't know.
About a half a foot.
Oh my God. Thursday, Neo City Creatives in the house. I do have them coming in, and I'm excited to finally interview James, Jay, and the whole team over there at Neo City Creative. They are one of our wonderful day one sponsors right here, one of our OG 20s. So a big thank you to them. Also, Jim McClain, Big Jim McClain, formerly of KOZZ.
I remember him from when I was a kid.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
Right.
I remember
Well,
the theme
Smith
song
and
at the beginning
McClain.
of his show.
Smith and McClain.
I could sing the theme song still.
That is crazy. But yeah, so he's going to be in here on Friday with Hot August Nights. And at least that's what he told me a while ago. So who knows? Maybe it's still open and I just thought that I had it.
Do you know, I remembered the other day that I actually went to the very first Hot August Nights. I was like 5.
Really?
I had a poodle skirt on and everything. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's like back when I met you.
Yep.
See, that's funny because I actually worked security at the first ever Night in the Country event.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which speaking of Night in the Country, which it is this week, and or as I call it, Hose in the Country. Because, well, I'm just being honest.
You're
with you.
not lying. You're not wrong.
It's like that the outfits come out. The bottom 80% of Levi's jeans are all in the landfill there in Yerington, and at least, and everybody all of a sudden loves country, and it is a cowgirl. And a cowboy, and there's just drinking, and the poor
Mud crickets.
My poor buddy Lyon County Sheriff Brad Pope. Yeah, that guy. I mean, he wrote his statement last week. He's up for re-election, all that good stuff. But he wrote a statement last week about how they're going to serve, and it looks like the new venue that they have out there in Yerington is actually serving its purpose and doing well. So that's great news. But honestly, I mean, it's just a lot. It's just a lot, but it brings a lot of, to the economy of a place like Yerington. A lot of people don't know the Boys and Girls Club drove that, really.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah,
No,
it's
I did
really-
not know that. I've never been because I'm not attracted to like the Burning Man Night in the Country. Go out there. I just I don't have the energy for
I
it.
don't even know what event y'all talking about.
I don't have the energy. It's like 3 nights out in Yerington camping, and you're just a lot of country music concerts, a lot of performers. It would be really awesome, but it's just too much.
It is. It is. I love how you said that. You're like, it's just too much.
It is.
I mean,
it sounds like a
come from
ton of
someone who
fun,
loves
but it's
country.
like too much. I love country music. It would be amazing. I just can't.
Well, to me, it's like, I don't like drinking, right? I just don't. It's just not my thing.
I
So-
just passed 18 months sober, so me either. So
Congratulations to you. Honestly, hey, that's huge. That's big. So, but again, the whole thing with me is like, it's like going to a bar. I don't see any point in it because people are just out there getting drunk, stupid. And when you're like me and you're a smoker, you're just out there like, what are these? What are we doing?
They're all too high energy for that.
Yeah, like everybody, I don't understand.
I get irritated easily, and drunk people really irritate me. So
Hello.
it's just not no.
Drunk people irritate you.
Like, really
welcome to the
easily.
club,
Yeah.
dude. Welcome to the club, because I could tell you that's 100% for sure how I feel about things. And but I mean, that it is what it is, right? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and play a song here that it kind of it's not usually a song you would think would come from me, but I heard this song the other day because my name is James. That's what the J stands for. It just felt so fitting. So even the lyrics, it kind of weirdly describes me, although it's not my genre of music. Let's check it out. It's All-Star Weekend, James. Never. Let's see if it's true.
Night so cold, feeling lonely. Ice too cold, put it on me. Art on froze, that's low key. Never been fake, that's on me. I done gave you all of my affection. I done gave you all of that attention. I'm so sick and tired learning lessons. Now I'm sitting missing your complexion. Every time I'm stepping, I'm looking in your direction. Whole room freezer, feel that interception. Help a girl old and I get to mission. Came from the stars, never need a convention. I gave you my everything. Ice too cold, put it on me. Swallow your pride and just keep swallowing. Night so cold, feeling lonely. I gave you all I had, and that was the best of me. I'm falling into this tragedy. I gave you my everything. Ice too cold, put it on me. Swallow your pride and just keep swallowing. Night so cold, feeling lonely. I gave you all I had, and that was the best of me. I'm falling into this tragedy. It's a strategy. It keeps damaging me. Yeah, this feeling's nice when you and I are alone. Yeah, I pay the price, but you don't pick up that phone. I feel it tight when you and I in the zone. Baby, it's you and I, so let's keep building this home. Promise to me at home. Your problems on me, I'm gone. I gave you all I know how to. Now think it's time to move. Hands on me, I know. Feelings in the air, but this feeling is gone. Hands on me, I know. We're staying to the end, but you already know. I'm slowed down, but your feelings are cold. You're already out with your friends being a hoe. You already moved on the move back with your ex. You're already so gone as the story wrote. Right now, it's feeling so wild right now. You can get on right out. You can get on right out. Just chilling in the backseat, looking kinda red, shit. Looking kinda nasty. Yes, looking mad, I ain't tryna stand up. Fellas can't stand it. I ain't looking for no handout. I don't know how I'm a manage. Anything now. So would you send me to the planet? And you say I ain't spending no time. I think spend 10,000 hours. And you can keep on speaking about it. I ain't going to. This feeling's nice when you and I are alone. I pay the price, but you don't pick up that phone. I feel it tight when you and I in the zone. Baby, it's you and I, so let's keep building this home.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
All right, we're back here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and we are live on 93.7 KPGF, KNNR 103.3, and simulcast on 1400 AM across all three stations and all of Northern Nevada. I am Jay Biggs, and that right there was Damian Childish on SoundCloud. Rob, have you ever heard that song before?
I have not.
I don't suspect you would have. You know why?
That's not my typical genre.
No, it's not. Yeah, you're right. No, that's my son actually up in Oregon.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's his music. So so look up Damian Childish
Nice.
on SoundCloud. AN.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm pretty proud of him, man. He's doing
That's
big
awesome.
things.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Right. You know, I mean, when he sent me that, I was just like, whoa, I got to play this on the radio.
That's
dude. So, like,
awesome.
yeah, he's had that song in the arsenal. He's got some other good stuff too. I need to go through a little bit more of it, but just that song in general really hits to me.
No doubt.
Because that was that first one. I was like, he's finally got it. He did a lot of music before, but this one was more of like, okay, he's finally found his little niche.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that was a good song, but I was kind of vibing to that last one, just hanging on the radio with my buddy James.
Oh yeah, hey, that's so funny. Well, okay, so really that comes from all. There's this thing called All-Star Weekend. It's a conglomeration of, I guess, young like musicians or something, and then they do songs together. But it's nothing that we should typically listen to, honestly.
Right.
You know, like I don't know, maybe the younger genres
it's
or
kinda like-
something like that.
You ever heard that song Afternoon Delight?
Yeah.
Not the typical song that you put on in jam, but I like that song. Every once in a while, it is in my rotation.
Boo! Afternoon delight.
Yeah.
It just that song just reminds me of
Anchorman.
yeah, Anchorman, dude.
Yeah.
You can't be upset when you're listening to that.
You know,
can't.
you're right.
And then just the lyrics too. It just makes me chuckle every time.
Can you be upset when there's any sort of comedy or laughing happen? This is why they say laughter is the best medicine, right?
Absolutely.
And tonight we got the best medicine, 3 straight hours of medicine starting here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We got John Banks in the house with live Friday comedy nights here. Oh my God, every Friday between 6 and 9. So make sure you show up tonight and hang out with him. And I do believe he's going to start doing the open studio concept as well. I'm not sure exactly what John has in store. We're going to find out tonight. It's his very first night doing the show. So, and I just want to say right off the bat, pretty much other than James Umbach, who starts tomorrow morning with Nevada Backstage bright and early at 9:00. There's all the other shows have gone other than that one here tonight. That's next. And I'm proud of everybody.
Hey, it's been good. I've been listening. I've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
watching the YouTube and here and there. It's all been good.
Yeah, you know what? I can't complain.
I've watched all of the shows. It's fun. It's fun.
There's a couple shows that have been very genre oriented. You know, I get it.
The sports one is funny, but I hate sports really. So, you know.
Right. What were you asking about the Rude Dog?
I was just like, who is that dude even?
Rudy Reyes, man. Well, you know, Rudy's been on iHeartRadio. He's interviewed a lot of like NBA, NFL. He's been on like the sidelines and stuff. He's worked for major networks. So actually really blessed to have that guy because he's dude, and he provides me with the lunch hour because he can continue talking. And I'm like, I trust this guy. I'm just gonna go and do my thing. I'll be right back. You know, like, so I thank God for him.
No, I just thought when the station launched and we were having all the show on the screen here, and I just saw that one. It's like his name's a little too close to mine. I don't like that. That rubs me
The
wrong
Rude
way.
Dog. You're the rabid dog.
Yeah.
So yeah. So but yeah. So and I will say it's funny because he did his show earlier today, much like you. He had his lady by his side.
Nice.
That was great. You know, so they say behind every good man's a good lady.
Yeah.
And you know, so I guess
I don't know if I'll say I'm much of a good man, but I'm trying.
I'm looking right. I'm just a locomotive looking for his trolley.
That's it.
That's it. You know,
We got to get those adoption papers going.
right? We do. You know, we're going to do the Miss Kane and our KPGF
Mhm.
pageant eventually.
There you go. There you go.
And that's what we're just going to call the dating life now. Yeah, at this point. I mean, hey, listen. It's not like I'm without contenders.
Right.
But you know, I'm being very I gotta be picky.
The
now.
list is long and distinguished, right?
No, I wouldn't say maybe it is long, but I'm
Might not be
very
that
narrow.
distinguished, yeah.
It's very narrow on the the guarantees.
Gotcha.
And well, not the guarantees on the bag, but guarantees on the is that good or not? I don't know.
The dating world is scary, dude. It's scary.
Oh
Have
my
you seen some
God.
of this stuff? Come on now.
Yes,
Wow.
I have.
Wow.
I've people that you live and sleep right next to can be somebody you don't even know.
I've known this guy since I was a little kid, and it took me a year to give him a chance. Almost a year.
Just for clarification,
I was a kid too.
He was absolutely,
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay. Whew.
He taught me karate.
Because he is a kung fu.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
Kung
for
Fu
sure.
Panda.
Right. He's like, I can see Rob. No matter what color belt, you always got a white belt with me, baby.
Oh my!
Is that a Rob the Rabbit Dog line or not?
Yeah,
Won't
totally,
take long.
totally.
That'll be a black belt before too long.
No, but he did teach me karate when we were kids in elementary school.
Oh man, that is wild.
Yep.
Yeah, the first style I ever trained in, she used to train in also.
Really?
Yeah.
That is crazy. So, so where did you meet?
Elementary school, essentially.
Well, we were in karate together, and then our moms worked together
Where
at the
at?
hospital.
Here in Reno?
Yeah,
Lemon
in Reno
Valley.
at Stead and Lemon Valley Elementary School. Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know why I thought you were kind of new to Reno, not necessarily new, but I just that you grew up in Minnesota so much.
Well, no, actually, I only spent from 2015 till when I just came back a year ago was all in Minnesota. The rest of my life, I just bounced all over California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, Nevada. I've been back and forth in Reno many times. I originally got here back in 1987 and then just in and out throughout the
Jeez,
years.
from animal shelter to animal shelter.
Exactly.
Like a rabid dog.
Yeah.
I'm a Roman dog.
And our moms
Funny,
worked
you got a kid named
together.
Roman too.
Ronan, yeah.
Oh, Roman. Okay.
Our moms worked together, and I used to go to his house after school.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially back in third grade, she was my first kiss. We were boyfriend,
Was
girlfriend.
she the first
back then.
girl you ever phalangied?
No, unfortunately, I didn't get that far with her back then. I
No,
was a little
and
too
then
young for
and then
that.
they left and moved to Oregon and disappeared.
I found my way back eventually.
he saw me once when we were teenagers, and he pretended like he didn't remember me.
I was trying to be cool, and I was like, I've been around the country so much, and I come back, and I knew her, I found her attractive, but I was like, what was your name again? I was trying to play cool.
Yeah,
That is hilarious.
it is. Yeah, because I knew his sister. I stayed friends with his sister.
My God. All right. Well, let me clear my throat style right there. Sorry. Okay. Well, man, it's been a long day for me. I cannot lie. In fact, it's been a long week.
I
But
bet.
as we mentioned before, if there's anything that's going to get you all wired up and ready for whatever's coming next, it's going to be some laughter.
Absolutely.
Each and every Friday night right here, it's Off the Clock comedy going on. John Banks in the house. He's already here. I cannot believe it. I'm excited and ready for this because it's going to be a good time right here tonight. And it starts at 6 o'clock. It goes all the way till 9. So hopefully you're excited for this incarnation of live comedy right here on KPGF 93.7, 103.3 FM, KNR, and as well 1400 AM. We're simulcast across all three, but this will be the first inception of good Friday night comedy.
Right.
Show. Yeah, we're trying. Hey, listen, we're trying to do something that no other station has ever done in Reno before, and that is be completely live every day from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m. because it seems to be an issue. I mean, radio was once. I get it. Okay, radio is not what the internet is now or TV. Okay, great, but we're still hearing newspapers gone, damn it. We're still the top 3 media outlets, and so go ahead.
And if like society crumbles and stuff, radio's still going to be around.
Right. I mean, exactly.
I miss the old radio shows that, like, from back in the day, the early morning stuff that used to be on the local stations.
And that was the rest of it.
And I don't even, I'm not even, until I started listening to you guys, like, there's nothing worth listening to anymore. Like, I used to
Right.
listen to Howard Stern a lot, and that's not even worth it anymore.
Well, even I call myself the pre-woke Howard Stern.
Exactly.
And that's about as close as it gets, I guess.
Yeah, there's nothing good on.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you have these conversations on other stations, we're going to get canceled, right? But the good news is now I'm the general manager. I'm the HNIC, right?
Right.
I am the head native in charge.
There you go.
And Rob was waiting. He was like,
I didn't expect native.
Right. Well, hey, so it's like, what were you expecting? Like, you think I'm like Vince McMahon or something?
Dustin Poirier. You seen Dustin Poirier's airline arrest video?
No.
Oh, well, it's kind of a big funny thing about there. He got drunk and got kicked off a plane. And he starts threatening security. And there's the quote, IGGBMN. It's going to be bad, man.
Oh, okay. That is hilarious. So you did think I was gonna? No, I didn't drop it. I'm not like Vince McMahon. Like, you remember his time he did that on national? TV?
Oh yeah.
Seen his face. Comes Booker.
That's great.
So, anyways, yeah. There's all that, and hey, if Vince McMahon can do it, dang it, we can do it on national TV. I guess. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Who's
Anyways.
gonna stop us?
Anyways,
I
yes,
mean,
I am.
cancel me. You ain't gonna stop much.
Well, I am the head native in charge.
There
so
we go.
Here at KPGF and KNR. And so, yeah, if you would like to do anything such as be on my show, or maybe you want to come down here and be a part of live comedy, maybe you want to be a part of live rock and roll.
Yeah.
That's happening each and every Saturday right here on the station between 6 and 9 p.m. Our Saturday lineup just changed a little bit. Some sad news this week. Dizzy Don Roberts got a little too dizzy from the new action going on here.
A little too much excitement.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were gonna say it was from the open mic show and the whiskey.
No. Dizzy Don, no. He's Saturday during the day. But in Wide Open, I know you're talking about the whiskey. That's on Tuesday. Those guys just literally pop a bottle of whiskey and talk. It's great. Wide Open Talk is fun. Make sure you check that out with Greg. But yeah, no, Dizzy Don, unfortunately, just it's a little too much learning a new system and new things going on, and so just he's good old Dizzy Don has gotten onto his horse and rode into the sunset. And I did propose that he comes in and does his final show this weekend, but just it's a little too much. So I best of luck to Dizzy Don Roberts. I love the guy. I really wish he would come in here, and I wish he would understand that, things change sometimes, but it's okay.
It is. You figure it out.
With?
No, I guess Rob's got to come in here and do a show. No, I'm joking. Maybe we could do R&B for the ladies finally.
I'm ready.
That was a show I had conceptualized.
I think that's a great show.
Rob and Biggs.
I'm down.
R&B for the ladies.
I am down.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a great show.
I think it sounds awesome.
What I wanted though is my vision of it really wasn't me even. It was just the name. And I just want Rob to like drop like super like male chauvinist like talk in between R&B songs.
I absolutely love it.
Which is funny because I'm not really that misogynistic, but I can say some stuff.
Well, right.
But you can play one on radio.
It could be interpreted. It can be interpreted. There
you go, lady.
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a chauvinist, but I play one on TV. Oh my God, that's great. I didn't even think about that.
I love it.
Right. Well, hey, it is what it is. But that was my inception of that show was like, ooh, maybe I could have them, like have them just drop these like super like oh my God, did he just say that? Like, in between these like love songs, like, and I'm trying to think of things like that. But
like the ultimate, what was it? Sunday night hot mix or the Saturday night slow
jams
or
yeah.
whatever?
It's like the Quiet Storm.
Yep.
Which by the way, I'm glad you mentioned that because we have our own mix. Urban Gospel on Sunday nights happens right here from 8 to 9 o'clock. Then from 9 to midnight, we've got my boy XTA-C Ecstasy coming in here with Tornado Alley to Cali. It's mostly hip hop.
Okay.
But anybody that's an independent artist between Tornado Alley, where we grew up in Kansas City, Missouri, and all the way to here in the California scene, you can get some love. It doesn't matter what genre. As long as you're an independent artist, we're going to show you love like no other stations will here. Also, he's a bit of a sneakerhead. So if you're into that lifestyle and whatnot, then, mess with my boy Ecstasy right here each and every Sunday night from 9 till midnight. Then, because I grew up in Kansas City, and I'm showing the love.
Gonna be that Bone song, Ecstasy.
No, it'd probably be his own. It'd probably be the KC anthem.
Word.
But we've got from Power 105, the Cumulus station in Kansas City, which is the #1 hip hop station in KC. Their #1 DJ Hike, is right here with us each and every Monday from 12 midnight till 3 a.m.
Hell yeah.
So we've got actually 7 hours of urban music to kick off your Monday. And then we go into our normal programming. And then we turn really urban Monday nights as well, as we've got shows from Luck Pita in here with Stamped. Are you stamped or not? Find out from him. Envy the Truth within the chair. We got Barbershop Talk with her. And then, of course, Pearl with Faces of Success Radio happens each and every Monday right here on the station. So it's my version of Kansas City's, which is growing up. I never would have thought in my entire life that I would be in charge of 103.3. But 103.3 in Kansas City is KPRS, the longest Black-owned radio station in all of the world.
Okay.
And they are the urban station. So I turn our station here into Hot 103 Jams Reno each and every Sunday night and Monday night. So it's kind of a cool little throwback to my life where I grew up working for Strange Entertainment with
Represent.
Right.
So this doesn't broadcast out to their 103 in KC.
It does not, but you know what? I'm going back there next fall. Or this coming fall, and me and Envy are going to try to work something out where maybe we can do some simulcasting between the two. How cool would that be to be on my childhood radio station, 2,000 miles?
Like a dream.
Bro, I'm telling you. Anyways, it is like a dream.
Moving on.
Right. Yeah, I guess you could say. Anyways, you want to say before we get out of here, you guys, the Rabbit Bits?
Excited for tomorrow, and thanks for letting us come on.
Yeah. For everything, the whole future, just things are looking cool, things are looking great, and I'm excited for it.
Right, man. I'm telling you, I'm excited as well. All right, let's go ahead and get us some music as we end Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Thank you for everybody. Don't forget, we do the 420 roll each and every Monday through Friday at 420. Text in, much like the Rabbit Bitch did earlier today.
I did.
And I was not able to read her message, but that's my fault. Okay, but I know.
But I was there. I'm there every day.
Yeah, if you know, you know. All right. Well, hey, speaking of that, man, hey, it's off the clock comedy. It's
They
coming
do.
your way. John Banks is next right here. We're going to do it. 3 full hours of comedy right here, live. No other stations are doing this in Reno. In the world, I don't even know if they are.
I've never heard
I
it
doubt it.
before.
I know. We're going to check it out. It's next right here on KPGF. Make sure you stick around. It's 93.7 on your FM dial. We'll be right back.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Hey, this is John Banks. You hear me over there?
Yeah.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I can't hear myself. Ooh, let me. All right. This is John Banks. Welcome to Off the Clock. I'm John W. Banks, like I said 15 times already. This is the Comedy Hour. I'm here with my co-host for today, Jess. We got some funny comics on the lineup. Then we're gonna do it's a 3-hour segment. So for
Just make sure you should be able to hear yourself completely.
I can't hear myself at all.
All right.
We having some technical difficulty, y'all. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know, bro. Switch
All right.
headphones.
Yep. Give me 1 second. Let me move on.
Those work for everybody to this show.
Well, I'm a little special.
Nice.
All right. Still can't hear myself. All right. Maybe they were just hearing themselves the entire time. That's all right. I don't need the mic or the headphones. All right. We're going to go about this a different way. What's up? Let me see what it sound like over here. All right. Nope. I can't hear myself.
Were you hearing it?
I could hear him, yeah.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me you're hearing it, but when you give the headphones to him, he can't hear it?
These headphones are mighty racist. I don't know if you know this, but they are mighty racist. They are coming up to me and saying, "Hey, we shall not work. We
but
need
the headphones are
reparations before
black."
they start working." They're black in style, but they look at me and they're like, "Your black card has been revoked."
They just black facing.
All right, so we got 3 hours of this. It's not completely all stand-up comedy the entire time. I'm gonna stand. If you're looking at the camera, I am standing right now. I am a very short man. So we're gonna go about this with the 3 hours. The first hour, we're gonna be doing some comedy, some stand-up from some of our local comedians, and then the second hour, we're gonna go over some life events, some just seeing what's going on with how we deal with things after work. And then third hour, it's a little bit of a flex. We might go off on some more comedy. We might go off on some more of the day-by-day stuff that we go and dream about. All right. So I'll let you know who I am. I'm John W. Banks, like everybody's heard before. I am a prior military. I've done my time in the Navy. I've done my time at Qualcomm Stadium working for the Chargers. That was like my first job. But what else have I done? I worked in warehouses, manufacturing, data centers. So don't shoot me. So yeah, that's most about me. I'm a dad. I'm a comic, and now I'm a radio host. Look at that. And I like to attribute that I'm a painter because I'm broke. So all right. So coming up, let's see. No, we're not coming up. So that's the introductions of me for the show for off the clock. See, I'm forgetting my own show. I forgot my own name and everything. I'm gonna let y'all know I am not a radio person per se, but I got a call. They asked me to be on the radio, and I said, "Oh yeah, I think I can do that. I don't know if I'll do it well, but I can do that."
We're taking a gamble.
Oh, now I realize why I can't hear. I can't hear myself in the headphones. I'm so used to hearing myself. I can hear y'all. See, that's.
Oh, you can't hear yourself. I'm gonna try something real quick.
I barely hear you. Can you turn my DBs up?
Can you hear me?
Barely, just barely. I barely hear y'all. See, I forgot to tell y'all, I'm also a voice actor. Prior to me moving to Reno, I moved to Reno in August, and I lost my studio to record it. So now I'm just playing pseudo voice actor on the radio.
Nice.
Yeah.
Worked out. It worked out.
Did it? You telling me that my career as a voice actor is worthless?
No.
It's just fitting to take off now.
What are some of the big things you've voiced, John?
The biggest thing I have voiced was myself. It was on Cops. I had to dub myself.
Oh, okay.
My own TV.
I was gonna say he must have been talking about lateral, not vertical.
See, one thing about getting chased by the cops, they never expect me to jump over the fence.
No.
I got some big calves. I got the Asian calves, so I just hop right over real quick. I'm like Mario. Boy, that's me 100%. Listen, all right. So I'm gonna tell you how bad of a voice actor I was. I know I'm decent. I got the voice and everything. I got the play, but I can't read. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but
I can't either.
I had an audition with Hooked on Phonics, and I'm reading the words. I'm like, I think I need this product. Can I have this first before I try this? They're like, no, we can't pay you and you use our products. No, that's not how it works. I know you. Come on,
You were trying to be the
2 week
poster
trial
child
period?
for Hooked on Phonics?
Not the poster child. I wanted to be the voice behind the poster child. I mean, the poster child was a girl, and now she's back again. I don't know if y'all saw the commercial. She was like, I was a child on Hooked on Phonics. We can tell.
Well, you could be the new one. You could be the Ebonics Hooked on.
Yeah,
Phonics.
Hooked on Ebonics.
I mean, why does it gotta be Ebonics? Just because I'm black? Look, nobody even speaks Ebonics anymore. Listen. What's the last person you know that spoke Ebonics?
A bunch of white guys with no
Right.
blacks are around.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't
say it
even-
like that. No blacks are around. There are no blacks.
When Clayton Bixby heard them at the stoplight bumping their music.
I don't even know what that is.
What, blacks?
No, whatever you guys just said. Phonics.
Ebonics or Hooked on Phonics?
Any of those.
Hooked on. All right. We should introduce. Let's go ahead and introduce Jess so y'all know why she don't know what Hooked on Phonics is. All right, Jess, come on to the station. Let get your lips to the mic and let them know who you are.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jess. I guess I don't know what those things are because, for one, I am white, and for two, I'm only 26. So that's why I don't know what that is. But hopefully today I can learn what that is. I'm from Mesa, Arizona. Currently living in the Reno, Nevada area. Just working and doing school. That's what I do here. Picked up onto the comedy. That's been pretty fun. I've met some crazy people, such as John. He's pretty cool. What's your name again?
Rob, I'm
Rob. I
sorry.
just met Rob in studio. He killed it earlier, and now I'm here. That's my intro.
Nice. Welcome.
Thank you.
What do you do for work, Jess?
I work in research and development as a tech, and I also am training for regulatory. So
Awesome.
lots of
awesome. See, smart woman right there.
I'm trying to get
I fake it till I make it.
Different
with
over
my
there.
digestive system.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I
Good
thought
luck.
it was something else. You talk about old people stuff. My digestive
Well, I'm
is
old,
messed
bro.
up.
You might not believe it.
Let me tell you, dude, my friend had Pepto-Bismol the other day when I drove her home, and she was drunk, and she threw up on the side of my car, and when I saw it, it was like neon pink, and I was like, holy crap, what is wrong with you?
Why do
But
you have
it's
Pepto-Bismol in your car?
I didn't. She had it
Oh.
before I picked her up.
To be fair, dude, I drink Pepto-Bismol like crazy.
It
All right,
tastes
here's the
good.
next question. How old is your friend?
32.
Okay, that's valid. That's valid. See, I was like, who carries? You went out drinking and you carrying Pepto-Bismol? hold
Be
up.
prepared.
Let me. I'm a little
It's
drunk.
a good
but let me-
chaser.
What?
Or when you get too drunk, it can help absorb some of that.
Oh
maybe?
my
Yeah, I'm just
gosh.
trying to save myself for the day after diarrhea.
Is that how we do it? Most people just eat. That's how you stop all that extra
No.
stuff. Just eat a little bit when you drunk.
Hydrate a little
high,
bit.
High fat, high protein. Eat that. That'll make you all good.
Just bread.
Or carbs, I guess. I mean, carbs do absorb pretty well.
Bread's carbs.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
true. I don't know how many pizzas I've eaten drunk.
A lot.
Yeah,
Probably.
a lot. I feel like drunk people make Italian pizza last the longest. Like they're saving the industry.
I don't know if you ever seen a stoner eat pizza.
Pretty quick.
I have.
is, yeah.
I
They don't
have.
make it last.
No, y'all
No.
say it's pretty quick, but I've seen a stoner leave a pizza on the oven rack and wonder why he can't eat it,
I get that. Or you forget to turn the oven on.
or forget to get it while the oven is on. I've seen people do that. Oh, I gotta go to the store pick some up, bro. You cooking right now? That's not a high thing. That's just new age people.
I did
Can't
that
cook.
one time. That was a hell of a mess to clean up.
One time I
Gotta
put
watch
the
those
pizza.
German pizzas. They stay
Oh,
in the
yeah.
oven too long.
One time I put the pizza in the oven and forgot it was there, and I ordered another pizza.
Wow. Okay.
So you partake as well.
This,
Right?
Yes.
this couldn't have been that long ago.
You're gonna hear all about it later.
All right, y'all. So, like I said, we have stand up coming up. We have these two are going to do a nice, clean set.
Mhm.
I'm emphasizing clean because this is the radio.
Yeah.
It only has to be clean. The way I'm going to describe clean comedy for y'all for radio, Disney movie. Easiest way to remember it.
Suddenly, I feel very unprepared.
I know I might have to
Disney-
cut some of my material.
Well, you don't swear.
No, I got that.
I see
covered.
that.
You change the words up. you don't talk about.
I did that earlier.
You can talk about these things, you just don't bring it up in
Don't
the
get too
same
graphic,
words.
yeah.
You
we
got
have freedom of speech here.
Yeah.
However, freedom of speech does not go without consequence, right? You
Mhm.
know, so it's like,
Yeah. I grew up that way. We had plenty of freedom of speech in my house, but if you woke up the next day, you just know your speech was revoked.
right.
Just got whooped. Bam.
Bam. Backhand across the face from mama.
You can say what
That's
you
all
want.
it's-
You'll just receive a present for it.
Mm-hmm. You guys ever get hit by a 2x4?
Oh, a few times.
Mm-hmm. I know you have, Rob. That makes perfect sense. 2x4 semi truck. He got hit by everything.
Bro, I had to go pick my own switch. That was horrible.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Jess, you ever have to pick up a switch? You know what a switch is?
No.
Too young for that one, too.
See, that's what I'm saying. A 26-year-old will never know the joys of going out to pick the branch that you're going to get beat with.
Actually, I never got beat like that. But one time my mom accidentally closed the trunk on my head and she looked at me and she was like, "What? You're fine."
Mm-hmm.
what
You
you get for
deserve
being in the
this.
way.
That's what she was thinking.
I was standing there.
How did you get your head stuck if you got
I was
you're
getting
standing there?
groceries. I was being helpful, guy.
So you put your head down.
hmm
That's not standing there. That's just
I had to reach in there. They were way back there.
She had to hit the remote button to let her out.
She was
Yeah.
so
Closing
high
the
at the
trunk
same
while you're
time.
still pulling groceries out? That sounds like she did it on purpose.
Mhm.
She
She
could.
set
I
you
was
up.
like 11.
Mm.
It explains everything.
Oh, yeah, that was a
today.
life lesson.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Mhm. Don't
Watch
trust
out.
nobody, including your mama. See,
Nope.
that's the life lesson. She, gonna
She
set
made your funny bone stick out.
Yeah, on my head.
Yeah, right. That's your funny bone. That's great. Well, we're gonna see if she's funny or
It's
not.
my
John.
funny dent.
Mm-hmm. Y'all know who we got first coming up? Coming up to the mic. He's already actually sitting down. They're doing sit down comedy today. So we're gonna bring up Rob, the rabbit dog, to
The
do
dog.
his little quick set. It's gonna be about 6 or 8 minutes, something like that. I don't know what he got, but let's give it up for Rob.
All right, then.
But dog in the house. What's up?
Yeah, so my name's Rob the Rabbit Dog. My last name is Gross, which is a German word that translates to great or large, which is ironic because ain't nothing great or large about me except my gut. You know you're getting fat when you're sucking in your gut ain't enough anymore. I gotta physically grab my belly and pull it to the side so I can see my own tool. It's a sad day. I'm starting to get old too. This is some BS. You know you're getting old when you're sitting in your car and you pull your wallet out your back pocket and throw your back out. Plus, I got hair growing everywhere except on my head, bald on my head, but a rug on my back. I'm like a Yeti. I'm so hairy, Bigfoot takes pictures of me. A lot of people mistake me for a Hispanic dude, but I'm really a white boy. But I do have the saying, I'm one of the most culturally diverse people you'll ever meet. I'm a white boy who looks Chicano, raised with the brothers, and hung like an Asian. I'm a straight dude, but I can acknowledge when another man is a handsome, good-looking dude. I'll give you an example. Jason Statham. You know who Jason Statham is? He's a good-looking dude, but he looks like he'd be too aggressive. Looks like he's the type of the guy that might spit in your face, to slap you in the face, and rub that spit in, talk about you're a lot prettier with a big one in your mouth. Another attractive dude, Idris Elba. You know who that is? Another attractive guy, but he looks like he'd be a tender lover. He looks like he'd go slow and take his time and tender all your needs. He'd make sweet love to you, then hold you in his arms as you drift off to sleep afterwards. So I'm getting older. I've been around the block a few times. Did a few stays in the hospital. Y'all ever had that morphine? Golly jeepers, that is not medicine. That is a vacation. This one time I woke up after a surgery and didn't realize they had put a catheter in me. They was wheeling my gurney down the hallway with people all around me, and I began pissing on myself, not realizing I had a catheter in. I told the nurse pushing my bed, I was like, man, I think I'm pissing on myself. He's like, that's all right. We won't make too much fun of you. Well, I will. Ha ha. I just started laughing at myself. Let's see here. Oh, another time I woke up in this room, cubed off, like cubicled with curtains. I woke up looking around, was out of it. I don't know what drug they had me on, but I just woke up talking about, are we getting deployed? The nurse comes waltzing in and tells me, at ease, soldier, the war is over. I was like, I responded by saying, damn, I didn't even get to slay a dragon. I didn't know where the hell I was. I woke up ready for war. Turned out I lost my gallbladder. I was raised by a dog of a father. When I was a young boy and found my father's porno collection, he sat me down to have the talk with me. He asked me, how'd you like the training videos? When I was 18, I had this 36-year-old lady pressing up on me, trying to get some love from me. She wasn't very good looking to me, so I didn't really want nothing to do with her. But my father had to bestow his wisdom upon me. When I told him I didn't think she was good looking, he responded with, "You don't do her face." I was like, "Yeah, maybe you don't, but I sure like to." So he told me, like Bachman Turner Overdrive said, any love is good love, so take what you can get. If you didn't hit that, you're a fool, and I didn't raise no fool. So I hit it. I've been married for 25 years. Luckily for me, my wife has a libido as large as my own. Now, I didn't want to give her backdoor love because I wanted it, but more so I was just curious if she would let me have it. So one night many years ago, we was in bed and she was lying belly down. I assumed the position and she began to and back up into me. She was game until I squirted the lube on the back door. Then she said, I put my finger to her lips like this and I told her simply, shh. Another time years ago, we was watching UFC together as I'm a huge MMA fan. Somehow she got onto the topic, talking about how she thinks she could out-wrestle me. I told her not only could I out-wrestle you, but I could undress myself and smack the tip off your lips as I out-wrestle you. She felt tough and didn't believe me and challenged me. Oh, you want to play? Bet, let's play. So we began to wrestle. As we wrestle, I slowly derobe during our transitions to the point I'm fully nude now and have her in a crucifix position. This was all fun and games until I start bouncing the tip off her lips. This woman turned into the Exorcist, talking about, get off me. The difference between rape and romance is presentation. I'm divorced now.
Oh my God.
So I'm living as a single man. I let a friend move into my place, enticed by the thought of only paying half the rent. So I got a roommate. Big mistake. I felt like I got a boyfriend I never wanted or asked for. I found myself having all the same complaints I hear ladies having about their boyfriends. This dude constantly farting with his nasty ass. Literally constantly just popping off all the time, coming out of the restroom, insisting on telling me about his bowel movements as if I care to hear about them. He would never help clean up. He would never do any dishes until I asked him to. I was doing all the cooking. I just felt so underappreciated. I had all the complaints of a lady talking about her boyfriend. So I broke up with him. I kicked him out, and like a phoenix rising out of the ashes, I am on my healing journey now. On a whole other note, y'all ever seen Paul Walker's last smash hit? That dude was really on fire.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm Rob the Rabbit Dog. That's my time.
Give it up,
Nailed
Rob
it.
the Rabbit Dog, y'all.
Yeah.
As you can tell, this dude has been writing. He has.
I
been
still have a
writing.
little bit more too, but
hey, it's all good. With no audience, it's actually really hard to do stand-up comedy because you don't have the feedback of somebody smiling in your face. I mean, our ugly faces over here. This is why we on radio. So
We got to change this, John, because I mean, I heard somebody told me that there's a place in town, I guess, here that does stand-up comedy on Friday nights, and it's pretty big from what I understand. But here's my thing. They're not on the radio, bro. They're just
know.
broadcasting to the 10 people that are there.
there's like 30, but
Well,
yeah.
whatever, 30 people. So maybe they have us beat at this point. But all I'm saying is that this is the new spot for comedy on Friday nights in
That
Reno,
is
bro.
true because
this
guess
is
what?
the
They
new
can't-
spot.
They can't. Those comics, they struggle with cleaner comedy. They can't do the F's and the S's. They all gone. If you take those away, they can't do comedy.
oh, I admit that's
Yeah.
no easy feat for me either.
I know. It's one of those things that, like, if you have never had a kid around you that you didn't want to repeat what you said, you're gonna say it all day.
Well, yeah, right.
Mhm.
You know, I did have an idea about this. I mean, and
We're not bringing kids in here.
dang it.
My
Dang.
son asked if he could come, and I said no.
What about Comedy Island?
Comedy
No,
Island?
no, I'm joking.
What, leave the kids on the island and tell them to
The
fend for
comedy-
themselves?
Right. Oh my God. Yeah, we need to get off that. We even have pizza in here. Anyways, that's ridiculous. Okay.
Well, if you guys enjoyed that one, we're gonna go on break for a little bit, and when we come back, you'll get to hear Jess's stand up.
I'm
It's
sorry.
glorious. Don't apologize. She's a very funny lady. I've heard her several times. That's why she's here today, and she's one of the few people that answer me. See, so that's what I'm saying. Like, we'll be back in a few. All right, thanks, y'all.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Welcome back, y'all, to Off the Clock with John Banks on 93.7, 103.3, 1400 AM. We just had a comic on here, Rob the Rabbit Dog. He did his thing. Next up, as I promised, we have this next comic. Her name, she's my co-host for today. We're going to give it up for Jess Renner.
That's me, guys. Hello, my name's Jess Renner. I guess I'll just go right into it. A little bit about me was, to start, I was a Girl Scout once. That's where it all started, guys. It kind of led me into being a drug dealer later. I worked at a dispensary for 3.5 long and gruesome years, guys. It was rough, but it was kind of a lot like being a Girl Scout, because you'd really push people on their vices. You'd be like, "Looks like you had a hard week. Do you need some Girl Scout cookies, Kush?" It was actually interesting. We even got shot at once. It was on the news. And the weirdest thing was, people would come in and they would be like, "What do you mean you closed? You guys are drug dealers. Aren't you used to getting shot at?" That was pretty fun. Not really. But after working at the dispensary, I ended up working in a wastewater plant, and I deemed that working with poop was a lot better than working with people. Some of those days were pretty rough. We had to do this monthly hike. One of the hikes, we got lost. We saw a bear, got a flat tire, and I stepped on a rattlesnake. That was intense. And I still think it was better than working at the dispensary. It's actually been about a year. It was a year as of August 1st, so coming up on it. There's something me and my friends call Scooter Jess Night. And basically, I drank too much tequila, and it was my friend's disabled blind mother's birthday, and she had her disability scooter, and we went out to the bar, and she wanted me to do karaoke, and I said, "I will do karaoke if I drink enough," and I drank too much to do karaoke. I drank so much tequila, in fact, that they deemed me more disabled, and they put me on the scooter and drove me home in the scooter, and we made her walk home. And that was brutal, guys. But every time their family's in town now, I hear like more things that I didn't know happened that night. And yeah, I think we all have one of those nights. That's pretty funny. Another thing, Applebee's. I follow them on Facebook, and they have this whole campaign going on in their advertisements for Dollarita Daddy. And I like that. I think it's kind of an ad targeting daddy issues, which is fine, because it's $1 margarita, and clearly I like tequila sometimes. But they keep telling me about daddy, and I'm just wondering, where's Mozzarella Mommy? I would sign up for both of those. And another thing, I went for an event called Shaq's Funhouse a couple years back in Arizona. It's like a Super Bowl pre-party, I guess you could say. They had one of those party events, and I took my friend to go see Shaq and Snoop Dogg. And it was like a carnival / concert / a lot of other things. But what I really remember from that night was I'm not going to be nice anymore, because we saw a cop standing in front of a donut stand, and I really wanted to get a picture of the cop in front of the donut stand. And I thought it would be a cool thing for Scottsdale, the area in Arizona. It's a good picture. It's a good advertisement for them. But I asked the cop, I said, can I get your picture in front of this donut stand? I'll even buy you a donut. And he gave me the dirtiest look ever and was very upset. And then he said no, and he went and he stood in front of the White Claw stand, which, to be honest, wasn't much better. But let's, yeah, right? Cops drinking on the job, maybe. You guys heard of the Shiwi? You know what the Shiwi is, John? Yeah. Basically, it makes it allegedly that women can stand up while they pee. Yeah, it's like this little funnel with the little tiny hole on the end of it. Well, the city, I got to use one at the city on the hike. And fun fact, if you have a strong pee stream, it does not work, and you still pee your pants. So the mechanics fix to that was just cut the tip off. That worked a lot better after that. Anyways, that's all I got for you guys.
I feel like there's a circumcision joke there.
I wouldn't know. I'm a lady.
That's why we get our tip cut off.
Well, good thing you're not from
So
Africa.
you can pee better, right? I thought pee was stored in the balls.
Okay, I don't even know what to say to that.
All right. She didn't pay attention to anatomy class.
I did not.
It was biology. We
Oh.
we all had to take it at one point, and if you didn't, you're special in some other fashion. Didn't want to learn about the body.
Nope.
It's all right.
I can't read.
It's well, that makes two of us. All right. The rest of us can the rest of y'all. Can y'all read? I hope y'all can.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. All right, y'all. That was Jess Renner. If you want to follow her on Instagram, she's at I'm Just Jessin' Around. No G in the Jessin. It's not Jessing, it's Jessin.
Mhm.
Jessin.
With little dots in between all the words.
Could you imagine if our balls were our bladders, though? Some of these guys
They would
out
be
there,
huge.
The balls on these guys out drinking, it would make sense, right? Because they would have these giant balls of some of the things they do.
You'd be looking like Randy on
Yeah,
South Park with a
yeah,
wheel
yeah.
cart.
That's probably why they wear kilts.
Hey, there you go. That makes
Plus
sense.
easy access to just drain too.
So would that mean like guys would like hold it in just to look a little bigger when they're out?
You know they would.
Maybe.
Guys would have more UTIs if that was the case.
There'd be a lot more dying from overhydration.
Or alcoholism.
Then us guys could have an excuse not to have sex.
Fair.
Sorry, we don't have an UTI.
You guys are gonna start wearing maxi pads or something.
Right.
There'd be no such thing as pro sports. Go hydrate. I can't. I can't move.
I can't. They're bouncing.
I'm gonna make some bread. What
Don't
is that?
put me in, coach.
I just drank 40 ounces.
Makes them a bigger target too. That would be terrible in like boxing or something because they would be such a big target to hit.
Oh, well, if you could actually expand yourself like that, there would be just like there's slap fighting, right? There'd be ball fighting.
That's true.
I would pay to see that.
I would too.
That makes me nauseous just thinking about that.
Earlier, you
the
guys were
pain.
talking about the Jello wrestling. Can we apply that to that?
Yes, we were talking about because at the Peppermint Hippo, the Jello wrestling is happening.
All right, let's bring some big balls out there.
I need a little bit more context on this. I missed that one. I was driving. And
Yes, yeah.
All I heard, it's midget
Jello wrestling.
So I could try out.
Well,
Can I see how many midgets I could take?
at one time?
Yeah.
What in what
I
aspect?
don't know.
'Cause
I've
if
seen
it's
Not the
great-
dirty
Okay.
kind.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say.
Hey, listen.
I've seen some take quite a few. Anyways,
This is Reno, and you are a comic, so we don't know where you're at.
that
all
sounds
right?
like a good Snow White themed porn. I don't know.
I just want to fight.
Get Sleepy back over here for the shot. You're never gonna make it in Hollywood, Dopey. You can't even keep it up.
I
Y'all
know I
keep
once
bringing
grumpy all
Grumpy
the
over
time.
here.
Yeah.
Grumpy keeps shooting me in the eye.
Right. Oh God.
Bashful can't perform.
Yeah, right. Oh God, that guy, we hire him, but he never shows up. Anyway,
Dopey would be the one marrying.
right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. He's
Last.
Then he'd be an ultra midget. He'd get taken for half of everything, even though he's half the size of him. He'd be a quarter midget.
Oh,
25 cent. I think that's one of them.
25 cent. Yes. Oh my God. Well, I did go and see with Sidell recently at the Peppermint Hippo. They had the midget wrestling. It was just wrestling. It wasn't Jello wrestling. Now, I will say, though, the two events are kind of getting cross-threaded here. There is the midget Jello wrestling. There's also the girls Jello wrestling, too. The regular girls are going to be Jello wrestling each other.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know. Somehow they've moved.
Do they get to eat the Jello?
You know, good question.
wouldn't
Who
wanna eat that.
gets to consume the Jello
who would want
after?
to, yeah.
They could sell it online for a lot of money.
I bet one of their
There
dirty
is
ass
some.
Yes.
There's
Someone's gonna buy
some
that.
idiot who would
Yeah.
love to just. Oh, if I could get in the Jello after them because it touched them.
You know what we could do is we can pitch, hey, we can bring the people from Midnight Coffee Roasting, all them comics. They ain't got no money. We'll pay them like $5.
And have them comic wrestle?
No. Have the competition eating Jello.
Oh, hey.
Jello is pretty cheap. We can get a lot of Jello.
Just like
Just add some
Jello.
vodka to it.
Comedy's a lot like Jello. There's always room for comedy, right?
At least it's Jello and not like the chocolate pudding, because that would just not look good.
No, yeah.
Somebody treat it like a pool. Look, you can't even tell.
Oh God. Special
What's that smell?
Japanese porn nights.
Mhm.
Perfect.
What happens in Reno? We're gonna leave it alone.
All right. Right.
What happens in Reno, we blame Vegas.
How about what happens here at the station? We just keep it. No, I'm joking.
Keep it between ourselves. Include y'all listeners on the
Oh,
radio.
right.
Don't
While
tell
you're
your
in your
friends.
car, don't tell nobody. I know
Don't
you don't
share
want
that
to,
screen.
but
Right. Yeah. Don't share us.
yeah, this is off
Do
the
not
clock.
listen to us.
Y'all
Yeah.
gotta remember this is off the clock. We off the clock, all right? You know?
Right. You know what? Hey, honestly, I love the theme for your show because it is like once you get off the clock, you kind of people do usually loosen up a bit and have a little bit easier conversation. This is why, like, even on my show, I've said forever that I've wanted to always be one of those advocates for how you can go to a boss. Like, let's say you worked at the shoe store over there and you went to the boss at the end of the night and you're like, hey, man, would you want to go grab a beer together? That's not very taboo. It's just you're asking a question, right? Well, cannabis has the same laws as beer pretty much now. So, like, why would it be weird to go to your boss after work and be like, hey, I got a doobie and I want to do you want
That goes perfect into my next segment called Make It Make Sense.
Hey, there we go. Hey, make it make please
sense.
make it make sense.
Listen, make it make sense in the aspect that, listen, weed is legal. We can talk about it at work now.
Right.
Just like we talk about alcohol, which means you can't tell me I don't want to hear about that. I don't like that wacky tobacco. Get your old booty out of here. Like,
You can
I'm
say
talking
ass. It's
I
okay.
know I don't want to. I'm trying to live
Right.
with
Oh,
myself.
you're doing good.
I'm going
You're doing
completely
good.
clean. See, I'm trying to treat it like I'm in rehab for cursing. See, this is
I love
where
it,
I'm at.
man. Your ass is taking it serious.
I was pretty proud of myself for saying poop instead of the S word.
Right.
That was hard. That
We're
was
like
really
little
hard.
we're like little kids in here. We're like all excited to say a bad word.
I woke up to that this morning, or right before I work nights, so I woke up and then drove here. So,
Oh,
but
wow.
my kid was like, came in the room and just started saying stuff like that, just like, I'm gonna start talking to you and just see all the words I can say right now. I was like, I'm
How
about
old's
to-
your kid?
He's 4, so
Oh, he's
none of the words make sense when they come in, and
He's like a little sponge right now, dude.
saying a lot of words.
And the worst part is that I don't censor myself most of the time, so I'm like,
Well, that's what I figured you were getting at. He's coming with George Carlin, 7 words. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Well, I can't repeat the words that he says because the FCC doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So,
But can you make it make sense?
Huh?
But can you make it
no,
make sense?
because it's in context using those words, and I'm not going to say fudge because that loses the fun.
Fire truck.
What? I didn't learn cursing around you. See, I cursed in the ghetto. We learned real words.
Man, when me and my friend, you guys remember Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
No.
It's this.
kids
That's a-
yeah,
it's a
yeah,
book.
yeah.
It's
It's
a
a
book, I know
book.
that.
But there was one. There was the orange book, and it was the Do It Yourself. And it was around the time I was learning how to cuss with my friends. In one of the pages, we said assholes nowadays, but we spelled holes with the WH, so it was like the whole ass. And I think about that a lot.
That's funny because that reminds me of the time I went to Ohio to this little town called Ironton, and I was under a bridge and I saw somebody had graffitied Crip, well, but with a Y. So it was like Tales from the Crypt, but they had it blue spray paint, and instead of CRIP like Crip spelled, they spelled it CRYPT, and I'm just like, oh my god, some little dumb kid from the
Well, at least you didn't read it the other way. Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it didn't say Tales from anything; it just said Crypt. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, you got to watch out for those crypts from Ohio. Yeah,
little
Why should it
12-year-old.
was just somebody's
Superville.
name? You just like Crip. His name is actually Cripe. Like you just messing it up.
I know, bro.
Is that like the Timu
So-
version?
Of what?
Is that the Timu version of it?
Cripe instead of Crip, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Grayson. It's funny because Grayson, my should I say co-host at this point? I don't know. I'm not sure what he's doing, but Grayson, my guy. Well, he's usually on all my shows with me, but since I've gone to afternoons, he hasn't been because he's working in Kentucky. So he
That's
just
a
can't.
drive.
Yeah, you know how that is, bro. He can't make it because of the traffic usually, right? So
USA.
it's
Make it make sense. USA Parkway.
right,
Make it make sense.
bro.
They can't.
You know, it's funny. I recently, you said something about a dispensary, and I just was talking to a lady who runs the dispensary, Pure Tonic, out there on USA Parkway, about coming onto the show. Apparently, they're looking for 5 new employees right now, and
I'm good.
Are they cheering it like that Taco Bell? Right there, like we need employees, but we're paying $15. Like that's gas money. Like,
well,
I gotta work a whole shift just to pay for this
it
tank.
says $18 an hour to start, plus tips, which
Tips were
range
pretty good.
from
I won't
$4
lie.
to $20 per hour. I can imagine they be this, but I gotta tell you, this is always what I've always wondered this. I've never been to the dispensary, right? Like I go to the dispensary on Plum sometimes, and I mean, there's some pretty hot chicks, and they're like, Allie, the girl that works in there is fine. Or,
She's gonna listen to this.
I don't care. Great.
Shoot your shot.
Oh no! When I get her in front of me, I'll shoot my shot.
All right.
Don't worry. That's a whole nother thing. But no, like you see, their jars are full, and I'm just like, damn. Especially like the better looking girls. They've
Here's
got a
the
full,
disadvantage for us. We get all the tips and it gets split with the boys. We're the ones that got to take the heat, the harassment, the grabbing.
I don't like y'all anyways, because y'all be like, when you use your debit card, they're like, we're gonna pull 60 out. It's only $40. Well, we can't pull that weird amount. So
Oh,
and
yeah.
then we're gonna give you 10 back. I'm like, that don't make no sense.
Because they want you to tip them.
I know, but you took the tip already. Why you gave me my change back? Because you guys only give back in 5s for some reason. It's like they got rid of the penny, not the dollar. They give me my dollars and my
Right.
cents back. Nope.
This is like when the car wash that I go to, Franktown Corners, went to all card. You couldn't use cash there anymore, and I'm like, well, you can tip with cash, but if you pull up and you don't have a card, how can you get a tip? You know what I mean? Because you got to ask them, like, hey, can you run $5? And they're like, no, we can't do that. I'm like, well, how am I supposed to tip these guys?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
also like technically illegal to do that because you're supposed to accept all currency, but people are getting away with it because nobody's checking.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should be doing a check, business check. No, we're live on the air like OSHA. Good night.
Man, where do we start?
Hey, you know what, John? On a serious note, there is a dude I've watched, and he's in like Cincinnati, or here we are back in like Ohio or whatever. But he's in some random town. It might be Ohio, like
It has to be
Louisville.
Ohio.
It has to be Ohio.
Yeah, it has to. They ain't got nothing to do over there.
Right. Well, this brother goes around. I do believe it's Cincinnati, but he goes around to restaurants and acts as if he's a health food inspector. And these people don't ask for credentials or nothing. He has like his meta glasses on or whatever, and he just goes right in the restaurant. He pulls their stuff out, and he's like, this cockroach is no good. I'm gonna shut you down. And usually the restaurant owner's like, I don't know what you're doing. Like
I would have been like, I'm gonna eat there because that's good food.
No, come on.
Listen, every place that has nothing that's not like a franchise, if it has no bugs, no rats, no nothing, I don't trust them because it's like,
Because even the bugs don't want to eat it.
Yeah, they're the health inspector. They're like, we're planning for the health inspector. I was like, no, I want you to be professional with food. That's what I want you to specialize in, not cleaning. I want the food because all the best like soul food places have like a rating of a C or F. So like those are the best ones. That's the ones you go to. I know you never seen.
Are you about to plug M&Ms?
Huh? Hell no, that's a nasty place.
Oh
M&M
my
fries.
God, bro.
Like I have a segment here called Big Back Report, and I'm never going to put them on it because I don't like that place.
Really?
Yeah, because like
As a brother, what is it you don't like about that
So,
spot?
they treat everybody like their food is delicious. It like the food truck is delicious. I'll give you right. There's one lady that cooks very well, The other one, the store, the actual storefront, I shouldn't be putting them down because they're black people and I should keep them up. But
Well, you said there's good and bad and everything.
No, the food truck. They have a food truck that goes off and does their own thing, and then they have the actual storefront over in Sparks, and they treat it like everybody like it's their air when you're there just to.
You know what it
enjoy
is, bro? It's because everybody else is come and gone when it comes to soul food in this
Mhm.
town. They've stuck around, so they're like the OGs, and it's like
It tastes
perception's
like old
reality.
people food. It tastes like old people food. I'm like, this is dry.
But
this is
you want to know
nasty.
something, John? I'm
Mm.
about to tell you that right there reminds me of our radio station. Okay,
Mhm.
Because places like KLZZ and Rock 104.5 and KOH and Wild and all that have been around Sunny for so long. People just perceive them as like, well, they're the long running radio stations. They must be better, right? Well, look at us.
Yep.
We're brand new. We're fresh. We got fresh chicken.
Mhm. We ain't got no fresh chicken. Last time I came here with Crazy D's. We're Crazy
Oh yeah,
D's.
well, no,
Yeah.
hey, we got better service than Crazy D's.
Hey, I know
Which are-
that.
which-
Listen, I shouldn't put them down, but you know what happened at the show? We started. I'm gonna let y'all know. We used to start the show at 7, but we kept going on CP time so much that we ended up. The last show we had was at 10 o'clock. We told people get there at 9:30 so you can order your food, and we'd finish at 11:30, 11, and people still didn't get the food. You're like, what happened? Like, oh, it's coming.
Really?
They treat
Yeah, I know the few times I ordered food,
Mhm.
it took them quite a good time to get it to me.
I
It
will
was like
say,
Game of Thrones and those dragons.
there's no restaurant that I think I've ever been to that's been more consistently terrible with the service and timing than the Crazy D's on South Virginia, right across from the Atlantis.
It's funny that you say it's only that one. It's all of them. They're all
Really?
bad. Yes.
The one
Because
in Carson too.
That's weird because I've talked to the people at the Crazy D's before. Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so for instance, I was trying to call over there and order food one day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kept calling, nobody would answer. I know the place is open.
Yep.
Calling, no answer. I'm like, what's going on? So finally, I called another Crazy D's because I was like, there's got to be something going on, And so I asked them, I'm like, hey, like I'm trying to call the other Crazy D's, and they're like, yeah, people call us all the time because apparently they just do not answer their
They don't do
phones.
it.
and
They keep firing their good workers. That's what it is. They're like, we don't like them. Well, you should like the money.
That's
Like-
that's bizarre.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
what I
wait a
said.
minute. That's the name of the whole place.
Mhm.
Is it the Russians that ran the spot? Are they crazy to work for or something? Or what's the deal?
Huh?
Whoever runs the spot.
I don't know, man. I was
It's always
just,
kids.
I just don't know about that place.
What I want to know about Crazy D's is how come
The
the
chicken
jump.
looks like penises.
Yes, that too. But also the jump from hot to crazy is stupid. And you pay an extra $1 for it to be inedible and diarrhea.
Don't forget you're white. Spice levels are a lot different for the rest of us.
Yeah, but I came from Arizona.
That's why we roll around with Pepto Bismol.
Yes. Or I hang out with other white people that also have Pepto Bismol.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible. I didn't think any of their chicken was spicy or any of their spice level was spicy
Okay,
at all.
pay the extra $1 for the crazy next
I
time.
went to the
it
back
comes
and put
out,
it
it's
on myself.
neon
Like, come on
red.
now.
You went to the
comes out-
back. I love
Yeah,
that.
it comes out like a neon red penis.
Mm-hmm.
It's like chick. It looks like a giant hot Cheeto, like a flaming hot Cheeto.
All right,
Kind of.
I was gonna do a big back report on something else, but we're gonna do it on this Crazy D's. This is so big back
Crazy
report.
D.
Crazy D.
Yes, it's
No,
in the name.
It's the Crazy D.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Yeah. I don't know where that name came from. Honestly, I'm trying to figure it out. Is it crazy to turn? Is that because their service is so bad? It's crazy.
Nah, I think it's probably some guy named Don or
Mm.
David or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like somebody just wanted a name with their name in it or something. But yeah,
Maybe-
you're
Maybe
right.
they were thinking like you guys, like we'll just put it on the chicken and just call it Crazy D's for you.
It's
know
probably a
what.
joke to everybody. You know what I mean? All those guys. Like it's
Mhm.
like how many times can we get pictures of people eating those things?
Mhm.
You know, like it's like in invisible penis season. You know, like every year in November, like when everybody starts coughing, the whole.
I've never seen anybody do that, but
Now I'm
You've
not
never
going to
seen-
unsee that.
I saw that. Well, I saw a meme about it, and it was like a bunch of like women coughing, and all you saw was a like that, and it's like, oh, here comes invisible penis season. And it's like,
Now I'm not going to unsee that.
well, I'm sorry.
I'm not mad about it.
Well,
It's funny.
It is kind of now you see it, you're gonna be like, haha.
Haha, ghost dick.
Ghost take. All right. Well, anyway, we should probably take a break, dude.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a break.
It's the top of the hour. I
Yeah.
can't believe it. An hour's already gone by.
Yeah, see, that's what happens when you're laughing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just enjoy yourself. Coming up next, we gonna start talking about real life stuff, like we've been doing, but we're gonna go a little bit more in depth instead of just being all sporadic. Nah, I'm lying. We gonna be sporadic on it too, because that's
the
what
fun part.
comedy is. It's all sporadic. If it's not sporadic, it ain't funny.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Catch you back.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Welcome back to Off the Clock, y'all. We are on our second hour, and what do y'all think about it? I feel like we're doing great out here.
I think it's flowing.
Yeah, I hope y'all are still listening because this real. We got the real life, real funny, real laughs. And in this segment, we're going to talk about few things. So first thing we're going on right now is what nobody tells you. What nobody tells you.
Me.
Yeah. All right, let's go with Jess.
All right.
What's nobody tell you?
Man, I remember when I was 5 years old and my mom was like, we're going to go to grandma's for a while. I didn't know that meant they were getting divorced. All I thought when I was 5 was I get to go to grandma's. That's so exciting for me. Get to go watch Judge Judy, take naps, wake up for dinner. It was an easy life after that.
Milk and cookies.
So at grandma's house, that's not chicken nuggets. What you have?
Very white people food.
Like what?
Like microwaved peas.
Artichokes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, microwave peas. That's not white people food. All of us do that 'cause we're
sometimes it
lazy.
was like rice-a-roni.
That's not a bad one.
It's pretty good sometimes. Hot dogs.
Why are you eating all this individually?
Yes.
You don't eat meals. You just
No, sometimes we'd have meals. I think she just liked hot dogs and Kraft mac and cheese because it is easy to make. I think that's why she says it's her favorite. It's not because she likes it. It's just easy.
So how long was it until you learned that your parents got divorced?
Oh, I knew. I didn't know what it meant. So I was just happy to go to grandma's.
So when did it hit?
It hasn't. I like it.
Hey, listen, you were just like, listen, y'all don't belong together. I understand.
No more
right?
macaroni noises.
No more. Not that I knew what it meant.
Every time I hear y'all in y'all bedroom, I hear somebody get smacked. I don't want to hear that no more. Screams in terror. It's not positive.
It wasn't that bad.
They sent you to grandma's.
Yeah.
Something had to happen.
It was the best.
Excuse me for a second. I got to let her back in.
How about you, John?
Oh, for me, what people never told me. Well, I wish somebody had told me when I went to college, I had to pay for everything because I was so used to my mom and my family paying for everything. I didn't know I had to pay for my tuition. I had to pay for my books. That's a lie. The Navy paid for all that stuff. I'm a Navy brat, so they paid for all that. But I still had to pay for the rides, the buses, all that the fares. And then the other part about it, I did not know that I had to actually talk to people in college. Like, where is this classroom at? I don't know. I can't read maps anymore, like a lot of people, because they didn't have them back then.
Well, they didn't teach us.
Oh yeah, y'all never learned the rules of navigation. See, me and Biggs, we grew up in that era when you had to have the map and make sure they knew the directions before they got to the street, or else you getting thrown out the car with that map.
That's like MapQuest, right?
No. This is before MapQuest. This is where you had to go to the gas station and go pick up a map from that local area. Yeah, I'm that old. I know a lot of people don't even remember that. See, we had MapQuest. MapQuest was
It just gave you instructions and you had to start over again if you got lost.
No. MapQuest was the same thing as how Google Maps are, except you printed it out. It's the same exact thing. It's actually still the same MapQuest. It's still there. Nobody really uses it. I use it to verify Google's address. That's what I use it for because they use different systems. You remember those times when you had to get a Garmin or what was the other
like
one?
the watch?
Well, they do make watches, but they were the first navigation before Google Maps.
Dude, Thomas guides. What about Thomas guides?
Tom's?
Or Rand McNally.
Oh my gosh. Well, it was just called Tom's, wasn't it? Not Tom's Guides, because Tom's Guides was his website, but Tom's was the actual device.
Book. Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is old people stuff. I'm sorry. See, this thing when nobody tells you when you grow older, younger people don't understand what you're talking about and give you faces. See this?
Yeah. I'll Google it. I'll ask ChatGPT.
Isn't it funny? Like only 10 years difference really between us, and we're missing so much.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
People always tell you about when you're growing old, your knees are going to start hurting and everything, but they don't tell you that you're going to start dreaming about the stuff you hate so much. It's just like, and then you wake up, you're like, my back. Now I'm just disgruntled for no reason for the whole day, just because of that. Man. You know what? Also, I wish somebody would told me when I learned to drive that, hey, you might get angry. Don't actually be a road rage person, because you might be like, hey, I hate you, buddy. And you guys start driving and realize you guys are driving the same way for about 12 miles. You're like, oh my gosh, I gotta hate this guy all the way through these 12 miles. Like, they try to pass you up. You're like, no, you're not getting past me.
What I hate is when I rage like that, and then I get next to him at a stoplight or something, and then I'm just like, don't look at me.
You're the opposite of me. I stare at the person like, I said, I know you messed up. I know you lying.
That's why I got
Watch
the
me
tint-
do it again.
I've got the tint on my windows, so it's like I can pick my nose in front of people or
Whoa.
stare at them. Or,
That's lucky for you. If I have a tint on my window, I'm getting pulled over. So
I like doing the Terry Crews thing. Just put on some silly song and sing at them.
I've got amnesty, John.
I like the thumbs up.
Well, I had a Cadillac, so they thought I was a drug dealer once I tinted my windows. I got pulled over so many times. I was like, dang, man, it used to be.
Are you sure it was a Cadillac or a Pontiac?
It was Cadillac. It was Cadillac. It was definitely a Cadillac. Listen, I had money. Then I got married. Now I ain't got nothing. See,
Now I got a Chrysler 300.
I don't know what it is about me, but I keep buying these old white people cars because I had a Cadillac. Now I have a brand new Buick. And I keep getting these compliments from old white dudes. Man, that's a nice car. I love that car right there. Like,
He's one of the good ones.
I see you approached me. Thanks. Like, oh my gosh. Where's my black card when I need it? I'm like,
Careful, they're
yeah.
gonna invite you out to golf.
You're
soon.
approachable.
Oh yeah.
Well, the thing is, I'm short, so they know I don't, and I'm smiling all the time because I grew up. If I didn't smile, I had angry face. So if I had angry face, nobody approached me. But I can't do that all the time because it makes me unhappy. Because if I'm frowning, something's wrong. Something's wrong, y'all. You know, some people shelter their pain with laughter. I'm one of those people.
I feel it.
You shouldn't be feeling it. The reason why is because I negate pain. I don't care about it. I put that thing off to the side. You know when they say turn the other cheek? I do that all the time. I got big ass cheeks on my booty. So like I turn all like kiss my black, all that. I said ass already. So I should probably just keep going with it, huh?
Say it again.
It's hard. It's hard. Like
You African booty scratcher.
I was thinking about
is that what it made you think of? Black ass. Let me tell you about Crenshaw.
That's all I'm saying. Don't be don't be unintimidated. You never know where they're from.
Yeah. I always had a problem with that because I grew up in Virginia, in Portsmouth, Virginia during the 80s, and it was a very dangerous place. I grew up in the ghetto, right? And the problem was that my street was not the ghetto. It was the only street with white people with money. So I'm sitting in there like growing up, and y'all seen Fresh Prince?
Mm-hmm.
There was a Backflash episode where Carlton was with Will in the apartment in Philly, and Uncle Phil comes up. He's like, "Look at my son, first black president." Carlton goes, "I'm black." I said the same exact thing growing up because I didn't know. I just didn't know because black people shun me because I'm Filipino also. So they're like, "Oh, you're not one of us." Yeah, you're looking at my height. That makes more sense. Look at that.
Now it makes sense. I just lived with a Filipino for 3 years. So
That reminds me of Stephen Martin in The Jerk when they tell him they're not really, or he's not really from their family. He starts crying. You mean I'm going to stay this color?
I forgot about the Jerk. The Jerk's a movie. I don't know if you've seen it,
What
Jess.
is it?
The
Oh, it
Jerk.
might be a little old for her. You
Yeah,
should watch it. It's
definitely.
with Steve Martin.
All
It's a
right.
classic, all-time classic.
Hilarious.
I'll
Yeah,
watch
also-
it and I'll
yeah.
get back with it.
Please, maybe next week report in with us. But
Okay. I'll watch.
that also reminded me of the Clayton Bigsby skit, the Black White Supremacist, where the madam of the house for blind children, they show all the pictures of all the blind kids, and she's like, well, Clayton was the only kid here that wasn't white, and we just figured that it would be easier to tell all the other blind children, including himself, that he was white. And so like then you see the little picture of like all these white blind kids, and there's the one little Ray Charles in the middle.
The most hilarious part of that skit to me is why he divorced his wife. Dude.
Oh, oh my dude, that whole if anybody ever wants to know my true comedy, just
that's
put
it.
on Dave Chappelle season 1 and 2 and let it roll,
Right.
because that is me. That and In Living Color.
So Dave Chappelle season 1 and 2, I was in high school in San Diego, and we have outside schools. So there's the
Classroom can be
hallways.
out, yeah.
No, the there's no real hallways. Everything's
yeah,
outside, so
yeah.
it looks like modular homes, kind of like
Yeah.
type of deal. So everybody's running down the streets. Talking about
I'm Rick James,
yeah,
man.
yeah, that's all they're screaming all over. I'm like, I'm trying to learn here because my Asian side, I got good grades. So I'm like, yeah, you messing with me. I can't stand this. Also, I didn't have cable, so it was on Comedy Central. I had no idea what everybody's talking about. Who is talking about Rick James? Y'all don't know nothing about his music. Like, good night, everybody.
That is funny, Rick James.
That was a great segment. I mean, the whole how he came up with it, like Charlie
Oh,
Murphy.
the Charlie Murphy True Hollywood
my
Story.
God,
Yeah.
man. Like, how do you listen to somebody's story and they're just like, I want to make that into a skit?
Oh.
Y'all want to make that to a skit? Yep.
Hey, the shirts versus the blouses was funny.
Biggs, I feel like you got a lot of stories. You got comedians in here. We can make your stories come true.
Hey, that's why I got
We
you
can
here,
make it a
man.
skit.
Yeah, I got a bunch of skits I'm working on already too with my stuff.
My whole dating life's a skit. If you want to do that,
we don't need. To
Is there Jello involved?
There's no Jello. Well, maybe my belly,
sugar free.
Yeah,
sugar free, please.
Well, because I am diabetic, so I always, whenever I get with a girl, I always tell her I can't be your sugar daddy, but I could be your sugar free daddy.
Man,
which
my
saves me.
My friend dated someone who had diabetes once, and I felt like such an ass because he came over with like a little lunchbox, and I was making fun of him. I was like, "What's in the lunchbox?"
My
And he was
insulin?
like, "My insulin." Yeah, and I was like, "Wow, now I feel bad."
My stapler, my lunchbox was my insulin.
You mean the things nobody told you, huh?
You know what
Yeah,
my favorite?
I just wanted to know what snacks he had.
I feel like you might be one of those people who, when I tell them, like after they've known me a while, like, "Oh, I have diabetes," and they're like, "You don't look diabetic."
You don't.
What does that mean?
You're not.
What does that mean?
You're not heavy set.
Oh, well, see, and I think of myself as fat, but then again, I used to be 322 pounds. I'm down to about 350 or 215 now.
That's good.
So yeah, like over 100 pounds. I lost over the amount of weight that my ex-girlfriend was.
Did you tell her that?
No, I got rid of that weight again.
True. So you got rid of double that weight.
John, it's like you knew that was coming.
It's still funny. I can't help it.
Oddly enough, she was Filipino too. But hey, speaking of Filipinos, we got some hot Filipinos coming on my show on Monday.
Oh yeah, what is
So-
it?
So yeah, my homegirl Alvin, Christina, and of course Veronica are coming on to talk about everything real estate, and they are the hottest real estate team in Reno,
Well,
bar none.
I gotta ask. So when they're selling stuff, do they put cookies or do they put lumpia?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Good, well,
Because when you walk in a home and it smells good, you gonna buy it.
And if it's lumpia, where are these houses they're selling?
Yeah. Well, oddly enough that you say all that, because I owned a lumpia business till, and I mean, I guess I still have the name, but yeah, I was selling lumpia until about 6 months ago. But yeah, we let that business go to the side. There's that new Grand Pinoy Fiesta in town, and they have the little lumpia truck, so they're now out at like all the events and stuff like that. So you'll see there's a place making it, but yeah, lumpia. I think
So it was just you and your ex girl.
Yeah.
So did you get carpal tunnel?
No,
You're
hold
too
on.
used to rolling, aren't you?
No. Here's why. It's so funny that you brought that up, right? Because okay, she would not allow me to roll the lumpias.
You roll them too tight, they mess it up. See,
No, bro, I was too.
But
They
if
were
you make
rolling
them
them
too
too
loose, it
fat.
falls out.
I was making them too fat. They looked pregnant, and so all we were doing is we were hiring girls from the Philippines that were here working in Atlantis they were J1 students on like a J1 visa because they have little fingers, right? So they're over there like rolling the lumpias all the same size. She wouldn't let me do it because I would roll them too fat.
Why do you roll it like it's a blunt? Like
We want it to be like a burrito.
We don't roll.
I want
our
everything I
lumpias
roll is
that.
like a blunt,
Well,
bro.
we don't roll. That's probably why. She's like, it's too tight. So she put. I said it wrong. She's like, it's too tight. You put it in the oil and it go.
Whatever. We need to go to a song real quick. Hold on. Here. You know, E40 had a lumpia song. This is it. On, did you know that song was around?
I did not. See, listen,
It's a good song.
The thing about Filipinos that's funny to me is like when we describe ourselves, we're good at two things, right? You know what the two things are? Nobody knows.
Karaoke and lumpia.
Karaoke. Lumpia's that depends on the area.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
but the other one, if they're not good at karaoke, what are they good at? Dancing. Dancing. It's one or the other. You can't do both. And if you're not good at either one of those, you rap. That means
Well, there's basketball.
well, if you go to the
Philippines.
Philippines and play basketball, you're gonna realize you're playing football. So you're like, oh, I'm getting tackled in this. This is normal. We don't dribble. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Like playing basketball in the Philippines is dangerous because the basketball courts are just pure concrete and they're wet all the time. So you're always slipping. This is why a lot of people play flip flops.
Well, plus maybe I'm just stereotyping, but I'm imagining all the Filipinos to be about your height. So
Filipinos.
basketball ain't gonna be the best sport.
Listen, there is a tall Filipino that plays basketball. He's 6 or 7'1", I think.
Is that Yao Ming? Or
No. He's in the
That doesn't sound
he's in
Filipino.
the Filipino league.
You just gotta have a Mexican
Yao
name to
Ming
be
is
Filipino.
Chinese, man. Come on now, Yao Ming. Come on.
I don't
Yao
know.
Ming.
It's a different language. from what
No,
I
that's
speak.
it. That's
I know
his
that much.
Ebonics coming out. Yao Ming.
Yao
Yao
Ming.
Ming.
I never learned Ebonics. That's probably why I was never welcome. See, I learned Jive because I thought it was cool, and nobody knew what I was talking about. Jive is an old.
That's like that 70s Superfly pimp.
Yes, it is. I
Yeah.
learned that
I was
when I was
thinking of
growing
that
up.
stewardess on airplane. When, Oh, excuse me, stewardess. I speak jive.
I'd have to lose my mind before I forget you, baby.
Airplane's another movie that came out.
Okay.
It was rated PG, and the first scene there's titties that come out.
That's PG.
Yeah.
In the 70s.
Well, I mean, here's my question: Naked and Afraid, they
It's blurred
don't.
out
Yeah,
on TV though.
Why are boobs blurred out? I mean, they're like the first thing that are put in your face when
but like
they're
a
not blurred
fat
out
guy,
on-
if there's a really
you-
big dude, they don't blur that out. It looks the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, that's
right.
The US.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little bit hairier.
But then you watch like HBO, and they don't blur anything out.
Well, that's paid TV. That's not the same.
They got like orgies and everything
Paid
in
TV
there.
again. See, you talk about
It's
rich
soft
people stuff.
core.
This is
You don't
rich
actually
people
see the
stuff.
insertion. You see them maybe gyrating, but you don't see the actual insertion or.
I'm not gonna lie. That's all I know about Game of Thrones is there's a lot of orgies.
Well, that's what I was going to say. But watching Game of Thrones, you see more dingalings than porno movies, man.
Mhm. That's why I watched
Game of
Was
Thrones?
it Spartacus?
Never
I
seen
never
it.
watched that.
The one with Xena. I was like, Xena's gonna be doing.
Rob
some
claims
stuff?
it's Game of Bones.
Mm. Is that Domino's?
Well, I mean, it did genuinely upset me how often you saw a ding dong on there, but you didn't get to see no bush, or very rarely, I should say. Anyway,
This guy's seen full on male organs, and all he wanted was some hair.
I support Bush.
Anyway.
Were you watching this with your wife?
Yes.
That's why. See, it's like, listen, if it's on TV, I gotta look away. So
Right,
if
yeah.
it's Bush, it's fine.
Bush covers.
And especially with her, the ex-wife, man, I couldn't. You put on anything with an attractive lady on it. That's the whole reason you put that on, isn't it? Oh
Mhm.
my god.
That's excessive.
Yeah.
Oh, don't remind me of those days.
Right.
Yeah, you lost that weight.
You're right.
Dead weight.
Yeah,
This is
well,
so
well,
sad.
well, no, hold on. I will say my last incarnation of 94 pounds that I dropped off was not like that. So thank God. Yeah, no,
94 pounds.
He
Yeah.
keeps sticking with the Filipinos.
What'd you do? Drop
Well, it
off a bucket of water?
Was 4'9" and 94 pounds. That's how I knew. It was really easy to remember because it was my 4'9". Anyways,
Oh my gosh. Okay.
well,
Let's talk about Filipinos. All right. We're gonna talk about Filipinos and how you date them and how you get rid of them. It's really easy. You don't give them money.
people told me they were crazy. I heard they were crazy and jealous, but I never once dealt with that.
All right, I'll tell you about my ex-fiance, right? And she's in the
Filipino?
Philippines. Yep.
Okay.
Filipino 100%. She was one of my cousin's husband's best friend, right? And I got with her while I was still in the Navy, which meant that I never got to see her. So it's a long distance relationship. I see her maybe once every 3 to 6 months for about a month at a time. And I went to go visit her, and I was like, all right, cool, we doing good. And she smacked me.
What?
Yeah. Well, they're they're Filipino. They're very violent lovers. Just like they.
While you were making love, she smacked you?
No, this was just randomly.
Oh,
she saw a girl.
That's like
on
the
my phone.
pregame?
No, I was on my Facebook, because Facebook's how you talk to everybody over there because they don't have money to pay for cell plans. So use Facebook. So we're doing. It's a real thing. Trust me on that.
yeah. There's no
And-
WhatsApp in the Philippines.
yeah.
You're right.
Well, they have a version of it. It's something different. I never remember because I don't go there often enough anymore. I'm married to a white lady, so
It's called Waha.
so I go and she smacks right, and my friend was in there with me, and he saw me get smacked, and he moved over where she couldn't see, and he's making faces, and I am trying not to laugh because she's mad at me. You ever have a lady be mad at you and you just want to laugh at her? Just like, oh my gosh, I need to get out this room. And I stormed out angrily to make it look like that I was angry. I got smacked. She a small lady. It didn't hurt. But I walked out because I had to bust out laughing. So I did that, broke up with this lady when I left. Came back another year just to go see my family with one of my friends from here. Did not tell her I was there. Our family lives in Albay, which is 10 hours away from Manila, right? Albay is a state version, right? And we went back to Manila, again, 10 hours away, didn't tell her. She shows up to my hotel.
10 hours away?
10 hours away.
Do you know how long a time she spent on a Jeep to get to you?
It wasn't a Jeep, it was a bus. because you had to go through the mountains, and you know when there's like cliffs. You know, I'll talk about those cliff mountains, and you like see it on YouTube, and they're just like, I know, there's like, ha 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 ha, driving, don't care. There's a cliff right here. We're just gonna keep doing and going 40 miles an hour.
Right.
That's what I went through. Going that's the type of thing you had to go through to get from Albay to Manila if you didn't take an airplane. And I was like, she really did this, and the only reason I knew is because we went to a club. We came out like, all right, let's go back to the hotel and go check on our stuff, make sure everything's good, because we thought we left food out, and we saw her from the distance from here to Atlantis. That's how far we saw her from. And I was like, I think that's her over there. And then my friend got a message on his phone. It's like, I know you're here in Manila. I can see at your hotel where you're gonna be staying at. I asked my friends.
That's creepy.
Yeah. I didn't talk to her for a whole year, and she was out there. I said, you want to go to a strip club? That's what we did. We went to
That's the only right answer at that point.
We went for like 3 hours. We were balling on $100.
Oh, you and the girl?
No, me and my friend.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, she allowed you at a strip club after all that?
Oh no, I didn't talk to her at all. My wife is like, she's like, when are we going to the Philippines? I was like, I don't know. Whenever you want to go. She's like, I don't know if I really want to go. You're gonna have kids show up, and be like, Dad, and then you're gonna have a lady that's just gonna stab me. I'm like, one of those is true.
They even think that about black people there. Random kids are going to show up going, Dad.
Yep, that's very true. I was taking a plane over to the Philippines once, and I sat next to an old black guy, right? Like this dude, 6'6", around that, and like took up my armrest.
Right.
So, and he was like, "Yeah, I live in the Philippines. I'm one of the OGs in breakdancing. You can see my videos and everything on YouTube and MTV." I was like, "Dang, this dude is old." MTV. You know what MTV is?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, cool.
I know that one.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, she got one right. Ding,
Thanks,
ding.
guys.
They actually used to play music on there.
Yeah,
she
and
probably don't
Beavis and
remember that one.
Butthead used to make fun of it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
all right, she got the Beavis Butthead.
Got some
right.
culture.
That her
little
grandma's
bit.
cool. That's what it was.
That's my mom.
Yeah.
She had me early.
Okay. so I'm on the plane with this guy, and he goes, I got 17 kids in the Philippines. I said, okay. Are they all with the same lady? He's like, hell no. He's like, the main lady I have right now, I have one kid with her, and she don't care. She said, just keep bringing the money in. I was like, that's a life right there. Keep bringing the money in. I'm like, Philippines. It's all about the money.
See,
it's not. Philippines is a whole vibe if you're poor. and
no,
it's
I
great.
know, but the thing is like, so like the women there, there's a whole culture thing with like the men are very emasculated in some
Mhm.
situations, because typically there, if you want to make anything of yourself, the woman has got to leave and go and work in either Dubai or the United States or on a cruise ship, and sends the money back to the men. But
Mhm.
obviously, when you're off in Dubai with all these rich dudes and you're just cute little Filipina, or you're on a cruise ship randomly meeting single dudes on a cruise, or you're in the United States with a bunch of guys like me running around, they're like, oh,
I'll say it's a little different.
About likely the Filipina.
I'll say it's a little different. If they're married, they're most likely loyal.
oh, right.
But,
Yes.
But there is a little thing like Dubai and the cruise ships. I will say that's the dark area for us, because the overseas workers get their passports taken by some random dude, and then they get subjugated to everything to get those passports back. In America, not that way. They
Right.
hold around. They
right.
they're like, we see our Filipino American counterparts. We join y'all. Like, all
Yeah,
right.
that's funny. Yeah, because in me, like honestly, I'm not interested in dating any girl that is Filipino that grew up here in the United States. The United States only.
They don't cook.
Yeah. Well,
What you want is a 90-day fiance.
I'm not. See, I. That's funny because I was
Me
thinking.
too.
I was thinking like changing my name to Jed Biggs, so it's like Big Ed. You know, like but Jed
really
Biggs,
good.
right? Like, you know,
Take advantage of that.
right. So like, but I realize but Big Ed, you got to understand, Big Ed for an old dude like me brings hope and promise to a good life in the future. That no matter what, there's always going to be some 20-year-old Filipino girl that wants me, right? So
He actually had a girlfriend that was here
Yeah,
in America. Liz.
Yeah, but you know, Big Ed. So it's funny. Big Ed was really broke when he started 98 Days Fiancé.
Yeah, in the first episode, they showed like his house in the background, and every picture was just a picture of himself. Everywhere, it was just pictures of
He
himself.
didn't look like that. He didn't.
He
look
put
like that.
mayonnaise in his hair, and he's like, "It makes my hair soft," but
That's
then
funny.
he smells like eggs.
I used to date
Big Eds?
no a black chick.
Okay. Why did you hold on to that? I dated
What's the word here?
And I was like, well, no,
not a
she was-
niglet.
Well, no. It's because she was half black, so I didn't know if I want to say mulatto or what. You know, I don't know.
Mulatto is apparently racist now. I
That's
didn't
what
know
I'm
that.
saying.
I,
I
said
don't
it
even know
once.
what that means.
Mulatto is the old term for
The girl
for
was
pseudo-black.
she was a damn
Light
coconut.
black.
She was brown on
Yeah.
the outside and white inside.
It's cappuccino.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, right. So she would actually do mayonnaise bath, like hair treatments.
Did she smell after that?
Well, she always washed it right away. You don't leave it.
That is
Well,
You
that's
don't
better
leave
than
it,
going
you-
to Japan and they have the Japan and the mayonnaise restaurants.
what?
The mayonnaise restaurant.
Is this dirty?
Just straight
No.
up mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise. You have mayonnaise milkshakes,
Gross.
Ugh.
mayonnaise pies,
Gross.
mayonnaise sandwiches.
Gross. Sounds like white people stuff.
Yeah.
See,
the Japanese
aunt
like to
used
take
to eat it like
cultures
that.
and go real hard into it. So they take. There's a place in Japan that's like for black Japanese people. They're not actually black people. They're just people that put blackface. Like they dye their skin black. They do all the hip hop
Yeah.
stuff.
That's a
It's-
thing.
Yeah.
They even celebrate KFC on New Year's,
Yeah.
Christmas every.
Well, that's different. A lot of Asian cultures actually use KFC as their New Year's stuff. I
That's
don't know
weird.
why. I've never understood that.
Can you imagine if how there's a mayonnaise restaurant? If there was a Miracle Whip restaurant,
Oh my
that'd be even worse.
You
And
won't
they
see me there.
overcharge like Whole Foods.
I would be mad just because of the type of mayonnaise they're using.
Right. Right.
This ain't Best Foods. I don't need this.
is this Holman's or not?
Mhm.
Yeah. And how would you know if somebody was to spit in your
I'm not worried
This
about
isn't
spit.
the South, so I don't worry about it.
I'm
too
worried
much.
about other things.
or to drop other things in there too? Like, how would you know?
Like a fly. That's a high chance in Reno.
A fly guy.
A fly with some maggots. Y'all heard about that story about the lady that had to go to the hospital for having maggots in her hoo-ha?
No,
No.
I've heard of maggots and mayonnaise.
How
but
did
not-
that get there?
Well, they used mayonnaise as a lubricant,
Gross.
but the mayonnaise jar was out, and there was some flies that happened to leave some offspring in there.
Just drink some water, dude, because the best thing in the world is spit for lube.
Just get
Or
lube.
lube.
Yeah.
You
Stop
don't
being
need
broke.
mayonnaise. Don't
Learn
dig in
from-
the fridge for
If there's
this.
one thing we should take from P. Diddy,
It's
Lube.
no, I that was one thing I'd never understood that with the P Diddy thing was why he had so much baby oil,
I don't get it either.
because baby oil does not work for my body as lotion. So I was like, how?
No, you just feel
you're
greasy.
probably more oil of Olay.
No, I'm a very dry person. I'm Filipino.
You're
I'm black.
ashy.
Have you tried mayonnaise?
Listen, me and my wife are both of the ash inflicted, and we thought about naming our son Ashton, and if it was a girl, Ashley.
That's funny.
So when we have sex, the thing about it is that we have to have a fire extinguisher nearby.
Oh dear God, there's friction. You guys are like natives whittling sticks together. Oh, there's a fire.
She has a
never
stick
know.
too.
Huh?
She has a stick too. There's two
No,
sticks.
no.
No, we just very ashy people. We dry. Like my house has more lotion than P Diddy had bottles in there. Like,
That's impressive.
yeah. Look at my car. Look in the front seat. You'll
Now,
see a bottle of lotion in there.
You dealing with comedy? You probably heard that. I forget the comedian's name, but man, I saw this probably 2 years ago, and this guy said I finally found the secret to youth. And then he was like, everybody in the crowd's like, what are you talking about? And he's all, the other day I was at Gold's Gym or wherever he goes to the gym, and I was in the male bathroom, and I was, going into the shower like guys do there at the shower at the gym. And there's this like 90-year-old dude next to me, and he's showering, and I just happened to kind of see it because, I looked down and there it was, right? And he goes, dude, that must be the secret to youth is lotion. Because that guy, he was like, basically this old dude's, penis, like literally looked like a 20-year-old's is what he said. So he's like, I think that's the youth, or the fountain of youth is lotion. So his whole thought was like, maybe we should just fill up your bathtub with lotion and sit in it for like 10 minutes a day.
I've done something similar to that. It does not work.
Really?
No, because you have to soak the lotion in. So you got to push it in.
Oh, okay.
If you just sitting there,
you can't just wiggle around.
Yeah, it don't work.
You can't just be like a dude with a chick like after the week of Burning Man, like a hot dog in a hallway floating around, just hoping that it gets.
I've never been to Burning Man. There's too many.
I'm talking about the week
folks,
after
but
Burning
yeah.
Man.
Oh,
when they come back. I was just doing techno dancing, honey.
Oh.
Was your starfish out?
Yeah, the starfish. We're back to that. No. Anyways, I will say when I have like dry hands or something like that, it does work. Like for me, anyways, to take like Vaseline and like coat the shit out of my hands. See, I said it myself. I'll dump myself out. But coat your hands with Vaseline, and then put like rubber gloves over them, and then you wear them at night or whatever, and then the next day when you wake up, you take off the gloves and clean your hands, and your hands will be like super moisturized, dude.
Yeah, for like an hour. It was like,
you really are ashy.
I told you, like when I get out the shower, I have to wait an hour just to put lotion on because the ash will just go over whatever lotion I put on. It's so bad. Look, I go into the shower and the water don't actually stick on me for about 5 minutes. I gotta actually let it absorb.
It just
don't
beads
work.
off you.
I jump into the pool and it just dries up.
See, you need to go to Missouri where I'm from, because you get out of the shower, you're just as beady with sweat as you are when you never get dry.
No, the South, I never worried about lotion. I also I didn't sweat like everybody else. They're like, oh, I gotta wash my balls. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm perfectly good. I'm at saturation right now. I'm good.
That is great.
All right. I don't even remember what we were on. We were just segment after
whenever you're
segment.
ready for music, man, I've got a cool little mix that's queued up. So whenever you're ready, you just tell me.
Oh my gosh. All right. What time is it? It is 7:37, y'all. Y'all want to take a break? I feel like it's time for a break. We're gonna come back with some talking about some work wives and bro codes at work, because I keep forgetting this is off the clock. We ain't even going off script. We going
bro codes. I could talk about some of those.
How is it? We're off the clock, but we're about to do a safety meeting.
Safety meeting.
Safety meeting.
Safety meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the best time. They always safety meetings after the clock. All right, welcome back to Off the Clock, y'all. This is with John Banks and 93.7, 103.3, and 1400 AM. Still guy here with me is still Jess, the other comedian.
Hello.
And one more, Rob.
Yeah, yo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I zoned out looking at a button. It's a red button, so I wanted to press it.
It says cough. Cough, cough.
Mm-hmm. All right. So with this segment, I didn't. We kind of just left a break abruptly, and I didn't tell y'all what we had coming up. So we're gonna go over a segment I call "Dream After the Day Job." Dream after the day job. I work nights, so this doesn't apply to me. For the rest of the night, I'll just play.
Dream after the night job.
Yeah. So working at it's like, what's your dream job essentially? What do you want to become after that? You know, your 9 to 5 is done, and you're like, I want to move on. If you're at your dream job, that's fine. You know, but everybody always, once they get to that dream job, they want a new job. So
My dream job would be a stay-at-home mom with no kids.
So a bum.
Yeah, a well cared for bum.
You sound like a lot of be nice. Like come over till they have the kids. I mean, that's a different story.
Minus that part.
You don't want no be nice?
Mm-mm.
What about Pinoy?
I don't know what that means.
That's Filipino or Filipina and Filipino. So a guy and a girl, or a girl and a guy. Is a girl. Too much of a lesson. See, this is why I don't do stuff before I come on stage or do anything like that.
I learned a lot just now.
All right. Rob, what you got?
I'd like to say my dream job I pretty much already have. I'm a lifelong martial artist and used to be a fighter and such. And I got my certification in Minnesota, and I'm working on them here to be a referee and judge. I do that already, and I've coached fighters, and I'm not coaching now, but I used to do it, and it's something I get back into, but I am doing the mixed martial arts official, so I already got that going on.
Oh, nice. You just like beating people up.
Hell yeah.
Get over here, Mexican. I'm not Mexican. Bam.
Everyone thinks I'm the Mexican.
That was the joke. Listen, you told us your jokes already. We know you're not Mexican.
I forgot. I got a short memory.
It's all right. That was almost 2 hours ago.
My dad's got to remind me constantly, too. He's like, you don't really believe that, do you? You're a white boy.
Man, at least you get the option to choose something else.
Oh.
You know, see, it's not that I don't want to. Sometimes the racism just gets too hard. I was like, I don't want to deal with this. Like joining the military, I had to deal with that from.
You could
from
be
the very
Haitian.
beginning. Huh?
You could just be Haitian.
I'm too short to be a Haitian.
Oh, okay.
See, listen, it doesn't work that way. Also, I'm terrible at accents. The only one I kind of got down is the Filipino one, and that's because I hear my mom all the time and yelling at me. So that's all I got.
He's he's educated. He didn't go to the Leering Center.
Nope. What's the Leering Center?
You didn't hear about the Leering Center in Minnesota?
No, I'm not in Minnesota.
Oh, is that the daycare?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
The one that took all the money.
Yep.
Okay, that one.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
Leering
put
Center.
names to anything. I just heard some people are
It's
taking
supposed to
money
be called
in
the
Minnesota.
Learning Center, but it was the Leering Center on
Oh.
the sign. So they didn't even know how to spell it right, but they were still getting allocated like $40 million.
See, that's
a
the
year.
problem. I probably saw it as
That's
the
a lot.
Learning Center, and y'all are like Leering. I said, this is learning.
I
See,
can't
I'm
read.
hooked
We
on
said
phonics.
this. We cannot read.
We're going back 2 hours. Hooked on phonics. I
Well-
needed it. See, that's why I saw Learning Center. I didn't know what you're talking about, Leering Center.
Yeah. Anyways, the Leering Center. Stay leery of the Leering Centers.
Well, I'm going back to dreams after the jobs. Like everybody always say, when I grow up, I'm gonna become something. And as you grow up, you're still always saying that. When I grow up, I well, at least me, because I'm only 5'4". So y'all got anything on that? Like when you believe that your dream is not yet become a thing, what do you do?
I become a comedian.
Is that a dream, or is that an aspiration, or just something that happened because you were negative?
You make it happen, man, and you visualize it.
I just show up.
It's 80%.
That's what I
everything.
usually do. This is why my stand-up is kind of stagnant right now. They're like, tell jokes. It's like, I can't.
I'm just a good host.
I come up here with stuff that I wrote, and like a bad actor, I'm always asking for lines. Somebody tell me the joke.
These are your jokes.
Can you imagine what Cat Williams would say about John Banks?
I don't know.
I was
Right.
offered $50 million to do that movie, but John Banks, he wore the dress.
I don't know what this little boy came over here and said. I said, what? I was like, this little Nicklet just come over here and just be the wrong person. He is a terrible comedian. He should give it up.
But you won't.
I won't. I won't. My wife keeps telling me to stop.
Do like Diddy, can't stop, won't stop.
What? Dear God. Oh, that was funny. That's what it looked like at like a rehab center or something. If they had like people dancing in their scooters.
This is therapy.
I love that.
You always look at all those the old people and they dance to their own music. I feel sad for when our generation comes on because everybody's gonna be like cat daddy and they're just in the wheelchair actually moving the fucking wheelchair.
Right, I know, right, right.
Like you see the old grandmas trying to twerk in their wheelchairs.
Like you're a jerk. Do the dance. I broke a hip.
Get low. That is hilarious.
To the windows to the wall have a different meaning.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Install the walking bar from the window to the wall.
Oh
It's gonna
man,
be a slow walk.
this is off the
Oh,
rails too.
skeet. Oh, it's so dry. Blink.
That's right. We talked about your kindling, your whittling.
Oh yeah. I remember now.
He was a whittler. He was-
And so was his wife.
I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to put your business out there, but you need to put lotion on.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. This is what happens when you
That really shouldn't extend past the external. You know, how does you
What?
can't put lotion on past externally?
You could, but you shouldn't.
It says don't eat.
That's when
Why
your name
not? It tastes
becomes
delicious.
yeasty.
Yeah.
Huh?
So why not? It tastes delicious.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
I mean, it's kind of like the Vaseline chapstick. Like it tells you obviously not to eat it, but you taste it.
This is a Vaseline chapstick. What does that say?
This is
I don't know.
terrible.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
know.
what's your favorite flavor? Jergens.
I like the cocoa butter personally.
I actually like the almond cherry one. That one's pretty good. If I were to eat one, it would be that one.
The almond cherry. The almond cherry Vaseline.
What's wrong with you? See, this is
I love that
No,
she
the
has
Jergens.
aspirations.
It's the Jergens.
Asperger's.
Yeah.
That's what you meant to say.
Are you dating
Autism.
anybody?
No.
Listen, y'all want to hit up Jess? Just go
Yeah,
on.
just-
I'm
show-
just jessing around.
If you like autism,
Just show
I
up
have
down
that.
here. Hey, that can be good in some ways.
Mm.
Just hey, show up down here to 4001 South Virginia with a bottle of cherry
Jergens.
blossom Jergens,
Mm.
and
It's on.
it's on, dude. Wow, that and a six pack.
yes,
Wait,
I like PBR.
PBR.
Mhm.
Oh, that's
Oh my god.
I'm a classy
I was
lady.
gonna say cheap
All
stuff.
right.
That's
Yeah.
even better.
I'm a very classy lady.
Just know when you have
And
kids,
tequila.
the police will be around.
I won't have those.
Yeah, sure.
Hmm
With past blue ribbon.
Yeah.
you can get this girl to do more with PBR than you can the guys who do the trash bins with Cerveza.
Yeah.
You know, you put a 6-pack of Cerveza on top of your trash bin, and all sorts of things can disappear.
Let me tell you, dude. My friend owns this bar. Am I allowed to say the bar?
Yeah.
I'm gonna rep it. Caterpillar's Hookah Lounge in Carson City, and he makes this thing called a rum runner, and I change it to rum renner for my last name.
Oh, Renner.
I had no idea there's like 9 shots of alcohol in there, and I had two and a half one night. And that was awful, dude. Those are dangerous.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't remember much.
No.
I got home though.
That can go bad.
So what was the bad thing that happened? You just said I don't know,
I
but I,
remember.
got home.
Here's what
I'm
happened the
here.
next day. We were gonna go camping,
Apparently, tequila really makes your ass hurt.
and yeah, in 2 ways. No, dude, we went camping the next day, and all I remember was they dropped me off at my car, and I drank water because I was like dying of dehydration, and immediately threw it all up. It's one of those nights, you know. And then you had to sit in the back of a car and get to a campsite and set up camp. It was rough.
What do you tell you work the next day?
I didn't go to work. I was camping.
I know. I'm talking about work the next day. You got to tell somebody the story. Most people will tell it when they go to school, when they go to work or school. the next day.
at the
But some
time-
people don't. So they wait till they get off of work and they had to hold that in all day. So I'm like, what did you
See,
tell anybody?
at the time, I was working at the wastewater plant, so it was a bunch of blue, or I guess you could say brown-collared men. You know, I could just kind of say whatever I wanted, and they would tell me things I didn't want to hear. So it worked out.
Like what?
Oh, a bunch of dirty old dudes and some young girl. You know,
I'm not
she
going
heard
to say any
everything.
names, but I do know. I know of a man who did some dirty things with a jar of goober.
Oh, what's goober?
You know that peanut butter and jelly mixture that you'd get when you didn't have lunch money at school?
Yeah.
It's that.
Why are you picking on poor people so much?
They're not poor. He makes more money than me.
You just talked about over here talking about people that had to get it for free at lunch.
Yeah.
Goobers? I'm like,
But if he
I
can
thought
tell
that was
me
for
about
rich
that,
people. I didn't get that in school.
if someone can tell me about that, I can tell him about Scooter Jess and being too drunk at the bar. Because that's pretty that's pretty mild.
Put it out there.
What?
The story.
What story?
Whatever story you're about to tell.
I have none. I'm doing my best, guys. I gotta.
I thought you were going somewhere with
I
this.
gotta respect the names of my friends.
Oh, they're friends.
Yeah.
Oh, they ain't real friends. If they're real friends, you put the names out there.
I'll bring them in. I'll bring them in.
Get the shout out.
The instigator.
Get the
I'll
shout
bring.
out.
I've got one
Y'all
person
caused
in mind,
this.
guys.
Y'all caused this. We went outside and y'all caused this. I wasn't gonna be this way, but y'all caused this. Like I said.
Oh my god.
It's your fault.
Yeah. I see now. I just blame everybody now. I don't care. It's the white man's fault. They've done everything to me.
Oh, typical.
I can agree.
Listen, I'm black and Filipino, right? Both of my peoples have been oppressed. We had the white people oppressing black people, and we also had the Spaniards oppress Filipinos. They ruled for 300 years. Does anybody know where they ruled from?
The Spaniards?
Yeah,
From Spain?
from New Spain. Does
New
anybody know where New Spain's at?
Somewhere in Spain.
Portugal?
It's Mexico City.
Oh.
So Mexicans ruled over the Filipinos. So
I
you
did not
did-
know that.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people see they don't understand how races came to be, right? So you probably had a Chinese person and a Spanish person do their thing, and that's how Filipinos.
Well, the Chinese also ruled the Philippines for.
Well,
a
see, it
couple
was
of
probably
hundred
a
years.
Chinese and
No,
a
this
Spanish
is
person.
later. This is or before. That was way before that. So it just we got ruled by a lot of people, and like I tell my wife, she's like, "Why'd you marry me?" I was like, "Cause you're white and Mexican. I like my oppressors."
You know what Mexicans are Spaniards and Native Americans.
Well, depends who you ask, because that's not true in all aspects. Some,
Isn't that
some like the
Munchausen syndrome,
Aztecs,
right?
the Mayans, like, huh?
Bunchausen syndrome? Is that what they called?
That's too much words for me. Hooked on phonics. Remember that.
Yeah, I forgot.
Oh God.
Let's go.
We also did
Well, I
dare
don't know
too.
the definition of it,
Oh.
but isn't that where you fall in love with your oppressors or
Stockholm
something
syndrome.
like that?
That's Stockholm.
Okay, my bad.
There was a movie on it. I don't remember what it was. Jess, can you tell us what the movie was? It came out in the 80s.
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome.
Is that the name of the movie?
I don't know.
I would assume.
There was a movie made.
I
off
would
of that
feel
lady
wrong.
That
I remember
in
the Manchurian
Moscow
Candidate.
or something like that.
I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about, but I just can't think of the name.
I can't
right
either.
now.
I was like, yeah.
I would feel wrong Googling movie about Stockholm syndrome.
Why?
Because then it's going to put me on a weird list.
Mm.
And then I'm going to get some weird ads.
They were talking about conspiracies the other day. You could have been on that show with Stockholm syndrome and then researching.
Just tell them it
You're
was
right.
autism that did it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, guys. I just know a lot about Stockholm syndrome today.
There you go.
Can y'all
Today.
imagine being with
Yeah.
the what is it, the NEC
I love it.
or not the NEC? What's the monitoring system that people have to work in, monitor all of us and stuff?
The flood
NRC,
cameras?
I think it is something like that.
FCC?
No. It's like it's
CDC?
It's the ones that monitor us, right? And
Federal Aviation Administration?
no, not the radio station. People.
Facebook.
Like the secret, they're looking at all your chats and shit.
Oh,
Oh,
and stuff.
secret.
CIA.
Huh?
EPA. No.
The EPA's been monitoring you for a
Ethics
while at
committee.
wastewater. So,
And all the mayonnaise baths.
The NAACP?
oh my gosh. They're not monitoring me. I lost my black card a long time ago. Y'all, yeah, I definitely did. I burnt chicken and it was frozen on the outside and burnt on the inside. So
It was frozen.
on the outside.
So it started frozen.
Kind
She don't cook So
I-
it's
I do.
Okay. Well,
Listen, when you
hold
fry
on. What
things,
are
it
your
goes through the-
specialties?
My specialties.
Chop ramen.
I'm on the spot now.
She does bottom ramen.
Steak.
Steak. Oh, really?
I eat steak like 2 or 3 times a week.
Ooh,
How do you
okay.
make it?
Rare.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Don't upset her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a beefcake.
She just go out there eating the cow. What you doing out here in the farm?
Beefcake. Get over here, cow.
Mm.
Vampire it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, when just a gym person, all I look at is protein and I call it good. And like 6 ounces of a fillet is like 44 grams of protein.
So why do you work out so much?
It's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
No answer.
Mm.
Just some
You
I
could
don't
just
know.
be ingesting 6
Yeah.
ounces of protein.
I think it's the autism.
Oh, there you go. Well,
So
And-
do you
whatever.
just leave weights in random spots?
I do. Sometimes. If I'm in a bad mood, yeah.
Where did my
Shit,
25 pounds
you got
go?
muscles?
Yeah, she got. Look at her.
Oh, look at damn.
Tornado.
Thanks,
She's the
guys. I really
strongest
like
lady
flexing my
comedian out here.
muscles. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Listen, because I
He
used
called
to-
me yoked last week, and I felt really good about that for a good 3 days. I lived on a high for that.
Did I say
That's
that?
awesome.
I
You
feel like
did.
that was another black person because I don't use the word yoked.
I feel even better now.
An actual black
It wasn't
person
a
told me
friend.
this.
Oh God.
Wonder what this black card's still intact. I asked that because I used to also lift a lot, and I was a power lifter, and I always wanted to go to the Olympics for it, but I chose track and field for some stupid reason, and I'm slow, and I would go lift mainly to attract women.
It attracted more men, didn't it?
Yeah, a lot more, especially those in the gay bars.
you
They kept chasing me.
You be
Keep it
going to
as-
those a lot?
just walk past and they chase.
That's where you pick the straight women up. That's
Oh,
I learned that.
yeah,
as a gay.
I've
I
seen
never
that.
learned that.
Yeah.
What
the
did you do
problem-
in track?
Huh?
What did you ran?
I ran the 1, 2, long jump, triple jump. I did javelin. I did shot put. I did the decathlon.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
yeah,
What's the one where they use the giant pole?
the javelin
Is that pole vaulting?
Pole
Pole
vault.
vault,
Did you
yeah.
ever do that?
Yeah, they
That's
do that in
scary.
decathlon.
Bro, that
I
is
hate
wild.
those videos
I
where those
watched-
dudes go over that and catch themselves in the sack with the pole.
Yes,
Like
that's
in
the
that
one I was just
Olympics?
about to reference. I just watched a dude pull himself in the yeah. Dude,
You guys
like-
remember the Olympics video where it like swept his whole junk and you just saw the whole thing get rolled out like a
Yes,
rolling pin?
You're right.
I
Yeah.
watched that probably 20 times.
That's great.
How many times did you finish to it?
Right.
None. I was
Wasn't
just
that
there
good.
for the anatomy. That was my anatomy lesson.
He's like, he ain't
So-
been drinking a lot of water today.
Yeah, his balls are pretty small.
That's the callback y'all got. All right, that's. Don't remember nothing in the earlier 2 hours, and just that's the one. The first thing we talked. First, yeah, all right.
It was a good one.
So I feel like I've always done like the worst things, like the things I wanted to attract women only attracted men, specifically weightlifting. I attracted big black men, and then with my freaking cars.
So it's
it's
like in the
all
movie White
men.
Chicks.
Yeah.
Ah.
They treat me that the whole way.
I- Oh my god, you remind me of like the dude on Half Baked that had the squirrel master watching his
Mhm.
back from Big Black.
Mhm.
I'm
Or
somebody's bitch.
Yeah, that's what it reminded. That is funny. Well, you know what's funny is it also is that as we're talking about all this stuff, I literally just got a text from Pearl, who hosts gospel, urban gospel on Sunday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. And then, of course, Faces of Success Radio, which happens each and every Monday at 8 p.m. right here. And this week, it's the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP, who I just happened to mention. Who
On accident.
Yeah. Well, kind of not. I mean, to be honest with you, like, John says his black card's revoked. You could show up and possibly get it back if the NAACP gives you the blue check mark.
I guess that's like asking for freaking Reverend Al Sharpton to give me one.
Oh,
It don't
God.
count. I mean, he's not alive anymore, but I mean that's still a reference.
As I've heard, we're still fighting. We're still fighting Al Qaeda, but we can't even win the war against Al Sharpton.
That's terrible.
I
Oh my
don't-
God, that's terrible. Like,
That is great.
let's turn off the TV. That's
But
the
anyways,
easiest
that
way.
being said, check out Pearl and the NAACP. It's like
You didn't tell me to enjoy gospel. I'm like, man,
Yeah, I was
go to
scared
church-
that's where I was going, and I was like, I don't know if I can do
Mhm.
that.
It's amazing how many comics are like, you go into church, we're gonna burn.
Really?
I'm cool with that.
Well, I always tell because we do have some gospel music occasionally and stuff like that, right? With the 777 crew and all that. But to me, it's like, I mean, every it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're not trying to hurt anybody. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like you're not trying to bother anyone, but pushing religion on somebody is a whole nother thing, right? Which should never be done because religion and politics are pretty much meant to divide us in a lot of
Mhm.
ways.
Talk about that at work. Mm-hmm.
You can.
You can, but
You shouldn't.
Well, yeah, you can't talk about, those are things, it's weird. Like, look where we're at now, right? Like we used to be told, John, me and you were a little closer in age.
Mhm.
And yes, but it's okay. And Rob, I know.
Hey, to be fair, I'm 27 on Sunday.
Right. I know.
I'm almost
still
there.
in your 20s.
I'm getting closer to 30.
She's almost too old for me. Anyway, I'm joking. Kind of not. It's truth to all sarcasm. But yeah, I was always told there's certain things at work that you don't talk about.
That's one of them.
And that's religion and politics, right?
Oh, I push that as much as possible because I work in a data center and there are a lot of nerds. The thing you don't talk about is Star Trek and Star Wars, so you don't compare
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, you can talk about Magic. Not enough nerds know about that. There's a lot of that. Those are specific nerds. But
Unpopular opinion, I've never seen Star Wars.
you're like my wife. She has a
Neither
deal
is
with
she.
me.
It blew my mind when she told me that.
Just have it.
I
Harry
saw
Potter.
Star Trek only because it was on the TV like every day. It seems
Mhm.
like.
Star Trek is good.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw of it wasn't bad, but Star Wars has never really been my thing either.
I just don't get it.
That's fine.
Well-
I'm not gonna be violent against y'all. This ain't work for me. I'm off the clock.
I didn't get the movie Total Recall either with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I
but-
watched that so many times It
because
was
those
that
4
three-
boobs, right?
3 boobies.
Three.
Get it right.
Was it 3?
3 boobies.
3. Okay, yes, the rabbit
She
bitch.
gets
in the
Made me wish I
background
had
was
3 hands.
Just confirmed. 3 boobies.
3 boobies.
That
That's
is
the shit.
hilarious.
Can confirm.
You saw that one.
No.
Oh,
But I'm pretty sure
oh,
I've
you
seen-
said can't confirm. I thought you said can. I was like, oh, I didn't know she saw something that was that old. Oh my gosh, you make me feel terrible. I feel so old. You make my knees hurt when I look at you.
Well, it blew my mind away the other
That's
day. I put on the Never Ending Story, and her son, 14
like
years
that
old,
one.
didn't know what it was. I was like, I didn't know. Nobody knew.
It's the one with the dragon.
Yeah,
And
I
the
didn't know.
sick
Nobody
kid.
didn't know that.
Dude, that and the Goonies.
That's a good
like
one.
Stand By Me. These are like movies that like I thought every kid watched, but then I realized like, like when I got with my last girlfriend, her kids are 10 and 14. And I had to basically show them all these movies,
Well, that's how it works. You're supposed to show the younger ones. They weren't alive when it came out.
I know, but I'm just thinking like it's still the 90s were last decade, right?
Oh,
That's
I
just
guess
me,
that's
right?
true.
I'm old, bro. So, like, what? You've never seen Little Monsters? How is that possible?
Right.
That was like my little cousin with the old Ninja Turtles movies, like the really, like the first
Secret
ones.
of the Ooze. and
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that,
yeah. Those costumes were
Those are
so
the better
cool.
ones.
Yeah. And then later there was that one girl on My Strange Addiction who was addicted to being a Ninja Turtle.
You
You
lost
guys
me on
remember
that
that?
one.
Yeah, never saw that.
Yeah, this one girl,
How,
she
how
got-
long ago was that? That was really
This was
recent,
like
right?
No, that was like early 2000s, 2012 maybe. Yeah, she
I was
got
doing
the
things.
she got the suit, and that was her addiction, was just being a Ninja Turtle.
I saw in 1,000 Ways to Die. There was a dude that wanted to be a mermaid, so he made himself a little mermaid outfit.
He drowned.
And he put it on the beach, but didn't realize that as a mermaid he had to like waddle. So he's waddling to the beach like slug crawling, undulating, if you will. And he died of heat stroke trying to get to the water in this suit.
Couldn't even get to the water.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
Fish out of water.
I think that I can't believe I might have actually just pulled this up here. Yeah, My Strange Addiction.
It's sad. Which one?
Like you.
Okay.
The only right answer.
I can't believe this is happening.
It's 30 minutes of this.
It's like she bought an outfit and decided to just use it or something.
How much was it?
What about Rainbow Bright?
She's not even good at it.
Somebody right now is driving and having huge flashbacks to the 2012.
Okay, I mean, we can only watch so much of that. Or
You're watching the whole
listening.
thing. You need to stop that.
You save that for later.
We
Oh,
just have to
okay.
hear it. I didn't see it, any of that.
Well, I just want to make sure. Well, as Rob's lady just pointed out, it does look like some sort of paper mache head thing that she's made, and I just can't believe it. I mean, you're right, but there's a lot of weird things on My Strange Addiction, right?
Yeah, there's some weird stuff on there.
That is, yeah. If you actually,
That's
wanna
one
go
of the
down a
weirder
rabbit hole-
ones.
The people that think they're babies.
Yeah,
that was weird.
That makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't watch enough TV.
Well, the
to-
weird
love
part,
trash.
The weird part of
No, none of
that,
this.
the babies thing to me is that these people are like, you have to pay your bills and all that stuff, right? So they're like your computing executives and stuff, like, like they're in offices like the city and stuff, and then they go home and they transform to a baby. It's not like they're like us. And if like Rob went home and all of a sudden, his lady out here was taking care of him in a crib,
Dude,
which
you've been
might not
watching
be
my
too
Ring
far
camera
from
or
the
something?
truth.
Hold
Yeah, I
up.
was just gonna say, it might not be far from the truth.
I think this is my daydream outside of work.
Being a baby.
Your daydream outside.
It's pretty close. That's pretty close.
You're supposed to be swept off your feet by a white horse and a white knight, not a white diaper. Yeah.
Hey, they make Always Discreet now. It's designer diapers for women.
Stop kink shaming.
I did just eat Taco Bell, so I don't know what I'm gonna need later.
Right. That is the same thing as basically standing at the ball dropping in New York City for 12 hours beforehand. You have to wear a diaper. You never know what's going to happen after a Taco Bell visit.
Oh gosh.
That ball
Taco
had a
Bell.
lot of pee in it.
Right. Yeah. What can you imagine that as an adult? Now it's not even being a baby, but this is an adult saying, "Yeah, I'll go stand outside in Manhattan in a spot jammed up and just pee myself and crap myself because I want to watch a ball drop and then be clogged in traffic for hours just to go home."
That's a great day, New York.
I remember
you
when
won't be caught in traffic.
I'm fighting somebody the first hour.
Nobody's being in traffic. Everybody's walking and taking subways. And you know how fast they walk? It'll be cleared out in 5 seconds. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, New Year's, they gone. Like, you ever try to follow somebody from New York? They walk faster than I run. Yep, they are fast. Like my cousin lived in New York, and I had 2 of my best friends in the Navy. They were with us, and they're 6'7". Couldn't keep up with the 411. Not at all. Like, where did she go?
She's
gone.
sprinting.
Gone 100%. And she was just like, this is normal. We all walk like this. And I was like, why are you talking so fast? We just talk that fast in New York. We just kind of do it. We do our thing. I'm like,
That's why they say they got the New York minute there. It's like so much more condensed into a minute or something. West Coast is so much more relaxed.
yeah, and less racist.
Really?
Yeah, I've only been spit at and almost stabbed, shot at, and that was only on the East Coast. The West Coast, I got threatened to be stabbed in the West Coast. That was different. I didn't shut my mouth. That was my fault.
That tends to happen on the
Yeah.
West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't do like hard drugs and then go out there because
Mm.
people want to mess you up here for some reason. I'm glad I didn't get shot the times I've done it here.
San Francisco's pretty bad.
Is it?
Yeah.
The Tenderloin District is really bad.
I don't know what that is.
The Tenderloin District?
Nope.
Is that with big black ice?
No. It's like an area there.
I have
guess.
no idea. I don't know Northern California too well.
Yeah, I don't know what part of San Francisco it is because I didn't go there, but everybody told me to avoid the Tenderloin.
Oh,
I got my stuff stolen. They used hot sauce to break into the car. The bottle of hot sauce stayed intact. I was walking up to the car with my buddies. I was like, wow, why is there a bottle of hot sauce? And there's glass around it, and the window's broken.
Was it Dave's hot sauce? You put that
It was
stuff on
Tapatio.
everything.
Including
It's
windows,
Tapatio.
apparently.
That's not surprising. I carry a bottle of Tapatio.
Those
everywhere
bottles
I go.
are strong,
It's
dude.
got to be
Yeah.
Tapatio because that's
Oh,
Tempur-Pedic.
I got the wrong backpack.
No Tapatio in that bag.
Yeah, this one was specifically.
He's a
prepared
brother.
for
He's
him.
got Louisiana.
I do. It's
That's
in
so good.
my cabinet at home. I got like 5 hot sauces in there.
Well, for your bag, you should like whenever you're like me, when you go to Popeyes, get some of the Cajun Sparkle and some of the Louisiana hot sauce and just keep it in the car.
And
I
then
like.
just make sure you keep some Pepto Bismol too.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't actually eat Popeyes.
You eat Crazy D's?
No, I tried. They didn't give me the food in time, so I had to leave.
Not doing lack of effort.
Oh my gosh! You know what? The cooks would come out and talk to me. I'm like, why are you talking to me? You could just go inside and cook because my order is right in front of you. I'm like, you gonna be here anyways. That's a terrible.
You're just such an electric personality. They just, they knew that you were.
Magnetic.
Yeah, they didn't even want to cook, bro. They couldn't pay attention. They had a
I
star.
should just went in there and just start cooking everything myself. I did that in Navy. Like
It worked out.
I worked in engineering, and one day we on the boat, and I remember I woke up in the morning. I'm like, I'm about to get some breakfast. None of the cooks were there. I was like, all the crew was coming up. I was like, I grew up as a catering business in my family, so I'm used to rolling like lumpias and stuff. So like, I can make some eggs. I started making some eggs. Everybody's like, "What's this? This tastes so wonderful." I was like, "It's because I made it." They're like, "We have rice? Why do we have rice? When did we get rice?" A Filipino found rice. I smelled it. I was like, "There's some rice
We
over
have
there."
rice.
Dude, you know what's so funny? So when I was dating the Filipino girl, I would go to Jollibee like once a month, and we'd have to hit the Seafood City.
Number one U.S. chicken right now.
Well, it's the number. I will say this, dude. It isn't the number one tasting, but they are also the number one priciest. Like they are very proud of their chicken, dude. A 2-piece meal is like $14, right?
It's not
And
bad.
It's pretty pricey. And so what I've discovered here, if I really want a Jollibee experience in Reno, even though we don't have one, although there is one opening in Roseville very shortly, so it's going to cut about 45 minutes off your drive if you're going to South Sac. But I will just make rice in the rice maker at home. I will go to KFC and I will get their gravy, that crack.
Just gravy.
Just the gravy.
All you get.
That's it.
Do you get it in like a big cup like this, or just the regular
it's
cup?
Should I call you Cartman?
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
a cup about that big. It's the bigger one. It's not a gallon, but it's pretty big. And then I'll go to Popeyes and I'll just get the normal chicken without the spice on it, and pretty much that just tastes to me just like Jollibee. But
Do you guys remember when KFC was selling soda out of a bag?
No.
Yes, actually, I do.
There was literally
I
a
absolutely
bag
do.
of Dr. Pepper I got from KFC. Like they handed it to you like a grocery bag, and it just had a nozzle on it, and it was just Dr. Pepper.
That's
weird.
In the
Right?
Philippines, that's how we drink sodas.
Yeah,
That's how
in
you get
Mexico,
drinks.
that's how they do it too.
Yeah.
That is still how they do the oh my gosh, speaking of Popeyes, that's still how they do their tea, their iced tea. If you go and you ask for a gallon of iced tea, they don't any longer bring you the jug like a gallon of milk. It's a plastic bag with a nozzle on the side of it, and you nozzle it out.
I like that.
Yeah, I kind of do too. It's also more compact.
It's like there's this bar at home I go to, and they have this like it's an adult Capri Sun, but it's obviously alcohol. But it's like you poke the straw in it, and you get to take the bag home.
Is
Like
it
a
just
buzz
as
ball.
stubborn where you break the straw trying to get it?
It's
in
like
there?
a zip. It's got the Ziploc on it, and you just pop it open and
She
put
don't
the
got
straw
kids.
in.
She don't know the struggle.
No, but I still drink and it fucking act. I said it.
What?
And act
I
like
didn't
one.
hear anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You know, they did make adult Capri Suns.
Like actual Capri
Yeah,
Suns.
they were the size of your cup. They had to stop because nobody's buying them. They're like,
That's a lot of sugar.
well, adults buy the regular packs of like 12 and will drink all of them in one sitting.
My mom does that.
Exactly. It's the same amount. It just is not as fun because that straw going through and making sure you got the right turn.
Talking about Capri Suns and all that, I was just thinking about this the other day about how I haven't drank Kool-Aid in hella years. And I just had the memory, the phantom flavor. I was like, why have I not had Kool-Aid in hella years? That is not bad stuff.
That's funny. Good. I have not had, and the one flavor that stands out to me was that Great Blue Deanie. I don't know why, but
Was
that
that
stuff
the
was so
like
good.
blue
There was crack in
fruit
it.
punch one?
It was there was crack in it. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah,
I like the one with the shark on it. Shark
All the
berry?
one I don't know Kool-Aid that way because
There's
it
no
was
grape.
always
He likes
generic.
grape drink.
It was always generic. We didn't know what the packet looked like. It was just like, all right, just put sugar in it. Who cares?
Not gonna lie, guys, I've got a Ziploc baggie full of Kool-Aid packs at my house.
That's not surprising.
Use it to dye your hair with.
Oh no.
It's to
I
make
just
everything
drink
less
it.
spicy.
Dye your hair.
I haven't done that since middle school.
Oh my god.
It's like
Yeah.
Kiss, the band, how they used to use the.
That was my
red-
first concert.
Really?
Mhm.
That's how they got their tongues red. Was they would use red Kool-Aid on their tongues.
Gross.
No, I don't know.
They didn't put sugar in that. It was just probably just like a slightly wettened packet of Kool-Aid.
That's what I'm saying. Like it. Yeah.
That stuff's gross when you don't sweeten it. It's bitter.
Yeah.
I would
live
know.
the gimmick.
Because for a while, people were like, they were like eating the Gatorade powder like it was Fun Dip, and that was good. So I tried it with Kool-Aid once, and it was like awful. You don't want to do that.
You weren't supposed to try it with a straw, though.
No, you'd get like
No, I'm joking.
the candy from the Fun
like
Dip.
the people. Oh yeah, but
Well, that's what I was doing when my kids were growing up. That Fun Dip.
Yeah.
Apparently, the youngins are snorting that like they think they're getting
Oh,
something
dude,
from it.
that's what kids were doing in school. We couldn't have Smarties anymore because kids were crushing and
Yeah.
snorting Smarties. Silly bands and Pokemon cards were being traded like drugs. It was all not allowed at my school.
I gotta imagine that burns like all hell.
when my
snorting
kids
Smarties.
were going to Damani
Pixie
Ranch high school, they had like dude, they were selling vapes. Like they had all sorts of things going on there, man. that
Bunch
were
of
insane.
hooligans.
Well, here's my thing. Yeah, I know, right? I love it.
Coming from where I'm from.
Well, but I'm just like, when you see a package of something called Smart Ease, right? Like, why would somebody be dumb enough to actually cut that up and snort it as if it was something that was meant to go to your brain?
Because I'm dumb and I think it's going to make me smart like Adderall.
Didn't you have candy cigarettes?
Yeah.
They still have them in Virginia City.
Yes, they do. You're right. That's funny.
Virginia City sells everything over there.
The
They
ones I got
them
Yeah,
nasty,
you get away with
nasty
it.
cockroaches that you can buy, or crickets that you can eat, chocolate covered crickets. You can get all that
Delicious.
stuff. At the
Protein.
same store.
Salt. They have the salt and
Vinegar?
yeah.
Oh.
He just didn't want to say it.
He said it. It's good. We good.
Well, I saw that joke the other day on Facebook, and I was like, "Can I actually get away?" I didn't say it, but it was like the crowd continued. You mean? It's like- I didn't say it. You did. But no. Yeah. So anyway, they do have those the sriracha and salt and vinegar flavored crickets
That's gross.
up there.
I don't
One of
know
the
who's
ones-
coming up with that stuff.
I would get on
Protein.
my kids, but a few years ago they would buy these candies. They go to the store, and the package was literally a toilet bowl,
I
and the
know what you're talking
lollipop
about.
is stuck in there, and they wring the lollipop and the stuff in the toilet bowl, and they eat it. And I'm like, I'm telling my kids, don't get that candy. This company is literally telling you to go eat.
Crap.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
It's-
I wouldn't-
at least it's not teaching them that, like, hey, go to your toilet and use your toilet brush. What you do after
That
you
is.
clean
It's
your
like
toilet.
a giant toilet brush. Like, here's how you clean.
Mhm.
So I saw that candy when I was in France. And do you guys know what France calls their Sour Patch Kids?
No.
They call
Kids.
them very bad kids.
Mm.
That's what the package says.
Like they get eaten.
Is
Yeah, it's just Sour Patch Kids. It's the same thing, but it just says very bad kids.
Mm.
You can look it
Wow.
up. It's a real thing.
I don't doubt
They're
it.
they're straight to the point over there.
I thought it was gonna be some play on
See, but it was,
clowning
no,
Americans.
no, no.
or
It's
something.
true story. But what I don't get is in the commercials, they're like, first they're an ass, and then they're sweet, and it's all cool. But like, are theirs not? They're just an ass, and that's it.
Yeah, they're just
They
bad
just like the
kids.
negativity. There's sour.
Ew, children,
Sour.
children, bad.
I might agree. No, I'm joking.
To some
Remember-
degree.
Yeah, JD Vance wants people to have kids. I don't.
Other
Uh,
people's kids are all right. I don't have to pay for them, or like I hang out with my cousins, and then I send them home on a sugar high.
That's the best way to do it.
Hell
Yeah.
Every time I get my kid back and he has a sugar high, I'm like, all right, cool, run.
Do something
Well, I
outside.
gotta get him ready for sports. I mean, he's raised very like Reno-like, and it seems like people here don't really play sports too often. So
No.
I gotta find a way to motivate him. And the belt is not useful here. Apparently, you can't be outside running around the track with the belt,
I guess you're right.
and it's not even race based on this one.
No, it's just not acceptable
Just
anymore.
not acceptable. I'm like, oh, I could try to use a chocolate, but there's Mexicans here that now report, so it's kind of can't use that one. So I'm
That's
like,
why you
what do
just
I
take
use?
them to a fighting gym now and let them get beat up and get their aggression.
I gotta
out
pay
there.
for that.
boxing
I
gym.
need stuff that's free though. This is
Oh,
what
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying. This is
I think-
2026. Groceries expensive.
Right.
Like you can eat or you can go find somebody.
Mm.
You can do both.
I live in a nicer area.
That's true. Just drop them off in your town.
Speaking of expenses, if somebody would like to sponsor the radio station, please, you know, we are looking for we are looking for people to sponsor the station. So do remember, if you would like to grow something from the ground up, we are absolutely looking for people to run commercials here and be a part of this community as we grow. We're looking at maybe doing some big events together. I was just talking to the group chat earlier about possibly doing Sunday events where maybe we all get out and get in our gear and support the station at like a local business once a week. And then, you know, we all either know about some new cool local place, or we have, you know, somewhere we can go and talk about the experience for the week after. And maybe those people will be like, hey, you know, I like this crew of people, you know, because that's all it takes is some people to go into these places and spend a little money, right? And there's enough of us new DJs between all of us that, you know, we might find some new spots. Who knows, right?
And for those businesses out here, well, there's a lot of talent out here too. Like, I am a voice actor. I can make your commercial you want me to. We got comedians in here where you need some sketch to promote your stuff. We can do that. We can do all this stuff that you need. You need some people to be out there that's like, you need to film a commercial at your place. You need somebody that says your food's good. We'll act. We can do that. Just invite us.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, you know what? We should actually take a quick break. I do need to play a commercial.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. John?
We'll be right back to Off the Clock.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
All right, welcome back to Off the Clock with John Banks, and today we got Jess and Rob with us today. So we're gonna go back into the rest of the show. We got a few more segments that we wanted to go back. We're gonna go on the Big Back Report right now. That is my report that I do that makes you a big back. If you don't know what a big back is, that's someone that loves to eat. If you don't love to eat and you a big back, there's something wrong with you. So I do a big back report is about all the things that would make you want to go to a restaurant. I rank them on based on looky-loos. That's when you get to look and see at everybody else if they watching you eat. And if that's a factor. And most of the time it's not. But some places people like, if you a big back and you eating all this food, they looking right at you like, ugh. I rate them on that. The next one I do is plate licking good. That's where the food is so good that you got to lick your plate afterwards. That is one of my favorite ones. Then you got the worth the walk. That's another category. Worth the walk means that, hey, how far do I got to walk to get there? And is it actually worth it? Because every big back knows that sometimes you just got to go through the drive-through. It ain't worth it. And then we got stomach stress test. How much food did they give you? Is it dense enough? Is it a lot of quantity? Because sometimes you get gluten-free food. It looks really small, but that is really dense. Then the last one is the blackjack final bite. That's for gambling on the glycemic index of the food of the dessert.
I like that one.
So if it's gonna make that sugar, I mean, it bigs in here. The diabetics does that make y'all mess up? That's what it is. Mess up your insulin levels and mess up your pancreas. What does it do? And in today's segment, we're gonna go on a place called Brothers Barbecue in Midtown. It's one of the few barbecue places that is like completely consistent every time you go. The only thing that's not consistent is their menu because they ran out. Because that's how good it is. So if we go back and we look at looky-loos, I give them a rating of probably a 4 because, you know, not too many people are watching you eat because they focus on their own food. But you also looking like, man, how do you not make a mess? Because it's barbecue. You got that good barbecue sauce. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all know any good barbecue places that you just like,
I haven't been to one in a while.
Yeah, there's not many in Reno. That's what I'm saying. Like we have the Rib Fest and the Wing Fest, but there's not a lot of the local ones that you remember. You know who always wins it?
Reds.
There's another one. It's actually a franchise here.
I think I can't. I'm drawing a blank, but I think I might.
Is it Dickies?
Dickies.
There you go.
They win.
No, Dickies doesn't win. It's
Okay,
the other
good.
one. Famous Dave's.
Oh.
Famous Dave's always wins for some reason. I'm like, well, how?
Because there's no like family owned barbecue. around
There's
them.
about 4 of them here.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, I'll tell you after this one. Listen, we're going to plate licking good. I give that a 5 over at Brothers Barbecue because oh my gosh, they have a thing called Texas Tater. I complete that every time. Like it's full fixings on top, and that brisket. You can get brisket or pulled pork on there. Oh my god, their pulled pork is like all right. It's what I consider standard, but with their barbecue sauce, they have a habanero barbecue sauce.
Ooh.
That's theirs. Just don't eat that. You're gonna need some Pepto-Bismol. So we're not gonna let you eat that, but you eat the regular one. I don't like the regular one.
I'll be prepared.
I think that one's kind of gross, but the habanero one, I'm like, there's not many places in America that I found for barbecue sauce that's as good as that. And then Worth the Walk, oh yeah, they got ramps for you because they know who's coming in. Ramps and stairs, they know who's coming in. The parking lot's kind of small. I mean, the venue's very small, but like when you walk in, you're just like, I smell everything I wanted to, and it did not take a long time to get here. And then for a stomach stress test, you order the pulled pork or the brisket. Sometimes it's overbearing because it's just so much meat. Sometimes they're like,
Perfect.
all right, we're about to close. Here, take all this. And you're like, ooh, I can't.
Meat
I can't.
sweats.
Yeah, that's going to be your place. I'm telling you, I don't know what it's kind of by Wild Orchid, but down on another street. And then the blackjack final bite, this is the only one that I have a problem with. I give them a 1 because they don't really have desserts. They have like Krispy Kreme or Rice Krispie treat, sometimes a cobbler pie, but they're not always there. So I'm like, not really. But overall, they're my favorite barbecue place in Reno. The other barbecue places, M&M technically qualifies as a barbecue place.
Okay.
I don't really care for them too much. They do have Gator, so I do love that. Then you have Carolina's. Carolina's used to be good. I haven't been there since I've been back. They have pulled pork fries. What other place? I mean, you got BJ's. But, you know, that's BJ's.
It's not barbecue.
Oh, the BJ's barbecue. There's a BJ's barbecue place.
What?
Yeah, there's 2 BJ's here. There's a franchise, and then there's an actual like a family-owned restaurant here. BJ's is right off the 80, and looks like I think it's a fish on the logo.
That does not
Or
scream
some-
barbecue.
I don't remember what it was. This is BJ's with something in the middle of it. I don't remember what it was, but they're pretty good, but they're inconsistent. A lot of companies use them as like a catering because they do catering, but I would say
They
that
do catering, huh?
Yeah, they do catering. Yeah, sometimes it tastes like booty. You're like, ew.
Like doo doo.
Yeah. All right. All right. That's it, y'all, for the Big Back Report. That's one of my favorite subjects. That I will always bring that every show. Just let you know, we're gonna be going around to different restaurants and stuff. It might not just be me. Sometimes Jess might have her Big Back Report. You know?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if Rob comes back, he might have a Big Back Report. We all got places we like to eat. So
I eat a lot
yeah. If
Mm.
you were to give one
in
with these
this
ratings,
area.
it don't matter where it's at. Do it on anything you think you can do it.
All right, let me see your list.
All right, we're gonna give her the Big Back Report. Let's see what she gets up with it.
It's on out of 1 to 5, right?
1 to 5. 1's the worst, 5's the best. I don't know why I didn't tell y'all the rating system.
I figured I was gonna start saying 10s. All right, okay, this is a tough one. All right, I'm gonna go with a place I don't like.
Okay, that's fine. I don't like
Denny's.
really doing negatives because negatives it can get you in trouble.
Okay, we'll do something good.
You can be real about it though. Go for it.
I mean, it is Denny's.
It is Denny's.
Hold
Denny's
on.
is all 3s for me, so I don't know about you.
Okay, I'm
so.
at 2, so we're about I'm on
yeah.
a close page,
Mhm.
not 1s. I don't want to get in trouble.
Mm.
I'm gonna say
Well, I will say the Blackjack Final Bite at Denny's is actually probably closer to a 5 because some of the desserts are hitters.
well, they also used to serve alcohol, didn't they?
They don't do it anymore.
I don't know.
I
Oh,
wouldn't know.
I don't go to Denny's anymore. I
Me
haven't been to
either.
Denny's since I was in my 20s. That was a long time ago.
All right, I got one. Golden Corral. Looky loos. Yeah, that's like a 5, I think. Everybody's looking when you walk into a Golden Corral.
Golden Corral is like a childhood memory for me.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I gotta ask you, what are the points about Golden Corral other than just the unlimited food that are hits for you? Because with me, it's always those warm buns they bring out. They taste like beer. I don't know why. And then on top of that, the fried okra.
I think it was just the sides.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Because I was a
always
picky
fire
kid.
to me. I love Golden Corral, dude.
Do we even have one here?
We don't. We have one in Sacramento. It's right next to Jollibee.
Mm.
Yeah, I get that. It's a far drive, but if I'm going to Sacramento, I think I'd rather go to IKEA.
Just
She
for
wants those
meatballs.
balls, those
Yeah,
Swedish meatballs.
Swedish meatballs.
Mm.
Can I go on a side story with that?
Go for it.
All
You're
right.
not locked into. I already
We-
did the Big Back
yeah,
Report.
Yeah, you got this.
just-
I'm not ready for that. Swedish meatballs. So one time we went to the Grand Canyon, and for some reason PewDiePie was like that really popular YouTube guy, right? And I'm like 11 or 12, and we were at the Grand Canyon, and I was telling my mom at a young age, I was like, Mom, I want a 90-day fiance, and I want him to be from Sweden. I was very picky about this, guys. It was not. Why didn't my mom slap me for saying this at 11 or 12 years old? I don't know.
She knew you didn't know what you're talking about.
I still don't know what I'm talking about, but I watched the show. It's great.
Hey, if you're Swedish, just go ahead. She'd hit her up on I'm
Dude.
just jesting around.
I was telling
Cherry
her.
almond lotion.
Yeah. That's my favorite, guys. It smells so good. I bet it tastes good. But yeah, I was telling her that at the breakfast table in the hotel at the Grand Canyon, and the table next to us starts speaking in Swedish, and I, until today, never said it out loud, and now I'm saying it very publicly. So if there's any Swedish guys around here,
She's looking.
catch me at IKEA.
You can catch her at her shows. When is your next show, Jess?
I have one at Midnight Roasting Coffee Company. I have one on August 1st.
So you're saying the cinnamon buns aren't the only buns available at IKEA?
No. Wait, maybe?
All right, Jess. What time is this show?
It is at 8 o'clock at night.
All right, where can they get the tickets at?
That is a great question. I'm
Mm.
pretty sure it is on Justin's Instagram.
Yeah, he sold it on somewhere. It's probably Eventbrite.
Eventbrite.
Eventbrite.com. You can find it. You can get it at the door at Midnight Coffee Roasting. August 1st.
Yep, August 1st, 8 p.m.
All right, 8 p.m. Y'all gotta be there. That's actually a good lineup. I looked at the lineup. It's pretty solid. Also, those shows are also open mics most of the time. So show up to it. It's super funny.
Just like if they show up there, they should be showing up here too.
They should be, but you know that the comics at that show are not actually normal comics that are at that show. He has 2 local and 2 special guests that are coming. I have a show on August 15th. I don't even know what time. Let me come back to that. Let me see.
August 5th?
At 15th, I think.
5th.
It's the 5th.
There is a 5 in it.
There, maybe. I don't know.
That's
I just know
Ebonics you never learn.
it's a Saturday. I know that for a fact. All right. Yeah, it is the 15th. See, I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, August 15th, final draft in Spanish Springs at 8:30. I haven't put the link up yet for it, but it will be it's $10 to attend that one. It's pretty good. They got great beer, just letting you know.
I like that.
And good flatbread pizza if y'all are into pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Flatbread pizza.
Who doesn't like pizza?
Yeah.
Rob, you got any shout outs you want?
Shout out everybody. Shout out Biggs, have me on the show. Shout out to John having me on his show. Shout out for Jess, have me on the show.
Yeah. I'm glad you can make it. I mean, I know you were just
thanks.
on the show. I was like, hopefully he stays. I mean, we need the experts to talk to.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me here. I'll give my quick big bag if you don't mind.
All right, go for it.
I'll do a quick
Give 'em the
one.
list.
I went out to dinner with my kids not too long ago, and my daughter wanted to go to Lucky Beaver because she
I
heard
love
it
that
was
I
good.
heard about that today.
I won $2,000 at Lucky
Dude.
Beaver.
3 hamburgers. It's me, my daughter, and my son. 3 hamburgers over $100. Now it was good food, but was it over $100 good? I don't think so.
What's crazy is it's like a dive bar, so you think cheap, but then you get your
Is that
bill.
the one that's across the street right here?
Yep.
Okay.
Dude, Beefy's has it's called like the air.
Beefies is next week.
Huh?
Beefies is next week. I didn't mean to yell in y'all ears, but Beefies is next week. I'll just let you know. I'm going back there tomorrow. So
But there's a $40 burger. Try it.
I will.
$40 one, huh? Woo. They take payments? No. I'm playing.
Layaway
Financing
burger.
available at Beefy's.
But now for the Lucky Beaver, those looky-loos, I would give that a 5 because there was a ton of old redneck-looking dudes that were eyeballing my daughter that made her so uncomfortable that it was just, I had to start mean-mugging some old rednecks because they were eyeballing my young 20-year-old daughter. I'm like, man, get your mind out the gutter.
When they're like, what's this
Well,
white
she's
girl
with
doing
her
with the
dad.
Mexican?
Yeah, well, see, they probably didn't realize that because she looks like a white girl. They probably were like,
They
what's
started
this young
thought you were
girl
on
with
a
this
date.
Mexican? Yeah.
Mhm.
And maybe they were mean mugging me. I never even thought of that.
Yeah.
See, I'm a victim of racism and I don't even realize it. You know how many times I've been called a beaner, but I'm a white boy?
Maybe they were looking at you for a different factor. Like,
Yeah, it could be.
Like, look at that Arabian guy with
I used to have some brothers I used to run with would talk to me about white privilege and all that. I'm like, I don't get white privilege. I get treated like a brown guy when the cops come after me. Let's see, plate looking good. The burgers were pretty good. I give that a 3 or a 4. Worth the walk. Yeah, again, the food was good. It was a small parking lot. It was quick to get in
Good.
there, quick to get seated. Stomach stress test.
that's
I
the
don't know.
density.
Yeah, the density. I don't know how to
Or
measure
if
that.
they give you a lot of food.
How
They give
full
you
were
a
you?
lot
I
of
was
food.
full, I think. Yeah. I
Were
think-
you like stuffed?
I couldn't even finish my fries. I'll say that much.
Well,
All right.
that's probably a 5 then.
Yeah, I'd say. And then for the blackjack final, but I'm not really a dessert eater, so I can't measure it on that one. I don't ever eat
You can
desserts.
put an NA on that one.
Yeah,
It's
none
like, listen,
available.
Doesn't work for you.
You gambling with your diabetes. I mean,
Yeah.
technically, I could use that for any of the foods. Like, did you
Yeah.
feel like you had too much? Where
Ooh.
you're like, ugh.
Cheesecake Factory would be a good one for that
Mm.
because I definitely am a 5 at that.
All right, y'all. It is just about 9:00. We're wrapping it up. Like next week, we got some special guests that are probably coming on. I have a segment called Local Guests. It's going to be local businesses that come on and give their little words, and then we're going to go back. We're going to do more big back reports, and we got some other segments other than the ones you heard this time. And then we're going to bring back the real life, real laughs. I can't speak today. I'm at the end of my day. I'm
know
off
what
the
you're ready
clock, y'all. I'm gonna give a big ups to Biggs. You know, you bring me on the station. I'm gonna let y'all know how I got on the station. I got called, and he said, "Anybody know that little kid that was hosting at the comedy show. It was like, who's that? The one with the shirt, the sugar daddy shirt. Everybody's like, I know that little Nick. Let's bring him on over here and get him on the show. I've never done radio, and I'm so happy you brought me on.
It's like a Tales from the Hood, bro. It's just
Uh-huh.
fun.
Mhm.
That's what
Tales from the Hood is a movie, Jess.
I thought it was a song.
That's where I think that word comes from.
Nope, it is not where it comes from. But
Oh.
I will. It's one of those old words that we just always say.
That's
It
the
just-
first time I ever heard it.
Well, it's a description of little ones.
Ah.
That's what it's from. We
Oh,
call each
okay.
other that. Y'all don't say it. I'm just saying.
I can't say it.
It's fine. All right, y'all. This has been Off the Clock with John Banks, Jess,
Jess.
and Rob.
Thanks for having me.
That was a good time.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.